Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 89, You Only Miss My Cooking. The petite young girl opened her eyes, revealing a pair of emerald irises. Her face was calm as she gazed at Shichen, as if she didn't really see him, then quietly closed her eyes again. Hey! Is that really your reaction upon seeing your senpai? Shichen strode over, displeased, and unceremoniously ruffled her silvery hair. It was incredibly smooth and sleek, exactly as he remembered. Once again, the petite, snow-like girl opened her eyes, fending off his hand. In a calm tone, she asked, "And you are?" "Cut it out." Shichen flicked her forehead lightly. Ouch. Unable to help wincing, she raised her hand to cover her forehead, gazing up at him in annoyance. "Hehe, long time no see, Frieren." Shichen chuckled softly and looked at her gently. "It's about time you came back." Frieren pouted, evidently displeased. "This is my home, of course I'd come back," Shichen retorted with a laugh. "You were gone so long, I thought." Frieren paused. Her voice dropped. "I thought you might have run off." "Why would I run off?" Shichen couldn't help rubbing her head once again, messing her fine silver hair into disarray. "You can't learn magic," Frieren said, hesitating a bit but stating it plainly. "Doesn't mean I'd flee because of that." Shichen shook his head with a smile. "And without me around, can you really eat properly? Even your hair isn't tied up anymore." Using one finger, he lifted a loose strand of her silver hair, twirling it like a silver ring, albeit a bit thick. "No one else is here, so why bother? It's a waste of time." Frieren remained calm, watching him play with her hair. He'd always had a particular fondness for it, and even now that he'd returned after so long, it hadn't changed. Was her hair really that much fun to touch? Why did he keep patting her head? "Isn't Master here?" Shichen asked. "She doesn't manage her hair either, just kinda puts it up. You shouldn't learn bad habits from her, only the good ones." Shichen spoke with resigned exasperation. "You're slandering Flam. I'll report that to her later and have her teach you a lesson. Call her Master." Shichen flicked her forehead again, annoyed. "And call me Senpai." "No way. You left without a word all that time. Then you come back and bully me again." Frieren puffed her cheeks and turned away in anger. But turning her head tugged on the lock of hair Shichen was twirling, and she grimaced. "Ow. Sorry. Shichen quickly let go of her hair. "Now I'm really mad." Frieren's tone was flat, her expression unchanged, which actually made it more unnerving. "My fault, I'm sorry. I'll make something delicious for you, how about that?" Shichen squatted so he was at her eye level. "Still rabbit meat?" Frieren swallowed, looking suspiciously at him. "Of course not, I'll fix you a feast with no rabbit meat." He laughed. "Really? Cross my heart." Shichen raised his hand in a mock oath. "All right, I guess I'll forgive you for now," she said softly. "Why can't you just trust your senpai?" Once again, he patted her head, so small, easily fitting in one hand, and her hair so smooth he could hardly stop touching it. "You left without a word. Why should I trust you?" "I'm sorry, that's my fault. Won't happen again." He apologized sincerely. Frieren snorted, half accepting. Shichen could tell what was on her mind and asked, "So how long have I been gone?" "As if you don't know." Frieren countered. "I wasn't keeping track. 91 days. 3 months, then." Shichen smiled and eyed her mischievously. "You can remember that precisely, did you miss me?" "Keep dreaming." Frieren rolled her eyes. "Hehe, I get it, you're shy, right? Why hide? Can you not be so full of yourself?" "Well, I missed you too." Why so late, then?" Frieren pressed. "Well, can't you sense it yourself?" Shichen opened his arms wide, corners of his mouth turned up. "What sense? Wait, your magic." Frieren finally noticed the overwhelming mana within Shichen's body. She hadn't noticed it at first. "What happened? Didn't Master say your mana perception's supposed to be active all the time?" Shichen teased, tapping her head lightly. "I was using it all along." Frieren knocked his hand aside in defense. "Then why didn't you notice right away?" "I don't need your interference." "Haha, I see. Because you're so happy to see me back, right? Yet you claim you didn't miss me." "Caught you lying," Shichen added teasingly. "Where did you get so much mana anyway?" Frieren changed the subject. That's the reason I left. Now, just like you, I can use magic. Is that so? That's good. Frieren stared at him, a slight nod. Aren't you curious how I got it? No need. As long as you have mana now. Frieren recalled how Shichen had envied her before, a sorrowful yet envious look on his face. Compared to the prideful expression he wore now, it was night and day. I'm really strong now, you sure you don't want to ask me more? Not interested. I'm hungry, go make me something to eat. Frieren didn't seem curious at all that his mana dwarfed hers. They weren't enemies, so no point competing. Ugh, so my cooking is the only thing that interests you. Shichen grumbled, pinching her soft pale cheeks. Frieren stayed silent, calmly staring at him until he had pressed and pinched a few times before asking, well, are you going to make me that feast? You said no rabbit meat, remember? Fine, fine, Shichen let go of her cheeks unwillingly and gave a small laugh, heading toward the little house. By the way, is Master here? She left this morning. Any idea when she'll be back? Today, yeah. She's been with me recently. I see, then I'll prepare plenty of food. Wait a second. There's no ingredients in the kitchen. Huh. Shichen stopped in his tracks and looked back at her. Frieren gazed back quietly. So how am I supposed to cook, then? You can figure that out yourself. Or maybe you were lying to me. Heh, joking. Gathering ingredients shouldn't be a problem for me. At that, Shichen stepped back up to her. I'll show you something neat. With that, he snapped his fingers. Instantly a magic circle formed under his feet, slowly rising to envelop him. All right, I'll be back soon. With the disappearance of the magic circle, Shichen likewise vanished from view, leaving behind only that parting remark. Frieren, for once, looked surprised, dumbfounded at the spot he had stood. That was a magic she didn't know, something she'd never seen, and one she couldn't understand. Magic really was so fascinating enough for her to thoroughly enjoy it. Frieren smiled softly to herself, marveling at magic's wonders, and at the fact Shichen really could use it now. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 90, Spar with Flam. Shichen returned shortly after, bringing back something rather remarkable. He brought an animal that looked something like a cow yet wasn't exactly a cow, its body at least 3 or 4 times his own size. The key point was that it was still alive, with grass still in its mouth as it chewed. Obviously, it had been caught mid-graze. Besides this cow-like beast, he also brought a few vegetables to use as side ingredients. After all, just eating meat becomes too greasy, there have to be vegetables to go along with it. How about we eat this today? Shichen patted the animal's head, asking Frieren. Frieren glanced at the creature, still chewing grass, acting like nothing had happened, and asked curiously, where did you catch it from? Over in the forest. This thing is huge. How can we possibly finish it? No worries, we can eat it bit by bit. Anything we don't finish can be stored away. Tomorrow morning we can make meat stew. As you wish. At any rate, I'm not the one who's cooking, Frieren replied, giving up on the matter. All right, I'll drag it off for butchering. Go far away, so its blood won't splatter everywhere. I don't like the smell of blood. Got it. Shichen took the cow-like animal away, and about half an hour later, he returned. By then, that animal had been dismembered, cut into several pieces, the limbs, head, plus the body in 5 sections. It had also been roasted to some degree, the meat emitting an enticing reddish-brown color, giving off a faint aroma. As for himself, he was very clean, without a single blood stain on him. It wasn't that he drank the blood, he didn't care to drink animal blood. The idea never crossed his mind. If it were a beast girl, that might pique his interest. Frieren had no thoughts of training anymore. Ever since Shichen came back, she hadn't really been able to get into a meditative state. What are you planning to do? Frieren asked, coming over and sniffing the faint aroma while forcing herself not to swallow her saliva. I was thinking we'd just roast it. Both the leg and spare ribs can simply be grilled. Sprinkle on some seasoning. Roast it again. I'm an elf and I'm still eating barbecue day in and day out. And can we even finish it all? Frieren sighed, those cute thick eyebrows of hers arching together in mild annoyance. No help for it. All we can do is roast it. We don't have many cooking options, plus our seasonings are limited. Fine. Do whatever you want. Frieren gave up. I would have liked to try other ways to make something tastier for you, but I forgot to bring along certain seasonings. Another time, I'll let you taste real cuisine. What are you even talking about? Frieren said, not quite following him. Never mind. I'll just roast this. Shichen didn't explain. He put most of the meat inside the kitchen, then started roasting some right nearby. He didn't bother with a wood fire, he simply levitated the meat in midair, then summoned a handful of golden flames around it. Frieren watched curiously. She walked up to his side, asking, "That flame is also your magic?" "Not exactly," Shichen replied. "It was his beast's ability, the power of his contracted creature, and he could draw on it." "Why is the flame gold?" "Because it's a holy flame." "I don't get it." "That's all right. The important thing is we'll soon get to eat. Using holy fire to roast meat is quite extravagant. After all, it's no ordinary flame, it's imbued with life energy and can burn away filth or evil. But powers exist to be used practically. If he did normal roasting, who knows how long it would take. With holy fire, 10 minutes was enough. A meaty aroma spread all around, and the roasted surfaces of the meat shone with a golden tint. Unable to hold back, Frieren swallowed, her throat making an audible gulp. Gulp. Shichen shot her an amused look. "What are you looking at?" She glared at him, feeling a rare moment of embarrassment. Shichen smiled and shook his head. "Oh, nothing. Hurry up and finish roasting." "All right." They didn't talk further, simply watching the floating roasted meat gradually finish cooking. In almost no time, just 10 minutes, it was done. Right at that moment, a mature, slightly languid voice spoke up. "Oh, what's that smell?" "Frieren, have you finally learned to cook for yourself?" Shichen looked toward the voice and saw Flam, who appeared much the same as last time he saw her. Delighted, he waved at her. "Master." "Shichen, you're back." Flam came over beside him with a gentle smile. "Yep, I'm back. Good to have you back. And that mana inside you. Pretty impressive," Flam remarked in awe. "I can sense my own mentor's aura in you." "You mean Master's master?" Shichen played dumb. "MHM. She was quite formidable, pretty much the strongest. She was also an elf like Frieren," Flam said, smiling. "Oh." Frieren was uninterested, eyes fixed only on the roasted meat. Hee, Flam didn't mind. Following the aroma, she gazed at the floating golden fire-roasted meat. "What flame is that?" "It's Shirchen's ability," Frieren answered for him. "I see, impressive," Flam chuckled, patting Shirchen on the shoulder in praise. She certainly sensed the terrifying strength contained in that flame. "Master, you're flattering me," Shirchen said, a bit embarrassed. Looking up at the golden flame blazing around the meat, Flam's eyes reflected its golden light. She looked on without blinking. "I knew there was something unusual about you, but never expected you to have a power like this." Shirchen grinned sheepishly. "If you praise me too much, I might get cocky." "Haha, all right, no more praise. Let's eat, I'm starving." "Sure. Let Master taste my cooking." With the golden flame dispelled, Shirchen used telekinesis to carry the roasted meat inside the house. Frieren and Flam followed on either side of him. "It seems like there's quite a lot," Flam noted, eyeing the big plates of roasted meat as she sat down at the table. "No problem. Frieren will definitely finish it," Shirchen teased as he sat across from her. "What do you take me for?" Frieren snapped, pouting adorably. "Some lazy elf who loves eating." "You're the lazy one. Let's see, who left all the cooking to me?" "Master said you never cook at all." Frieren was left speechless. All right. Frieren is already hopeless. Let's just enjoy the food before it gets cold." Flam laughed, interjecting to mediate. "Sure thing." They devoured a feast of roasted meat with great satisfaction. Shirchen ate quite a lot, Frieren ended up with oil all around her mouth, and even Flam partook of a fair portion. Perhaps it was simply that this cow-like creature's meat was too delicious. Truly, high-quality ingredients only need simple cooking. Even so, plenty remained. Shirchen set aside the leftover roasted meat. He'd wanted to ask Flam some questions about magic, but she instead proposed having a duel of sorts. He couldn't find a reason to refuse. Thus he followed Flam away from the house, heading to an open area nearby. Frieren also came along to watch. "Master, no need to go easy on me," Shirchen, standing some distance away, bold-facedly declared. "I had no such intention." Flam shook her head. "Great. I'm ready." "Then let me strike first," she confirmed. Without waiting for a response, she raised her hand. A surge of mana gathered there, shining bright, forming a projectile almost like a cannon shell, and it shot straight at Shirchen. That cluster of mana held potent force, visible to the naked eye. Shirchen calmly stood in place. Only when it was barely a meter from him did he vanish on the spot. "What?" Flam couldn't help exclaiming in surprise. "Master, didn't expect that, did you?" Shirchen's triumphant voice sounded behind her. Flam spun around sharply. There stood Shirchen barely a meter away, already facing her. At this range, I think you can guess how that ends, right? Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 91, oh. Is this your magic? Shichen nodded, frankly saying, this is magic different from what's in this world, called space control arts. Space control arts. Flam muttered to herself. Just from the name she could understand what sort of magic it was. So it's different from the magic of this world, no wonder. Master, would you like to learn it? I can teach you, Shichen asked. I'm indeed quite interested. Flam did not decline, smiling and nodding. In that case, let's not delay. No hurry. Flam interrupted him. I'd like to see that flame power of yours first. That. Shichen hesitated. Master might not be able to withstand it. What do you mean? My flame can burn through your magical shield. That powerful. Then I want to see it even more. Flam became even more interested upon hearing that. Huh. Shichen froze for a second. What? You said you can control that flame, correct? Flam asked. Yes, I can. Then there's no problem, right? Unless you plan to burn me. True. In that case, Master, be ready. Go ahead. Around Flam's body, a bluish-white translucent barrier in a hemispherical shape formed around her, faintly shining. This was her barrier magic. Seeing that, Shichen softly raised a hand, and within his palm gathered a cluster of golden flame. Without hesitation, he flicked the flame lightly toward Flam. The flame shot out as if it had a will of its own, suddenly speeding up mid-air and slamming into Flam's barrier in an instant. Boom. In that split second, the flame seemed reignited, instantly enveloping the entire barrier. The protective shield turned into a dome of fire, and without any visible shattering or prior sign, Flam's barrier vanished entirely. All that remained was a golden blaze surrounding her in a half-sphere, burning away. She discovered she couldn't put up another barrier. However, Flam didn't feel any heat from the flames. Shichen was controlling them so they wouldn't harm her. Flam gazed up at the golden flames encircling her. Those flames were full of a holy aura, imbued with life energy, stirring an urge to reach out and touch them, but she knew if she did, they might burn her to ash. All right, take it back, Flam said to Shichen. Understood. Shichen raised his palm toward the fire. Obediently, the flame converged, flowing into his palm and gradually vanishing. Amazing. This flame you've subdued. Flam walked up to him, curiously peering at his palm. Clearly, that flame had nothing to do with typical magic, more like a unique, personal ability, one might even call it a fire spirit. Not exactly subdued, more like I'm borrowing it, Shichen shook his head. Borrowing it. Flam regarded him in puzzlement. Then let me show you, Master. Shichen smiled, then beckoned to Frieren. Frieren, come here, too. What for? Frieren walked over slowly. To let you see something cool. Shichen habitually ruffled her hair again. What does seeing something cool have to do with patting my head? A senpai patting his kohai's head, isn't that normal? It shows our close bond. Frieren looked calm and expressionless. I almost believed you. Haha, don't worry about it. Shichen patted her head 2 more times. You two get along so well, huh? It's been nearly 100 days since you've met, right? Flam gazed at them, smiling contentedly. Not at all. It's just that Shichen here has no sense of personal boundaries, Frieren replied flatly. That hurts my feelings. I took such good care of you, and you forgot. 91 days and I already forgot. Hee, Flam chuckled. Elves don't usually have a firm concept of time. It's impressive you kept track so precisely. I myself have already lost count. Frieren. Exactly. Clearly you've been thinking about me the whole time, just too proud to admit it, Shichen teased with a bright grin, eyeing Frieren. Frieren turned away, impatiently urging him, will you show us that cool thing or not? All right. Shichen laughed, withdrew his hand, and stepped forward, raising his hand to the sky. His eyes turned scarlet, a golden flame symbol appeared on his brow, and golden fire cloaked his arm. An astonishing burst of mana surged from his body, blazing heat waves radiating outward from him. Yet strangely, neither Frieren nor Flam was harmed, though the wind blew their hair about. Frieren simply watched quietly, while Flam showed open delight. From this mana alone, from this aura, Shichen definitely could defeat the Demon King, eradicate the demon race. Soar to the skies, ho-oh. Accompanied by Shichen's call, a vast flow of mana rushed out from him and shot high into the sky. In the sky, a rainbow materialized, and beneath it, a huge, colorful avian beast appeared, spreading its wings to fly. Caw. The giant rainbow bird raised its head in a long cry. Wherever it flew, golden sparkles fell behind it. Flam stared in shock at the enormous bird overhead. Even from this distance, she could sense its oppressive aura, on par with her own master's. That wasn't mere illusion. Clearly, Shichen really could annihilate the Demon King, wipe out the demon race. What is that? Frieren looked at the colossal, colorful avian creature for a while, then asked Shichen. It's called Ho-Oh, a legendary phoenix. A legend. A phoenix. No worries if you don't fully grasp it. Just know I've subdued it. Oh. Shichen gazed up at Ho-Oh circling in the sky, grinning in high spirits and beaming with pride. Aside from his earlier time with Toru in the clouds, awakening it, this was the first time he'd properly summoned it in front of others. It resembled a cross between a phoenix and a peacock, golden-red plumage, a yellow tail, a white abdomen, green-tipped wings, a green stripe around its neck, a yellow beak, red eyes with black rings, plus a crown-like crest. All in all, it was multicolored. Indeed, it was Ho-Oh. Originally Shichen never imagined his divine beast from the embedded, Divine Fragment, would be a legendary Pokemon. No wonder the fourth primogenitor's beasts were no match. Compared to Ho-Oh, the vampire's beasts just didn't measure up. So it's called Ho-Oh? Flam asked, still gazing at it. Yes. My flame ability is exactly Ho-Oh's. I see, so it's formed from mana. And you subdued it? Yes. As expected of Master, you can easily see its true nature. How does it live inside your body? Flam continued asking. In mana form, residing in my bloodstream. Inside your blood. So that's your power, truly astonishing. Flam looked at Shichen's fiery scarlet eyes, sighing in amazement. Master, do you want to know more? Shichen winked. No, I was just thinking it's truly beautiful. Flam again admired Ho-Oh in the sky. You like pretty things, Master. No wonder you enjoy making flower fields with your magic, Shichen joked. Why not? I am a woman, after all. Of course, nothing's wrong with that. Magic isn't just for battle. You brat. Flam laughed and reached out to ruffle his hair, treating him like a child, but rather forcefully. Master's messing with me now, huh? Who told you to get so cocky when you gain power? Flam scolded him playfully, knocking on his head. All right, Master, can we skip this? Let's go back to teaching you space control arts, yes. Shichen quickly stepped behind Frieren as if hiding. Sure, Flam said with a wry smile. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 92, Confession Failed. Return, Ho-Oh. At Shichen's recall, Ho-Oh transformed into mana and returned to Shichen's body. It remained obedient, showing no dissatisfaction with his casual summoning. After all, it had become his familiar, awakened through Toru's blood. Now it was simply a manifestation of mana, not the same godlike being from the Pokemon world. Thanks to Toru's exceptional blood, something one could hardly imagine, Ho-Oh awoke fully. Even Chisato's blood had not been enough to awaken the second familiar. As Ho-Oh returned, Shichen's scarlet eyes returned to their normal brown, and the golden flame mark on his brow slowly faded away. How mysterious. Watching this, Flam couldn't help sighing in wonder. Just SOSO, Frieren wasn't particularly interested. The rainbow is already fading away. Flam looked at the rainbow in the sky that was gradually dissolving, remarking with a hint of regret. It's fine, Shichen comforted. If Master wants to see it again, I can summon it anytime. That's all right, seeing a rainbow too often makes it lose meaning. That's true. Then let's get to the space control arts. Without prior approval from Natsuki Minamiya, Shichen felt slightly guilty about freely teaching them, but who knew if they'd even meet again, so it hardly mattered. Yet after just 10 minutes, he realized his worries were unfounded. Flam and Frieren could not learn space control arts. Neither could even form a magic array. In this world, magic centers on imagination, but Shichen didn't think they lacked imagination about space. He himself could learn it, so why not them? Perhaps he was just too special, or the differences between worlds were to blame. Suddenly, he remembered how Natsuki Minamiya had mentioned she couldn't learn the conjure a field of flowers magic. Maybe the power systems of different worlds weren't mutually compatible. He alone could learn since he was special. No need to brood about it. Flam noticed Shichen furrowing his brow and patted him gently in consolation. But. No buts, if we can't learn it, we can't learn it, maybe we're simply not meant to, Flam said. Master. Cheer up. Flam gave him a firm pat. You look more troubled than us, and we're the ones who can't learn it. It'd be more convenient if Master and Frieren could have learned it, Shichen explained, disappointed. Then traveling would be far simpler. It's already convenient enough. But it's not the same. With space control, you can teleport anywhere you've been, saving a lot of time. Master could come and go more quickly. Is that all? Flam laughed and shook her head. What's wrong? Shichen, Flam looked at him warmly. Which do you think is more important, the journey or the result? Huh? Why ask that? Just answer. I think the journey matters more, I suppose. Is that right? Flam smiled softly. If that's how you feel, don't you think the sights along the way are meaningful, too? A person's life is short, so don't disregard the things around you. Enjoy this world's experiences. I understand, Master. If you say so. Shichen decided to let it go. That's better, go with the flow, be content with what you have. Be content with what I have. Frieren, what about you? Shichen turned to the silent Frieren. I'm fine either way, Frieren calmly replied. Really? You're not upset you can't learn space control arts? What's there to regret? You know it, right? Me. If we ever need to travel far, you can just take us. You can bring people, yes. Yes, I can bring people. Then that's enough. You're not planning on leaving us behind again, are you? Frieren stared flatly at him. Ah. Shichen didn't answer. But his expression had already told her everything. Frieren's thick eyebrows knitted together. She stood there silently watching him, then turned and walked toward the little cabin. Wait, Frieren. Shichen called, but of course she didn't look back. Heh, Frieren must really miss the days she had you around, Flam teased, amusement dancing in her eyes. I guess she just misses me cooking meals for her. You silly child. Flam patted Shichen's back with a gentle smile. Go chase after her and explain properly. What about you, Master? You want me to watch over you both? I'm not needed for that. Even though Frieren's lived longer than me, she's still just a little girl at heart. You should spend time caring for her. All right. Shichen quickly ran after Frieren. By the time he reached the little wooden house, she had already gone inside, specifically into her room. He entered without hesitation. The room was as simple as ever, no different from when he left. What do you want? Frieren sat by the bed, head turned aside, refusing to look at him. Shichen walked over, seating himself at her side. He gazed at her petite, white face in profile, and a gentle smile surfaced. Although her expression was calm, he sensed a slight displeasure. In many human relationships, each reunion after separation can strengthen feelings. Frieren, who'd never closely interacted with anyone, had gotten used to Shichen's day-to-day presence. He'd wake her, cook for her, talk to her at every turn. Even though it was less than a month, constant companionship inevitably affected her. Then he abruptly left without a word, and she remembered it for 3 months. Now that he was back, she felt conflicted. And now, he said he would leave again, how could she not be upset? They hadn't even spent much time together yet. You're not speaking. Frieren turned her head to look at him. No, I'm just happy. Happy about leaving. Of course not. Shichen smiled, shaking his head. I'm just glad Frieren cares about me. Who cares about you? Frieren retorted, turning away again. What's so hard about admitting it? I care a lot about you, after all, Shichen answered straightforwardly. You care about me? Why? Because you're cute, because you're fun, because I like you. You like me? Why? Frieren asked, staring at him. Is there always a reason for liking someone? I just do. Shichen said. You must have a reason, no. Fine, let's say because you're cute. I don't consider myself cute. But I do. In that case, if you like me, why leave? Don't people who like each other want to stay together? That's indeed how it should be. Speaking of which, you only don't want me to leave because you like me, right? Shichen raised an eyebrow playfully. I don't. Eh? Really? We've only known each other for how long? Why would I like you that soon? Huh. I was confident in my looks and talents. TCH, you're too full of yourself, now I like you even less. Cough, and yet you still don't want me to leave. Shichen teased awkwardly. We're not total strangers. Naturally I wouldn't want you gone. That's all. I see. So why are you leaving? Frieren, Shichen locked eyes with her and said seriously, actually, I'm not from this world. The reason I'm leaving is because I have important matters to deal with. I see, Frieren nodded. Huh. That's all. You just believe me. Were you lying? No. Then that's fine. You're not worried I might be deceiving you? Frieren looked at him calmly. Is there any point in that? Now about the danger of this important matter. It shouldn't be dangerous, Shichen shook his head. So you'll come back often, right? Certainly. And if the opportunity arises, I'd like to take you to see other worlds too. Shichen said expectantly. Take me with you. Frieren tilted her head, staring at him blankly. Yeah. You wouldn't want to. I can consider it. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 93, Master's Master. Why do you even need to think about it? Shichen's shoulders slumped in disappointment as he asked. Why wouldn't I think it over? Why should I go to another world with you? Aren't I just fine staying here? Frieren retorted. That kind of thinking makes you no better than a lazy bum. Shichen said indignantly, grabbing her small head and ruffling it vigorously, rocking her body side to side in the process. Stop shaking me like that, I'm getting dizzy. Frieren couldn't bear it, swatting away his hand. Where am I forcing you? You're just too delicate. I'm older than you. What's the point of comparing ages? Dare to compare height and weight. Shichen smugly squared his shoulders. Frieren stared at him, expressionless. Lost for words, So childish. That's called innocence, Shichen retorted with a grin. In that case, keep being innocent. I'm going to sleep now. You can leave. Frieren spoke, lying down directly on the bed. Her head of silver hair spilled across the mattress like a blossoming white lily, dazzling to behold. Sleeping in broad daylight. And it's only been 91 days since we last saw each other, yet you've become so lazy. Shichen said, looking at her with exasperation. Frieren ignored him, turning onto her side, back facing him. Don't bother me. I haven't even finished explaining, he said. No need, I already know you're leaving, and that you'll come back. The rest doesn't matter. You have no other questions. None. It's not as interesting as looking into magic. You really say that? Then I won't be polite. Shichen threatened. Suit yourself. Frieren didn't budge at all. You said it. Shichen declared. He stepped toward Frieren, extending both hands, one toward the crook behind her knees, the other supporting her shoulders. Gently, he lifted the petite Frieren off the bed. Frieren felt a light jolt as Shichen gathered her in his arms. She could sense his strength, but showed no sign of panic. Instead, she just looked up at him calmly. What are you doing? Frieren raised her gaze to meet his. Didn't I say I wouldn't be polite? Shichen lowered his head, giving her a slight smile. Where are you taking me? Outside. Who takes a nap in the middle of the day? You're hardly that old, you know. You're nowhere near elderly. If we're talking human years, I'm definitely old, Frieren countered. But you're not human, you're an elf. Which makes you a little brat. Hold on tight, he reminded. Giving a slight toss, Frieren felt gravity shift for a moment, instinctively clutching his neck to keep from falling. Her delicate arms felt cool against him, prompting Shichen to look down at her, smiling, before striding out of the cabin. Flam wasn't outside. Shichen glanced around but didn't see her, or sense her presence. She must have gone out again. Just look at Master, then look at you. How did you get this lazy? Shichen started lecturing Frieren. If I went out all the time, would you have been able to see me the moment you returned today? Frieren said, voice calm. Oh. So you've been waiting for me? No. Haha, embarrassed to admit, I see. Put me down. Frieren began to struggle. Fine, fine. Shichen bent down and gently set her on her feet. Once Frieren stood steadily, enjoying the solid ground beneath her, she turned to look at him. So, what is it you want? Teach me magic. Shichen smiled faintly. Huh. Frieren blinked. What's wrong? Which magic do you want to learn? All of it, of course, anything you know. I didn't get to learn much before because I had no mana. Now I'm going to learn it all. Taking on too much could backfire. Doesn't matter, we have plenty of time. Right. So, when exactly are you leaving? Not sure. I'll stay for a while. No need to worry about me rushing off. Think of it like Master Flam, occasionally going out on a trip. I see. Frieren nodded. Not mad anymore. When was I mad? Then why'd you walk off as soon as I mentioned leaving? Shichen asked with a grin. I was sleepy and wanted to take a nap. Any problem with that? Well, okay, let's just say you were really sleepy. Shichen fondly ruffled her head again. Frieren, annoyed, slapped his hand away. Don't you still want me to teach you magic? Of course. Then show some proper respect. What kind of talk is that to your senpai? Then I won't teach. Frieren turned to walk away. All right, I'll listen to you. Shichen quickly held her shoulders in place, surrendering. He couldn't help but notice her slender shoulders. Frieren was wearing a strappy dress, something simple enough to pass for pajamas. The small part of her shoulder he touched felt slightly cool. He wondered if he might find a chance to offer her a massage as payment for teaching him magic. All afternoon, Shichen studied magic with Frieren. Though he grasped it quickly, there were so many spells that it would take at least 2 or 3 days to learn them all thoroughly. Frieren taught quite seriously. Shichen could tell she loved magic. He didn't interrupt jokingly, so the session was productive. By dusk, Flam returned, and Shichen paused his magic lesson. That night, there was no more barbecued meat. They ate a hearty meat soup with vegetables. Considering the size and quality of the local fauna and flora, it tasted excellent even with minimal seasoning. But in the midst of cleaning up afterward, Shichen suddenly realized something. He could have used magic to clean, so why was he washing dishes by hand? Ah well, sometimes a bit of mundane chore work feels nice. It definitely wasn't because he momentarily forgot. Once the chores were done, Shichen left the small cottage, heading to where Frieren and Flam were. Frieren was meditating with eyes closed, while Flam was studying a new spell. Seeing him come over, Flam looked up. Tired of housework already, she teased with a half-smile. More like I'm done with housework, Shichen shrugged. Master, what spell were you researching earlier? It's a spell that seems to soften soil, Flam replied. You might think it's trivial, but as I said, every spell has its own significance. Shichen nodded. Indeed. It'd be very helpful for villagers tilling the land. You've got quite an understanding, Flam said approvingly. Certainly more so than Frieren. Shichen glanced at the petite elf still meditating. Frieren ignored him, eyes still closed. Flam chuckled. Don't pick on Frieren, she's still small. She's older than both of us combined, Master. She's still an elf, not a human. Master, you're playing favorites. If I were playing favorites, I wouldn't have waited for you until now, Flam laughed gently. Waited for me? MHM. It's good you've returned, for I plan to take you both to meet my master. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 94, Journey to Master's Master. Early in the morning, Shichen opened his eyes, glanced at the both unfamiliar and familiar ceiling above him, and slowly sat up. Ha! He yawned and twisted his slightly stiff body, raising an arm to pound his own shoulder. He had been sleeping on a soft bed every day before, so last night's wooden bed made him a bit unaccustomed. Although he didn't really need to sleep anymore, a habit ingrained from over 20 years was difficult to break. He'd grown from ignorance to maturity, so changing wasn't easy. Still, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Sleeping is the best way to rest. After stretching a bit, Shichen felt rejuvenated and got up to change clothes. When he came here, he was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. Today, he switched to the rough hemp clothing of this world. He was somewhat surprised that neither Flam nor Frieren had reacted much to his modern attire the day he arrived. Either they didn't care or simply weren't curious about it. Maybe they thought it was ugly, being just men's casual wear after all. He planned that next time he came back, he would bring some modern clothing for them. He really wanted to see what an elf looked like dressed in modern outfits: Lolita, Gothic lowly dresses, princess gowns, JK uniforms, leather jacket and pants. Just imagining it made him eager to see Frieren try them on. That made him even more determined to find a way to bring the others along on his travels to other worlds. Beyond other reasons, simply seeing them in all sorts of fashion filled him with anticipation. Finished changing, Shichen used a cleaning spell on himself, then brushed his teeth and washed his face. Strictly speaking, he wasn't stained or dirty in any way, so he didn't truly need such hygiene routines. However, it was a habit from his previous life, and not necessarily a problem. There was nothing wrong with it. Once he was ready, Shichen walked to the door of Frieren and Flam's room and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. He waited about 10 seconds, but there was no answer. Shichen knocked again, calling out, "Master, are you awake?" Inside, there was still no response. He realized that Flam was likely gone. Since Flam wasn't inside, he simply went in. Opening the door, indeed, he saw no sign of Flam. In the room, there were 2 beds. Flam's bed was neatly made, while Frieren's was a bit messy. Half the blanket was on the floor, and only her legs were on the bed's edge. A familiar scene, Shichen couldn't help laughing. It was always hard to imagine this lazy side of Frieren, a supposedly ancient elf, yet who slept so restlessly. He circled around to the other side of the bed for a clear look at Frieren's sleeping form. The bedding was half pulled down, and she was sound asleep, mouth half open and breathing noisily. Anyone else would see her posture and find it unflattering. But given her delicate features and petite figure, it felt unexpectedly adorable, albeit slightly improper. Approaching, Shichen crouched beside her, reached out a hand, pinched her nose, and pressed her mouth closed. Before long, Frieren's brow furrowed in distress, as if having a nightmare. Then she instinctively slapped away Shirchen's hand and rolled off the bed entirely, gasping for air. Ha! I'm gonna die. Haha, don't exaggerate, Shirchen said, amused, looking down at her. Why do you always do this? Frieren retorted, annoyed, glaring at him. It's called waking you up. So early, for what? To have breakfast, of course. I'm about to make it. Couldn't you have cooked it first, then come get me? Frieren asked, expressionless. Shirchen grinned. Breakfast has to be eaten hot, right? Frieren stared back. How long does it take me to get up? A minute. Sure, about a minute, he allowed. Then do you think breakfast would cool off in just that minute? That's not the point, you can't eat right after waking. You have to let your stomach wake up, otherwise you have no appetite. I don't think that'd be a problem for me. I don't care what you think. I only care about what I think, Shirchen proclaimed. You just returned and already acting this way to me. Frieren huffed, cheeks puffing slightly in annoyance. But I was always like this. Didn't you say you liked me? Isn't that how you should treat someone you like? Shouldn't you be gentle? Yeah, but you never responded to me. Shirchen shrugged helplessly. I already told you I don't like you, Frieren said plainly. Such a direct rejection caught even the tough-minded Shirchen off guard. What? Frieren blinked indifferently at him. And nothing, he replied. Frieren paused, then asked, so, are you gonna make breakfast now? Sure. He had no choice but to give in, heading out to cook. Frieren watched him leave. This was just her daily routine. She wrapped herself in a blanket and followed him out, anyway, since she was already awake. Preparing breakfast didn't take long, and Shirchen was no longer stubbornly washing dishes by hand. He used magic to clean utensils. Frieren, as usual, sat cross-legged, using her time to absorb mana or review incantations. At mealtime, just the two of them shared a quiet breakfast but not an awkward one. Afterward, Frieren planned to continue meditating, while Shirchen had nothing to do except keep her company. Once she finished meditating, she could teach him more spells. He didn't find it boring. When night came, Flam still hadn't returned. Shirchen and Frieren weren't worried. Flam often stayed away overnight. They lived that same routine into the second day. By the third day's evening, Flam finally came back, and the moment she entered, she declared something Shirchen had been waiting for. Tomorrow, we'll set off to meet my master. Shirchen had long anticipated meeting that proud elf lady. Frieren, however, was less interested, complaining it was a long journey. But her protests were ignored. The next morning, before she'd even fully woken, Shirchen and Flam set out, literally carrying her half asleep. By the time Frieren awakened, they'd traveled quite a while. If it weren't for the jostling, she might still be asleep. She found no choice but to resign herself to the trip. Shirchen found it hilarious seeing her drowsy face upon waking. He put her on his lap and started braiding her hair into twin tails, then called over to Flam. Master, what's your master like? He asked in a polite tone. My master, huh? Flam's face showed admiration. She was born in the Age of Myths, a great mage who's possibly the closest to omniscience and omnipotence, having served directly under the goddess. You could say she herself is like a living grimoire containing nearly all of mankind's spells. That incredible? Shirchen said with exaggerated surprise. Frieren also glanced over, looking faintly intrigued. She truly owns countless spells. Perhaps you can get her to teach you a rare one or two, Flam added cheerfully. Just one. Master's so stingy. Shirchen joked. Didn't I say you should be content with what you have? Yes. Oh, Frieren, Flam looked at her, my master might be interested in you since you're both elves. Oh. Frieren, seated on Shirchen's lap, just gave a soft grunt. What, not interested? It's fine, she responded plainly. Haha, how very Frieren of you. Meanwhile, Shirchen laughed as he finished tying her twin tails. Master, do you think your teacher would be interested in me too? Flam paused. My master might want to spar with you. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 95, Siri. 7 days later, they finally arrived at their destination. Originally, it would have taken only around 4 days, but Flam wasn't in a hurry to arrive so soon, she was interested in the scenery along the way. It had been a long time since she'd last come to visit her master, and the landscape had changed a lot, she couldn't bear simply passing it by. Shirchen also wanted to spend more time with the two of them, unconcerned about the setting, so he didn't mind. Only Frieren complained non-stop the whole journey, wanting to reach the destination quickly so she could lie down, especially since they walked most of each day. She had never walked so much before, which was far too tiring for her. Unfortunately, Shirchen and Flam completely ignored her. If Shichen hadn't occasionally carried her on his back, she might literally have collapsed on the spot and refused to move. Is this the place where Grandmaster lives? Shichen asked as he carried Frieren, looking at the stone-built cave entrance with curiosity. The cave entrance was entirely ordinary, no sense of mystery, no special atmosphere, and no defensive barriers. But from inside that entrance, Shichen could sense a massive reservoir of mana. It rivaled that of the fourth primogenitor. With Master here, she doesn't care about appearances, Flam said with a smile. Makes sense. In this world, magic was extremely convenient, one could do almost anything with enough magic, so outward setups truly didn't matter. Let's go in, Flam said, leading the way into the stone cave. Frieren, wake up. We're about to meet Grandmaster. Shichen jostled Frieren a bit, who was riding on his back. Frieren half opened her eyes in a daze, then closed them again. Shichen smiled and shook his head, following Flam inside. Frieren actually didn't weigh much, less than the school bag he'd used to carry in junior high, and she was slender-limbed and cool to the touch, clinging around his neck and waist in a comfortable way. Entering the cave, they found that it opened into a surprising space. Contrary to the dark, dull exterior, the interior was bright and spacious, like a grand palace. The floor was laid out with fitted stone slabs, the walls of stone, and pillars along the sides, resembling the image of some ancient ruin Shichen had in mind. He was reminded of that final boss's lair in a video game. In a sense, the occupant here was indeed akin to a final boss. Walking behind Flam for a short while, Shichen could see, far ahead at the end of the space, what looked like a mountain of books, all of them magic tomes. Before this mountain of magic tomes stood a damaged stone throne, and on that stone seat sat a petite girl. She had strikingly brilliant golden hair, pointed elf ears like Frieren, and a small, exquisitely lovely face, wearing a proud and haughty smile. Her posture was equally overbearing, draping a jacket around her shoulders, one leg crossed, one hand propping her chin, observing their approach with unabashed boldness. Both lazy and imposing, like a demon king. She was the apex of mages, a great mage who had survived since the era of myth, the elf closest to the omniscient goddess, Ciri. Flam arrived in front of the steps first. She knelt on one knee, lowering her head respectfully and calling out in a low voice, "Master." "Flam, huh?" Ciri responded with an unchanged expression, looking at Flam with a faint mocking smile. At this moment, Shichen, carrying Frieren, also reached Flam's side. He glanced at Flam, hesitated, but did not kneel like she did. Flam didn't comment on that. "These two, what's the story? Are they your apprentices?" Ciri stared fixedly at Shichen as she spoke to Flam. "Yes," Flam replied. "Hey, time really does fly. The student I took on a whim back then has now brought along a grand student," Ciri said as she rose from the stone seat. She was barefoot and approached Shichen with a confident air. She gave only a quick glance at Frieren, who was still half asleep on Shichen's back. "Oh, an elf, my own race," she noted. "Master, that one's named Shichen, and he's carrying Frieren," Flam introduced. "Not bad at all," Ciri murmured. She ignored Frieren after the brief glance and turned her head to Shichen, wearing a presumptuous smile radiating a kind of combative spirit. Shichen clearly sensed it. Just as Flam had said, Ciri wanted to challenge him. Which made sense, Ciri was known to seek an opponent. He hadn't concealed his own powerful mana, with enough power to rival her, it was only natural she'd have some interest in fighting him. Yet Shichen was more preoccupied by something else. Inside his mind, that voice had spoken again. Detected a divine fragment lodging target. Target, Ciri. Mission, engage her in battle and defeat her, conquer her, and thereby obtain the fragment. So Ciri had a divine fragment, and the mission was to conquer her. Was she peeping into his thoughts? And why didn't Master Flam have one? "Grandmaster," Shichen greeted, ignoring Ciri's evident fighting spirit. "Hey," Ciri gave a frosty laugh and asked Flam, "Flam, where did you find this brat?" "Master, we met by chance," Flam replied with a smile. "By chance, was it? It's quite a piece of luck to find two so powerful. I'm very pleased." Ciri made no secret of her approval toward both Shichen and the half-asleep Frieren. Shichen then gently jostled Frieren. "Frieren," he called, "wake up, we're in front of Grandmaster." Frieren muddledly opened her eyes, only to close them again right away. Shichen chuckled softly and shook his head, stooping to set her down. Frieren, still groggy, clutched onto his clothes. Shichen found it amusing. He didn't hesitate to flick her forehead lightly. "Ow." Frieren yelped, rubbing the spot, looking aggrieved. "Hey, no sleeping. Look, Grandmaster is right there," he reminded. Frieren resignedly looked at Ciri, casually saying, "Grandmaster." Ciri stood silently, expression unchanged but with a dangerous half-smile, as if on the verge of hitting someone. Frieren seemed oblivious, just leaning drowsily against Shichen. Apologies, Grandmaster, Frieren's always like this, Shichen said somewhat apologetically to Ciri. Hey, Ciri sneered coldly, shifting her gaze to Flam. That girl's hopeless. But she's actually very strong, Flam calmly refuted with a smile. Whatever. You, Ciri stared at Shichen, you're Shichen, right? Yes, Grandmaster, he nodded. Great. I'll remember you. You've earned the right to know my name. I am Ciri. I already know that, Shichen replied politely. Huh. Ciri paused a beat, then resumed her cold grin, focusing her gaze on him. Hey good. All the better that you already know. Now fight me. I'm not in the mood, Shichen shook his head, refusing outright. Ciri's expression seemed to freeze. What's that supposed to mean? Shichen looked at her calmly. Grandmaster, we just arrived here, traveling a long, hard journey. Without even letting us rest, you want me to fight you right away. Aren't you supposed to give us some kind of welcome gift as Grandmaster? Why should I fight you otherwise? Ciri glanced at Flam. Flam gave a small shrug and said nothing. All right, very well, Ciri said after a moment, nodding with a dangerous smile. Speak, what magic do you want? I possess every known human magic. Not just me but Frieren too, Shichen smiled. Sure. Which spells do you two want? No rush. Let's pick tomorrow. For now, I'd prefer to get some rest, Shichen said lightly. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 96, Strong Will to Fight. Nighttime. Shichen lay on a stone bed, occasionally glancing at Ciri, who remained seated on the stone throne, unable to hold back a quiet laugh. Honestly, taunting this arrogant old elf was truly delightful. Back when he had only seen her through a screen, he thought if he could educate her, he'd definitely treat her like a brat and teach her properly. There was no helping it, her expression was so smug and her lectures so arrogant, any normal person would feel an urge to teach her a lesson. Though she did indeed have the capital to be so haughty, he wasn't from this world, so he didn't share the same fear or respect people in this world might have upon facing the pinnacle of magic. Especially because he had nothing to fear. Even the greatest mage, in front of his ability, couldn't do much. His immunity to magic in this world enabled him to come and go freely, acting as he pleased. However, he remained uncertain about the specifics of this magic immunity. Did it negate all phenomena caused or produced by magic, or only phenomena conjured entirely by magic? In simpler terms, if someone used magic to move water from a river or manipulate the earth to attack him, would his immunity still work? He personally guessed it wouldn't help if water or earth were already there, but if the water or earth were magically created out of thin air, it probably would. In any case, no need to overthink it, tomorrow's bout with Ciri would make that clear. He didn't doubt Ciri would try such attacks if she realized ordinary magic wouldn't affect him. Of course, he definitely wanted to fight Ciri, not merely for the Divine Fragment, but more so because she was a conceited old elf who needed some correction. Having great power doesn't mean she can go around being so arrogant. Though he knew she was just a tsundere type, sharp-tongued but soft-hearted, he still wanted to give her some discipline. Flam might think it's fine, knowing Ciri is just harsh outside and kind inside, but as a student, and not truly related to Ciri, Shichen felt compelled to stand up for Flam. They weren't truly kin, just Grandmaster and Grand Student in name. To him, it hardly meant a thing. The voice in his mind had even told him to conquer Ciri. Clearly she was someone who needed to be taught a lesson. Shichen glanced once more at Ciri, who still seemed sulky, then turned over toward Frieren and got ready for sleep. Frieren had already nodded off, and she looked utterly worn out. Indeed, they had been on the road so many days, and while she gained little enjoyment, her mental exhaustion was high. Even on a stone bed, she slept quite soundly. So carefree. A girl like this, just being by her side put his mind at ease, lifted his spirits. He couldn't help being fond of her. Unable to attract her through sheer excellence, he could only bank on day-by-day familiarity, slowly letting her rely on him until she couldn't do without him. Long companionship was the best confession, and Frieren was so out of touch with the world. With that thought, Shichen shot a final look at Frieren's fair sleeping face, smiled, closed his eyes, and quickly drifted to dreamland. Noticing that Shichen had simply fallen asleep, Ciri turned her head, her expression impassive. How bold. For the first time in her life, she had been so plainly rebutted. He was even more insolent than she was. Not bad, this piqued her desire to teach him a lesson. No matter how enormous his mana was, equaling hers or close to it, he's only a human. Did he think she would lose? She held within her mind all known human magic. Though the fact that a human possessed such profound mana surprised her, it mattered little. Now, she just wanted to give him a thorough thrashing first. If he's going to be arrogant, he'd better have the power to back it up. Between master and grand student stands an unbridgeable gap. The next morning, upon opening his eyes, Shichen discovered Frieren had rolled off the stone bed onto the ground. Even in a place like this, she couldn't keep still while sleeping. Shichen couldn't help but grin, feeling fully awake. He got up, stretching, walked over, and lifted Frieren's small form back onto the stone bed. "You're awake," Siri said blandly. Shichen turned to see her still seated arrogantly on that stone throne. He nodded. "Morning, Grandmaster. You want to select your magic now?" "Not so fast, gotta make breakfast first. When Frieren wakes up, if there's nothing to eat, she'll be unhappy." "You treat her quite kindly," Siri remarked, pursing her lips slightly. "Of course I do. She's my kohai. And I am your Grandmaster." "Well, we're not that close. Once we're better acquainted, I'll treat you kindly." "Ha." Siri let out another cold chuckle. Very good, very good. "Right. I do think I'm quite good," Shichen replied, smiling. "Your teacher already left," Siri said, ignoring his self-satisfaction. "She left. Where'd she go?" "Who knows, some sentimentality, perhaps." "Oh. All right, then. I'll go look for some food." Shichen turned and headed toward the exit. "Wait," Siri called. "What is it? Where do you plan to find food?" "There's a forest around here. I'll just grab some random animal." "How long will that take?" "Should I help?" "Grandmaster so thoughtful." "Heh, because I'm waiting to fight you." "Grandmaster's quite impatient." Shichen shook his head with a laugh. "But don't worry, I'll be quick. I don't recall teaching Flam any hunting spells, and around here, it's not so easy." "Who said I need a spell for that?" "My own hands suffice." "Your hands?" Siri glanced skeptically at his slender arms and hands. "You wouldn't understand. Actually, do you want to come see me?" Siri pointed at herself, staring at him oddly. "Is there a problem? Are you not allowed to go outside?" "Hey, you're the first who's dared talk to me like this." Siri's expression turned amused, though her aura remained formidable. "No big deal. You want to see me in action or not?" Shichen offered her a confident smile. "Excellent. I'll see what your hands can do." Siri walked closer, a cold grin on her face. "Let's go, then." "Wait." She turned to look at him. "What?" "No need to walk there." "No need to walk." We'll just head straight over." Shichen placed a hand on her shoulder, raising a brow mischievously. The two vanished from where they stood. "This is..." Siri exclaimed, eyes wide, staring at the forest before her. In an instant, the rocky cavern had shifted to a lush grove. She thought she might be hallucinating. "How about that, Grandmaster?" Shichen said with a smile. "This is your magic." Siri stared at him. "Otherwise? It's not yours, I suppose." "Your attitude, can't you be more respectful?" She inhaled, trying to compose herself. "What's to fear? I'm not afraid of you." "Fine. This magic, how does it work?" "It's space magic, and it doesn't belong to this world system." "Not of this world's magic." "I see. You're from somewhere else." "Exactly. I'm not a native of this world." Siri went quiet for a moment, then laughed icily. "Ha ha ha. No wonder. So a human can't naturally possess such colossal mana." She paused. "And I'm all the more eager to fight you now. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others." Chapter 97, Spar with Siri. Shichen naturally refused Siri's challenge. Breakfast was more important, and Frieren's stomach mattered more. Besides, there was a certain happiness in rejecting Siri over and over. Leading Siri through the forest, the two walked in single file, with no conversation. Following behind Shichen, Siri found his back increasingly displeasing to look at. In all her years, this was the first time someone kept refusing her, especially someone who was her student. Although she had guessed he would refuse, his straightforward bluntness still irritated her. He really was not taking her seriously. Very well. Since he wasn't from this world, she was even more eager to see just how capable he was. Shichen, however, had no clue about Siri's thoughts, and wouldn't have cared anyway. She was just a conceited old elf, arrogant and sharp-tongued. It was only because she was close to invincible that she hadn't been put in her place already. But that was a job for him, because he wasn't from this world. Age and seniority meant nothing to him here. Just as Siri had said, there really weren't many animals around in this nearby forest. Perhaps she had eaten them all, given how long she'd lived. Shichen led Siri deep into the woods for a good while before finally spotting a few small animals. "Grandmaster, please watch carefully what I do with these hands," Shichen said, picking up a stone from the ground and turning back to Siri. What are you picking up a rock for? Of course, too, like this. As he spoke, Shichen hurled the stone at a small deer not too far ahead. Whoosh! With a sharp whistle, the stone shot forward, piercing straight through the deer's body before it even realized what was happening. Plop! The deer collapsed to the ground, blood beginning to flow out, covering the area. Only then did the rest of the group realize what was happening, each one fleeing in alarm and quickly vanishing from sight. Siri stared at the fallen deer, now unable to move, and only then did she grasp Shichen's meaning. Such strength. Are you a warrior? But you can use magic. Something unique to an otherworlder, I suppose. Not bad. A light gleamed in Siri's golden eyes as her interest in Shichen grew ever stronger. Heh. Shichen chuckled, walking toward the deer as he replied, Grandmaster, you should have something else on your mind, right? Huh. Siri countered with a question. You must remember the magic I showed you earlier, yes. Adding on my physical abilities, do you think you can win? Heh. Siri laughed coldly, shooting back, you think I have no way to handle you? Are you underestimating me? Not really. Holding the deer up, Shichen turned to Siri, shaking his head. With Grandmaster's mastery of all magic, naturally there's a way. Then what are you trying to say? Since Grandmaster is so confident, how about we make a bet? A bet. It's simple, in today's showdown, the winner can do whatever they want with the loser. Do whatever they want. Siri furrowed her brow, staring at him intently. Shichen showed no fear, even egging her on, what's the matter, Grandmaster? You scared? Humph, hardly. I just realized something. What is it? You like elves, do you? Huh. Shichen froze for a moment. How'd you draw that conclusion? Look how nice you are to Frieren. Obviously you like her, right? I won't deny that. And I, who am also an elf, you surely like as well. Seeing Shichen's silence, Siri thought she had him pegged. Smugly, she went on, no wonder you're behaving so flippantly. You don't see me as your Grandmaster at all. Liking elves is a fine hobby, but we elves have very long lifespans, while you humans have just a few decades. Liking us, what's the point? Hey, Grandmaster is quite self-assured. Shichen forced a laugh. He'd only proposed that wager so it would be easier to teach her a lesson later, but how did it end up like this? Apparently he'd been too obvious in showering Frieren with care. Unless I'm wrong, then why did you suggest that bet? Siri pressed. You'll figure it out soon enough, Shichen evaded. Oh, too embarrassed to say it outright. I see. Fine, I'll accept. If you defeat me, I don't mind being your companion. Shichen couldn't help tugging at the corner of his mouth, speechless. Grandmaster, you're misunderstanding something big here. Hey, don't feel awkward. A strong man can have beauties, and if you can beat me, possessing me isn't a problem. Even if it's just for a few decades. Of course, first you must actually win. At that point, Siri's fighting spirit rose once again, seemingly eager to duel on the spot. Whatever. Shichen shook his head. Grandmaster can think what you like. Let's head back. Given how arrogant she was, if she misunderstood him, she'd confidently keep misunderstanding. Aside from proving it to her directly, there was no talking sense into her. When they returned to the stone cave, they found Frieren still sound asleep, albeit sprawled in a rather graceless posture. Yet because she was so endearingly small, her unrefined sleeping position somehow became cute. What are you going to do? We only got this one deer, how do we eat it? Siri asked. In high-end cuisine, the simplest preparation is best. Just watch, Shichen said. Walking to one side, he suspended the deer in midair with a bit of magic, intending to roast it with Ho'o's holy flames. Then he realized he hadn't even dressed the deer yet. Grandmaster, you got a spell to handle the dressing process? I do. All magic in the world is at your command, impressive. Then I'll take that one. You sure? Siri's expression was odd. Such a trivial spell. Any problem with that? No magic is worthless. Don't look down on any magic, Shichen lectured. Is it your place to say so? Nevertheless, Siri was quite willing to transfer that cleaning/dressing spell to him. After all, it was hardly a critical piece of magic. So in an instant, Shichen learned the dress animal spell, then swiftly finished preparing the deer and started roasting it in his holy flames. Outside of that, they had nothing else for seasoning, but the local creatures were quite tasty by nature. The radiant golden flame wrapped the deer, producing that appetizing aroma once more. By the time breakfast was ready, Frieren woke up from the smell. Without a word, she used magic to tidy herself, then came to Shichen's side, eyes half open, staring longingly at the hovering roast deer as though about to drool, though she couldn't even fully open her eyes. Shichen found it quite amusing. Off to the side, seeing him behave like that, Siri nodded, further convinced about her guess. The deer meat finished cooking quickly, and with no sign of Flam's return, the three of them ate among themselves. Starting the morning with roast deer felt odd, but then again, none of them were ordinary humans. Though it was just a small deer, they only finished off 2 legs. Shichen used magic to preserve the rest for lunchtime. Deer here was truly delicious even without seasoning. After breakfast, Siri wanted to fight Shichen immediately, wanting Frieren to pick a magic to be gifted to her first. Of course, she turned it down, she preferred discovering magic on her own. So that was another refusal. Were it not for her impatience to fight Shichen, she'd have spewed sarcasm at Frieren. Frieren, meanwhile, had little interest in their duel, not even wanting to watch. But Shichen insisted on grabbing her like a child around the waist and bringing her along. They left the cavern, following Siri to an open clearing protected by her barrier, so the duel could begin. Frieren stood at the edge, languidly watching them stand opposite each other. All set, Shichen. Siri struggled to hide her excitement. Of course, Shichen beamed. Then, take this. Without warning, a thick blast of flame shot toward Shichen, scalding heat assaulting him. Before the flames reached him, their glow lit up his face, yet his expression was unchanged. Just as the flames approached him, he abruptly disappeared. Siri wasn't surprised. A smirk curved her lips as she turned around. Grandmaster, Shichen said, take a punch from me. He had reappeared behind her. Without restraint, he threw a punch at her. Right then, a blue glow manifested between them, as if to block Shichen's fist, but strangely, when his punch made contact, it seemed to pass through like nothing. What? Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 98, Spanking. A light wind seemed to stir as Shichen's fist stopped just before Siri, the breeze gently ruffling her golden hair. Her unbridled smile stiffened a bit, as if unable to comprehend how Shichen's fist had ended up right before her eyes. What did you do? I didn't do anything at all, Shichen chuckled, withdrawing his fist. Impossible. Why did my barrier magic fail? Did you use some sort of spell to nullify it? Siri asked. Her expression was still calm, as though unruffled, like the composure of a seasoned strong fighter. Shichen recalled that people in this world tended to be that way, no matter the situation, they always put on an air of poise, like it was all within expectation. Especially mages. Only certain few people were extremely expressive, practically comedic in their over-the-top reactions. Well, all the better. He planned to see more variety from Siri's repertoire of expressions. I can't do that kind of magic, Shichen replied, palms up, sounding entirely genuine. Really? Then let's continue, Siri said, her fighting spirit undiminished. Wait, Grandmaster, you already lost just now, Shichen quickly reminded her. No, I haven't had my fill. I haven't enjoyed myself yet. Isn't that basically cheating? Humph, if you won't let me fight to my heart's content, you won't get anything from me. Fine, let's keep going. That's more like it, take this. At Siri's words, the gravel behind Shichen suddenly rose into the air and shot toward him like a salvo of bullets. Shichen vanished again, returning to his original spot, once more creating distance between them. Just as I thought. Siri turned, gazing at Shichen. She gave a faint smile. Grandmaster, you noticed? Shichen asked with a smirk. I just guessed by intuition. As expected of Grandmaster, Shichen gave her a thumbs up. No need for your praise. Let's continue. Siri extended a finger, and this time the ground began to quake, especially beneath Shichen's feet, where cracks appeared as if the earth itself opened its jaws to swallow him. She no longer used purely magical attacks. Instead, she manipulated something real, thus circumventing direct magical assault. Clearly, Siri had realized Shichen's peculiar trait, that magic wouldn't work on him. Such insight, unsurprising for the supreme mage, who had lived countless years. With just an instant's observation, she had guessed the situation. But that posed no trouble for Shichen. As the fissures under his feet grew larger, like a giant maw in the earth, his expression remained unchanged. Once again, he vanished. Siri frowned. She found this spell of his somewhat vexing. He leaped around unpredictably, with no sign, making it impossible to counter. And each time, he expended barely any mana, so he could theoretically keep doing it forever. If not for the fact that she was the one who set up the barrier, she wouldn't even know where he would appear next. It was basically cheating. So this was magic from another world. Indeed more potent, and far more interesting. How thrilling. You're over there, aren't you? Though Shichen had yet to reappear, Siri sensed a disturbance in the air off to one side. Without hesitation, she flicked her hand, launching stones on the ground in that direction. Whoosh! At that moment, Shichen finally showed himself, hearing the sound of the projectile. In a flash, golden flames surged all around him, like a protective shield fully engulfing his body. The massive stone shards, akin to bullets, all converged upon him simultaneously. Yet the moment they touched the flames, it was as though they had been cast into magma, instantly dissolving without even leaving ash. The air around Shichen returned to calm, and he was now hovering in midair. That's also magic. Ciri looked at him, floating there, her tone laced with curiosity. It's a kind of magic, Shichen explained simply. He himself couldn't truly fly, he had no flight ability, nor had he learned any flight magic. After all, in this world there was no real flight magic. But by using spatial manipulation, he could remain aloft. Is that so? Ciri seemed to comprehend what he meant and continued, are you just planning to hang out up there? Isn't that letting you enjoy yourself? Otherwise, if I attacked, you'd lose immediately, Shichen replied calmly, flashing a slight grin, unapologetically brazen. Heh. Ciri sneered, then I'll knock you down from there. She raised her hand. This time, she concentrated her mana within her palm, compressing it like a condensed sphere of energy. The power contained within made Shichen's brow quiver. Grandmaster, are you trying to kill me? I believe in you. And what if it hits Frieren? She's liable to be caught in the aftermath, Shichen asked with mild irritation. She won't die so easily. Looks like she really didn't care about collateral. Perhaps she needed a lesson in caution. Ciri's face bore a near-frenzied grin, then released the condensed sphere toward Shichen. Mana erupted instantly, forming a massive beam racing toward him. The barrier likely couldn't withstand it, and if he dodged, Frieren, currently yawning nearby, could be struck. Ciri was being reckless. So Shichen decided to show his true strength, to teach her a good lesson. Shichen hovered in midair, unmoving, and on his hands gathered copious golden flame. Pointed toward the torrent of mana, two arcs of flame coiled forward like fiery dragons, clashing with the enormous mana beam. There was no deadlock, nor any explosion, instead, the mana beam looked as if it had been devoured by the fiery dragons, gradually vanishing. What? Ciri stared in disbelief. Grandmaster, you forced my hand, Shichen said. He stood aloft, hands blazing in golden fire. Right then, the flames surged forward, swallowing up the remnants of Ciri's magical attack and continuing straight toward Ciri, coiling around her. Ciri's expression was calm. She calmly glanced left and right at the fire snaring her, but felt no heat at all. That was Shichen's control. However, Shichen wasn't planning to frighten her alone. The flames leaped onto her cloak, burning it away in an instant, then began creeping over her clothes. Sensing something was amiss, Ciri attempted her curse reversal magic. This magic would reflect any effect recognized as a curse. It was a product of humanity's ancient wisdom from the mythic era, beyond normal magical logic. Yet it had no effect on these flames. They continued steadily consuming her clothing at the shoulder and near the legs. Grandmaster, Shichen flashed to her front, smiling. Gonna give up now? If not, you'll be out of clothes to wear. You brat. Ciri stared at him impassively. Finally, she sighed. You win. Hee hee. Shichen laughed smugly and withdrew his flames. At this moment, Ciri looked rather disheveled. Although her figure was petite, she was an elf, and her pale, delicate skin was astonishingly smooth. With the shoulders of her clothing burned away, her fair collarbones and slender white thighs were almost fully exposed. Her skin glowed milky white, indeed eye-catching. Humph, looks like you're good, Ciri said in annoyance, not caring about her partial nudity. Grandmaster, my truly impressive side is yet to come, Shichen suddenly smirked wickedly. What, you're that impatient to lay hands on me? Ciri's expression froze. No. Then what are you? Educating you properly, of course. As he spoke, Shichen grabbed Ciri around the waist, lifting her up without hesitation. Then, with his right hand raised, he struck her petite backside with a resounding smack. Pa. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 99, Frieren is afraid of being spanked. A crisp, pleasant smack echoed through that space, jolting even Frieren, who had been daydreaming, to look over. As it happened, she locked eyes with Ciri, who was pinned at Shichen's waist like a child, facing her. Those golden eyes widened, and the proud little face froze, looking utterly incredulous. Frieren did not feel any particular schadenfreude, rather, she was a bit worried whether she might suffer the same treatment. Knowing Shichen as she did, that possibility felt all too real. Why did her butt suddenly start hurting, just from thinking about it? What did you just do? Ciri, who had not noticed Frieren at all, stayed rigid-faced, staring blankly as she asked. Huh? Didn't you feel it? Shichen responded, somewhat surprised by her question. He had not held back. If it were an actual child, by now they would be bawling. Even a normal girl would likely be crying. You actually spanked my butt. Siri asked, as though unable to believe it. She certainly felt it, right half of her backside was stinging like fire. This was something she had never experienced, never even considered she might experience. Hee so what else did you think I was going to do? Shichen looked at his own hand and chuckled. Frankly, while Siri was petite, she was still round in that place. The smack just now had quite the bounce, very firm. Why are you hitting my butt? I thought you liked me. Could it be you have some weird fetish? Let me go. Siri began squirming in protest. But she was too small, effectively pinned against his waist, unable to break free, and her magic was useless against him. All she could do was thrash around. Don't move. Shichen again smacked her backside. Same spot as before, though he used a bit less strength. Yet the pain on top of pain was even worse. Never having felt pain like this, Siri froze. Why are you doing this? Siri ground out through clenched teeth. Didn't I say? I'm just educating you. Educating me. For what reason? Because you don't know how to be kinder to those younger than you. What? Siri didn't get it at all. Grandmaster, you must have lived a very long time. What does that matter? Then you should know that with younger folks, you ought to be gentler, right? Why should I treat those younger than me kindly? The whole world is younger than me. Am I supposed to take care of everyone? What do they have to do with me? They may have nothing to do with you, but we do, right? You mean to say? It's simple, stop acting with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Don't you ever just be honest with your feelings and treat your students well? I don't understand what you're saying. Oh. Still want to act tough, said Shichen, raising his hand again and delivering a solid smack to that same spot. Siri hissed, entire body rigid from the pain. You keep this up, and I'll do this all day, you know. Shichen threatened, raising his hand once more. Ugh. Fine, I get it. What do you get? I'll be good to Flam. I'll treat you all better and act more kindly, like how you are to Frieren, there, satisfied? Really? Yes. Good. Shichen nodded, bringing his hand down. Smack. Another loud smack landed. Siri sucked in a sharp breath, eyes wide. Why are you still hitting me? Isn't it only fair? I gave the other side the same amount of hits. Shichen withdrew his hand at last. Siri clenched both fists but ultimately swallowed her indignation. She was utterly helpless in this situation and didn't want to risk worse. Now can you put me down? Sure. Shichen gently lowered Siri. Feet back on solid ground, she still felt that fiery pain in her backside, her thighs trembling as she stood. She tried her best to keep a straight face and not let him see her discomfort. You think you can walk back like that? Shichen asked, barely containing a grin. Mind your own business. Remember what you just said, he reminded with a smirk. I'll walk by myself. All right. Shichen flashed a mischievous look, then turned away, heading toward Frieren. Frieren watched him warily as he approached. Hey, what's with you? Shichen asked, noticing her guarded expression. You won't do that to me too, right? Asked Frieren, hands covering her rear, clearly spooked. Haha, Shichen laughed and shook his head. You afraid of getting spanked? Frieren grimaced. I've never been spanked, but I bet it'd hurt a lot if you did it. Want to give it a try? And never mind. Frieren quickly backed away. Shichen's mouth twitched in amusement. He reached out and flicked her forehead. What are you so scared of? Ugh. I'm worried you might have developed some odd interest, muttered Frieren while rubbing her forehead. What odd interest? Where'd you get that idea? It's just how you're always messing with my hair, patting my head. If you suddenly got into spanking, then what? That all depends on your behavior. No way. Anyway, Shichen said, glancing back at Siri tottering in pain, we should probably head back. Siri walked stiffly, legs kept straight. It must have hurt. Shichen was curious how red it must have gotten, but from his angle he couldn't see clearly. Stop staring. Siri growled resentfully. Watch your tone, Shichen said, feigning seriousness. Frieren tensed, feeling spooked on Siri's behalf. Shichen, maybe you should just leave sooner, Frieren suddenly piped up. Huh. Shichen froze for a moment. You want me gone already? Worried he'd been rejected. Frieren offered a flat explanation. I'm worried you might end up spanking me someday. Say one more word, and I'll do it right now. Shichen threatened. No. Then stay quiet. Or maybe I could just let you, feel it once. Then you wouldn't spank me, right? Frieren asked hesitantly. What do you mean, feel it? My butt. Shichen halted abruptly. What? Frieren asked softly, so how about it? That way you won't need to spank me. No. Shichen refused outright. Why not? If I wanted to grab your butt, I'd just do it. As long as you behave, I won't spank you. Really? You're not lying. Scout's honor. Now let's go. All right, I guess I'll believe you then. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 100, Shichen. Flat is justice. TL. Returning to the stone cave, Frieren did not go lie on the stone bed this time but instead stayed obediently by Shichen's side. It seemed that Ciri's recent predicament had truly frightened her. Ciri, on the other hand, did not return to her stone seat. She stood there supporting herself on the seat, gazing at the piles upon piles of magic books, as if she were pondering something. Shichen guessed she was thinking whether there was some kind of magic that could deal with him. After all, for someone who had lived so long and was considered the pinnacle of magic to end up getting her bottom smacked, this was such a disgrace, she absolutely could not be at ease with it. Then again, maybe because she had lived for so long, she was oddly calm about it. Possibly, from her perspective, being spanked wasn't such a big deal. Shichen did not hear anything from the voice in his head, which meant he had not truly conquered her yet. It made sense, just smacking her rear wouldn't easily make her yield. She was definitely still unaccepting. Still, he had beaten her in a duel. By rights, that should have conquered her. So why did it not? Probably she still wasn't convinced. Having always been the strongest, losing once so suddenly wouldn't convince her at all. Well, that was simple, just educate her a few more times. Grandmaster, what are you looking at? Shichen and Frieren walked up to Ciri's side. Nothing, Ciri said without looking at them. Shichen paid it no mind, and looked toward the mountain of magic books. All these are magic tomes. Interested? Ciri said indifferently. You beat me, so read as many as you like. No need. I don't really lack for magic. He turned and looked at Frieren. Frieren, do you want to learn one or two? Frieren shook her head. Not really interested. Come on, Shichen interrupted, placing a hand atop her head and tousling her hair. Just pick one or two spells, that's all. It's not like you're forcing her to teach you. Frieren looked at Shichen quietly and asked, if I don't pick, are you going to spank me too? That depends, Shichen said. Depends on what? On my mood. Probably not right now, but if I recall it some other time, maybe I'll take the opportunity. Shichen grinned mischievously. In that case, I'll pick. Frieren had no choice but to give in. That's more like it. Wait a second. You two are just talking as though I have no say. I never agreed. Ciri protested in annoyance. You still think you get a say? Shichen replied calmly. Only you beat me, not Frieren. Aren't you still her grandmaster? Or did you forget what you promised me earlier? One day, I'll get my dignity back, Ciri said through gritted teeth. Your dignity, your pride. Don't bother. You have no chance, Shichen teased. Might as well be like Frieren and behave. You want me to obey you? Keep dreaming. I'm stronger than you, doesn't that suffice? Humph, temporarily. Ciri once again let out her trademark cold snort. Looks like you really aren't convinced, Shichen said with a shake of his head. TCH, I'll find a way to handle you. You supposedly have all the magic in human history, how will you find it? Then I'll just create my own, Ciri announced pridefully. Shichen eyed her. She does have that capability, but maybe you don't realize, I barely used half my strength today. Ciri stared at him in silence. Just keep trying your best. He casually reached out and patted her head like she was a little kid. Frieren's head felt different to the touch, while Ciri's also had its own feel. Frieren was smaller, while Ciri's was rounder. He wondered if messing with it was equally enjoyable. What are you doing? Ciri demanded. Ah. Is there a problem? You truly don't like me? No. Then why are you treating me like you treat Frieren? Well, because you're both petite. I don't buy it. You must be too embarrassed to admit. Shichen rolled his eyes. Why would I like you? Aren't I a fellow elf, same as Frieren, with extraordinary looks? Isn't that enough? But you're flat. Flat. Ciri followed his gaze downward to her own chest and fell silent. You're too flat. How could I like you? One Frieren's enough. Shichen teased. Maybe you're into big ones like flams, then. Why is that good? You're not me, so you wouldn't know. So you truly don't like me. And I'm inferior to Frieren. At least she's more obedient than you. Siri blankly stared at Shichen, then let out a light laugh. Heh, so shallow. Anyway, any idea when Master might come back? Shichen asked. How would I know? Siri snapped, obviously still annoyed. Then it looks like we'll be stuck here for a while, which is fine. Grandmaster, please guide us well for the time being, Shichen said, flashing a smile. Siri. Over the next 2 days, Shichen and Frieren remained in the cave. Frieren was by now immersed in studying the magic books, even though at first she resisted. She truly did love magic. Shichen did not study with her, instead going out each day with Siri to hunt. At first, she refused, but after Shichen pinned her to the stone seat and delivered another smack, she cooperated. Oddly, she did not get embarrassed or furious, just took it calmly. Perhaps that was how the strong handled things. Finally, on the 3rd day, Flam returned. The moment she entered and saw Shichen sitting on Siri's stone seat, she froze. And upon noticing Siri lying across Shichen's lap, she looked utterly stunned. Master, you. Both of you. Master, you're back. Where have you been these few days? Shichen asked cheerfully. Just out looking around. It's been so long since I came back here. Flam answered absently. I see. You, and Grandmaster, are. It's what happens after she lost to me. Don't mind it, Siri replied calmly. Is that so? Flam wore a perplexed expression. Though she had foreseen Shichen would defeat her master, seeing them like this was beyond her imagination. She could only guess at what had happened. Master, when are we heading back? Shichen asked, continuing to stroke Siri's hair. Tomorrow, I suppose. Great, tomorrow it is. This place is getting dull. Didn't you want to read all those magic books? Frieren's had enough. Me too. All right. But Shichen, let me ask you something, Flam said, eyes narrowing. Please, go ahead. Do you have some special liking for elves? The next morning, the 3 prepared to depart. Siri escorted them to the cave entrance. Flam was quite shocked, especially since Siri's attitude toward her had changed drastically overnight. Before, every time she spoke, Siri would mock or needle her, like targeting her. But now she was markedly more gentle. She had a good idea of the reason. If she'd known earlier, she wouldn't have left. All right, Master, we're leaving now, Flam said, bidding farewell to Siri. Grandmaster, goodbye. Goodbye. Hurry and go, Siri said calmly, waving them away. Seeing them walk off into the distance, Siri almost couldn't hold back a smile. Then, all of a sudden, a voice reached her ears. Grandmaster, wait for me to come back. Siri gazed at Shichen's departing figure, contemplating whether to remain in this place. If Flam hadn't returned, she might have continued being treated like a pet. The idea of Shichen returning alone again, how could she stand that? She, the pinnacle of magic, found herself utterly powerless against him. Had the world she lived in always been this weak? Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 101, A Kiss with Blood. On the way back, they still traveled the same route as before. Flam didn't let Shichen simply take them directly home via spatial magic. Shichen didn't mind, but Frieren found it rather painful, though she kept quiet about it. She had vivid memories of how Siri was treated like a pet these past 2 days and definitely did not want a similar experience. Though they took their time, they managed to return a little faster, in 5 days. As soon as they arrived home, Frieren went to her room and fell asleep right away. Flam didn't rest. After gathering some things, she set off again. She also never asked what had happened during those days, although curious, she refrained from prying into her master's embarrassing matters. Not everyone can disregard seniority the way Shichen does. It also has to do with how one grows up. Someone raised in a modern environment might end up disregarding the norms of honoring one's master and respecting one's elders, developing some questionable attitudes. With Flam gone, Shichen and Frieren lived quietly together. They went to bed early, rose early, cooked and ate together, and studied magic together. Shichen never once spanked Frieren or touched her bottom. He just tied her hair into twintails each day and occasionally patted her head, as if caring for a tiny cat. Their days were calm and pleasant, and in the blink of an eye, a week passed. That morning, upon waking up, Shichen got dressed, washed up, and then started preparing breakfast as usual. While the fire was burning, he went to call Frieren. Perhaps out of habit, she didn't protest and obediently got up. She apparently had no desire to repeat what had happened to Siri. The 2 of them ate breakfast, after which Shichen went hunting and Frieren meditated on her magic until midday. Sensing Shichen's return, Frieren stopped meditating and opened her eyes to see him. At first sight, she was startled. Several animal carcasses were floating behind him. Why'd you catch so many animals? No harm in having more. We can keep them fresh with ice, Shichen said with a smile as he walked past her into the small house. Are you planning to leave again? Frieren's gaze trailed him, and she asked the question directly. Shichen halted, turned around, and gave a sheepish grin. You guessed right. Frieren's brow furrowed. You weren't going to tell me. Just slip away again. How could I? This time I won't leave quietly, Shichen reassured at once. Really? I wouldn't lie to you. That's more like it. You're not at all reluctant to see me go. Shichen couldn't help but ask. What's there to be reluctant about? Frieren's expression was flat. It's not like you won't come back. Well, true enough, but I might be away for months. For me, even if it's years, it doesn't matter. Elves don't place much weight on time. Sigh, that kinda hurts my feelings. Shichen sighed. Then hurry up and find a way to take me with you. Shichen was startled, then looked at her with sudden delight. You're willing to leave with me after all? I never said that. Frieren turned away. Heh, why so shy again? Can't you just be honest? Shichen reached out to tousle her hair, obviously in a great mood. Go cook lunch already. Frieren batted his hand away. Fine, fine. Instead of cooking right away, Shichen used some processing magic to butcher the animals thoroughly, and then preserved all the meat with ice magic so Frieren wouldn't have to worry about food for a while. With Flam away so often, that would be convenient. After they finished lunch, Shichen quietly left. But he didn't leave the world just yet, instead, he teleported to Ciri's cave. Ciri was indeed still there, seated on the stone throne, apparently in the middle of meditation. Noticing someone suddenly appear, she opened her eyes and, sure enough, saw someone she didn't want to see. Shichen. Why are you here? Her tone showed alarm, though her face showed little expression. Shichen guessed she was still searching for a way to deal with him after what happened. Can't I be here? Shichen asked with a smile. Did you forget what I said before? How I got here, you mean? That spatial magic of yours, so it can reach this far. As long as I've been somewhere, I can go back, Shichen answered, strolling up to her. Ciri's expression turned colder. That's quite a spell. Want me to teach you? Shichen teased. Of course I'd like to learn, but I won't be able to, will I? Ciri let out a harsh laugh. How so? She shot him a glare. If you taught it to Frieren, she'd be using it, but she doesn't. So it must be impossible. Heh, smart. You deserve a reward. Shichen fondly ruffled her hair, then grabbed her arm and lifted her. You, what are you doing? Ciri didn't even resist. Let me sit. Shichen sat on the stone throne, pulling Ciri over his lap so she was face down across him. Wait, you're not going to spank me again, are you? I haven't done anything. Sorry, it's become a habit. But he changed positions, lifting her up so she was sitting sideways facing him. What do you want now? Ciri asked impatiently. I want to drink your blood, Shichen said, gazing at her. Her features were indeed lovely, despite her haughty look. Elves really were naturally beautiful. Drink my blood. What do you mean? Ciri frowned. Just that. As Shichen spoke, his eyes turned red and his canines extended a little. This is. Ciri froze. It's another one of my abilities, called a vampire, granting me immortality. Vampire? Immortality? That's wonderful. Ciri's eyes glowed with excitement. At first, I pitied you for being mortal, but now I don't need to worry. Oh. So you were worried I'd die? I don't want you dead before I've beaten you. Is that so? Shichen laughed softly, hugging her tiny body. Wait, do you mind if I feed? Ciri allowed him. I don't mind, just don't drain me dry. That's not necessary, just a bit. Hey, hurry then. This sort of thing can't be rushed. We need some stimulation, Shichen murmured. What kind of MMPH? He placed his hands at her waist and lifted her gently. Her small frame trembled, and Shichen buried his face against her chest, inhaling the scent of this ancient elf. Why you, what are you doing? Ciri's cheeks heated. The sensation was more intense than being struck, catching her off guard. Not enough. Shichen muttered, gradually moving upward to her collarbone and neck. Smooth, flawless. An involuntary gasp escaped Ciri. In that moment, Shichen's crimson eyes gleamed, and his canines pierced her neck. Blood slowly trickled out. MNH. A low moan escaped Ciri's lips. Her usual haughty expression vanished, replaced by a mesmerizing haze. Despite her small face, it didn't look out of place at all. Her blood was excellent, prompting a silver glow from one fragment of divinity in Shichen's body. Right then, he had no attention to spare. He withdrew from her neck, stared at her face, and kissed her deeply, intensely, almost ravenously, hugging her so tightly it felt like he might absorb her into himself. In that moment, Siri, completely powerless to resist, could only passively accept it, weak and helpless, experiencing a kiss like she'd never known, a kiss tinged with the taste of blood. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 102, KonoSuba. Standing on a deserted road, Shichen scanned the surroundings, frowning and somewhat perplexed. There was no sign of people, no buildings, not even a single town or city to be seen, not even monsters. All he could see were distant mountain ranges and land as desolate as a wasteland. Why wasn't he sent to the beginner's village? After leaving Siri, Shichen traveled directly to the new world, and the voice in his mind indicated that this world was KonoSuba, God's blessing on this wonderful world. He was very familiar with this series, and he'd really wanted to meet some of those interesting acquaintances right away. But unexpectedly, once his view changed, he found himself in this godforsaken place, not at the beginner's village he'd assumed he'd see. Wasn't the story mostly centered on that ice guy, Hollywood set, sort of beginner's town? How did he end up way out here? He did know from experience that whenever he first arrived in a new world, he'd quickly run into someone possessing a divine fragment. So, would that person come out to a deserted place like this? Who could it possibly be? Who would come all the way to this sort of location? And what about this world's timeline? Just as Shichen was pondering this, he suddenly sensed a surge of magic behind him, not too far away. Whether it was a human or a demon didn't matter, he needed some living being to point him in the right direction. Shichen's figure vanished in an instant. Following the trail of magic, he arrived at its source in no time, and what he saw made his expression twist. In front of him were disgustingly huge worms, shaped like earthworms with wide, circular jaws lined with sharp fangs, dripping sticky drool, utterly revolting. The giant worms had surrounded a horse-drawn carriage, and at the front were several people armed with weapons, defending it. Most attention-grabbing were the two young girls by the carriage. They looked like sisters around 14 or 15 years old. One of them seemed to be a mage, wearing a robe and hat while clutching a staff, appearing rather petite. The other was taller, especially in the bust, which was unthinkably large. She wore a pink uniform-like outfit that simply couldn't contain her figure, with a short skirt revealing a pair of fair, shapely legs. Both had short black hair, looking out of place compared to the others around them. At this moment, the two girls trembled in fright, though it was unclear whether they were more scared by the threat or disgusted by those giant worm creatures. Our opponents are just some low-level monsters, giant digging worms. Their attack power isn't high, but their vitality is strong. Right, they're quite tanky. Just be careful not to get swallowed. Someone nearby was seriously warning them, but the two girls seemed not to be listening. The more buxom girl let out a fearful whimper, while the other, who held the staff, began chanting an incantation, staff starting to emit a dazzling light. O twilight curtain that grants all things their end, thou who takest aim at the sorrowful realms. Her staff began gathering massive magic, but the taller girl immediately stopped her with alarm, pressing down on her staff in a panic. Wait. I know how you feel, I really do. But you'll blow everyone else up too. Let go of me. I want to blow these disgusting things to pieces. The two began squabbling, not at all mindful of the situation. Meanwhile, the disgusting giant worms had closed in on them. The petite girl was first to notice. They're getting closer. They're staring at us. I'll think of something, the tall girl said in a panic, gathering magic in her hand. She shouted. Fireball. A condensed flame shot out at the oncoming giant digging worm. Boom. An explosion rang out, the worm, which was several times bigger than they were, collapsed after taking the hit, unable to rise again. Phew. The two of them exhaled heavily, obviously relieved. That was just one shot. So powerful. Yeah, that'll make things easier, but it seems like there might be more underground. Please keep going, a nearby voice called out. Huh. They froze. And sure enough, from beneath the ground, over a dozen giant worms popped up, instantly surrounding them. Their wriggling bodies resembled writhing tentacles, each brandishing gaping maws dripping with foul mucus. Truly horrifying and disgusting. This many, the petite mage's voice quavered. Hey, Megumin, Megumin. Hey. She was calling the other girl's name for help, sounding on the verge of tears. Suddenly, someone else's voice interrupted. You two, seriously, are you that oblivious to the danger? Looking up, they saw that someone had suddenly appeared before them, Shichen, who shook his head in mild exasperation. Ah. The petite mage, presumably Megumin, stiffened, forgetting to struggle. The tall girl was just as surprised. Teleportation. Not quite, but close enough, Shichen replied dismissively. He placed a hand on each of their shoulders. Come with me. Jaya. At that moment, a giant worm opened its dripping jaws and lunged at them. Before its saliva could reach them, Shichen and the girls vanished. Smack. The giant worm's jaw snapped on empty air, its strike failing. Meanwhile, Shichen instantly brought the two girls back to the carriage. Inside, 3 people were present, 2 cloaked females, one older and one younger, perhaps mother and daughter, and a rotund man whose attire looked rather well-to-do. Ha, we're safe. Megumin exhaled, collapsing in relief. The taller girl gratefully said to Shichen, Thank you for saving us. Only now did she get a good look at his features, refined, handsome, and imbued with a unique aura. It startled her. No need to thank me, Shichen waved it off with a smile. Oh Naizen, you're amazing. How did you do that, going from outside to here all at once? The little girl, who'd originally been in the carriage, asked excitedly, gazing at him. Shichen gave her a light smile. If I want to do it, I just do it. Wow, so cool. The little girl's jaw dropped, and she began to applaud. You The rotund, wealthy-looking man fidgeted, as if wanting to grab Shichen's sleeve but not daring to. Nervously, he asked, You're a great mage, right? Could you save us? That shouldn't be a problem. You're heading to Axel, right? Would you let me ride along afterward? Oh, of course. The man patted his chest in guarantee. Thanks. You're really a great mage. Megumin suddenly blurted, clearly skeptical. Megumin, that's rude, the tall girl reproached, flustered. He just saved us, and used teleportation, so obviously he's a great mage. Heh, Shichen let out a small chuckle. He wasn't offended. He turned to the tall girl. And your name is? Ah. Me. She pointed at herself in disbelief. Yeah. I am Union. Union, I see. Then, would you like to come with me and finish off those monsters? Ah. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 103, Megumin and Union. Is there a problem? Shichen asked Union with a slight smile. That. Did I hear you correctly, sir? Are you saying I can help deal with the monsters too? Union asked hesitantly, unable to believe her ears. That's right, you didn't mishear. Shichen smiled and nodded. Why? Aren't you a mage? 2 people are better than 1, right? Well, that's certainly true. Union looked torn, as if she were both scared and uncertain. Are you lacking confidence? Shichen asked gently, shaking his head. Sorry. Union bowed her head in shame. No need to worry. Shichen patted her on the shoulder, offering comfort. Question mark. Union raised her head, looking at him in confusion. Believe in yourself. You just took out one of those giant digging worms with a single fireball, didn't you? And maybe that was just a fluke. That was no fluke. That's your real capability. Now those people outside are in trouble, would you be okay watching them fall in danger? Ugh. Besides, I'll protect you. Go ahead and deal with the monsters as you like. Don't you want to get stronger? But, am I really capable of it? Union asked, her eyes brimming with hesitation as she looked at Shichen. She felt her heart rate climb a bit, her face, adorable as it was, grew slightly flushed. He was a total stranger, but he was a great mage, so strong and handsome, and he believed in her. She couldn't help feeling flustered. I wouldn't lie to you. Shichen-san, why are you being so kind to me? I see so much potential in you, I just can't help giving you a hand, Shichen replied. That's amazing, as expected of a great mage. Union looked at him in admiration. Humph. What do you mean, great mage? He's obviously a boob maniac. Just then, Megumin, who had mostly recovered, suddenly interjected. Huh. Union blinked in surprise, glancing self-consciously at Shichen. Shichen didn't bother explaining right away. Instead, he glanced at Megumin with a mocking expression. Megumin, right? Are you jealous or something? Huh. Me, jealous? Over what? Megumin erupted like a startled cat, instantly jumping up to retort. Shichen snorted. Perhaps he'd been infected by Siriai's mannerisms. Hey, I noticed earlier, when trouble came up, you were useless and only made things worse for Union. Aren't you both from the Crimson Demon clan? How can 2 people from the same place be so different? Both had black hair and red eyes, clearly from the Crimson Demons. Born with high magical power and intelligence, any Crimson Demon could become a top-tier mage. In theory, these giant worms should be no problem for them. But Megumin's performance was abysmal. Of course, Shichen knew the reason, but that didn't stop him from jabbing at her. She was the one who called him a boob maniac, after all. I wasn't making trouble. Megumin's comeback clearly lacked confidence. I just don't go all out so casually. If I got serious, I'd wipe out all those puny monsters in seconds. Since you know about the Crimson Demons, you must realize how awesome I am. Then go do it now, Shichen replied flatly, pointing to the many giant digging worms surrounding the carriage. Or was that just talk? Eek. Caught sight of the worms, gaping maws and dripping slime, Megumin squirmed, feeling nauseous. It's better if I don't waste my shot on them. My big finishing move needs to be saved, you see, in case something bigger shows up. Heh, I almost believed you. Union tugged carefully at Shichen's sleeve, as if afraid. What's the matter? Megumin is actually, well, she really is strong. Union said in a small voice, trying to speak up for her. Shichen sighed. Fine, don't worry about it. I can see she's basically a dead weight. Wah, you. You dare call me dead weight? I can't let that slide. You want to see what I can do? Fine, I'll show you right now. Megumin huffed angrily, clutching her staff, ready to march out of the carriage. But Union hastily grabbed her and held her back. Megumin. No. That sort of spell will catch everyone in it. Out of my way. This boob maniac is looking down on me, I gotta show him. Who are you calling a boob maniac? With no warning, Shichen flicked Megumin lightly on the forehead, so hard it nearly knocked her hat off. Ow. That hurt. Megumin rubbed her stinging forehead, tears gathering at the corners of her eyes as she flopped back onto her seat. Shichen had flicked her with a surprising amount of force. Megumin, are you okay? Union asked, worried. Of course not. Union, avenge me. Union glanced nervously at Shichen, who just ignored her. Turning from Union, Shichen looked to the overweight merchant. Anyway, about outside, should we help them? It seems like they're having trouble. Yes, please. He nodded repeatedly. Shichen gave a little nod, then said to Union, let's go. We should help them. All right. He placed a hand on her shoulder, using his space-manipulating magic to step outside the barrier. Those who had been fighting the worms noticed them. What have you two been doing? Hurry up and help. That blue barrier thing is blocking us out, what is it? We can't get in. Just take care of these damn monsters. Roarg. Snarling as they slithered, the giant digging worms lunged at once. Seeing them approach, Union shivered. Don't worry. Shichen gave her shoulder a reassuring squeeze. Just concentrate on shooting fireballs, I'll protect you. Trust yourself, okay? Your magic is plenty powerful. Shichen-san. Union's heart warmed at his reassuring smile. Then she lowered her gaze. Thank you. I understand. All right, let's take out the rest quickly. And my name's Shichen, just call me that. Gee, got it, Shichen. With renewed determination, Union bombarded the giant worms with fireball. One after another, they collapsed or exploded. However, unleashing so many spells drained Union's mana. After defeating the majority of them, she realized how exhausted she was. I did it. Her strength failing, Union nearly collapsed. Shichen hurriedly put an arm around her, catching her before she fell. You worked hard, he commended. Shichen-san. Union murmured, gazing up at him with gratitude, only for Megumin's shrill voice to ring out. See, you claim you're not a boob maniac, but look at you. Shichen turned and found Megumin, carrying her little black cat, approaching with the rest of the group. She was glaring fiercely. Megumin, Shichen-san isn't like that. Union hastily tried to stand up for him. What? Megumin looked stunned, then scowled at him. So after just a short time, you've already swept Union off her feet, you boob maniac. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 104, Traveling with Megumin and Union. Not convinced, are you? Just look at what you're doing, getting all cozy, leaning in that boob maniac's arms. This is. Shichen-san was just. Union finally noticed she was leaning against Shichen's chest, and as she spoke, she grew increasingly flustered. Her waist was being held by his arm, and it made her heart race a bit. You see. You're blushing. Megumin cut in mercilessly, exposing her current mood. Ugh. I am not. Union tried weakly to deny it. Humph, you traitor, swooning at the sight of him. All right, enough out of you, Shichen interjected just in time to stop Megumin's rants. Why should I shut up? Why do I have to listen to you? You're a jerk who likes bullying minors, and a boob maniac, I refuse to get along with you. Oh really? Then I guess I'll just burn this staff of yours. As Shichen spoke, he ignited a golden flame in his hand, which then spread across the entirety of Megumin's staff. Eek! Megumin turned pale in an instant. Sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry. Please don't burn my staff. Megumin bent forward repeatedly, the arrogance draining from her face. Seeing her forced submission, Shichen gave a crooked smile. Young as she was, she'd acted so wild that a bit of a scare was warranted. That said, since he already knew her nature by heart, he wasn't genuinely upset with her. Truly sorry. Yes, truly sorry. I won't pick a fight with you again, so please, spare my staff. Shichen-san, please don't burn Megumin's staff. Yunyun also turned around, looking up at Shichen and pleading for Megumin. Shichen, taking in her glance, from that angle, he couldn't help but glimpse her ample figure but kept his composure. Relax, I was only teasing her. With that, he withdrew the flame and handed the staff back to Megumin. My staff. Thank goodness. Megumin cradled her staff, relieved to find it unscathed, then rubbed her cheek against it like some cherished possession. All right, let's go meet up with the others, Shichen said, supporting Yunyun and heading toward the carriage. About that. Shichen-san, I can walk by myself. Yunyun stammered, feeling shy. No can do. You used up most of your mana, you must be exhausted. Let me help. I promise I'm not trying to take advantage. I never thought that. Yunyun lowered her head, her face reddening again. With a soft laugh, Shichen said, go ahead and call me Shichen. I'm not that much older than you, and we fought side by side, we're comrades in arms now. Comrades. Understood, Shichen. Yunyun repeated, pursing her lips in excitement. Megumin, keep up. Oh okay. Once they returned to the carriage, as expected, Yunyun was showered with applause and compliments for her heroic display of magic. Most of the conversation revolved around her firepower and near single-handed defeat of the giant digging worms. Shichen, for his part, had also earned a lot of respect for his barrier magic and teleportation, which people accepted as proof he was truly a powerful mage. No one criticized or questioned them for briefly leaving the fight to move back to the carriage. They were all simple, cheerful folks. Perhaps they were just glad everyone had made it through safely. That evening, the group halted travel, arranged their wagons in a circle, and lit a bonfire to celebrate their victory. Shichen sat together with Yunyun and Megumin, enjoying the food as one big group, though Megumin, in particular, seemed to just mooch food off them. They chatted merrily about the day's battle, recounting how Yunyun's magic practically saved them all. Shichen didn't bother chiming in about his own deeds. Meanwhile, Megumin caught an occasional side-eye from others for not having done anything, but it didn't seem to bother her. By nighttime, they decided Yunyun would stand guard. Since Shichen wasn't especially close to anyone else and didn't feel like sleeping, he stayed up to keep her company. Thank you for keeping watch with me, Shichen, Yunyun said gratefully. No need to thank me. We're teammates, Shichen replied calmly. Teammates, yes. Yunyun nodded vigorously, smiling sweetly. What's the real reason you're staying up, Shichen? Megumin's sarcastic voice cut in as she approached, carrying her black cat. Shichen scowled at her. Didn't I tell you to behave? Or are you itching for another lesson? Why should I behave? You keep picking on minors, you boob maniac, I can't possibly get along with you. I'm not a boob maniac. Then why the blatant favoritism, kissing up to Yunyun and tormenting me? Because you're the one who called me a boob maniac in the first place. You started paying special attention to Yunyun first. I saw potential in her, so I gave her a chance. What's wrong with that? She has no potential. Didn't you see those giant worms she blew away with a single fireball? Those were nothing but small fry. If I got serious, I'd blow them all away in one shot. Megumin declared huffily. I'm not buying it. Why, you? Megumin glared at him. Boob. Maniac. You, washboard. Shichen retorted coldly. What? Megumin's eyes flashed with fury. I see. You're just jealous of Yunyun's bigger chest, makes sense you'd lash out. Who cares about those lumps of flesh? Sure. Shichen shrugged, side-eyeing her. That's it. I'm gonna fight you. Megumin exploded, setting down her cat to charge at Shichen with her small fists. Effortlessly, Shichen caught her wrist and held her at bay. Come on, quit it. I will not quit. This is a humiliation, I need revenge. Shichen was about to lecture her further, but then his expression turned serious. Wait. Monsters are coming. Where? Yunyun asked, looking around nervously. Lies. Don't try to sidetrack me. Megumin continued struggling, refusing to believe him. Look for yourself. Shichen released her wrist, turned her body around so she could see above in the night sky. Eek! Right as she turned, Megumin spotted a gigantic bat swooping down. Many more trailed behind it, swarming as they flapped through the air. Meow. An abrupt cat-like cry rang out. Following the sound, they watched as an enormous bat snatched Megumin's little black cat in its talons and soared away into the darkness. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Drained Union. Looking at the large bat flying farther and farther away with the little black cat in its claws, Megumin was momentarily stunned, yet she still had the energy for a quip. What is this? Some new form of ride-hailing. How could that possibly be? Union couldn't help but retort. Isn't that your familiar? Hurry and save it, be careful it doesn't get eaten, Shichen also reminded her. Though he knew it probably wouldn't be eaten, he still followed the act according to the situation at hand. Naturally, Megumin couldn't do anything, so it still fell to Union to help get the little black cat back. No sooner had they rescued the little black cat than the other giant bats went berserk, launching indiscriminate attacks on everyone around. It's large bats. They're all big bats. Everyone, get ready to fight. Someone called out, raising their weapon to fend off the creatures. Large bats, like the big digging worms, were low-level monsters, and not that hard to defeat. The trouble was they were flying in midair, making them difficult for ordinary folks to handle. But that was no problem for Union. This time, she didn't have to worry about collateral damage. She could freely use her magic to attack. Union, I'll leave these to you, I'm going to protect the others. Shichen patted Union on the shoulder and then teleported back onto the carriage to protect the passengers. Wait, Shichen, my mana still hasn't recovered. Union called out weakly, but he was already gone. Union, hurry up, they're coming. Megumin held the little black cat and hid behind Union. Ugh. Union felt physically repulsed by the giant bats. Even as she whimpered, she fired off her fireball spell. Boom. Just like with the big digging worms, one fireball took down the giant bat in a single hit. Thus encouraged, she fired her magic without restraint. Explosion after explosion rattled the night. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Shichen had just appeared when the little girl broke free from her mother's embrace and latched onto his leg. Onaisen. Shichen-san. You've come to save us. The plump noble's worry shifted to delight. Don't worry. Shichen patted the little girl's head, then casually tossed a sphere of golden flame outside the carriage. Boom. Several giant bats swarming near were engulfed instantly, disappearing without a trace. Onaisen, that's amazing. Haha, right. Shichen looked at the girl with a self-satisfied grin. Onaisen, do you think Union and the others will be okay? They won't get hurt. The little girl tilted her head up, big worried eyes brimming with concern. Don't worry, Union's quite powerful. Besides, Megumin's even stronger. Really? The girl gaped in surprise. I wouldn't lie. It's just that for monsters like these, Megumin doesn't even need to get involved. I see. Moments later, Megumin showed up, supporting a very pale Union back to the carriage. Mamana. Union murmured weakly. What happened? Shichen feigned ignorance as he and Megumin helped Union sit down. Mana, all gone. Union slumped in the seat, struggling to speak. Why so worn out? Where are the others? They can't hit the flying bats. I see. And what were you doing, then? Shichen asked Megumin with a reproachful look. Why do you keep hitting me? Megumin shot back, hugging her black cat. I was doing the same as you, letting her get some experience, right? Such small fry don't require me to lift a finger. You can't even say that with a straight face, Shichen shook his head. But since she was a child, he chose not to dwell on it. Then the little girl from before ran over, hugging Megumin's legs. Megumin neighed. What's up? Megumin's tone became gentle now, quite different from how she spoke to Shichen. Just now, Onaisen told me you're stronger than Union Ne. He said you were hiding your power in case something really dangerous showed up. Is that true? Megumin was stunned and shot an incredulous look at Shichen. What? Shichen gave her a side glance. Heh. Megumin snorted a bit, then said to the little girl, yes, I'm the trump card for truly dangerous situations. No need for me to deal with small fry, so I left them for my underling to handle first. Who's your underling? Union protested weakly. That's amazing. The little girl, untroubled, believed Megumin's words. All right, so the monsters are cleared for now. You guys should rest, said Shichen. Got it, the little girl went back to cuddle with her mother, who gave Shichen a nod of gratitude before settling down to sleep. After that, Shichen found a seat between Yunyun and Megumin. Yunyun, thanks for your hard work, Shichen praised, gently patting her head. Wasn't much. Yunyun mumbled, still embarrassed. Humph, boob maniac, Megumin muttered under her breath. You little washboard, Shichen shot back in a low voice. What was that? Megumin seethed. Keep your voice down, people are sleeping. The next day at dawn, Shichen woke, not out of his own accord. Opening his eyes, he saw that Yunyun and Megumin had both ended up clinging to his arms while they slept. Reclining was one thing, but here in the carriage, one on each side was a bit cramped, not to mention the pressure on his arms. Though, presumably, his arms were having their own sort of fun. Yunyun was out cold, embracing him tightly. The sensation was staggering. He had to wonder if she truly was only about 14 or 15, maybe her parents had deceived her about her age. As for Megumin, well, there was no pressure at all. Enough said. But they both looked adorable asleep, sweet little faces relaxed in slumber, especially Megumin, whose daytime personality was worlds apart from her sleeping one. Good thing she'd made it this far in one piece without someone educating her. He let them sleep for another couple hours. People on the other wagon slowly woke up, and Yunyun and Megumin were no exception. When they did, each woke up hugging an arm of Shichen's. Megumin released him calmly without a fuss. Meanwhile, Yunyun, once aware of the situation, let go hastily, ears flushing red. You two awake now? Good morning, Shichen smiled, greeting them. Morning, Megumin answered as she adjusted her hat, her face still a bit stiff. Gee, good morning, Yunyun added, eyes lowered in embarrassment. Yunyun, that's a bit rude, Megumin reminded her friend. I know, but, Yunyun yawned, color rising in her face again. What a hopeless sight, Megumin teased. I can't help it. Yunyun replied. My mana hasn't fully recovered. Don't worry, I don't mind, Shichen reassured her. Thank you. Humph, see. In a few hours we'll be at Axel, I'm sure no more monsters will attack us now, Megumin claimed. There you go again, raising a flag, Yunyun complained softly. I agree, Shichen added. You too. Megumin pouted. Fine, guess you don't trust me. At that moment. Monsters. Goblins. An entire goblin horde. Outside, the guards' frantic voices shattered Megumin's assurance. Megumin. Master Mage. Yunyun-san, help. Everyone outside was yelling for Yunyun's aid again. Yunyun's face went pale. Haha, let's do this together, Shichen patted Yunyun's shoulder with a smile. You. Yunyun whimpered. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 106, The Gods Descend. Ha. Not happening, really can't anymore. Yunyun hunched over, arms hanging limp, panting heavily. Around her lay the corpses of goblins, green-skinned, some clad in armor, and their scattered weapons. But all of them had been scorched. This time, she'd truly exhausted every drop of her mana, not even a drop remaining. If it weren't for the fact she'd experienced the same state just yesterday, she'd probably have collapsed on the ground by now. Good work. Suddenly, Shichen appeared at her side, gently patting her shoulder in praise. Sure. Shichen, why didn't you help out? Yunyun asked weakly, practically out of breath. You'll find out in a moment, Shichen replied with a slight smile. Yunyun didn't get it. Don't mind it, Shichen went on, bending down and scooping Yunyun up by the waist. Let's head back. Wait, hold on. Suddenly being scooped up princess style, Yunyun reflexively clung to Shichen's neck, her face turning bright red. Sure. Shichen. Her voice trembled, too shy to keep steady. No need to be polite. This is your well-deserved reward. Our reward? That's not necessary. Yunyun quickly blurted out. What's with this formality? We're comrades in arms, aren't we? Comrades. That's right, we're comrades. Go ahead and accept it. In that case. I understand. Let's go. Shichen smiled briefly, carrying Yunyun back toward the carriage. But he didn't put her down. Ugh, what are you two doing, flirting at a time like this? Have you even looked around at our situation? Megumin was hugging her little black cat, staring at them with annoyance. What flirting? Yunyun curled up in Shichen's arms, protesting quietly. You jealous or something? Shichen shot back. Why would I be jealous? Simple, Yunyun's the MVP here, completely drained her mana, so I'm helping her out. You didn't do anything except stand around, so all you can do is watch enviously. Stop spouting nonsense. Megumin retorted loudly. I'm simply being prudent in case a stronger foe appears. It's not that I can't handle those weaklings. Shichen chuckled but didn't argue further. Just then, a few streaks of purple lightning rained down from the sky, striking the horses drawing the carriage. Cursed lightning. That's. Everyone followed the sound upward, seeing a woman hovering in midair. Her attire was quite revealing, those long legs especially eye-catching. More strikingly, she had wings of flesh and a slender tail, with bright red hair and a pair of horns. Her look was reminiscent of a demon, but the air she gave off was more seductively bewitching rather than frightening. Humph, you all seem exhausted. This time I'll definitely snatch Wolbok-sama back. The woman crossed her arms arrogantly. Ah, Arns. Yunyun exclaimed her name in surprise. Ugh, it's you again. KonoSuba is my cat, you'd better give up, Megumin said calmly. Give up? You must be joking. Didn't I already pay a deposit? If you're not handing Wolbok over, then return my money. Arns, still floating, glared at Megumin. Ugh. Megumin grew embarrassed. No way will I be threatened by you. Plus, the Axis cult told me a contract with devils is just like toilet paper, you can break it without any repercussions. Wah. Arns couldn't believe what she was hearing. Megumin, that's a bit overboard, Yunyun couldn't help but interject. And who are you? Shichen asked knowingly, feigning ignorance. She's probably a subordinate of the Demon King. No idea why she wanted to buy Megumin's pet earlier but got scammed, Yunyun explained awkwardly. Incredible. So typical of Megumin, Shichen said, shaking his head in amusement. Seriously. Yunyun had no rebuttal. Hey, don't side with the enemy. Megumin complained. Why'd you scam her then? TCH, the other party's a Demon King's minion, makes sense, no. Megumin declared brazenly. Shichen just sighed, truly you're something else. You people, dare ignore me so. Arns, still floating overhead, clenched her fists, teeth grinding. That's precisely why we demons no longer bother doing wish-granting contracts with humans. After fulfilling your desires in exchange for souls, you turn to ridiculous excuses and refuse to pay. You humans should learn some honesty. Arns reprimanded them sternly. Being lectured by a demon, what a world, Shichen couldn't help but mutter. Ahem. Megumin faked a cough, clearly feeling awkward. But enough talk, things have gone too far already. Arns slowly lowered herself to the ground. My mission is to retrieve Wolbok-sama, so prepare yourselves. Shichen, put me down, Yunyun requested. What do you plan to do? Shichen set her down gently. I have to help Megumin, she answered with some nervousness. And you don't think I can help? We're comrades, but this is between Megumin and that demon. It's personal. Shichen just smiled and said nothing. Megumin, on the other hand, stepped forward. What are you up to? Shichen asked Megumin, suspecting she intended to sacrifice her pet cat. Leave this to me. This time, I'll show you all my true power. Megumin said so, glaring at Arns, then grabbed KonoSuba the cat in her arms. Arns, you want it, right? I'll give it to you now. With that, Megumin suddenly hurled the cat into the air. Meow, yow. Huh. Megumin, you. They all stared, stunned that she'd do this. Wolbok-sama. Arns cried out, swiftly flying up to catch the cat. Clutching it, she exhaled in relief, but not for long, for massive fluctuations in mana drew her attention. Megumin's staff shone brilliantly, magic power surging wildly. Pierce the dawn's break, light of earliest day, heed our contract, rend the sorrowful demon of the rose. Wait, stop. Yunyun suddenly clung to her, interrupting mid-chant. What are you doing? I'm about to blow that big-chested devil away. Ink-chan is still there. That's my familiar, sacrificing itself is only right. What's wrong with you? Don't be so cold-hearted. Let go of me. No way I'll, At that moment, up in the sky, a huge orb of menacing purple energy formed behind Arns, overshadowing the land. The swirling mana was terrifyingly enormous. Ruler of sloth and wrath, my dark lord. Cross the 7 gates of the abyss, grant me power to scorn the heavens. A giant sphere of purple mana kept expanding, blocking out the sky. Sweat poured down Megumin's face, but she suddenly noticed a golden bracelet on Arns's wrist. Isn't that from my house? Thank you for your patronage. Megumin even managed a bow of gratitude. What are you talking about? Arns's mind flashed back to the fiasco in the Crimson Demon Village, being chased by those maniacs, all over that bracelet. At that realization, her fury erupted like never before. You humans, you're the daughter of those 2 maniacs. The mana ball in the sky swelled larger still, darkness blanketing the earth. Uh-oh, Megumin muttered. We're doomed, we're doomed. Yun wailed. Somebody, please help us. Goddess-sama, Lady Eris, help. Goddess of luck, Eris-sama. You're a crimson demon. Pray to the destroyer god, you idiot, Megumin retorted. No, we need help from the Aqua cult. Shichen joined in the banter. Foolish, foul humans, prepare to die, huh? Swish. Suddenly, as if in the distance, a voice chanted softly, and a sacred radiance shone from beyond Arns, bathing the land in brilliant light. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 107, Explosion. A sacred radiance seemed to pierce through space, shining upon the land from another world. That particular area was this other world's beginner town. Axel. The town of Axel was a gathering place for novice adventurers. Here, typically only weak monsters appeared, yet there were numerous high-reward quests. It wasn't labeled a beginner's town, just because some story started here, it truly was defined as such by this world. That was Shichen and the others' destination, but they first needed to deal with the problem in front of them. What is going on? This immense power, no, it's divine power. Arns recognized the essence of the disturbance, hardly believing it. That tremendous divine power had her worried some deity might descend, but it seemed she was overworried. Like a waterfall, the brilliant light began contracting and soon vanished, as though nothing had ever happened. Ack! Just then, KonoSuba, the black cat, took advantage of Arns's lapse, biting down on her arm. Ow! Reflexively, Arns loosened her grip on KonoSuba. Ah, Wolbok-sama. KonoSuba fell from midair, and at that moment, Shichen acted. He used magic to freeze it in place, then brought it over to him. Shichen. Yun called out happily. Seeing that, Arns also let out a small sigh of relief, but she relaxed too soon. A wave of magical energy began rippling through the area, a stunning aura filling the place. What is that? Arns stared in disbelief, turning toward Megumin. At that moment, Megumin's staff was condensing massive mana, brilliant, mystic light radiated from it, terrifying in its intensity. Its power looked no weaker than the giant mana orb Arns had amassed. This is the ultimate, supreme magic, explosion, Megumin responded calmly. Explosion magic, with massive destructive power, was humanity's most potent form of offensive magic. So that's it. Beads of cold sweat rolled down Arns's cheeks. Previously, I said you only knew how to run your mouth. I must apologize for that, little girl. Could you tell me your name? Arns finally took Megumin seriously. My name is Megumin. Megumin declared solemnly. I am the top-class genius of the Crimson Demon clan, a wielder of explosion magic. I see. Arns nodded, then sneered savagely. Such taste must mean your mind's messed up. Cursed lightning. With that shout, the giant orb of mana above Arns's head thundered down. Explosion. At the same time, Megumin unleashed her explosion magic to meet Arns's spell. In a flash, the two massive forces collided, warping the air, kicking up fierce winds. There was no typical explosion of two spells clashing. The purple-black energy sphere and Megumin's brilliant, multicolored mana beams wrestled ceaselessly, each trying to overpower the other. Their struggle distorted the very space, generating suction that swept across the area. Wah! Yun nearly got sucked up into the air. Shichen quickly grabbed her at the waist. Thank you. Yun's face reddened as she thanked him. No worries. Shichen paid her embarrassment no heed, instead watching the collision of the two spells. This was his first time personally seeing the famed explosion magic, and its power truly was astonishing, greater even than the destructive force of the magic that Arns had previously used. But, of course, that made sense. Explosion magic was indeed magic, while Arns's earlier spell had merely been raw mana thrown together. Regardless, Shichen's attention wasn't on that. He noticed Megumin's explosion magic seemed weaker than Arns's cursed lightning. Megumin was still young, her mana likely couldn't match Arns's. Originally, he hadn't planned to intervene, giving Megumin the stage to shine, but judging by the situation, it looked like he might have to step in. Rumble. Their magics were still deadlocked, as if they wanted to tear the space apart. Guards lying on the ground tumbled in the violent wind, unable to fight back, rather pitiful, yet at least they were in no mortal danger. They were adventurers, though not mages. Some physical toughening was probably good for them. Shichen only needed to keep the travelers in the carriage safe. Just as Shichen prepared to help, KonoSuba, in his arms, gave a small meow. Though very soft, Arns, up in midair, seemed to catch it. Wolbok-sama. Arns looked at KonoSuba in Shichen's arms, her fierce expression letting slip a ripple of emotion. She couldn't keep attacking. If she overpowered Megumin's spell, Wolbok would also be caught in the blast. She could never bring herself to harm Wolbok. Sensing that opportunity, Megumin poured in her last ounce of mana. Explosion magic began overwhelming the cursed lightning. Ugh. Arn's aura faltered. Attempting to fight back was already too late. The rainbow-like magic beams tore through the purple-black energy orb, swallowing Arns in a brilliant rush of light. This time, get blasted back to hell, Arns. Megumin bellowed. Boom. The explosion rumbled across the sky, flames spreading overhead in a display so massive it practically covered half the heavens, leaving onlookers in awe. This was explosion magic, humanity's most powerful destructive spell, enough to captivate anyone who beheld it. Of course, it came with terrible drawbacks, which only this girl who'd been obsessed with since youth would dare make it her specialty. As the smoke dispersed, the sky now lay empty, with only blue-white background reclaiming people's vision. There wasn't even a trace of Arns anywhere. Shichen eyed this explosion magic with a budding interest. Art was an explosion, indeed. And given his inexhaustible mana, such a spell wouldn't empty him out like it did Megumin. Squish. Megumin croaked in a faint voice and toppled backward like a wooden plank. However, just before she hit the ground, her body froze in midair, suspended as if by an invisible force. Shichen stepped forward, smiling at her. Not bad, I'll admit you do have some skill. Humph. Did you think I was joking? Megumin smirked through her exhaustion, pleased with herself. Still putting on airs? Then let me rest a bit. With that, Megumin's head lolled to the side and she lost consciousness entirely. Her mana depletion was much worse than Yunyun's. Shichen chuckled, shaking his head. He gently scooped her up in a princess carry and headed back to the carriage. Megumin truly was petite, light as a feather. Holding her was like carrying Kanna. No wonder she was so flat-chested, she was likely malnourished. Shichen, is Megumin okay? Yunyun asked worriedly. She's fine, just passed out from mana drain. That's a relief. For a mage, that happened often enough. Carrying Megumin, Shichen returned to the carriage. The mother-daughter pair and that nobleman inside were unharmed. They had witnessed everything from within the magical barrier. Megumin was amazing. The little girl said excitedly. Megumin needs rest now. Shichen softly reminded her. Okay. The little girl clamped her hands over her mouth cutely. Yunyun, keep an eye on Megumin. I'll go wake the others, Shichen instructed. Understood. Yunyun carefully let Megumin lie across one of the seats, resting her head on Yunyun's lap. Then Shichen jumped down from the carriage to check on the guards. Sure enough, everyone was only knocked out, no real injuries. And waking them up, they snapped back to life as though having taken a stimulant, maybe from seeing the epic magic clash. No one minded Shichen hadn't initially rushed to help, they never dwelled on that. Maybe folks in this world were simple like that. After a quick rest, the carriage continued on its way to Axel. The horses were fine, just zapped unconscious. Perhaps Arns had some sense of restraint. That was just how things were in this world. By afternoon, Megumin finally awoke, just as they reached their destination. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 108, Beginner Town, Axel. Although Axel is called a beginner's town, it's actually a decent-sized city. It's not just a gathering spot for novices, there are actually plenty of powerful individuals here. Axel is a town encircled by a near-circular wall, formed of densely packed red brick houses reminiscent of medieval European streets. Its roads are paved with stone, and naturally, there are no automobiles. But the people here are different. There are adorable beast-eared girls, refined featured elves, such as the normal scenery of another world. Stepping into the town, Shichen excitedly took in everything around him, his gaze lingering at times. Everywhere he looked was full of the distinct flavor of a fantasy world, making him pause more than once. This is another world, this is what he's been anticipating. Unlike in Frieren's world or Natsuki Minamiya's world, one basically wilderness, the other akin to the modern day, those places gave him almost no feeling of having actually traveled to another world. But a Western-styled fantasy city like this one fits perfectly with what he pictured for a true isekai. On the streets, people of various appearances, along with all kinds of adventurers, staff and swords at their sides, some clad in armor, really did make it feel like stepping into a game. The otherworld impression undeniably aligned closely with typical in-game settings. Swords, dragons, magic. In many anime-style fantasy worlds, they're all present. Shichen, what are you staring at? Megumin looked at him curiously. I'm seeing Axel for the first time, so I want to look around properly, he explained. Aren't you a great mage? You've never been here before. No, I haven't. That means you're in the same boat as us, Yunyun said happily. What are you so happy about? Megumin gave her a sidelong glance. Huh? I am not happy. Yunyun looked flustered, turning away. Hey, you're practically all smiles, do you think I'm blind? Megumin snorted. I am not. You traitor who forgets her friends at the sight of a good-looking guy. I do not do that. Don't randomly accuse me. You too. Shichen turned back to them, exasperated. Keep your voices down, people are staring, he said, noticing that indeed, passers-by had begun glancing over. I think some are only staring at you, Megumin muttered. What does that have to do with me? Shichen looked at a few older women focusing their attention on him, their gazes quite intense. It felt a bit scary. You know the reason perfectly well. Megumin had no intention to elaborate. All right. Let's quickly head to the Adventurers Guild, Shichen said, smiling wryly, pushing Megumin toward their destination. Don't push me. What's the big deal? Yun, let's go. See coming. The three of them walked with a clear goal in mind. When they parted ways with the people from the carriage, Shichen had asked them for directions to the Adventurers Guild, since he planned to become an adventurer himself. The guild wasn't far, they arrived at the door of a fairly large building in no time. A sign reading Guild was affixed, so they hadn't gone astray. Shichen was somewhat surprised to find he could read the writing of this world. From behind its closed doors, one could faintly smell pleasant aromas, presumably from cooking. Everyone knew that in addition to being a gathering place for adventurers, the Adventurers Guild also functioned as a bar and restaurant, and purchased the monsters that adventurers subjugated, preparing them as delicious dishes for adventurers to enjoy. Take from the adventurers, serve the adventurers. Let's go in. Shichen led the way, pushing open the door, Megumin and Yun trailing behind. He found the Adventurers Guild to be slightly dim inside, with not many people around, just a few female staff, and in one corner a table of people eating. Shichen cast a glance that way, none were familiar. Their entrance naturally drew attention. A few tough-looking men, likely adventurers, eyed Shichen for a moment before returning to their meals. Welcome. May I help you? If you're looking for job listings or want to register, please head to the counter inside. If you'd like to dine, please have a seat at any open table, a friendly waitress approached, smiling at Shichen. Ah, I just arrived in town and want to become an adventurer, he replied. I see. Then please head to the counter to sign up, I'll take you. All right, thanks. Yun, is this lady a bit too friendly? Megumin asked quietly. Is she? Look, she's ignoring us and practically pressing herself against Shichen. That pair of lumps on her chest. TSK, another woman whose mind is filled with indecent thoughts. Huh? Another? Who else? You figure it out. Wait, are you talking about me? I'm not like that at all. You too. Shichen looked back, exasperated. I can hear your mumbling, you know. That's pretty rude, he told them in a low voice. Ugh. Yun's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Megumin, however, didn't feel an ounce of guilt, glaring at the waitress. PFF. What are you doing? Shichen smacked her on the head in annoyance. What? You actually hit me for the sake of this stranger? You must really be into her chest, huh? But it's not even as big as Yun's, you know. Megumin, what are you saying? Yun cried, scandalized. The truth, Megumin said snippily. Ugh. You too, Shichen sighed, turning to the waitress. Sorry about that. Don't mind her, she's just a kid. We'll go register now. No worries. The waitress kept her professional smile. Yun, take Megumin to sit over there for a bit, Shichen said. Got it. Megumin, let's go sit, Yun coaxed, trying to lead Megumin away. Hey, Yun, you're just going to let this happen? Megumin hissed. Huh. Shichen's about to be stolen away by that big-boobed lady, aren't you worried? That's definitely not happening. He just wants to register as an adventurer, and she's just an employee. We'll see about that. Let's go have a look. Megumin dragged Yun behind her. Are you sure that's all right? What's the harm? Besides, Shichen might need our help. Huh. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 109, Adventurer Guild. Hello, is there something I can help you with? The person asking Shichen was a mature woman, her face looking very gentle, with slightly wavy hair and a well-endowed figure exuding a mature woman's charm. In fact, Shichen had deliberately come to this reception desk. There were 4 receptionists in total, 2 men and 2 women, and she happened to be the prettiest. As a normal man, isn't choosing the prettiest woman perfectly natural? Besides, he found her somewhat familiar, probably that guild staff member who often appears. He vaguely remembered she was a recurring presence, though he forgot her name. Not that it really mattered. Hello, I'd like to register as an adventurer. I've only just arrived and don't know where to begin, Shichen replied politely. I see. The female staff member smiled warmly. She might have overheard some rather explosive conversation earlier, but given Shichen's appearance, it didn't matter whether or not those rumors were true. It was rare for Axel to have someone this handsome appear. She certainly wasn't going to let him slip away so easily. To register as an adventurer is quite simple, but there's a registration fee involved. Would that be all right? Registration fee. Shichen paused, suddenly recalling that little detail. What's the matter? Don't have funds on you. The staff member's friendly tone remained unchanged. Instead, she offered kindly, I can lend you some money, if you'd like. I can lend you some as well. The other female employee who'd guided Shichen over chimed in. Actually, me too. A third female employee at another desk hastily joined in. Huh. Really? Of course. Hold on a second. Megumin squeezed in next to Shichen along with Union, dropping a small wallet on the desk with a smack. Shichen doesn't need to borrow money from any of you. We'll lend it to him ourselves. She glared aggressively at the three staff members, her gaze ultimately landing on their rather generous bosoms, her eyes sharp. Ah. They were just facing a little girl, yet the three women couldn't help covering their chests with their hands. You too, why are you here? Union, didn't I ask you to take Megumin over there? Shichen asked, exasperated. Well. Union didn't know how to explain, reddening and lowering her head. Why shouldn't we come? Without us, where would you get the money? Megumin said huffily, directly questioning Shichen. All right. No money, there was no way around that. Sorry about them, they're just kids and tend to speak without filter. Please don't mind, Shichen apologized to the receptionists. Heh, no worries at all, the three responded in that professional manner, smiling in unison. Shall we continue, then? How much is the registration fee? It's just 1,000 eris. All right. Here you go. Shichen withdrew 1,000 eris from Megumin's wallet and handed it to the staff member, then returned the wallet to Megumin. Hey, now you've used my money, which means I'm keeping you. No more bullying me. Megumin humphed twice, proclaiming her terms. Keeping me? Stop making stuff up, Shichen retorted. I'm just borrowing from you. I'll pay it back soon. No way, I'm not letting you pay me back. Megumin lifted her nose, smug. We can't sever our ties. I mean, you've done those things to me, so what's wrong if I keep you for a bit? Stop talking nonsense in front of everyone. Shichen felt a headache forming. Megumin really was a liability, ready to blow up his reputation at any moment. The three receptionists were already looking at him differently. I'm telling the truth, aren't I? What truth? What did I ever do to you? Hugging me when I couldn't even move my body. Stop. Shichen quickly clapped a hand over Megumin's mouth, then turned to the employees to explain. Please don't misunderstand. She'd used up all her mana at the time and couldn't move, so I carried her back to the carriage, nothing more than that. All right. I see. The three staff members relaxed. Given the choice, they much preferred trusting Shichen's version. Tisk, Megumin, feeling thwarted, clicked her tongue. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Shichen muttered, irritated, giving her head a light smack. Ouch, again with the hitting. Why bother explaining to them, huh? It's because you're attracted to that huge-chested lady, right? Union's even bigger, you know. Megumin. Union tapped her in protest. What does explaining have to do with anything? I just didn't want to be misunderstood. I'd rather not be pegged as some pedophile or deviant the moment I arrive. Pedophile. Megumin froze. Who else would it refer to besides you? Ugh, how dare you? Megumin fumed, lunging at Shichen with her little fists. But he easily fended her off and scooped her over his knee, pinning her in place. Stop that, at least until I'm done registering, okay, he chided. Let go of me. If you don't behave, I'll spank you. MMPH. Megumin instantly fell quiet. Ahem, let's continue. Shichen said to the receptionist, as if nothing out of the ordinary was happening. Sure, the receptionist nodded. Although it was her first time seeing such a chaotic spectacle, her solid professional training kept her calm. Those two don't need to register as adventurers, she asked. That's none of your business. We're Crimson Demon Clan members, we've already got adventurer cards, Megumin declared arrogantly, still pinned face down over Shichen's lap. Heh, I see. The receptionist smiled politely. Even so, maybe you'll want to listen in, assuming you'll also work as adventurers, right? Listen to what? Important tips for adventurers. I doubt your Crimson Demon Clan taught you these. That's true. Megumin said, cooling off. Megumin, let's hear it, Union suggested. Fine. Excellent. Since you want to be adventurers, you surely know a bit, but I'll explain from the start. The receptionist's expression turned serious. She took out a small card, handing it to Shichen. Please look at this, it's got a section 4 level. In this world, everything has a soul. Whenever you kill or consume something, ending its life's activity, you absorb a portion of its soul's memory, that is, experience points. Generally invisible, but... She tapped the card. So long as you hold this card, any experience you gain will display here. Likewise, your level, which is the measure of an adventurer's power, will also be displayed. Once your level crosses a certain threshold, you'll experience rapid growth, also known as breaking through. Long story short, the more experience you rack up, the more benefits you get, including skill points for learning new abilities. So please do your best to level up. Got it, Shichen nodded. He found it easy to understand. It basically sounded just like in a game. Now, please fill in your height, weight, age, and other physical traits on this form. All right. Taking the form and pen, he noted down. Height, 179 centimeters. Weight, 66 kilograms. Age, let's say. Hair color, black. Eye color, brown. As he wrote, Shichen sensed a soft weight on his shoulder. Turning, he saw Union peering curiously at his form. Ah, sorry, she exclaimed, flustered, stepping back. Ooh, 18 years old, huh? Megumin piped up, lifting her head from over his knee. You both, hush. Shichen tapped Megumin lightly on the head, then handed the completed form back to the receptionist. All good now. Yes, thank you. So you're Shichen-san, correct? Let me see. Strength, stamina, mana, plus agility, dexterity. What is this? How can that be? She stared at the card, incredulous. All your attributes are so high. Are they maxed out? That's impossible, why you're amazing. Who in the world are you? Excited, she grabbed Shichen's hand. With these parameters, you can pick any job you like, mage, crusader, even swordmaster with the highest offense or high priest. Practically every advanced class is open to you right from the start. Shichen-san. Her eyes gleamed with admiration. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 110, Becoming an Adventurer. Ah. Shichen leaned back a bit, looking wary as the receptionist practically tried to crawl over the counter. Oh, sorry. That was kinda rude. The receptionist finally realized what she was doing. Her face turned pink as she let go of Shichen's hand and sat upright again. Ahem, Shichen, you still don't know my name, do you? I'm Luna, currently single. Luna introduced herself with a big grin. Hey. What kind of introduction is that? Do you think this is speed dating? Aren't you the receptionist? Show some professionalism. Megumin popped her head up again, glaring at Luna. This time, Shichen didn't stop her. In fact, he picked Megumin up and put her right on his lap. Are you treating me like a little kid? Megumin glanced over her shoulder at him. Isn't this pretty comfy? Shichen replied with a smile. Humph. Fine, I guess it's not too bad, Megumin muttered. She shifted her gaze back to the receptionist. Don't even think about making a move on Shichen, he's Union's property. Just do your job. Megumin. What are you even saying? Union's cheeks blazed with embarrassment. Hee, so, what's your relationship with Shichen? Luna asked smoothly, keeping her friendly smile. Me. I'm the one who's footing his bills. Megumin paused before blurting out the most convenient thing. Hey. 1,000 heiress is still cash, okay. That means I'm paying for your living expenses. It's only 1,000 heiress. I can cover that for Shichen-san, Luna responded, still all smiles. Excuse me? Are you challenging me right now? You've got guts to pick a fight with a top-tier Crimson Demon Mage. You think you can rely on those lumps on your chest? Ha. Won't work, Shichen's not gonna accept your offer. And why do you get to decide what Shichen-san wants? Let me guess, you guys just happened to arrive in Axel together, right? Irk. Megumin flinched, clearly caught off guard. Looks like I'm right, Luna said, smile widening. Even though you two are Crimson Demons, and that's pretty rare, Shichen-san is no less capable. Plus, you two are still kids, which means he doesn't really need you. What? Megumin growled, her expression dark. You'd just be dragging him down. Better if you stopped clinging to him. No way. Shichen definitely needs us. Megumin shot back. Oh, really? And what exactly does he need you for? Luna asked, eyes glinting in amusement. Shichen, he. Megumin turned, looking at Shichen's calm face, racking her brain. Suddenly, she had a brilliant idea. He's a total lolicon. Megumin's high-pitched little voice echoed through the entire guild. A few people had already been sneaking glances because of the scene at the counter. Now, after Megumin's declaration, they all stared at Shichen with odd looks on their faces. Being into lolis might be weird, but hey, everyone's got their own quirks. But a lolicon who's been outed by an actual loli? Well, that's awkward. Hey. What are you blabbering about now? Shichen resisted the urge to just toss Megumin off his lap, settling for a swat on the head. Ow. Why'd you hit me? Who said I'm a lolicon? Stop making things up. But aren't you literally holding me in your arms? Megumin wiggled, pointing out his hands wrapped around her waist. Shichen twitched in surprise. Wait, when did he even grab her around the waist? He hadn't noticed at all. And besides, you totally like Union. When did I say that? Huh. Union made a tiny noise of confusion. Okay, fine. I do like Union, but not in the way you're implying. Like. Union repeated, face going scarlet in an instant. She pressed her hands to her cheeks as if trying to hide. Just admit it, Union's super cute, and she's got that whole baby face plus big boobs combo going on. Most guys would be all over that, Megumin insisted. Where'd you even pick up a phrase like baby-faced big boobs? Shichen asked, exasperated. Stop sweating the details. My point is, sure, Union's got big lumps of fat, but deep down she's still basically a loli. So that means you're 100% a lolicon. Megumin declared, grinning smugly. Lolicon my ass. Shichen spun her around and grabbed her cheeks, pulling them apart. MMPH. That's for talking nonsense and trashing my reputation. I should never have come here with you. Good thing there aren't too many people around, or my name would be ruined. MMMPH. Anyway, keep your mouth shut until I finish registering, Shichen said, still tugging at Megumin's cheeks. She didn't even bother resisting. Luna-san, so all I have to do now is pick a class? Shichen asked, looking past Megumin. Yes. My personal recommendation is to choose the mage class, it's really popular. Priest is also good, but someone already signed up as one around noon today. Oh yeah. What was that person like? Shichen asked, feigning innocence. She was named Aqua, had light blue hair, and looked nearly goddess-level gorgeous. But her IQ was questionable, and her luck stat was practically bottom tier. I see. Shichen tried not to laugh as he glanced at his adventurer's card. So, Shichen-san, which class do you have in mind? Huh. I was thinking, adventurers can learn skills from every class, right? Yes, that's correct. The word adventurer itself is an all-rounder type. Although it's a beginner class, you can technically learn and use every other class's skills. Shichen-san, don't tell me you're picking. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm becoming an adventurer. But what's the problem? Luna hesitated. Well, adventurers can learn all skills, but it takes way more skill points. And you don't get class-specific bonuses, so even with the same skills, you'll be weaker than a specialized class. And it's the most basic class, so it's considered the weakest overall. No worries. Luna-san, aren't you forgetting my stats? Shichen smiled. Ah. I don't need any class buffs. Adventurer suits me just fine. Right, with your parameters, I guess you really don't need class bonuses, Luna said, blinking in surprise. So, it's decided, I'll be an adventurer, Shichen announced, making his choice. Instantly, the available skills section on his card filled up with a huge list. Explosion, fireball, basically every spell and skill he'd come across so far, even cursed lightning. It was all there. That was why he wanted to be an adventurer in the first place. In this world, you couldn't just learn magic or skills at a glance, you had to follow the system rules, leveling up to earn skill points. Choosing a specific class didn't matter that much to Shichen, since his familiar were already his main fighting force. Still, he was interested in messing around with different spells and skills. It'd be a shame not to, now that he was here. Plus, he already had 100 starting skill points. Normally, you start at 0 points, earning 1 per level. Sometimes exceptional people start with a few. Shichen hadn't expected to start with 100. If the level cap was 100, wasn't that basically all the skill points he needed right from level 1? He wasn't too shocked though, he was, after all, someone on the path to becoming a god, or so he thought. With that many points, Shichen didn't hesitate. He snapped up every skill on the list. It was kinda wild, unlike training under Flam or Frieren and struggling through trial and error, here he just knew everything in an instant. He wondered if he could bring them to this world so they could speed learn spells too. If there was ever a chance, he'd test it out. After that, there wasn't much else to do. Shichen left the guild with Megumin and Union in tow. Luna actually invited him to dinner, but he politely declined. She was a little too forward, and since this was his first day in town, he wanted to get settled before worrying about stuff like that. "Hey, Shichen, so what's our plan now?" Union asked once they stepped outside. Instead of replying right away, Shichen finally let go of Megumin. He'd still been pinching her cheeks, which were now bright red. Boo-hoo. Megumin rubbed her face, looking like she was about to cry. "You're always picking on me." "Well, maybe don't keep spouting crazy stuff," Shichen retorted, completely unapologetic. "I'm your creditor, you know. Wanna see me do one quick quest and pay you back right now? And never mind, I'm not desperate for that chump change." "Then why don't you actually want me to pay you back?" Shichen asked curiously. "Because I want you to owe me," Megumin said, sulking a bit. "And, how does that help? Normally, it'd be a big deal. But you don't seem to have a conscience," Megumin huffed. "Still, I believe you'll grow one someday, so I'm letting you stay in my debt." Shichen just shook his head. "Alright, do whatever you want." "So, seriously, what now?" Union piped up again. Shichen finally answered, "Simple. We find ourselves an inn first." "Oh yeah, in KonoSuba it's wizard not mage, but it's all the same to me. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others." Chapter 111, Meeting Aqua and Kazuma. The inn in Axel was pretty easy to spot, so Shichen and the others managed to find it after walking around for a bit without having to ask for directions. It just so happened that it was getting dark by then. Originally, Shichen had intended to walk around a bit more to get a better look at Axel, but since Megumin and Union had been traveling for so long, it was better to let them rest for a day. The inn provided dinner, so Shichen and the two girls ate a simple meal before heading to their rooms for the night. Megumin and Union shared one room, while Shichen took another by himself. Conveniently, the two rooms were side by side. The lodging fee was, of course, paid by Megumin and Union, making him feel a bit like he really was being kept. The inn's rooms were very basic, just a bed and a table, and nothing else. Still, most adventurers don't need much more than that. Megumin and Union were so exhausted that they passed out the moment they got back to their room. Shichen, who wasn't as tired, lay on his bed, thinking about his plans going forward. First and foremost was the matter of the Divine Fragments housed within Megumin and Union. That's right. It wasn't just Megumin, Union also had a fragment of divinity dwelling in her. That was one of the reasons he sought her out from the start. Of course, that was only one reason. In truth, he already liked Union a lot. She was by far the most normal girl around, plus, she was so cute, so pure, and had that baby face with a big. Well, most guys would be into that. Their tasks, however, were slightly different. For Megumin, the task was to raise her affection for him and make her dependent on him, and also to spend 3 months together. For Union, it was even simpler, just become her friend and form a party with her, no extra conditions needed. It really showed how pitiful she was, having only Megumin as a friend. She was really that short on friends. Shichen remembered that back in the Crimson Demon Village, Union didn't have any friends. Animals wouldn't go near her, even plants avoided her. Only Megumin approached her in the first place, mainly to skim some free food. That was how Union got the idea that Megumin wanted to be her friend. Luckily, Megumin really did regard her as a friend in the end. Truly, it was pitiful. Maybe that was because Union was too normal. In this world, being normal was actually abnormal. Since they'd already met, Shichen figured he should at least look out for her. Second on his list was meeting that sadistic Neet, Kazuma, and the brainless goddess, Aqua. He wanted to see for himself if that goddess really was as mind-numbingly dumb as people said. Shichen was also intrigued by one particular skill in this world, something he hadn't encountered yet, so he couldn't learn it right now. Learning that skill was his next biggest goal here after gathering Divine Fragments. You've gotta be kidding. How's a modern guy like me supposed to sleep in a stable? I don't want to sleep in a stable either. But what else can we do? We have no money. Damn it. This isn't the life I signed up for. You took the words right out of my mouth. Ah. Early in the morning, Shichen was jolted awake by a commotion from somewhere outside. He thought the voices sounded vaguely familiar, but he'd just woken up and wasn't in the mood to figure out why. He lay there for a bit, staring at the unfamiliar ceiling, and finally sat up. The room was the same as before, no one else had been there, and nothing was missing, not that there was much to begin with. The inn was a bit plain, but the bed was surprisingly comfortable. He'd had a nice sleep, if only he hadn't been woken up at the crack of dawn. Ugh. He yawned and glanced out the window. The sky was still somewhat dim, the sun was probably just barely up. Figuring he wouldn't get back to sleep, Shichen decided to get up. After throwing on some clothes, he left the inn. He changed into clothes from Frieren's world, simple white linen garments. Although it was a bit different from this world style, putting on a jacket on top kept it from standing out too much. He'd been wearing these clothes for the past 2 days. Shichen didn't bother waking Megumin or Union, who were probably still sleeping like logs. No need to disturb them. Once outside, he took in the early morning scene, modest buildings, lush greenery, neatly kept roads. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. The air felt exceptionally fresh, like a countryside morning, and it instantly made him feel more alert. That was the charm of a fantasy world. With all the supernatural elements, there wasn't any pollution from modern technology, and nature still thrived in its most beautiful form. Shichen thought that once he'd gathered all the divine fragments, if nothing unexpected happened, he might bring everyone here for a while and just enjoy life. It really was a peaceful place to spend your days. But that was still a ways off, considering he hadn't even collected 10 fragments yet, and he was still young at heart. Sensing the location of a certain unique aura, he started walking in that direction at a leisurely pace. Following the stone-paved path, crossing a small bridge over a river, Shichen eventually arrived at a small shack that reeked of horse manure. It was the stable. Hard as it might be to believe, there was indeed a faint trace of that special energy in the stable. It wasn't magic, nor was it anything else he recognized, but rather that divine power he'd sensed before, the power Arns had spoken of, godly energy. Godly energy in a stable. Who on earth would believe that? But in this world, nothing's impossible. Shichen didn't go inside. Even for him, the smell was off-putting. He lifted his foot and stomped on the ground. All at once, the ground in the area began to shake. The little shack rattled violently, as though it might collapse at any second. From inside came a panicked male voice. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? An earthquake? Then why are you just standing there? Run, followed a female voice. Moments later, a young woman in blue and a young man in green dashed out in a panic. Neither of them noticed Shichen. They tore past him, too occupied with getting away. Hey, wait! Shichen called after them. The two stopped, one in front and one behind. The men turned around and shouted back, what are you doing? You need to get out of here, it's an earthquake. Don't worry, there isn't actually an earthquake. That was me, Shichen explained calmly. Huh. The men stood there, completely confused. What? You caused it? Why'd you have to disturb our sleep like that? You better compensate us for this. The young woman, on the other hand, stormed over to Shichen and demanded compensation without missing a beat. At her immediate demand for money, Shichen couldn't help but twitch his lips in exasperation. Hey! Could you not be such a freeloader, the men said, trying to calm her down. He seemed more rational. What do you mean, freeloader? This is our big chance to get some cash. We're basically broke, what we earned from yesterday's day labor isn't nearly enough to live on, the woman shot back. That doesn't mean you can extort people. This isn't extortion, it's legitimate compensation. Hey, hurry up and pay you, huh? Mid-sentence, the woman turned back toward Shichen, her brow furrowing as she regarded him more closely. Aqua, what's wrong? The man asked. He's, There's a watery aura around him. Aqua circled Shichen once, twice, staring intently as though trying to figure him out. Aqua, hello, Shichen greeted her with a friendly smile. Yes, the person standing in front of him, demanding money like some shameless hustler, was none other than Aqua, the goddess of water. She looked about 16, wearing a one-piece dress and a robe-like mantle, with long, translucent aquamarine hair and eyes. Her face was exceptionally pretty, her features flawless. You could even call her otherworldly. Her figure, too, was perfectly balanced with all the right curves. By far the most beautiful person Shichen had encountered so far, if not for that lingering smell of horse stables clinging to her. Then she'd be perfect. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 112, Teaming Up with Kazuma. You know me. Aqua raised her head and looked at Shichen in confusion. No, I only heard your name from this guy over here, Shichen explained, pointing to the young man next to them. Bro. The men blinked, then couldn't help but ask, are you saying we're the same? Probably. Without letting him finish, Shichen nodded in affirmation. What? Seriously? A fellow traveler from Earth? Nice to meet you. The men got excited and rushed over to grab Shichen's hand, shaking it vigorously. Well, I can't say we're from the exact same place. We're from different regions. Huh. The men stared in confusion. It's simple, I'm from China, and you're from Japan, right? What? There are also Chinese people getting ice-skied here. Seriously? The men looked over at Aqua for confirmation. What's so strange about that? Aqua was still sizing up Shichen, not even turning around. I handle the Japan region, but obviously there are other gods who handle other parts of Earth. Ah, I see. The men turned back to Shichen. Hey, I'm Sata Kazuma. Even if we're from different countries, we still come from the same planet. Guess that sort of makes us hometown buddies. He offered his hand again. Fair enough. My name's Shichen. Shichen smiled and shook hands with him. Damn, you're handsome. I guess it makes sense you're not Japanese, Kazuma said enviously. Huh. Dude, I like you already. Surprised by Kazuma's bluntness, Shichen clapped him on the shoulder in a friendly manner. Brother Kazuma, huh? Shichen senpai. Kazuma began. Call me Big Bro, I got here a bit before you did. Sure thing, Big Bro Shichen. Kazuma agreed without hesitation. Then I'll just call you Kazuma. Go for it. Call me whatever you want, Kazuma replied casually. Well, let's not go overboard. Shichen shook his head with a laugh. He actually had a good impression of Kazuma, despite his flaws, he was at least straightforward. His bad traits weren't anything serious. So, Big Bro Shichen, how long have you been in this world? Not long. Got here, what, 2 days ago? Only 1 day earlier than me. Kazuma looked surprised. Then how are you gonna look after me? That was kinda what I was hoping for. Huh, you're already planning to cling to me. No choice, Kazuma replied, shrugging helplessly. He shot a side glance at Aqua, who was still circling Shichen. I came here with 0 cheat abilities, just Aqua. You actually managed to bring a goddess down with you. Shichen pretended to be astonished. Don't even get me started. I totally regret it. She's useless, an actual goddess costume would have been more helpful. But she's a real goddess, right? And you only just arrived here. You don't get it, Big Bro, Aqua's a total airhead, no dignity of a goddess at all, and she just drags me down. Kazuma's expression was one of pure despair. Is it really that bad? If you want, I can hand Aqua over to you for a day, then you'll understand, Kazuma said. Heh, no thanks. She's your goddess, I won't steal her away. Big Bro, I think you've got the wrong idea here. Kazuma frowned, looking uncharacteristically serious. What do you mean? If not, why'd you bring Aqua down with you? She scammed me, all while making fun of me. I got pissed and told her I wanted to drag her here too. And unbelievably, it actually worked. Wow, that's impressive. I'm serious, Big Bro. I believe you. She's standing right here, isn't she? Well, all I'm saying is, don't assume she's awesome just because she's a goddess. She's basically like a kid, she can't do anything without whining or crying. She's totally helpless. No, no, no. She's still a goddess, so she must have some decent powers. I can't even register as an adventurer properly, damn it. Kazuma muttered in frustration. You can't become an adventurer. You didn't go sign up at the guild. I did. Kazuma looked like he was about to cry. But my stats are pathetically low, no suitable job except for the lowest tier, adventurer. And now I'm broke, so I can't even buy any gear to do quests. It wasn't that Kazuma hadn't tried picking up minor quests, but Axel was super safe and had almost no monsters nearby. Collection quests for herbs, for example, got snatched up the moment they appeared. He simply couldn't manage to grab any work in time. What's wrong with being an adventurer? Shichen patted Kazuma's back. I'm the same as you, I picked adventurer too. Huh. Kazuma was dumbfounded. Big Bro, what did you say? You heard me. I'm an adventurer, just like you, hey, what's with that look? No. I was just thinking, guess I can't rely on your cheat and I'm doomed to sleep in the stables again. Haha. You're really underestimating me. What do you mean? You've seen how stats work when you register, right? Well, all mine were at max. What? Seriously? You're not messing with me. Kazuma looked disbelieving. Why would I lie about that? See for yourself. Shichen handed him his adventurer's card. Holy crap. That's insane. Big Bro, I'm sticking with you from now on. Kazuma only needed one glance at Shichen's card before immediately pledging his loyalty. Being a modern guy, Kazuma totally understood how broken maxed out stats could be. Can you have a bit more backbone? Shichen rolled his eyes. What's backbone? Can I eat it? I already know I'm not the hero, if I can just follow you, Big Bro, that's enough for me. I swear, you're also from modern Earth, weren't you taught to believe in yourself? To think, my life is my own, not decided by fate, or something like that. Nah, I was a shut-in back home. I just wanna win easy mode. You're not going to abandon me, right, big bro? I'm even willing to give you Aqua. Sure, her brain's no good, but physically she's still a legit goddess. Why aren't you interested in that? I can't have any desires for her. I've been sworn enemies with Aqua since day one, and these 2 days have been too hectic for me to think about that anyway, Kazuma replied wearily. Sounds rough. Exactly. Kazuma flung his arms around Shichen, practically on the verge of tears. Hey, don't hug me. Shichen shoved him away, grossed out. That's so heartless, big bro. Sniff. Kazuma looked all pitiful, sniffling pathetically. Knock it off. Fine, fine, I'll look after you. But you can't just do nothing. Adventurer can be strong. With your wits, you'll be fine. Leveling up will only make you better. Ah, really? You've played RPGs, right? You know how important levels are. Yeah, you've got a point. So let's team up. I'll help you level, and you can stop living in the stables. Awesome. You're the best, big bro. By the way, I already have 2 teammates. They're both pretty strong. They. Yeah, 2 girls. Oh. Kazuma's face lit up with interest. Don't get the wrong idea. I get it, Kazuma said, a mischievous grin on his face. Whatever. Aqua, come with us. Shichen turned to Aqua. Ah. You have the same aura as me. Suddenly, Aqua shouted and lunged at Shichen, wrapping her arms around him. Question mark. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 113, Simple-Minded with Perfect Body. Aqua, what are you talking about? Shichen raised his hands, looking at her quizzically. Aqua was currently hugging him tightly from the front in a sort of koala cling, like a sloth on a tree. Her mind might be a bit off, but her figure was undeniably impressive, soft and plush, like a body pillow, with all the right curves. It was just that she still smelled a bit like horse shit. Aqua, what are you doing? Satu Kazuma hurriedly asked. Don't you try to fool me. Aren't you the same as me? Aqua ignored him and kept her gaze fixed on Shichen, frowning. Well. We're the same, aren't we? Huh? The same how? If you can't hide it. You have a divine aura, and it's related to water. Don't tell me you're also a god who descended, just like me. Ah, I see. Shichen realized what she meant. It probably had something to do with the second familiar he'd awakened. That being had the title, Sea God. Even though it didn't actually manipulate water, it lived in the sea, so Aqua's sensing it made sense. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure I'm not the same as you. Shichen shook his head. How can you prove that? Aqua was skeptical. Didn't I just say that I'm like Kazuma? I was summoned here from another world. Wait, huh? When did you say that? Aqua paused in confusion. I'm talking about you, Kazuma said in exasperation. You didn't listen to a word we said, did you? Well, I couldn't help it. This guy's aura was distracting me. Aqua explained hurriedly, not the least bit embarrassed. Aqua, my name is Shichen. Shichen gave her a slight smile by way of introduction. Shichen. That's such a weird name. But you do look pretty good, almost like us gods, she remarked. That's what I said. I'm so jealous. Kazuma chimed in. What's there to envy about looks? Once you're strong, it won't matter what you look like, Shichen tried to console him. You're right, big bro Shichen. My future happiness depends on you. Aqua, would you mind getting off me now? Shichen ignored Kazuma and looked down at Aqua. She was wearing a high-collared outfit that didn't reveal any cleavage, but from Shichen's angle, he could easily see how her tightly pressed chest was being squished out of shape. He could feel the softness against his own chest quite vividly at that moment. Good thing he wasn't a naive teenage boy anymore, he wouldn't lose his head over such a small matter, plus, Aqua's figure couldn't really compare to Toru or Union. Oh. Aqua obediently released him and stood up straight. In that case, let's go. Shichen led the way back toward the inn. Come on, Aqua, follow big bro Shichen, Kazuma prompted her. Where are we going? Aqua asked as she followed along. You really weren't paying attention. From now on, we can stick with big bro Shichen, no more sleeping in the stables, we'll eat well, and we'll make a name for ourselves. Seriously? You're a good guy. Aqua happily ran to the other side of Shichen and patted him on the arm. Aqua, you can just call me Shichen. Shichen, huh? Got it. As expected from someone who shares my aura, you're naturally incredible. Ha. You're really trying to take credit for his greatness. Big bro Shichen is from China, okay. That's not even your jurisdiction, Kazuma teased. No way. Shichen has the same aura as me, so he must be related to me. Hey, Shichen, which god is in charge of your region? I'm afraid I can't disclose that. A shady deity, huh? Aqua muttered. Shut up. Kazuma scolded her. Don't you want to eat good food and sleep in a decent bed? Then treat big bro Shichen with some respect. Sorry. Aqua apologized without any pride whatsoever. After all, what was divine dignity compared to a comfy bed and delicious meals? It's fine. I don't really mind. Didn't I say we're forming a party together? Equal footing, right? And besides, you are a goddess, so you can loosen up a bit, Shichen said. Big bro Shichen. Kazuma looked at him, touched. I swear I'll always follow you. You don't need to be that loyal, Shichen said with a wry smile. Shichen, you really are great. You even treat me with respect, unlike Kazuma. He has no reverence for the gods and even dragged me down to this world. Only because you made fun of me. That's your own fault. I don't care. All right, you two, calm down. People are watching, Shichen said gently, trying to settle them down. By then, the three of them had entered the busier part of town. Most people were awake and out, and given Shichen's and Aqua's striking looks, they naturally drew attention. Between their presence and Kazuma's modern tracksuit, it was hard for them not to stand out. Humph. Fine, I'll listen to big bro Shichen. Humph. Then I'll listen to Shichen, too. By the way, Shichen, can I drink sparkling wine every day from now on? Aqua asked sweetly, tilting her head up at him as she latched onto his side. One had to admit, as a goddess she was well equipped, when she wasn't acting foolish, her every gesture could tug on one's heartstrings. Shichen suddenly thought it might not be bad to have a ditzy girl around, someone who just acted cute all day. Then again, Aqua was more likely to sell you her dits than her cuteness. What's sparkling wine? Big bro Shichen, don't let her drink it. Kazuma quickly warned him from the other side. She spent nearly all our meager earnings yesterday to buy sparkling wine and got hooked on it. She's a goddess, what's she doing liking alcohol so much? What's wrong with a goddess liking alcohol? Aqua protested. You'll just get drunk. Luckily, we didn't have enough money for more. If you had gotten totally wasted, imagine the disaster. I do not get drunk. Aqua, aren't you the goddess of water? Couldn't you purify alcohol? Shichen asked, curious. Ooh, Shichen, you're pretty knowledgeable. You knew about my abilities. Aqua puffed out her chest in pride, patting Shichen's arm as she boasted. Of course I can purify it if I want. Especially anything that goes in my mouth. Huh? Really? Shichen paused, stopping his mind from drifting toward all sorts of off-topic thoughts. Shichen, how come you don't show me any respect? Aqua complained. Well, in my region, there's no custom of worshipping you specifically. That's so. Whatever, it's no big deal. Hey, you should join the Axis cult. If you do, you'll receive the highest level of salvation. Big bro, don't listen to her, Kazuma warned. I know. I'm not interested in the Axis cult. Ah, come on. Aqua grumbled. Nice one, big bro Shichen. Kazuma pumped his fist. Ugh, this is all your fault. Aqua said, turning on Kazuma. What's it got to do with me? Big bro Shichen just knows your Axis cult isn't exactly trustworthy. Nonsense. Am I not real? I can literally bless you, you know. Give it a rest. You still have to rely on big bro Shichen, right? Ugh. Shichen, fine, I won't force you to join the Axis cult. But can you at least let me drink sparkling wine tomorrow? It's just sparkling wine. That's fine. Awesome. You really are a good guy, Shichen. I'll follow you anywhere. Aqua wasted no time clinging to his arm once again, plenty of bounce there. Big bro Shichen, why are you? Look, it's not like I need Aqua to do anything specific, Shichen explained to Kazuma. If letting her have her wine keeps her docile, that's a fair trade, right? Yeah, I guess. Kazuma considered it. Okay, we're back at the inn. You two wait here a minute, I'll go wake my other two teammates. Got it, we'll wait here. No way. I'm going with Shichen. Aqua said, refusing to let go of his arm. Fine, you two can come up, but Aqua, do a purification spell first. We don't want to bother anyone with that smell. Right, right. Once the smell of horse shit had been fully cleansed, Shichen led the two of them upstairs. They arrived in front of Megumin and Yunyun's room. Shichen knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? It's way too early. Megumin's annoyed voice called from inside. It's me. Shichen. Megumin, get up. Union's flustered voice came through. Shichen, what is it? I found a couple more party members, I'd like you to meet them. You already found teammates. That was quick. Get up and come downstairs. We'll be waiting. Okay, we'll be right there. Megumin, wake up. All right, let's go grab some breakfast. Shichen turned and led Aqua and Kazuma downstairs. Big bro Shichen. Kazuma lingered behind, looking like he wanted to say something. What is it? Your teammates, didn't their voices sound a bit too young? Oh, don't worry about that. They're only 14 or 15, but they're pretty strong, they're from the Crimson Demon Clan. Crimson Demon Clan. I know them. Aqua jumped in. Crimson Demons are born with incredibly high magic power and intellect. Any one of them can take the Archwizard class, the highest tier magic class. That's amazing. Kazuma said, sounding genuinely impressed at first. But then his tone changed as he continued, I wasn't worried about that, I was worried you might be. Worried about what? Shichen eyed him suspiciously. And nothing. I didn't say anything. Humph. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 114, Getting Famous. Shichen arranged 2 rooms for Sata, Kazuma and Aqua, then led them to the inn's dining area for breakfast. Since Union had given him her wallet the day before, he currently held the group's purse strings. The inn also provided breakfast, mostly bread and some kind of meat stew. But to Aqua and Kazuma, it was already a feast. Actually, the food in this world wasn't bad at all, it just wouldn't compare to modern Earth's cuisine. Yet as far as they were concerned, it was delicious. The 2 of them ate like starving animals, devouring plates one after another. Shichen felt slightly embarrassed to be at the same table, but he figured he needed to get used to it. They were a party now, so they would be together most of the time. He couldn't just keep running away from these situations. He supposed that, for now at least, they'd continue to act like they were starving until they got used to normal meals again. They went through dish after dish, stacking plates one on top of the other. Fortunately, since Shichen got up early, the dining area was mostly empty, so it wasn't too awkward. Most travelers or adventurers staying at the inn would sleep in after a hard day's work, so it was still quiet. Surprisingly, watching Aqua gorge herself so unreservedly wasn't as off-putting as Shichen had thought it would be. It was like watching a pretty anime girl doing a mukbang challenge, weirdly captivating. It made him hungrier, too. Aqua truly was a goddess, after all, extremely youthful, an exceptionally beautiful face, and an otherworldly aura. She practically had a built-in beauty filter. Maybe he was only seeing her in a good light because he hadn't been around her that long. Give it a day or two, and once she starts acting like her true self, he might change his mind. Distance does lend enchantment, as they say. Halfway through the meal, Megumin and Union came down, both wearing the same outfits as yesterday. Ahem. Sata Kazuma nearly choked when he saw them, mainly because they looked like a pair of little girls. Right then and there, he couldn't help questioning Shichen's tastes. But hey, this was a fantasy world. Different rules. He decided to keep his mouth shut and pretend he didn't notice. Aqua kept stuffing her face, 2 days of hardship had apparently turned her into a ravenous beast. Shichen could only imagine how she'd been surviving. Good morning, Shichen. Union greeted him softly. Ugh, can't a person sleep in once in a while? Megumin grumbled. You're so young, why do you need that much sleep? Shichen took hold of Megumin's wrist, pulling her to sit next to him. Then he flicked her forehead for good measure. Union sat down on Megumin's other side. The seat on Shichen's other side was already claimed by Aqua, who was still engrossed in her meal, so much so that Union found it a bit intimidating. Ow. That hurts. Why are you bullying me first thing in the morning? I'm trying to wake you up. Darn it, I'm the one keeping you, remember. At least be a Lee, MMPH. Zip it, Shichen said, clamping a hand over her mouth. Then he turned to Kazuma. You know how it is, man. I just got here with no money, so I borrowed some from her. I get it, big bro, Kazuma said, sympathizing completely. And she tends to talk nonsense, so just ignore her. Got it. All right, let me do the introductions. Her name's Megumin, and that's Union. They're both mages. Oh wow, that's awesome. Union really is awesome, but Megumin's a bit. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Megumin slapped Shichen's hand away and glared at him. All right, you're awesome too. He pinched her soft cheek, clearly humoring her. Humph, that's more like it. Union, Megumin, this is Sata Kazuma. He's going to be part of our party now. Hello, Sata-san, Union greeted politely. That's a weird name, Megumin couldn't help commenting. Huh? My name is weird. Yours are the weird ones. Kazuma shot back. Kazuma, don't mind her. The Crimson Demon Clan is just like that. Seriously, he asked. Hey. Got a problem with that? Megumin demanded, frowning at him. No, none at all. Kazuma shook his head quickly. Can't you act a bit nicer? Shichen asked Megumin. No way. You dragged me out of bed, and I've got morning grumpiness. Let it go. Shichen said to Kazuma. She's just at that age, a bit bratty. I totally understand, Kazuma nodded. Who are you calling bratty? Megumin objected. All you have to do is compare yourself to Yunyun. That's just because Yunyun's too soft. That's called being pure. Pure. Yunyun blushed, covering her face with her hands. Ugh. There you go, treating us differently again. Megumin grew more annoyed. Would it kill you to behave? Shichen teased, ruffling her hair. Humph. That's not happening. Then don't blame me for bullying you. Darn it. Okay, calm down. Finish your breakfast, then we'll go do some quests to earn money. Shichen paused, noticing Kazuma's head was down. Kazuma, why were you staring at the table? Oh, I'm just eating, he replied, not looking up. He really didn't want to watch this chaotic back and forth. Although he was a bit envious, he believed that one day he'd get his own moments, especially by sticking with Shichen. After all, a lolicon can't be a bad guy, right? Hey, Shichen, you said there'd be 2 new teammates. Where's the other one? Yunyun asked. Oh, she's right here. Shichen gestured at Aqua. Aqua, could you introduce yourself? Aqua looked up, her cheeks puffed out and a ring of crumbs around her mouth. At that, Shichen immediately regretted having found her cute earlier. Who's that? Megumin asked, furrowing her brow. Shichen, what exactly is your relationship with her? Yunyun couldn't help asking. Neither of the girls seemed dazzled by Aqua's looks. Nonetheless, they could see that Aqua had otherworldly beauty. Her name's Aqua, she's a high priest. We only met today. Really? Megumin still sounded doubtful. So they were already sitting together. Ah, I see. Yunyun, however, just smiled, she believed him without issue. Why would I lie to you? She came to Axel with Saekano the same day we arrived. The high priest Luna mentioned yesterday. That's Aqua. A high priest, huh, well, okay, Megumin said. Aqua, these two are Megumin and Yunyun. We'll be traveling together. Oh, hello, Aqua said casually, then went straight back to eating. Oh. Megumin arched an eyebrow. So you're a high priest, huh? Is this your way of looking down on me? Challenging me right from the start? Bold of you. She jumped to her feet. Shichen quickly held her down. She's just hungry, calm down. Let's finish our meal first. You're siding with an outsider? She's not an outsider, she's part of our group now. What? It's because she's older than me, right? You are so shallow. Would you just eat? Shichen barked. MMPH. After their lively breakfast, Shichen led the group toward the Adventurers Guild. Everyone was pretty excited, except Aqua, who was merely content after filling her stomach. They walked into the guild and were greeted by none other than the head receptionist, Luna. Shichen-san, welcome. She beamed as she came over. TCH, Megumin clicked her tongue from behind. Huh? Why is she so friendly? Kazuma asked quietly. Didn't Shichen tell you his stats? Megumin shot back. Oh, right. Damn it, so the staff treats him differently because he's got max stats. Kazuma clenched his teeth, jealous. Everyone's looking at us, Yunyun murmured nervously. Indeed, the guild was relatively busy at this hour, but no one was talking, they were all staring, primarily at Shichen. That's the guy with the maxed out stats who still chose the adventurer class. Ugh, how can someone be that handsome? So this is how a real pro carries himself. Maybe we can recruit him to our party. Seems he's already got one. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 115, First Quest of the Party. Luna-san, what's going on here? Shichen asked, puzzled by the crowd of adventurers gathered so early in the morning. My apologies, Shichen-san. Word seems to have gotten around about how strong you are, so everyone rushed over here to find out more. I see. Sorry for the trouble. Not at all. What brings you in today, Shichen-san? Luna asked with a bright smile. I've formed a party, and we're here to pick up a quest. Is that so? Would you like me to help you choose one, Shichen-san? I can explain the details if you'd like. Well, that would be No need. Megumin stepped up to Shichen's side and interrupted. She narrowed her eyes, glaring at Luna. We can pick our own quest. We don't need your help. Still smiling, Luna replied, No, no, no. You're all new here, you probably don't know much about the area. My explanation might help. No, no, no. An adventurer should experience new things. If we already knew everything, how would it be an adventure? No, no, no. Safety is more important. No, no, no. This is a beginner's town, there's no real danger. Besides, you know how strong Shichen is, right? Or, are you saying you don't trust him? That's not what I... Then we're good. Megumin gave a triumphant smile. Alright, but once you've chosen a quest, please come back and register it here with me. That's fine. Shichen, let's go check out the bulletin board. Yunyun, come on. Megumin tugged Shichen along, and as she left, she called out for Yunyun and the others to follow. See coming. Yunyun snapped out of her daze and hurried after them. It was the first time she had seen Megumin act like this, and she was a bit shocked. Hey, Kazuma, Aqua said dumbly, what were they arguing about just now? Ah. Even you don't recognize a lover's spat or a Shura field when you see one. Kazuma didn't wait for her response and went after Yunyun. TCH, of course I know what that is, Aqua huffed. But they're just picking a quest, right? Why make it so complicated? Wouldn't it be better to finish quickly and go back to the inn to rest? All you ever think about is eating and sleeping. Be careful, or Big Bro might ditch you. What? He can't do that. And I did say finish the quest then rest, it's not like I'm slacking. Explaining that to me won't help you. Shichen. Let me help pick a quest. Aqua suddenly ran forward, grabbing Shichen's other arm. Ah. Aqua, you're so eager. Shichen asked, surprised. Why would you sound so surprised? I am the goddess of water, after all. Being proactive is perfectly normal for me. Is that so? Shichen, what's this about, goddess of water? Megumin asked, eyeing Aqua suspiciously. Now that you mention it, Yunyun added, Aqua's name is the same as the water goddess we've heard about. Despite the matching name, Yunyun didn't believe Aqua was that goddess. Sure, she was pretty, but the initial impression of her face smeared with food didn't exactly scream divine. Nobody normal, or even abnormal, would think a girl with crumbs all over her mouth was a goddess. Don't worry about it, Shichen said casually. She's like you guys, likes to call herself stuff. It just so happens her name matches the water goddess, and she's a little on the attractive side. Aqua puffed her cheeks. Shichen, what are you talking about? I am the real water goddess. You see. Shichen ignored her and turned to Megumin and Yunyun. Oh, I get it, Megumin said with a knowing nod. Shichen. Yunyun asked cautiously. Are you sure you just met Aqua today? Yeah, why? Then, why is she clinging to you like that? Oh, don't worry about it. She has zero concept of personal boundaries. You two can do the same if you want, I don't mind. Do the same. What are you blushing for, Yunyun? Megumin grumbled. At this rate, Aqua will outdo you, and Shichen will be conquered by her bigger chest. What nonsense are you spouting? Shichen tapped Megumin's head in annoyance. I'm just being honest. Unless you're not a real man. Hey, Shichen's not like that. Yunyun cut in, defending him. Hey, you really don't know much about men, Megumin shot back. Look how much he's enjoying this, he can't keep the grin off his face. Shut it. Shichen hurriedly erased his smile and started ruffling Megumin's hair. Aha. Struck a nerve, did I? You talk too much. Hurry up and pick a quest, otherwise we'll be the ones sleeping in the stables in a couple of days. The stables. That's not happening. Then stop yapping. Fine, let's pick the quest with the highest reward. No matter what monster it is, my explosion magic can handle it. Megumin proclaimed boldly. Yeah, in your dreams. We'll stick to something simple for now so you can level up first. Ugh, so boring. What do you think, Yunyun? Shichen asked. Huh? Oh, I'll just follow your plan, Yunyun answered, pulling her gaze away from Aqua and responding nervously. Got it. And Kazuma. Big bro, I think you're right. We should start with easy quests, earn some cash, and buy gear first. Okay. Let's look for a quest where we can earn money by quantity, something low difficulty. Seems like there isn't anything, Kazuma pointed out. Sure enough, after scanning the board, there weren't any decent low-level quests, just a few that looked way too dangerous. Isn't this supposed to be a beginner town? Why are there no easy quests? Kazuma couldn't help complaining. The reason's obvious, Aqua replied. Because it's a beginner town, there aren't many jobs left. What do you mean? Megumin pressed. It's the safest place in the kingdom, far from the Demon King's castle. Nobody attacks here. And since so many newbies live here, the easy quests get snatched up in no time, Aqua explained with a shrug. Oh, I get it, Kazuma said, nodding. Then why'd we even come here? Megumin grumbled. It's simple. Shichen smiled, patting her head. Just meeting each other was already worthwhile. Now that we have companions, we can go anywhere. Shichen. Union looked at him in admiration. Big bro, that's so well said. You really know how to talk, Kazuma added, giving him a thumbs up. Knock it off, Shichen said, rolling his eyes. I'm just stating facts. Anyway, this place will get a lot more exciting soon. Really? How do you know? Megumin asked. Just trust me. I trust you, but what are we supposed to do now? If there aren't any quests, we can't make money. Without money, as you said, it's back to the stables, Megumin reminded him. Shichen fell silent. Big bro, I really don't want to sleep in the stable again, Kazuma piped up. Shichen, me neither. Wait, you two actually have slept in a stable? Megumin asked, surprised. Ahem, yeah, we have, Kazuma admitted. So, what's it like? Megumin pressed curiously. Well, aside from the smell and the scratchy straw, it's not terrible. Isn't that basically awful, then? Exactly. That's why I don't want to sleep there anymore. Kazuma shouted. All right, calm down, Shichen said. If there really aren't any simpler quests, I'll just take on one of these harder. Shichen-san, having some trouble. Luna suddenly approached. What do you want? Megumin asked warily, eyeing her. I'm here to help, of course. Luna smiled and waved a quest scroll in her hand. Ah. What's that? A new quest just got posted, and I think it's perfect for you, Shichen-san. Luna handed him the scroll. Shichen opened it, scanning the large text written across the paper. Subjugate the giant toads. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 116, Subjugate the giant toads. Subjugate the giant toads. Everyone crowded around to read the notice and voiced their doubts. Shichen handed the scroll to Kazuma, who was still hanging back, and looked to Luna for an explanation. Yes, Luna nodded, then spoke in her professional, receptionist tone. It's breeding season for the giant toads. Each one is bigger than a cow. Once the season starts they gorge themselves to stock up for egg-laying, so they appear near human settlements where food is plentiful and can swallow a farmer's goat whole in one bite. Giant toads. Shichen felt the corner of his mouth twitch. Of all the creatures in this world, those things had burned themselves into his mind, even though he'd never actually seen one, the very thought made his skin crawl. They're just toads, how bad could it be? Kazuma asked after reading the quest. Do not underestimate them, Luna said, expression grave. They swallow goats whole, a human is no problem. Every year, when their breeding season hits, children and farmhands go missing near the villages. That's scary. Kazuma paled. Humph. It's only some oversized toads. I could wipe them out in minutes, Megumin scoffed. I said don't take them lightly, Luna insisted. They look like huge toads, but they're far more dangerous than the little monsters you find near town. That said, their meat isn't bad, tough but mild and refreshing, actually a popular dish. Wait, what was that last part? Kazuma blurted. Never eaten toad. Shichen grinned at him. Never. I've never even seen it on a menu. Shame. People say toad tastes like chicken. You've tried it, big bro? Not really, just heard stories. Well, since we're here, and giant toad meat is considered normal fare, we might as well give it a shot. Can you really eat those things? Relax, Luna assured him. Our guild cooks turn it into something delicious. Either way, let's just take the quest, Shichen said. It shouldn't be hard, Union alone could finish it. And me. Really? Union tensed. Trust me. Shichen moved the hand that had been on Megumin's head to pat Union's instead. Okay. Shichen-san is right, Luna added with a smile. Their thick fat blocks blunt hits, but they hate metal, with proper gear they won't try to eat you. For most adventurers they're manageable, and as a mage you'll have an even easier time, Miss Union. I'll do my best, Union murmured. We won't dump all the work on you, Shichen assured her, rubbing her hair. No time like the present, let's accept it. Very well. Good luck on your hunt, Luna said. Thanks. Quest accepted, Shichen led everyone straight out of town toward the giant toad grounds, a broad plain just beyond the gate. They'd barely left the walls before the toads came into view. True to their name, they were gigantic toads, no extra features, just massive bodies with skins in bright red, yellow, blue and green, like the colors of the Calabash brothers. So that's a giant toad. They don't look threatening at all, Kazuma said cockily, watching them hop about in a daze. Yeah, one explosion would clear the lot, Megumin agreed. Idiot, Shichen flicked her forehead. If you cast explosion here you'll hit the town too. But I'll feel awful if I don't use it. Endure it. Shichen, how could you? Forcing me to hold back, are you a devil? What kind of weird play is this? Pipe down. Bonk. Another knock on the head. Ow. Megumin squatted, clutching her skull. Big bro, Kazuma asked, face twitching, is she? Right, haven't told you. She only knows explosion. Calling her an explosion fanatic isn't wrong. She barely has any other spells, just a few to support explosion. But relax, explosion's the strongest human spell, almost nobody can learn it. Still, what's the point if she can't cast anything else? Kazuma immediately saw the flaw. Remember, Shichen patted his shoulder, we're a team. Huh. Union already has intermediate magic and will learn advanced spells soon. Megumin is our ace in the hole. Oh, I get it. I almost thought you kept her around just for, personal taste. The glare Shichen gave him made Kazuma cough. And nothing, forget I spoke. I was going to buy you a full set of gear with the reward, Shichen said coolly. Maybe I won't bother. I'm sorry. Big bro, I was wrong. Kazuma dropped to his knees and hugged Shichen's leg. Get off, I don't like men hanging on me. Don't abandon me, big bro. I'm joking, sheesh. Sniff, big bro, you're the best. Enough drama. Time to divvy up roles. Ignoring the still slouching Aqua, Shichen turned to Union. You and I will handle the front line. Megumin, you know why you're on reserve. Kazuma's got no gear yet, so let's push a little harder between the two of us. It's fine, we're a party, Union answered. Good. Aqua, throw a couple buffs on Union. Sure. Don't look so bored. The more money we earn, the more sparkling wine, gourmet food, and soft beds you'll get. Oh. Right. I'm counting on you. Leave it to me. Motivated at last, Aqua struck a pose. Okay, everyone stay here. Union, come with me. Shichen held out his hand. Eh? Oh okay. Union placed her small hand in his. He gripped it, and the two vanished, reappearing on the far side of the toad herd. Whoa. Was that teleportation? Kazuma yelled. No, Megumin corrected him, it's spatial transfer. Whatever it's called, I'm learning it. Good luck with that. Boom. Union was already casting. Fireball. Pow. One giant toad toppled instantly, and the rest started hopping away in panic. Awesome, keep it up. Kazuma shouted. Not bad. Just like my little protege. Megumin crowed. Protege my foot. Lightsaber. Another toad went down, cleanly bisected. Union's intermediate spells packed well above average punch, she'd have learned advanced magic soon enough if today hadn't been so urgent. Shichen joined in, flinging mid-tier spells like they cost nothing. Fireball. Lightsaber. Fireball. One toad after another collapsed. You're amazing, Shichen. Union exclaimed. Hey, you'll be just as good soon. Let's mop them up. Right. Under their combined barrage, the herd was quickly thinned to a handful, toad corpses littering the plain. These things are way too easy, I want to fight one too. Just then Aqua's brain short-circuited, she dashed at the nearest toad. Watch me shine. Then Shichen will buy me lots of sparkling wine. Take this, God blow. Aqua, why? Too late. Her punch landed with a dull plop on the toad's gut, it didn't even flinch. Then it lowered its head and swallowed the stunned goddess whole. Aqua. Save her. Relax. Lightsaber. Shichen blinked to the toad's side, a single light blade skewered it. The toad collapsed, and the slimy, mucus-covered Aqua slid out of its mouth. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 117, Aqua also got Divine Fragment. Sniff, wawa. Aqua curled up on her side, hugging her legs and sobbing pitifully. She was still covered head to toe in the slimy mucus of the toad, giving off a strong, fishy stench. Beside her lay the charred body of the giant toad. Big and small, side by side, the scene was strangely familiar, and Shichen almost burst out laughing. THTH thank you, hic, thank you, Shichen. Bwah. Aqua finally broke down, bawling like a little kid, nothing goddess-like about her at all, not that she'd look divine to begin with. Are you okay, Aqua? Kazuma called, though he kept a healthy distance. I am, sniffle, fine. Aqua answered through tears, her nose running. Maybe we should stop for today, Union suggested gently. Aqua really needs to get cleaned up. Agreed, Megumin said solemnly. She'd almost jumped in with her staff a moment ago, good thing Aqua had moved first. Just imagining herself covered in that slime gave her chills. All right, we'll head back. Aqua probably needs a rest, Shichen nodded and started toward town. Shichen, aren't you going to help me up? Aqua asked. Ah, well. Shichen paused and looked back. You're, kind of a mess. How can you say that? Aqua stared in disbelief. It's not just me, any normal person would keep their distance. Ask everyone else. When Aqua glanced around, the others all averted their eyes. Why you guys? We're teammates, aren't we? Teammates, sure, Kazuma said bluntly, but don't make us suffer for it. I'm a goddess. How dare you turn up your noses at me? I'm traumatized, you have to carry me back. Carry me. Aqua threw a tantrum, rolling on the ground. Oddly her skirt ignored gravity, so only a glimpse of thigh showed, though, slime-covered as she was, no one felt the urge to look. Aqua, can't you summon water? Wash yourself off, Shichen reminded her. Oh, right. Aqua sat up and shouted, water, come. Whoosh. A torrent poured from the sky, drenching Aqua like a waterfall even though there was no source. That's a lot of water. Step back, everyone. Is Aqua always this impressive? Megumin asked, stunned. Don't forget, she is a high priestess, Shichen replied. Right, I almost forgot. Haha, Aqua's behavior makes it easy to overlook, but she really is powerful, Kazuma added. I can see that now. The water column vanished as suddenly as it came. Miraculously, every drop on the ground evaporated and Aqua herself was spotless, clothes perfectly dry. Truly the work of a water goddess. All clean, Shichen. Now you can carry me, she chirped. Why should I carry you? You're fine now. Because you failed to protect me. Fine. Shichen sighed, crouched with his back to her, and said, climb on. Hee, knew you were a good guy. Aqua leapt onto his back. Feeling the softness against him, Shichen was suddenly glad he hadn't refused. He stood and headed toward town. Let's go home. Shichen, I want a piggyback, too. Megumin grabbed his coat. How exactly am I supposed to carry both of you? Not my problem, figure it out. Why does Aqua get a ride but not me? Hey, ever heard of first come, first served? Aqua said smugly. You hardly did anything, worse, you got in the way. Why should Shichen carry you? Well, you didn't do anything either. Then, let Shichen carry Union. Megumin declared. Me. Union pictured herself on Shichen's back, saw Aqua there already, and blushed furiously. Come on, you three, Shichen groaned. The quest's done. Let's turn it in first, then argue later. I'll give everyone a turn, okay? You'd better keep that promise, Megumin said, eyes narrowed. Carrying you isn't exactly hard labor, Shichen shrugged. Good. Big bro, do I get a turn? Kazuma asked hopefully. What do you think? Sorry, my bad. Then move it. Wait, what about the toads? Their meat's edible, right? We're just leaving them. Guild staff will handle the carcasses, Shichen said. Won't they charge us? Actually, they do charge a fee. Maybe we should haul them ourselves, Shichen recalled, they weren't rich yet, every coin counted. But there are so many. Even one per person is impossible. Leave it to me. Releasing one hand from Aqua's thigh, Shichen waved toward the dead toads. His mana rippled over them, and every toad corpse lifted off the ground, lining up in midair. Telekinesis. Kazuma's eyes sparkled. Not quite, just manipulating objects with mana. That must take tons of power. It does. So don't even think about copying it. Ugh. Come on. Let's cash in, gear up, and start making real money. Right. On the way back, the procession of floating, truck-sized toads turned every head in town. Some villagers even followed them to the guild just to see what kind of adventurers could pull that off. Inside, the place erupted. Staff and patrons alike were stunned, except Luna, whose eyes gleamed as though she wanted to devour Shichen. She knew perfectly well who had done this. They had bagged 25 giant toads. Standard pay was 5,000 eris each, but because Shichen delivered the bodies intact, the guild added a 2,000 eris bonus per toad. Total reward, 175,000 eris, 35,000 each after splitting 5 ways. Eris is this world's currency, and also the name of a certain goddess. 35 grand wasn't a fortune, but it was plenty for starter gear in a beginner town, and better equipment meant bigger payouts later. With money in hand, Shichen carried Aqua back to the inn. Megumin and Union went shopping together to celebrate their first earnings. Kazuma headed off to buy gear. Shichen even lent him his own share of the reward. Not pure generosity, the faster Kazuma powered up, the sooner he'd become useful. It was only a loan, after all. Shichen wasn't that nice, except toward Megumin and Union, maybe. There was another reason he'd been so kind. On the walk home he discovered Aqua actually possessed a divine fragment. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, Daily Explosion begins. Skin-to-skin contact for 1 minute. Divine fragment successfully acquired. Earlier, on the walk back, Shichen had suddenly heard her announce that line in his head. He'd frozen for a second. She had never warned him that Aqua carried a divine fragment. Was Aqua's fragment really that easy to take? On the way to the inn, Aqua had fallen asleep on his back, not even noticing his hands resting on her smooth thighs, or the softness pressed against his spine. Not that Shichen's attention was on such things right now. Why does Aqua have a divine fragment? He asked her silently as he walked. She answered, she's always had one. Just then Shichen realized her voice had changed, more human, yet still without emotion, and one he didn't recognize. The shift was probably because he had collected so many fragments. Maybe this still wasn't her real voice. Why didn't you warn me back then? Didn't you sense it yourself? Sense it? You mean that burst of divine energy? Belated understanding dawned. What else? You have no divine power of your own, how else could you have felt it? Then why no heads up? Weren't you eager to meet her? Weren't you having fun with those 2 little girls? Why would you still need my reminder? Are you jealous? Silence. After a moment, no. Shichen chuckled. What's so funny? She asked flatly. Nothing. Anything else? Just one last thing, why was Aqua's fragment so easy to obtain? What's her task? Does a simpleton need a task? Fair point. Conversation ended. Shichen reached the inn, carried Aqua upstairs and into the room he'd rented for her. When he sat on the bed to slide her off, she clung to him like an octopus, arms around his neck, legs locked about his waist. Wake up, Aqua, he sighed, patting her pert backside. Nice texture, he noted, her skirt might as well not exist. MMNN. Aqua just murmured, still asleep. He smacked her rear a bit harder. Aqua, wake up, we're at the inn. NN, don't wanna. She clamped tighter. Troublesome. A little teasing was fine, but taking too much advantage of a fool felt criminal. Discarding any naughty thoughts, Shichen gave her 2 firm whacks. Ow. That hurts. Aqua jolted awake, let go, and knelt on the bed rubbing her bottom. Shichen exhaled and stood. Why'd you hit me? I tried gentler ways. You wouldn't wake up. You didn't have to hit so hard. Light taps didn't work. Fine, whatever, Aqua waved it off. A twinge of guilt pricked him. How about I buy you 2 bottles of sparkling wine as an apology? Really? Why? Her eyes sparkled. Payment for waking you so abruptly. That's great. In fact, you can wake me up like that every time. Let's not, he muttered and headed for the door. Wait, she called. You're not buying it with my reward money, are you? That wouldn't be compensation. I won't. Promise. Promise. Good. You're the best, Shichen. He felt even guiltier. Soon he was back with 2 bottles, the inn sold them. Not necessarily a good thing. If Aqua lazed around drinking here every day, teamwork would suffer. She was strong, and Megumin and Union might need her when he wasn't around. He'd have to train her a bit. Ooh, my sparkling wine, hand it over. Here. He gave her both bottles. Aqua popped one and chugged straight from it, hardly ladylike. Ah, heaven. Is it really that good? Shichen wondered. It's mine, you can't have any. She hugged the bottle, hiding the spare behind her. Why would I steal your drink? I'm not short of cash. True. That still hurts my feelings, you know. Ah, sorry, didn't mean it. So you don't need me looking after you? No, no, I can't live without your care. Then how about some attitude change? Want a sip? She offered the bottle, reluctant. Forget it, no sincerity there. I insist. Please. She scooted closer. Really? Ah, really? Haha, just kidding. I don't want it. He ruffled her blue hair. Ah, really? Really? Why take your booze? I knew you were nice. Want me to treat you even better? Better. Eat whatever you like, drink whatever you want, play all you please. Her eyes lit up. For real. Just be obedient. Obedient. Do what I say, nothing hard, no heavy lifting. Just cooperate. That's all. Sure. I'm plenty strong, I don't need you to do much. Deal. I'll listen from now on. Good. Enjoy your wine. He patted her head. Aqua downed both bottles quickly, grew tipsy, and, forgetting Shichen was still there, flopped on the bed in a starfish sprawl and passed out. He didn't check whether she wore panties, he simply left. Winning Aqua over was easy, the trick was getting her used to taking orders. He had time. Shichen stepped outside, planning to stroll the town and maybe bump into a certain thief girl, when a deafening explosion shook the ground outside the walls. A blossom of flame, only one person could be responsible. He vanished in a blink. On the plain he found a huge blackened crater, nearby lay a petite girl, hat knocked off. Megumin, what are you doing? He asked, exasperated. Shichen. Why are you here? You tell me. And what's with the eye patch? He just noticed she was wearing one. Hey, just bought it. Cool, right? Not really. What? Impossible. Anyway, why the explosion spell? I bought the eye patch and had to try a blast. What's the connection? Don't you think launching explosion while wearing an eye patch is, like, epic? Not at all. How can you? Where's Union? No idea. She said she had something to buy and split off. I'm worried about her. I'll head back. Wait. What now? Could you carry me too? Why? I can't move right now. So. Shichen squatted beside her, glaring into her one visible eye. You knew casting explosion drains all your strength, yet you came out here alone. I see couldn't help it, she muttered. What if some creep found you like this? That probably wouldn't happen. Probably isn't good enough. Shichen, are you worried about me? She suddenly realized. Idiot, of course I'm worried. He flicked her forehead. Hee, Megumin giggled. What's so funny? Then can you tag along with me every day? That's fine, wait, every day. Yeah. I need to cast one explosion every single day or I feel awful. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 119, Gift. You wish. I don't have time to come out here every single day just so you can fire one shot, Shichen grumbled, stretching Megumin's cheeks. But it doesn't take that long. It's plenty of time. I only need one blast to be satisfied. One blast is never enough. But I can only cast one. Wait, doesn't this conversation sound kind of wrong? Megumin suddenly asked with a dead serious face. Does it? Shichen blinked innocently. Shichen, you really are a lolicon, talking dirty with a little girl. Totally perverted. Oh, so you're turning the tables on me now. Shichen tugged harder on her cheeks. Ow, sorry, my bad. Next time I'll spank you for real. Do you like my butt or something? Huh. Sorry. I was wrong. Too late. Shichen flipped her onto her stomach so she lay prone on the ground, then raised his hand. Wait, one more chance. I swear there won't be a next time. Please, have mercy. I'm really sorry. Megumin begged. He didn't strike, he'd only meant to scare her. You said it yourself. Aha. If I act up again you can spank me all you want. So you know you're a brat. Shichen shook his head, turned her over, and picked her up. Megumin hadn't expected that. She reflexively hooked her arms around his neck. I thought you were going to carry me. You're this tiny, easier to hold than piggyback. He smiled and strode toward town. Calling me tiny again. She pouted. Small is cute, right? Knew it, you real. Go on, say it. Humph. Not if it means a spanking. Then behave. Maybe make it a piggyback instead. As they neared the gate Megumin grew embarrassed, hanging her head to avoid the guard's eyes. What, don't like being carried? It's not that, it's just embarrassing. Figure out my plan yet. I want the whole town to see you like this, teach you some humility. You're evil. If you sneak out again to cast explosion, I'll carry you back the same way. A few days of that and everyone will have seen it. I I can ask Union to help me. I'll tell her not to, and she listens to me more than you. Gore. Plus, explosions so loud I'd know instantly. Shichen, you're a devil. Your choice, resist the urge or get paraded in my arms. Unfair. Luckily the streets were quiet, few people saw them because most townsfolk were outside, now that the frog threat was gone. Halfway back they met Union, who was cheerfully carrying a bag toward the inn. Union. Eek, sh Shichen. And Megumin. What happened to her? Startled, she hid the bag behind her. Long story. Didn't you hear that blast outside? Shichen said. A blast. That was Megumin. She just had to fire off an explosion, left a crater in the plain. Haha, sounds like her. So, what were you up to? Shichen asked. I was heading back to the inn. She shuffled, hands still hiding the bag. What's behind your back? He asked bluntly. Just something I bought. Something private. And not exactly. Then why hide it? Well. Is it a bra? Megumin cut in. It is not. Union yelped. Really? Then why hide it? Don't tell me you got even bigger. What did you eat, huh? I did not get bigger. I'm exactly the same as last week. Last week? Shichen muttered, eyes drifting to the bit of pale skin visible at Union's chest. Noticing, Union blushed deeper. Shichen. Sorry. He yanked his gaze away. It's fine. She murmured. Yo, Megumin clicked her tongue. Could you two not flirt right in front of me? Quit spouting nonsense. Shichen hitched Megumin higher so she clung tighter. Big deal, just 2 lumps of useless fat. Nothing but dead weight. Sounds like jealousy, he said with a grin. Who's jealous? It's written all over your face. Gore. Hee, ignore her, Union, you know how she is, Shichen said. I know. You're okay now, right? Let's walk back together. Oh okay. Shichen, still holding Megumin, walked beside Union, who kept darting shy glances at them and clutching her bag. Back at the inn he set Megumin on her bed in the girls' twin room. Rest a bit. We'll grab lunch later. Got it. After he left, silence filled the room until Megumin spoke. What's up? You're not your usual self. And nothing, Union stammered. Come on, you normally won't stop talking. Spill it. You're exhausted, right? I don't buy that. You were chatting my ear off last night. Well, can I ask you something? Shoot. You seem really stuck to Shichen. And me. Stuck? No. Things just turned out that way. He's a boob maniac, why would I cling to him? But you looked happy, Union pouted. Happy? He keeps bullying me. I'm not a masochist. Why ask that? Megumin deflected. No reason. I just wondered. Liar, tell me. You said I could. Fine. I suspect you're using helping me as an excuse to cling to Shichen. You dare accuse me. After I always stick up for you. Megumin sat up, glaring. Sorry. I'm disappointed you doubt my motives. I'm sorry, really. Let me make it up to you. Forget it. But, do you actually like Shichen? And no. Union's whole face turned crimson. Megumin smirked. Why? He's kind, handsome, strong, always helps me, agreed to team up. Why are you making me say this? Wow, you're easy. I am not. So that bag, did you buy something for Shichen? Megumin asked. How did you it's not for him. What is it then? A cape. It's magic resistant. I thought it would suit him if he wore, ugh. You made me say it again. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 120, knock knock. At noon Shichen had lunch with Megumin and Union. Aqua was still asleep, so he let her be. Kazuma hadn't returned yet, apparently still out buying gear. First-time shoppers often fuss over every detail, Shichen just hoped Kazuma wouldn't get swindled. Axel rarely had shady merchants, though there was one famously dense money-sink shop. Because they'd already cleared a quest that morning, and for a decent reward, Shichen didn't drag the girls back to the guild. Adventurer life isn't only quests and pay, you need downtime. 1 or 2 hours of work a day is plenty. Besides, after firing her daily explosion Megumin could barely move, even a stroll around town was out. So Shichen stayed with them in their room and played board games. Both girls changed into pajamas. Megumin wore a conservative red two-piece, top button to the neck, long pants below. Yunyan's sleepwear was pale yellow, a strapless top that showed a faint line of cleavage, actually more modest than her usual clothes, and black shorts that set off her smooth white legs. Shichen had no pajamas of his own and sat on the bed in his regular clothes, neither girl minded. They chose Western chess, no surprise the game existed here, many earlier Isekai travelers had introduced such things. The Crimson Demon's weird Chuny culture is thanks to one of them. First up were Shichen and Yunyan. Megumin claimed, low stamina, and let them go first. The two sat cross-legged on Yunyan's bed, board between them. Yunyan fumbled nervously, misplacing pieces several times. Your move, Yunyan. Oh okay. She shifted a pawn, hands trembling. Heh, no need to be nervous, I'm not very good either, Shichen said kindly. Humph. She's not nervous about the game, Megumin snickered from her own bed, legs folded. Luckily she was wearing pants, otherwise that pose was impossible. Then what? Shichen asked. Megumin. Yunyan squeaked. Megumin ignored her. It's because of you, obviously. Really? Shichen looked at Yunyan. And no. She ducked her head. Yunyan, don't be shy. It's 'cause Shichen was staring at your chest, right? Megumin declared. Eh. Yunyan froze, she hadn't expected that. I was not staring. Shichen barked. Nice try, I saw everything. Megumin crowed. What did you see? Keep it up and I'll spank you again. I'll speak the truth despite your threats. Megumin retorted proudly. Shichen rolled his eyes. Yunyan, ignore her, I wasn't looking. I know. Yunyan, don't let him fool you, your chest is so pale and eye-catching no normal man could resist. Yunyan couldn't help glancing at Shichen. Shichen glared at Megumin. Planning to embarrass me in front of Yunyan, huh? Megumin's bravado faltered. And maybe I misread. Shichen is a gentleman who'd never do that. Too late, Shichen said, rising and stalking to Megumin's bed. What are you doing? She edged back. Remember what I promised? Why you mean business? You asked for it. Yunyan's watching. All the better. Shichen hauled her over, flipped her face down, and raised his hand. No, don't. I'm sorry, okay. Megumin pleaded. Smack. A crisp crack echoed, Megumin stiffened, Yunyan stared in shock. Ow, that hurts. Shichen quickly threw up a sound-dampening barrier, the inn's walls were thin. Shichen. Yunyan gasped. Don't misunderstand, I'm not being lewd. Megumin needs discipline. But, why the but? Best teaching method where I'm from. Will you ever do that to me? Yunyan asked, half fearful. Of course not. You're always well behaved. Really? She bit her lip, almost disappointed. Shichen, you really spanked me. And in front of Yunyan, how can I face her now? Megumin struggled, but his grip held. You brought it on yourself. You've hit me once, let me go. Nope. Fair's fair. Fair's. The other side needs equal treatment. Smack. Another loud slap. Ouch. Shichen, I'll get you for this. Want a third? He raised his hand again. She went limp. Thought so. Done. I was wrong. She sniffled. Really learned your lesson? Yes. If you act up again. You can, spank me, she muttered. Good. He released her and returned to the board. Let's continue. Yunyan glanced at the motionless Megumin. Oh okay. So the afternoon passed with Shichen and Yunyan playing chess while Megumin lay prone, nursing her pride and backside. By evening Kazuma finally returned, ecstatic, and showed off his newly purchased gear. After half a day's haggling he now looked exactly like the Kazuma Shichen remembered. He couldn't wait for tomorrow, so after dinner he went straight to bed. Megumin acted as if nothing had happened, chatting normally, though sitting a bit gingerly, not much patting back there. Aqua ate the most, skipping lunch left her belly bulging by the end. Shichen's last illusions of her godsliness crumbled. After dinner Shichen headed to his own room, life with Frieren had made early to bed a habit. He wasn't asleep yet when... Knock knock. Who is it? It's me, Aqua whispered. He opened the door, puzzled. Aqua. What's up? Let me in first. She slipped inside and closed the door. What do you want? I want to sleep with you, she said plainly. Excuse me. I want to share your bed, she repeated, nodding vigorously. Why? Your aura draws me in. Even from the next room it feels so strong, I can't resist. That's all. You do realize I'm a man. He had half worried she planned something indecent, apparently not. So. Aqua blinked. Won't you behave? I will, but. Then it's fine. She dove onto his bed, patted the space beside her, and chirped, come on. Shichen was speechless, when. Knock knock knock. Another knock sounded at the door. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 121, Sleeping with Aqua. Shichen glanced at Aqua, then called toward the hallway. Who is it? It's me. Came a whisper barely louder than Aqua's. Yun, sounding as if she didn't want anyone to overhear. Yun. What's wrong? Something urgent. Sort of. See, could you open the door first? Sure. Hang on, I need to, put something on. Pee put something on. With a quick soundproofing barrier, Shichen strode to the bed, grabbed Aqua by the collar, and hoisted her up. Hey. What are you doing? Hide under the bed for a minute. Why? It's not like we're doing anything shady. Just being in my room this late is weird enough. So. We can just tell the truth. Unless you're hiding something from Yun. I'm not, but if you stay here she'll be too embarrassed to speak. Oh, so you two need some private time. Aqua nodded sagely. Exactly. Please squeeze under there for a bit. No problem, but you owe me more sparkling wine. Fine. Deal. Hee hee. Aqua crawled under the bed herself. As her skirt slid up, Shichen could clearly see the join of thigh and backside, yet, as if an invisible sensor existed, nothing higher was visible. From this angle he could confirm she definitely wasn't wearing underwear. Remember, total silence. Or no wine. Roger. He dropped the barrier and opened the door. Outside stood Yun in pale yellow pajamas, nervously looking around and hugging the shopping bag from earlier. Come in. Oh okay. She slipped inside. Shichen closed the door. Seeing her eyes dart about his room, he smiled. So, Yun, what brings you here so late? Well, Face pink, she turned, bowed 90 degrees, and thrust the bag toward him. F for you. For me. He blinked and accepted it. May I look? Please. Inside was a black shoulder cape, soft, silky, yet sturdy, like a detective's short cloak. He liked the style. You bought this for me? Why yes, to thank you for taking care of me, she stammered. I haven't done that much, really. That's not true. She straightened, eyes shining. You've helped me a lot and I'm grateful. The cape has an anti-magic enchantment. It's not especially expensive, so please accept it. Well, now I can't refuse. But it doesn't look cheap. It wasn't that pricey. Silly girl. All right, I'll take it. Thank you. She beamed. Why are you thanking me? Should be the other way around. He chuckled. Hehe, Yun giggled. Let's see how it looks, then. Oh okay. Actually, could you put it on me? He offered it back to her. And me. Put it on. You bought it, better if you fasten it yourself, unless you don't want to. I do. She hurried behind him, heart racing, and draped the cape over his shoulders, smoothing it gingerly. Done. How is it? He stood, turned left and right. It looks great. Very dashing. Cheeks rosy. Thanks. I really like it. He ruffled her hair. Yun stared, entranced. Earth to Yun. He waved a hand in front of her. She dropped her gaze, flustered. He laughed softly. It's late, better head back to your room. Knock knock knock. Shichen, you still up? Megumin's voice, much louder than Aqua's or Yun's whispers. Megumin's here. What do we do? Yun panicked. Do what? We aren't doing anything. Oh, right. Unless, you'd like to. He suddenly wrapped her in a hug. Shichen. She froze, trembling. Just a quick hug, he murmured, squeezing gently. Flustered beyond words, Yun stood rigid. Then he let go. Teasing you. Lesson, sneaking into a guy's room alone is risky. He flicked her forehead. Yun, wide-eyed, covered the spot. Cat got your tongue. And no. Just, oddly, she felt a bit disappointed. Hey. Shichen. Open up. Doing anything indecent in there? Megumin shouted. Quit yelling nonsense. He yanked the door open and dragged her in. You'll ruin my reputation. Humph. You weren't answering. Needed to check. She scanned the room, eyes landing on Yunyun, no suspicious scene. Yunyun, you okay? He didn't do anything, right? Eh? And nothing at all, Yunyun said. Strange. He's a boob maniac, why didn't he pounce? Sounds like your butt's itching again, Shichen said darkly. Megumin clutched her rear and hid behind Yunyun. So why are you here? Yunyun's been gone ages, I worried. What danger could she be in? Megumin, stop it, Shichen's not that sort of person, Yunyun scolded. You just don't know how scary men are. Is he scary? Shichen doesn't feel scary at all. That's only because you haven't seen his true colors. True colors? Yunyun looked innocently at Shichen. Veins popped on his forehead. Keep slandering me and I'll spank you again. Let's go, Yunyun. You delivered the gift, right? Looks good on him. She nodded at the cape. Yep, Yunyun's choice. Unlike someone who bought herself an eye patch. TCH. Off you go, early start tomorrow. He ushered them out, Yunyun waved goodnight and closed the door. Are they gone? Aqua's head peeped out. Gone. You can come out. Phew, almost fell asleep under there. She crawled out and flopped onto the bed. Figures. Come on, I'm sleepy, she beckoned. Her pose made him feel like a gigolo. He removed the cape and lay beside her. Why so far? She scooted over, throwing an arm and leg over him. This aura's the best. I'll sleep like a baby. What are you doing? Sleeping. Why hugging me? Why not? Forget it. He returned the embrace, pulled her close, and closed his eyes. That's better. Aqua smiled contentedly and drifted off. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, a high-ranking demon appears near the beginner town. Early the next morning, Shichen woke up feeling short of breath, something was covering his face and he was nearly suffocating. He opened his eyes to total darkness, though the soft sensation pressed against his cheeks was unmistakable. What the? He pushed away whatever was hugging his head and discovered it was Aqua. Sitting up, he eyed the sound-asleep goddess and frowned in thought. They certainly hadn't fallen asleep in this position. Shichen distinctly remembered holding Aqua in his arms when they dozed off. Now, somehow, she was the one cradling his head. Since he hadn't moved, she must have been the restless one. And he'd slept straight through her antics. Maybe he trusted her too much. Aqua lay there, mouth open, snoring softly. Shichen shook his head. Aside from her looks, she had none of a woman's grace. Well, she had begged to share his bed for a better night's sleep, he couldn't expect much more. With a sigh he got up to dress. Aqua's appearance eclipsed every woman he'd met so far, yet one night beside her was honestly less restful than sleeping alone. Even getting an accidental foam cleanser experience at dawn didn't stir him. Still, that wasn't a bad thing, it proved he wasn't swayed by looks alone. Men as upstanding as him were rare indeed. Not bothering to wake Aqua, he finished dressing and slipped out. The inn was quiet, only faint clatter from the kitchen. He skipped breakfast for now and strolled outside. Axel was big and he'd never explored it properly. His spatial transfer only worked where he'd been before, it couldn't cross time or jump between worlds. Whether the limit was dimensional or simply his own power, he didn't know. If he could overcome it, he might take everyone on a multiverse tour. Perhaps one familiar would someday give him that ability, but ordinary girls lacked the affinity needed to awaken it, and he still didn't know which fragment housed that beast. He'd have to test them one by one. Aqua's blood definitely qualified, but harvesting from a fool felt morally off. Better treat her kindly first, the guilt would sting a bit less. Conscience, present, if limited. After wandering most of town he returned to the inn, roused everyone, and they ate breakfast together. No one seemed to know he'd slept with Aqua, though Yunyun looked tired, sporting faint circles under her eyes and yawning often. Bad night's sleep, Yunyun? Shichen asked. Ah. A little, she replied shyly. Megumin keeping you up? What's that supposed to mean? Megumin huffed. You two share a room, who else would cause it? I fell asleep right away, so don't blame me. Then why? Shichen asked. And nothing serious, I just went to bed late, Yunyun said, waving it off. Truthfully, thoughts of Shichen's embrace had kept her awake. All right. Let's finish a quest this morning and take the afternoon off. Okay. They headed to the guild and, once again, took the giant toad subjugation quest. It remained perfect for them. Other requests either required high levels, beyond everyone but Megumin, or called for skills the group lacked. Shichen wasn't chase level UPS, the EXP benefit meant little to him. Toad hunt, let's go. This time you must let me fight. Kazuma, now proudly armored, marched out the gate. Armed heroes, after all, itch to grind. Outside on the plain, multicolored giant toads dotted the fields, peak breeding season, bad for farmers, great for adventurer wallets. Big bro, I'm going in. Kazuma charged the closest lone toad. With Aqua here you don't have to fear death, she can resurrect you, Shichen called. Seriously? Aqua's that strong. You dare doubt me? No buff for you. Aqua snapped. Sorry. My bad. Kazuma bowed. Go on, but remember, dying hurts, Shichen added. Got it. Kazuma hacked at a toad's belly, the blade bounced off the fatty hide. Ah. Why doesn't it work? You're only level 1, your strength is trash. Keep hacking, Shichen advised. Arg. Kazuma darted away, then steeled himself for another swing. That one's yours, we'll handle the rest. What? Don't abandon me. Don't you want levels? Fine. Come at me. He turned back to his foe. Shichen warped Union to the far side of the herd. Same plan, left side for you, right for me. Okay. Fireball. She focused, flinging a mid-tier spell. Lightsaber. Their spells felled toads in droves. Megumin and Aqua could only spectate, one a support caster, one a single-shot cannon. Soon the field lay littered with carcasses, though Kazuma was still dueling his single target. Aqua, having learned yesterday's lesson, stayed put. With a final two-handed chop to the head, Kazuma finished his toad. Big bro, I did it. And I leveled up. Nicely done. Let's head back. Tomorrow I'll take down 2. Why stop there, make it 3. Maybe later. As yesterday, Shichen floated 20-odd toad bodies in a neat line behind the party, though today he didn't have Aqua on his back. Townsfolk cheered their parade. Good work, Shichen. Keep those toads in check. You're the pride of beginner town. Inside the guild the mood was tense. Adventurers clustered around, faces grim. Shichen-san, you're back. Excellent. You didn't run into trouble, did you? Luna hurried over. Trouble. Shichen glanced at the crowd. What happened? A high-ranked demon appeared in the forest, she said gravely. A high-ranked demon. This close. Union blanched, she knew their threat. Witnesses say it's searching for a giant black beast, Luna explained. A giant black monster. The so-called newbie killer, Shichen muttered, extremely dangerous. Why would a demon hunt that creature? Megumin frowned. Luna shook her head. I'm sorry, we don't know. I see. Please stay inside the walls, Shichen-san. A high-ranked demon is far too dangerous, Luna urged. Is there a demon-slaying commission? Shichen asked. Luna blinked. You don't mean? Yes. We'll go exterminate it. Shichen smiled. What? Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 123, Blonde Hair Female Knight. The giant black monster the demon was hunting wasn't that so-called newbie killer at all, it was Megumin's familiar, the little black cat KonoSuba. KonoSuba was no ordinary kitten. The tiny wings on its back were proof enough. In truth, it was the split-body monster of Wolbach. Wolbach, goddess of wrath and sloth, a being with true divinity, the same order of existence as Aqua. Long ago the Axis Church unilaterally branded her as an evil god because she served in the Demon King's army, and eventually she adopted the title herself out of necessity. Back on the road to Axel, they had met Arns, one of Wolbach's followers. Years earlier Wolbach had actually saved young Megumin, and by casting explosion right in front of her, turned the girl into a lifelong explosion fanatic, the ultimate culprit, really. Back at the inn everyone gathered in Shichen's room, and Sada Kazuma blurted the question on everyone's mind. Big bro, are you serious? We're really going after a high-ranked demon. Just the name sounds nasty. Because the demon had appeared only moments ago, the guild had not yet posted a formal bounty. Shichen had no desire to work for free, so he'd brought the party home first. Besides, that demon's personality was fairly mild, it attacked people only in passing, mainly searching for the big monster, and hadn't killed anyone yet. No rush. And, frankly, this world never felt especially dangerous. Of course I'm serious, Shichen answered with a grin. See, can we win? Relax. Even without me, Megumin and Aqua could finish it. Really? Kazuma stared at Megumin. These 2 days she'd done nothing but watch, he had no grasp of what explosion could do. What's that look for? Don't you believe in me, she huffed. And no, I trust Big Bro. Which still means you don't trust me. Then let's show him, Shichen said soothingly. Right. I'll prove my power, let's go demon hunting. Megumin cheered. Is that wise? Yunyun fretted. What, you think I can't handle it? Megumin pouted. If anything happens, Aqua's there, Shichen reminded her. Aqua. She's a high priest. Debuff the demon, buff Megumin, simple. Feels like you're raising a flag. What's a flag doing in this world? Kazuma blinked. Our teacher taught us the term, Yunyun replied. Huh, neat. A lot of other worlders have come through, Megumin added. Kazuma nodded, right, almost forgot. Megumin looked puzzled. Other worlders. Never mind, Shichen cut in. Once the bounty's posted we'll take it. Aqua debuffs, Megumin nukes. If that fails, then I step in. What, you won't fight at all? If I go first the battle ends instantly. Better you gain the experience. Aha. Don't believe me. He raised a hand menacingly. Megumin sniffed and shuffled back. All right, break it up. Lunch soon. Kazuma slipped out first. Megumin and Yunyun lingered, eyeing Aqua sprawled on Shichen's bed. Aqua, aren't you leaving? Megumin frowned at the half-exposed goddess. Aqua opened one eye, then closed it. Just staying here a while. Why not go to your room? None of your business. What was that? Megumin huffed, tossed her staff aside, and flopped onto the bed as well. Megumin, what are you doing? Yunyun asked. Don't just stand there. Get up here. Eh? Yunyun glanced at the empty spot, then at Shichen. Shichen sighed. What now? I can't leave Aqua alone with you, you might try something indecent. Does your butt itch again? Threaten me all you like, guilty conscience. Megumin countered. Shichen rolled his eyes and walked out. Room's yours. I'll take a stroll. Where are you going? Yunyun called. Just out. Back soon. He closed the door behind him. Inside, Megumin patted the mattress. Come on, Yunyun, the bed smells like Shichen. Don't you want a whiff? Stop talking nonsense. Yunyun flushed. Better hurry or Aqua'll hog the whole spot. Red-faced, Yunyun clenched her eyes and leapt onto the bed. That's more like it, Megumin giggled. Don't misunderstand, I'm only here to keep you company. Yunyun stammered. Sure. Nap time. Outside, Shichen spotted Kazuma sneaking off like a thief. Concealing his presence, he tailed the boy and ended up at the Succubus Cafe. So Kazuma already knew about this hidden spot, women never learned of it. Watching Kazuma grin and slip inside, Shichen just walked away, the cafe only sold dreams, and he'd already tasted the real thing. Let the guy enjoy himself, it was his money anyway. Shichen finished touring the rest of Axel, the bumbling Lich's magic item shop, the haunted mansion, the public graveyard, the jail, and finally the dustiness mansion. Yet he never bumped into the masochist lady knight, Darkness. Returning to the inn, he found the three girls sound asleep in his cramped bed. He woke them, they ate, and Kazuma reappeared wearing a satisfied grin. Shichen chose not to comment. With nothing to do that afternoon, Megumin dragged Shichen out to fire one more explosion. The blast startled the town, people thought the demon had attacked, so the bounty was posted the very next day. The next morning, guild counter. Shichen-san, are you sure you're taking the demon hunt request? Luna asked, worried. Don't fret, Luna-san, we'll be fine, Shichen assured her. But I know high-rank demons are dangerous, but I'm more dangerous. Trust me. All right, Luna relented. Good luck, then. Outside town, Shichen warped the party straight to the forest, only to find an unexpected scene. The demon stood right at the forest edge, badly battered, wounds everywhere. Facing it was a blonde female knight in armor, clearly the one who'd done the damage. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 124, Announcement, Chapter 124, Darkness. Chris. And host. The heck, who is that woman? Did she just pin that demon down by herself? Amazing. Kazuma blurted out. Moments earlier he'd been terrified of the demon, now he saw it being pummeled by a blonde beauty and felt a lot braver. Admittedly it wasn't a total beatdown, the blonde knight's armor was cracked and she bore plenty of wounds. Won't she be in trouble? Should we help her? Yunyun asked Shichen anxiously. Yeah, we should lend a hand. Shichen nodded. In truth he wasn't worried about that woman, he knew all too well how sturdy she was, and, frankly, she might even be enjoying the beating. In this world, only one female knight liked taking hits that much. Darkness, Shichen recognized her at a glance. Compared with his memory, she was even more striking in person, long golden hair tied in a ponytail, tall figure in yellow armor, a cool profile, if you ignored the faint upward curve of her lips. Just then a short-haired girl in white darted up to bar their path. "You there. It's dangerous, get away from here." The girl was pretty despite a scar on her cheek. In a crop top and short pants under a green cloak, she looked every bit a thief. "And you are?" Shichen asked, playing dumb. "I'm Chris. That's my partner Darkness over there. We're here to subjugate the demon. Please leave." "I'm afraid we can't," he said with a smile. "Huh? Why not?" Chris blinked. "Because we're here to subjugate it too." "Your hunt, wait, isn't that the famous high priest over there?" She finally noticed Aqua and looked flustered. "You know me?" Aqua tilted her head. "You seem familiar." "Haha, I must have seen you in the guild when you registered." Chris laughed it off. Aqua accepted the explanation, letting Chris exhale in relief. "Let's help out," Shichen said. "You're the adventurer, Shichen, everyone's talking about, right?" Chris looked him up and down. "With every stat maxed, yeah, you could beat a high-ranked demon. Doesn't your companion have it covered?" "She doesn't look badly hurt," Shichen nodded toward Darkness. "Trust me, no," Chris grimaced. "Darkness is a crusader, but she spent all her skill points on defense. Incredible tank, no real offense. Classic, max defense hero, huh?" Kazuma muttered. "Actually, she's not even afraid of pain," Chris added awkwardly. "Total weirdo," Shichen said. "Your world has shield maidens too?" Shichen asked Kazuma. "Of course, love that series. But in this world? Kinda scary." "Enough chatter, Darkness can't hold forever." Chris urged. "Fine, stay here. I'll fetch her." Shichen vanished and reappeared beside the knight. Darkness stared in surprise. Up close she was stunning, almost Aqua's equal, and her figure was impressive even in armor. "I'm Shichen. My team's here to take this demon down." I see." Darkness hesitated a moment. "You attack from afar, let me draw its fire." HHAAA. She was visibly excited. Yep, still the masochist, Shichen thought. Just then the demon spoke. "Human, why do you carry Wolbok-sama's aura?" The demon was massive, 3 or 4 times a man's height, blue-green skin, bull horns, wings, like an oversized goblin. "So you are looking for Wolbok? Guess our connection." Shichen replied casually, the demon's tone was oddly polite. "Is Wolbok-sama with you? Hand her over." "No can do, she's the familiar of my Megumin over there." "Megumin? That name. See her?" Shichen pointed. "Hey, what do you mean, my Megumin? Stop making stuff up." Megumin called, amused. "Hush, the demon's staring now," Union whispered. "Wait, those eyes. Crimson Demon Clan." The demon straightened dramatically, striking a pose. "I am host, no mere overgrown goblin, but a high-ranked demon destined to serve a certain youngster." Silence. Everyone gaped. "Well. How was my introduction?" Host asked Megumin and Union proudly. What is he doing?" Kazuma broke the silence. Who knows, Union muttered. "Your host, right? Ready to be defeated." Shichen ignored Kazuma. "Such bold words, human. Think you can best me?" "Why not? You know Arns. That little girl over there took her down." "Who are you calling little?" Megumin shouted. "So Arns is back in hell already." Hust drew himself up. "Very well, show me your strength." Darkness, wheel. "No, let me block its attacks here." Hee. She answered, breathing hard. "Oh, cut it out." Shichen kicked her lightly in the butt, she toppled forward, gasping. "You kicked my butt? What a depraved man." Far from angry, Darkness looked thrilled. Shichen dragged her back to the group. Chris hurried over. "You okay?" "I'm fine, but who is that man?" "That's Shichen, the max stat adventurer." "So it's him. Not my usual type, but he might just." "Stop talking nonsense," Chris sighed. "Aqua, heal her," Shichen said. "No need." Darkness protested. "Save your mana for the demon." "Whatever." Shichen knew she lusted after the pain anyway. "Big bro, what's the plan?" Kazuma asked. "Simple. Aqua could exorcise it solo, but today we'll showcase Megumin. Aqua's that strong. She is a goddess. Right, so I can stand back. No. Throw a weapon, scrape some EXP. Got it. Megumin, get ready." Aqua, bind host, no exorcism yet. Union, toss a couple spells for extra damage. Ready. Okay. Understood. Prepared, humans. Host spread his wings. You hardly take us seriously, Shichen said. Attack with full respect, please. Crimson demons, eh? Then I'll oblige. Flames of purgatory. A blast of scarlet fire roared toward them. Sacred flame. Golden fire rushed from Shichen's palm and ate the purgatorial blaze. What is that? Host cried. Now's not the time to gape. Aqua. Seal. A magic circle shot out, Host froze, paralyzed. This. Enjoy the same end as Arn's. Shichen grinned. Union, Kazuma, Megumin. Flying knife. Kazuma hurled a dagger. Fireball. Union added. The hits barely scratched, but above Host, rainbow mana spiraled from Megumin's staff, rune circles stacking in the air. She chanted, from the primordial flame to the final blaze, past, present, and future, let forbidden power beyond the world converge. O death, I am the destroyer of worlds. Host actually chuckled at the gathering power. Explosion. A prismatic spear of annihilation slammed down, blinding light engulfed the demon. Hello guys. Thanks for reading this far. Please leave a comment and please share this with your friend. Growing comments and collections keep me motivated. Also for the announcement, it's a good thing. So, for every 100 Power Stone voted on this fanfic, one bonus chapter will be posted. For every 100 Power Stone equals one bonus chapter. Thank you again. Have a nice day. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 125, Flush with Cash. The Noisy Megumin. Megumin, that was incredible. My opinion of you just skyrocketed. No wonder Big Bro keeps you around, it's not just because he's a lolicon after all. Shichen raised an eyebrow at Kazuma. Slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. Ha ha ha, I'll lead the way back. Kazuma laughed nervously and hurried to the front of the group. They were walking, not teleporting, back to town. Shichen strolled along, carrying the exhausted Megumin on his back. Darkness and Chris were tagging along as well. That man, a lolicon, yet he hits hard. Maybe he really could satisfy me, Darkness muttered at the back, wearing an odd smile. What did you say, Darkness? Chris hadn't quite caught it. And nothing at all. Won't tell me. Aren't we friends? I only teamed up with you to keep you from stealing, remember? What? I thought we were friends. Chris pouted. Well, being friends is fine, as long as you stop breaking into my mansion. I told you I only snuck in to see you, fine. Friends it is. Chris shook her head. A while back Chris had burgled the Dustiness mansion just to get Darkness's attention, got caught, and finally persuaded the knight to form a party so she'd quit stealing. Not exactly the original plan, but it worked. The noisiest on the return hike was Aqua. Shichen, wasn't I awesome back there? Don't I deserve a reward? I want sparkling wine. Awesome. Once we're at the inn I'll buy you several bottles. Really? You're the best. You sure spoil Aqua, Megumin grumbled from Shichen's back. I was the MVP. I'm carrying you, what more do you want? And I only made you MVP for the EXP. Whatever. I beat the demon, period. Fine, you're the great hero. At least you admit it. Shichen chuckled. Shichen, are we toad hunting this afternoon? Union asked on his other side. Not today. The demon bounty is enough, and Megumin's out of commission. We could do it together just us two. She mumbled. What was that? And nothing. Right. Then we all rest. Okay. Back at the guild Shichen reported the kill. Luna was shocked at how fast they'd done it, but the record on the adventurer cards was undeniable. The reward for a high-ranked demon was hefty, split with Darkness and Chris, it still left Shichen's team flush with cash. He treated the adventurers present to food and drink, no harm in earning goodwill. It was still early, so the party headed for the inn instead of lounging in the guild. What are your plans now? Shichen asked Darkness and Chris outside. Nothing urgent, we'll rest. That demon roughed us up, Chris said, glancing uneasily at Aqua muttering sparkling wine under her breath. Need Aqua to heal you? And no. Chris waved frantically. It's free, you know. We're fine. A little rest and we'll be good, right, Darkness? Why yes. Darkness answered quickly, eyes fixed on Shichen's back. Darkness. Chris frowned. The knight was murmuring to herself, he smacks me without hesitation, loves Lolas, surrounded by women. Not quite my ideal looks, and a bit of a flirt, but maybe. She giggled. Darkness. Ah. What? You were spacing out. We're heading back. Oh, right. Did that demon hit your head? No, I'm fine, just need my armor repaired. Small matter. See you, Shichen. Take care. Let's go, Darkness. Okay. Still glancing longingly at Shichen, Darkness followed Chris away. He watched them leave and sighed. Looked like Darkness had fixated on him because of one little kick. Well, nothing to be done. Getting sentimental, Shichen. Megumin said slyly. Sentimental. You like that Darkness woman, don't you? Eh? Do you like Darkness-san? Yunyun asked, flustered. Where'd you get that idea? Shichen twitched. Golden hair, blue eyes, tall, big, assets. Any normal guy would, Megumin huffed. She is gorgeous, Kazuma agreed solemnly. Total Ice Queen vibe. Big bro, I ship it. Shut up. I don't like her. Drop it. Then why stare at her walking away? Maybe you fancy Chris inst. That's it, keep it up and you'll get another spanking. Shichen strode toward the inn. See. He's flustered. How can you be swayed by another woman? Is Yunyun not busty enough? Is Aqua not pretty enough? And you have me, the perfect lowly. Heh. Don't walk so fast. You are going to spank me again. I'm sorry. I swear you don't like Darkness at all. Please. Megumin's pleas drew only amused looks from passers-by, they'd seen their antics before. At the inn, Shichen carried Megumin straight to the girl's room and tossed her face down on the bed. Then he waited for Yunyun to enter. Where's Kazuma? He asked. Sato-san didn't come in, he was afraid you'd punish him, Yunyun said. Whatever. Aqua, shut the door. Sparkling wine first, she bargained. Afterward. Deal. Aqua closed the door, Shichen cast a sound barrier and turned with an evil grin to the motionless Megumin. Ready. I'm exhausted, you're not really going to spank me again, are you? You accused me of liking Darkness. Unforgivable. But Aqua's watching. Exactly, a witness so you'll think twice next time. Please, no. Smack. Ah. The crack echoed inside the ward. Yunyun flinched, feeling phantom pain herself. Why Yunyun? Aqua whispered, gulping, will he treat us like that too? Probably, not. Just don't make him mad, just do whatever he says, Yunyun replied, not entirely sure. Do whatever he says. Got it. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 126, Doing Quest with Yunyun. When Shichen left Megumin and Yunyun's room, a faint smile lingered on his face. Megumin's constant nonsense gave him headaches, but taking a little payback felt truly satisfying. He flexed his palm in the air and nodded to himself. That little girl might not be well developed, yet she was pleasantly springy. Aqua followed him out, clinging to his arm. Shichen, I want sparkling wine. Sure, he said, glancing sideways at her. When Aqua wasn't acting stupid she oozed, beautiful girl, charm, unfortunately her ditzy image was now burned into Shirchen's mind. Shichen, you won't spank me, right? I'm a goddess, you can't treat me that way. Why would I spank you for no reason, he asked dryly. Are you afraid of it? A goddess mustn't be spanked, it would ruin my image. Image? Whatever. Behave and I won't hit you. Behave. No problem, I'm the most obedient goddess ever. I'll even let you keep all my money as long as you buy me sparkling wine. Seriously. Shichen was surprised. Had he scared her that badly? Absolutely, just keep the wine coming. She patted her chest solemnly. That could work. Considering Aqua's spending habits, acting as her treasurer might be best. Deal, then, she chirped with relief. The memory of Megumin's punishment had been terrifying, no way would she be spanked in public. Besides, Shichen was generous, anything she wanted, he'd buy, so who needed cash? Shichen, hurry and get my sparkly. Fine, wait in my room. Shichen, in a good mood, bought 4 bottles. When he returned, Aqua was sprawled face down on his bed, skirt bunched so that half her pale butt was showing. He tore his eyes away. Here's your wine. Whoa, 4 bottles. Today's reward. You're the best. She hugged him, then uncorked a bottle and chugged half in one go, oddly charming in its boldness. Want a sip, she offered, reluctantly holding out the half-empty bottle. Shichen forced a smile and waved it off. No thanks, I don't like the stuff. How can you not? It's delicious. Then finish it yourself. You're wonderful. She drained the rest and burped. Take your time, I'm heading out, he said. Okay, come back soon. And don't puke on the bed. As if I would. She did not sound convincing. Well, if she hurled he could always sleep in her room, assuming she didn't need it. One day, once they had more money, he should just buy a house. Outside, Shichen sensed Kazuma's location, still near the Succubus Cafe. That guy is getting hooked, he thought. Let him be, a few dream sessions and the novelty would wear off. Shichen strolled to the guild. Even from outside the place was buzzing, adventurers still feasting on his tab. Inside he was greeted with cheers. Thanks for the food, Shichen. You folks crushed that high-ranked demon, amazing. Even the hero Mitsurugi couldn't do it. You're Axel's real champion. Mitsurugi. The name rang a faint bell, clearly not important. He waved back and walked to Luna's counter. Shichen-san, alone today. Looking for me, she asked eagerly. Actually I came for a quest. Her shoulders drooped for a heartbeat, then she perked up. So soon? Didn't you just earn a big reward? Nothing else to do. Nothing to do. Her eyes lit up. Then perhaps I could show you around Axel. Eh? Don't you have to work? I can take the afternoon off, my colleagues will cover me. I appreciate it, but I've already toured the town these past 2 days. Oh. I see. Don't worry, there'll be plenty of time. I'm not leaving soon. Well, all right. She cleared her throat. Besides toad hunts, the newbie killer subjugation suits your level. Interested? Sure, why not? She processed the paperwork, Shichen chatted with a few adventurers, then left as noon approached. At the inn entrance he bumped into Kazuma, still rosy-cheeked. Big bro, where've you been? Guild, gathering intel. As expected. Kazuma sighed. I didn't even think of that. Try some self-control first. Shichen patted his shoulder and went upstairs. Self-control. Kazuma blushed red. He knows. Shichen checked his own room first. Aqua was sprawled sideways, dead drunk, hugging an empty bottle, one leg over the blanket, a snowy cheek of backside exposed. Nothing else was visible, so he quietly left. In the girls' room, Union was reading. Megumin still lay face down. Something up, Shichen? Union asked brightly. Megumin flinched at his name, then groaned as her butt throbbed. Ow. I'm not here to hit you, he chuckled. Humph. We're mortal enemies, she huffed, glaring sideways. At this rate you'll never sit properly. Anyway, I came to call you for lunch. Bring mine up, I'm not moving. Really? He looked at Union. We'll carry food up later. But is bright red, Union whispered. Union. Megumin squealed. All right, Shichen laughed. He stole a glance at the petite posterior, then headed downstairs with Union. Lunch was quiet, just the two of them and Kazuma, who barely spoke to Union. Afterward Kazuma dashed to the guild, eager to gather intel, too. Shichen carried Megumin's meal upstairs, then led Union out of the inn. Where are we going, she asked. Bored. How about we run a quest? Yeah. She blinked. You don't want to? I do. But, just the two of us. Who else? Shall we? Yes, she blurted. Shichen took her hand instead of her shoulder. Then let's go. For every 100 Power Stone equals 1 bonus chapter. Please vote for more chapters. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 127, Beginner's Bane. The newbie killer, as the name suggests, is a monster infamous for preying on first-time adventurers. Axel is a starter town, full of greenhorns who all too often meet their end on its claws, hence the nickname. The creature lives in the forest beyond the town. Shichen warped himself and Union to the gate, then, still holding her hand, started the walk. Union's cheeks flushed at the warm grasp. Shichen. She lowered her eyes, words stalling. What is it? He asked softly. And nothing. Then let's keep going. Her face reddened further, but she let him lead her on. They strolled at an easy pace, across the meadow, past herds of giant toads, even by the huge smoking crater Megumin's explosion had left, until they reached the forest. Toads were everywhere in breeding season, good news for low-level adventurers and for anyone who liked the meat. Parasites apparently weren't a concern in this world. At the forest edge the morning's battle scars remained. Host was gone without a trace, but the scorched cavity from Megumin's spell looked as if a small nuke had landed, minus the radiation. Where do we look for this newbie killer? Union asked. Luna said it lurks in the woods, Shichen replied. After all the noise earlier, it's probably hiding. We'll have to flush it out. What if it never shows? It will. We look like fresh meat. If it spots us, it won't resist. Shichen, you're hardly a newbie. You nullified a high-ranked demon's fire with a flick. That was just a flame trick, and I've only been an adventurer a few days. Doesn't that make me new? No rookie slays a high-ranked demon, she laughed. Megumin did the slaying, remember, he winked. You're hopeless, she giggled. Come on, let's find our quarry. Even slowly is fine, she bit her lip. Nothing. Let's go. This time she tugged him into the trees. She walked cautiously, peering about, but perhaps because of the earlier commotion no monsters appeared. Shichen stopped her near the deeper brush. Don't go farther. Why? We haven't found anything. The newbie killer never ventures that deep. Let's circle around. Okay. Now he took the lead. With no danger looming, Union's thoughts drifted back to their interlaced fingers. She'd never held hands with anyone before, let alone a boy. His palm swallowed hers, warm and steady. Somehow it felt like he was holding not just her hand but her heart. Shichen. She ventured. Yes. Do you like Megumin? Why ask? He halted and faced her. Gathering courage, she met his gaze. Why you tease her a lot, but I can tell you spoil her too. Oh. She's cute. And powerful. You're cute too, he said lightly. Union's face went crimson. And me. Of course. You're adorable, talented, and your figure is, well, better than hers. Your mid-tier magic packs a punch. Really? Don't believe me, he teased. I do. Good. Be confident, you're not inferior to anyone. Bet you're nearly ready for high-level spells. How did you know? Because you have the skill. Thank you. No thanking teammates, he scolded playfully. Sorry. Stop. A teammate shows thanks or apology with a hug. Hug. She blinked. What? Don't believe that either. I believe. Then you know what to do. Union screwed her eyes shut and dove into his chest. Shichen braced easily and wrapped his arms around her slender frame, soft, delicate, and, most importantly, willing. Still clinging to him, she whispered, "Can I ask, that night, why did you hug me so suddenly?" I told you, just a joke, to teach you it's risky sneaking into a guy's room. Is that all? Her voice wavered. Don't believe me? A little. Then guess, he chuckled. That's not fair. Here's a hint, this kind of hug, save it just for me, okay? Why? Think about it. When you're happy or sad you can come to me for one, anytime. Okay. Good girl, here's a reward. He bent and kissed her forehead. She froze, wide-eyed. At that instant Shichen's brow knit. Looks like we have unwanted company. What? Holding her close he leapt onto a branch. Whoosh. A dark blur sliced the spot where they'd stood and halted below. That. Union gasped. The newbie killer, Shichen said. Below them a wolf-lion hybrid, midnight black, bared its fangs, eyes gleaming with hunger. What do we do? Same as toads, only easier. We may be newbies in name but not in power. True. Hold tight, I'm jumping. Why? It interrupted us. I owe it a couple kicks. Sleep. Union hurriedly cast. Violet ether wrapped the beast, its eyelids drooped just as Shichen landed atop its skull. Justice kick. Still cradling Union, he stomped its head and sprang away. The creature roared, dazed. Justice kick, she echoed. Never mind. Finish it, fireball. All right. Lightning. Golden flame and crackling bolt struck. The monster shrieked, convulsed, and within seconds lay a smoldering, blackened lump, very much dead. Newbie killer is beginner's bane. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, Darkness wants to join the party. Did we really just finish off the newbie killer? Union, arms around Shichen's neck and legs supported by his arm, stared at the still-smoking corpse that now smelled faintly of roast meat. I keep telling you, have some confidence. Shichen tweaked her delicate nose. She mumbled, and used to the teasing. That thing only troubles rookies. For a wizard like you it's easy, your sleep spell dropped it instantly, and your mid-tier magic is stronger than most people's. I see. Feeling a bit surer of yourself now? She nodded shyly. So, head straight back and report, or stay a while. Why stay, Meeting his smoldering gaze, she suddenly understood. I'll do whatever you say. Do you realize how lethal a line that is? Not sure if you meant it, but good thing it's me. It's because it's you that I said it, she murmured, cheeks crimson. Shichen's throat bobbed, the bashful girl in his arms looked far too tempting. Union, I might misbehave now. Miss Bia, MMPH. Before she could finish, his lips covered hers. Wide-eyed, she took in the amber pupils, handsome brows, clean features, he's really good-looking, she thought hazily. NNH. Then his kiss deepened without warning, scrambling her thoughts. Heart racing, face aflame, she melted into the new sensation, her first kiss, tasting faintly of grilled meat from the monster. On the walk back they still held hands. Neither spoke, Union kept her gaze on the ground while a charred hunk of monster floated obediently behind them, wafting savory fumes. Oi, Shichen, bagged another beast. Looks huge, must have been nasty. Just the two of you. Out on a date. And holding hands. Don't you people have hobbies besides watching me? Shichen shot back, unembarrassed. Union bowed her head lower yet still didn't let go, his grip was too firm. She hadn't asked why he'd suddenly kissed her, the tingling memory filled her mind, more addictive than that hug 2 nights ago. She doubted she'd sleep tonight. We can't help staring, you show up whenever we're around. Right, can't blame us when you're so obvious. Oh, it's Union, I thought it'd be Megumin. I figured it was Aqua. Shichen, you're Axel's hero, no fooling around. Pick one girl. I ship him with Megumin, their bickering's gold. Nah, Aqua matches him. Union the best. Shichen twitched at the sudden shipping debate. Even in another world they ship people. He decided common sense did not apply here. Come on, Union, let's hurry. Why yes. The guild was even busier than in the morning, with the demon gone, everyone was free to eat and drink. Shichen spotted Kazuma chatting with a blonde man. Big bro. Kazuma waved. What are you doing here? Gathering intel, like you. Oh. Learn anything? Heh. Lots of gossip. That Ice Queen Beauty Darkness you met this morning, turns out she's a noble lady. Ice Queen, huh? Something wrong? Nothing. Shichen shrugged. Let me introduce my new pal, Dust. Shichen nodded to the amber-haired man. I'm Shichen. Nice to meet you, hero. Dust replied. You two chat, I need to report our quest. Shichen tugged Union toward the counter. Whoa, big bro, took a quest with just Union. I see, Kazuma smirked lewdly. Shichen ignored him. Shichen-san, back already. That was fast, as expected. Luna beamed. Please don't call me fast. She tilted her head. Anyway, Union and I dealt with the newbie killer. The body's outside, char-grilled. Still want it? Of course. Want to inspect it? No need, I trust yo. Please check. No special treatment. As strict as ever, Shichen-san. Luna led them out to verify the carcass, right as Darkness and Chris arrived. Shichen. Hello again. Chris waved brightly. Fate brings us together, Darkness said, far too solemn. You two okay already? Shichen eyed Darkness, now in only a black undersuit. His gaze drifted to her midriff, no visible six-pack. Staring so openly. Darkness flushed. Shichen coughed. What brings you here? Looking for Aqua. And not really, Chris said quickly. We just ran into you. We hunted the newbie killer, Shichen explained. Impressive. We never even found it, Chris said. Guess we looked like newbies, so it hunted us. I see. Actually, Chris added, Darkness wants to ask you something. Ask me. Oh. Blushing, Darkness stepped forward. May I join your party? No. Shichen refused instantly. Ah. A flat rejection. Darkness shivered in delight. Why join us? I'm partyless, you're strong, and you need a shield. I could. Aren't you teamed with Chris? Only temporarily, Chris said. Thief and knight don't combo well. Please, take her, Chris pleaded. Union, what do you think? Shichen asked. Me. She startled. Who else? I'll follow your decision. Shichen stroked his chin. Maybe. On one condition. Condition? Do you want me to? Darkness breathed harder. It's not about you, he sighed, resisting the urge to smack her. He turned to Chris. Chris, I need a little favor. What? Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. For every 100 power stone equals 1 bonus chapter. Please vote for more chapters. Please leave a comment and add this to your library. Thank you for reading. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, Steal. Shichen, why do you want to learn thief-type skills? Across the table from him, Chris tilted her head in curiosity. After Luna had verified the newbie killer's corpse and paid the reward, Shichen, Union, Chris, and Darkness took a table together to discuss the favor he wanted. Shichen and Union sat on one side, Chris and Darkness on the other. Platters of fried toad meat and drinks lay between them. Is there something wrong with thief skills? Shichen asked in return. No, nothing wrong, it's just, Chris fumbled for words. I thought you wouldn't touch that sort of ability. And why would you think that? Well, look at you, you're handsome, everyone calls you a hero. I never imagined you'd pick up thief skills. She trailed off. Shichen laughed. You're idealizing me, Chris. I'm no flawless paragon. Really? I believe it. Darkness suddenly raised a hand, eyes shining. Shichen must be the type, after all, he's the famous lolicon. Will you shut up? Shichen glared. Since when were we on close terms? Darkness only grew more excited. Yes, scold me harder. Hugh. Don't look, Shichen muttered to Union, covering her eyes. Okay. Union nodded obediently. Since their return, Union had been exceptionally quiet and docile, almost as if she now centered her world on Shichen. He couldn't help noticing, she felt like a traditional woman who'd already chosen her men. He slipped a hand down and clasped her slender fingers, playing with them on his knee, small, smooth, impossible to release. Union ducked her head so the others wouldn't see her blush. Darkness. Chris sighed. Could you not? Ahem. What? Darkness coughed and tried to look prim, as if nothing happened. Amazing, Shichen thought. She can flip the switch on her kink as though it never existed. Must be steel-nerved fetishists. Unlike me. I mean, I'm not a lowly dash, cough cough, nothing. Chris returned to business. Anyway, if you want thief skills there's no issue. My price, let Darkness join your party. Fine by me. But you're not suggesting that just because of her tastes, are you? Haha, of course not. Chris laughed loudly. Haha, figured, Shichen echoed. What's with you two? Darkness asked, puzzled. None of your concern. Ah. She squirmed, cheeks aflame. After finishing their snacks they left the guild to do the training. Big bro, where are you off to? Kazuma called. Chris is going to teach me some thief skills. Thief skills? I'll pass. Suit yourself. Be back for supper. Shichen clapped his shoulder and left. Kazuma nodded. Behind the guild, in a quiet alley, the four faced each other. Hands on her hip, Chris smiled. Proper introductions, I'm Chris, yes, a thief. Bright, silver-haired, a scar on her cheek that somehow made her prettier, she was the sort of lively girl the anime crowd adored. I'm Shichen, profession adventurer, new in Axel, he replied. Know all about you, little bro, she grinned. Little, bro. You're probably older than me, but we're friends now, right? Call me whatever you want. Then, little bro, it is. Your turn, Darkness. I'm Darkness, class Cruz. Stop. Shichen cut her off. No need, not helpful. Ah. Darkness hugged herself and writhed. Shichen. Union whispered fearfully. Don't look, he said, shielding her eyes. This is Union, a crimson demon wizard. I know, crimson demons have such interesting names, Chris chuckled. Interesting. I think hers sounds nice, Shichen remarked. Union beamed. Oh ho, little bro's quite the flirt, Chris teased. Enough, teach me. Right. Adventurers pay little skill points for thief moves, and you've got plenty, yes. Plenty. Want the whole set. Trap, disarm, enemy sense, sneak, steal. All of them, points aren't an issue. Then let's start with enemy sense and sneak. Darkness, turn around and walk that way. All right. Darkness dutifully turned and strolled off. Chris glanced around, hopped into a wooden barrel, lobbed a pebble at Darkness, then ducked back inside. Darkness wheeled, silently marched to the barrel. Enemy sense. Enemy sense. I can feel it, Darkness is angry. And now, Darkness, you know I only did it for the lesson, so please go easy, Aya. Crash. The barrel toppled, Chris's shriek echoed through the alley. Shichen winced. Right, goddess or not, no one in this world is normal. Still, his card now showed enemy sense and sneak. That was almost too easy. Oh okay, Chris wheezed, climbing out. Next is my specialty, steal. It snatches a random item carried by the target, weapon, wallet, anything. Success depends on luck, and you've got max luck, correct? Correct. Perfect for you. Even if you never need it, you can nab any weapon you fancy. She twirled smugly. Now, I'll demonstrate, ready. Steal. She thrust out a hand, star-like sparks flashed, then, nothing. Palm empty, Chris blinked. Impossible. That meant his luck exceeded hers, a thing she had thought impossible. Looks like you failed, Shichen smiled. Why? My max luck, remember. Normally you can't beat it. But. Now it's my turn. Steal. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 130, Stealing Scene. Shichen spread his hand toward Chris. Instead of the silvery spark Chris had produced, a golden glow blossomed in his palm. He really had learned steal. The moment Chris demonstrated it, the skill had appeared on his adventurer card and he immediately allocated points. In this world it was the one ability he most wanted. That Chris's attempt failed was natural. Even though she was a goddess who presided over luck and her stat was maxed, Shichen's own luck was higher, perhaps beyond the card's numeric ceiling. Max luck on a card didn't mean the absolute limit, it only meant the measurement system couldn't show anything above that mark, like a straight A student scoring 100 on a test that only goes to 100. Steal compares the two luck values, his outranked hers, therefore her theft failed. Moreover, as a god's body, he was immune to invasive effects in the first place. But while testing the skill he discovered something extraordinary. He could choose precisely which object on the target would be taken. Within his sensing range, every item on Chris seemed selectable with a mere thought. Cloak, shorts, cropped jacket, dagger, purse, breast pads, even her panties. Apparently she wore no bra, only pads under the short top. He recalled the canon fact that Chris really was modest. He hesitated. Should he be polite and take the dagger or wallet, or indulge his baser side and nab the pads or panties? Any normal guy would feel the temptation, otherwise he wouldn't be normal. Chris, seeing him stand there silent, assumed he had failed too and puffed herself up. See? Nothing came out, right? Perfectly normal, I failed as well. Probably some anti-magic interference in town, she said smugly, utterly convinced no one could beat her at her own skill. Shichen couldn't take her gloating. Since this world was already absurd, why not play along? Union might be startled, but she wouldn't mind too much. Who said I failed? He asked with a faint smile. Your hand's empty. But the spell effect is still active. He gestured at the soft gold glow. Only now did Chris realize something was wrong. His steal had lasted much longer than hers, and the visual effect was obviously different. Chris, I'm afraid I owe you an apology, Shichen said. What? Gimme, he sang jokingly, and completed the spell. A warm, pliant object landed in his fist. Chris's body went rigid. What did you take? She asked in a trembling voice. Isn't it obvious? He grinned. What's going on? Darkness interjected. Union, curious, asked, Shichen, what did you steal? Want to see? He glanced toward Chris. Is it something valuable? Union leaned closer. Valuable. Depends. It certainly has no use for you, Shichen said innocently. Right, Chris. Chris's gaze flicked to Union's generous bust, tears welled in her eyes. Tell us. Show us. Darkness clamored. All right. Don't. Chris shrieked, face flaming scarlet. Darkness blinked. Something wrong? Shichen asked mildly. Well, it's not interesting, so let's not show it, okay? Chris pleaded, fawning. You were pretty cocky a minute ago. That was my mistake. I never should have teased you, please spare me. And your pride? Your dignity, he needled. Those don't help a thief. She looked like she might cry. Fine, I'm no devil. You really don't want it revealed? She nodded frantically. Then trade me something for it, a fair exchange, yes. No problem. Anything. She produced a small coin pouch with both hands. Shichen weighed it, decent heft. Very well. Here. Thank you. She snatched it, Darkness, turn around. Why? Just turn around. Reluctantly Darkness faced away. Union. Chris begged. It's all right, Union smiled kindly and turned too. You don't need to, Shichen said, amused. It's only her breast pads. Wait. Chris froze, eyes blank. What? Darkness spun back, elated. You stole Chris's pads. How did you? Such depravity. Shut it. Shichen glared, then extended the fist toward Chris. Warmth still seeped through his fingers. She reached out, shivering. He opened his hand, 2 crescent-shaped silicone pads bounced into her palms. They're real. Darkness gasped. Those are breast boosters. Union mumbled, cheeks on fire. Not something you'll ever need, Shichen remarked gently. Union ducked her head. S.H. Shichen. Chris's voice quivered, shoulders shook. What now? I never imagined you were this kind of person. Tears brimmed. I shall make you pay. I, Chris, will be your mortal enemy. Oh. Seriously. You humiliated me. I'll ruin your reputation. In that case I won't hold back. He lifted his hand again. Steel. A second soft object appeared, a small, still warm bundle of cloth. What? Chris clamped a hand over her shorts while thrusting the other toward him in panic. Give it back. Could it be? Darkness's eyes gleamed. It is indeed. Shichen slowly opened his hand to reveal a folded, lacy white panty. No. Chris wailed. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 131, blend into this crazy world. Sniff sniff. In an empty back alley off the town square, Chris sobbed into Darkness's arms, wiping away tears. Standing before them, Shichen watched with a carefree smile. He showed not the slightest hint of remorse, instead, he idly twirled a small white cloth, Chris's panties, around his right index finger. Once a person lets go of their inhibitions, Shichen mused, they discover a dizzying happiness, an exhilaration that simply won't stop. Maybe that's why people with peculiar tastes get hooked so easily, he thought. Could it be that I'm a bit perverted at heart? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He'd only done something this outrageous to teach Chris a lesson and to blend into this crazy world a bit better, nothing more. Shichen. Darkness's tone was stern, though her expression held a strange hint of anticipation. If you've got the guts, pick on me. Why are you bullying Chris? She hasn't done anything to you. Can it, will you? You're my party member now, you have to listen to me. Oh, obey your orders. Darkness shuddered in excitement. Darkness. Chris looked at her, teary-eyed and speechless. Well, I'll avenge you, I swear. Darkness replied awkwardly. Oh. And how will you do that? Wear him down with your stamina until he collapses. Well. Darkness couldn't find an answer. Knew it, totally unreliable. I'm suffering because of you. Wait. I'll beg Shichen to give your thing back, all right. And what right do you have to beg him? You hardly even know the guy. I'm his teammate now. If it comes to it, huff, I'll just let him do whatever he wants. Darkness's breathing grew ragged. Forget it. I can't count on you. Chris pushed Darkness away, glared at Shichen with tear-filled eyes, and shouted, stop twirling that. Give me back my panties. Why should I? Shichen asked with a grin. Are you some kind of pervert? Why take my underwear? What's wrong with a man being a little perverted? Besides, you threatened me first, remember? I never imagined you'd stoop this low. You hurt me first. When did I hurt you? Don't pin false charges on me. If you hadn't exposed the fact that I'd stolen from you, none of this would have happened. So what? I merely told the truth. It's nothing to you, but to me it's the end of the world. How am I supposed to face Darkness now? She doesn't care that you use pads to fill out, does she? Don't you dare say that. Chris's face burned crimson. That's your own problem, Shichen replied solemnly. If you weren't so hung up on appearances, and if you didn't underestimate your friendship with Darkness, would we be here? Am my fault? Really? Chris was taken aback. Exactly. You undervalued your bond with Darkness. And you're a thief, your outfit's practically underwear already, belly button showing and all. Why worry about a bit of padding? You're just not bold enough. Darkness. Chris looked at her friend in shame. It's fine, Darkness said gently, hugging her. We're friends, aren't we? Shichen, satisfied to see them embracing, nodded. Union tugged nervously at his sleeve. Something feels off. Friendship is noble and sacred, don't misunderstand it. That's not what I mean, she pouted, then, blushing, pointed at the cloth in his hand. Shouldn't you, maybe, give that back? It's kind of private. Maybe, but don't blame me. Steel is an uncontrollable skill. I never expected to grab that. Really? You sure looked determined just now. Only because I first pulled out that chest pad, remember? Well, could you still return it to Chris-san? And why should I? She threatened to smear my name. What if she spreads rumors and everyone misunderstands me? That wouldn't really be rumors. Union murmured. Shichen glared, mock angry. And nothing. I mean, playing around with someone's private item isn't nice. Please give it back. If you really like that sort of thing, I have some too. Her voice dwindled to a whisper as her face went scarlet. Do you have any idea how lethal those words are? Shichen whispered in her ear. Union looked up, puzzled. Never mind, you'll find out later. He turned to the still sniffling pair. Chris, do you want this back or not? Of course I do. Give it here. Chris glared. No problem, but you can't blab about today. Why not? You humiliated me. I'll tell everyone what a beast you are. Oh. Going to burn all bridges. Not afraid I'll retaliate. I'll never show my face to you again, you pervert. What about darkness, then? What if I take my anger out on her? That sounds nice. Darkness perked up. What are you saying? Chris snapped, then glared at Shichen. You can't. Well, maybe you shouldn't try ruining my reputation, It's the truth. Fine, Darkness will just quit your party. No can do. Darkness is ours now. You don't get a say, and I'm not letting her leave, for now. Ha. Can't Darkness decide for herself? Chris sneered. I don't really mind. Darkness undercut her. See? And don't forget, I'm holding your own weakness. Shichen smirked. What weakness? Chris, you wouldn't want all of Axel to learn you use padding, would you? Chris froze, shaking. Why you wouldn't? Heh. So, wanna go down in flames together? Fine, she trembled. I won't tell a soul. Promise. Yes. Good. Shichen flicked the panties back to her. Here. Chris caught them gently and, oddly, looked neither relieved nor angry, just empty. Cheer up. Only we know what happened. Apart from Darkness, no one's going to talk. Let's keep getting along, okay? Hey. Why single me out? Darkness protested. You tell me, who knows if you'd blackmail me for favors? Ooh. That's an option. Darkness. Chris stared at her, at a loss. Chris. Don't misunderstand. I won't do anything like that, and I won't breathe a word, trust me. I'll try to. Try to. Hey, that's enough excitement for today, Shichen said. Darkness, stay with Chris a bit. We'll meet at the guild tomorrow. Got it. See you next time. Shichen waved and left with Union. Chris, let's head out too. Chris squeezed the cloth in her hand, glancing at Shichen's back with clenched teeth. Why did this have to happen to me? At the alley's exit, Shichen looked back at the two women plodding away, shoulders drooping, and felt a pang of guilt. I really acted like a first-class villain today, so depraved. Yet, it's addictive. Well, in a world this crazy, might as well be a little crazier. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Please vote for more chapters. Chapter 132, Another Perverted Blonde Lady. Shichen and Union walked back to the inn together without exchanging a single word. It wasn't that Union had suddenly seen Shichen's true colors and felt disappointed in him, rather, she was still savoring the pleasant mood from earlier, while he was wondering whether to take out a certain item of his. They were still holding hands on the way back, only Shichen had switched to holding Union's hand with his other hand. After all, his right hand had been gripping Chris's private thing the entire time. Even if it was perfectly clean, Union had no way of knowing that appearances mattered. It was nearly dinner time. The inn was quiet, most guests were probably at the guild now that the demon problem had been dealt with. Shichen and Union did not linger and went straight up to the second floor. Rest in your room for a bit, Shichen said gently when they reached the doors. We'll have dinner together later. Aha. Union didn't move. What's wrong? Should I go back to my own room, or yours? Shichen blinked and smiled teasingly. What's this? Already want to be alone with me? And no, that's not. Don't rush. It's almost dinner, there isn't enough time to do anything. He rubbed her head. Do what? Union grew flustered. What indeed? Take a guess. Ugh. Ha. Go wake Megumin, she should be fine by now. Oh okay. Union shuffled off toward her room. Shichen waited till she opened the door and stepped inside before turning to unlock his own. It wasn't that he didn't want to seize the moment, he wasn't stupid, even a little time is enough for a bit of fun, but Aqua was still sleeping in his room. With Aqua there, nothing could happen. Just as Shichen was about to open his door, he heard a cry of surprise from Union's room. Eh? Why you're... Cecily-san. Why are you here? Cecily. The name rang a bell. Shichen paused, then walked over to Union's room. Inside, a stunning blonde girl sat on Union's bed. She wore what looked like a nun's habit with a veil, giving her a demure, saintly air. Or at least, it would have, had she not lowered her head to take a shameless, deep sniff of the pillow she was hugging, face blissful like an obsessed fangirl. For the record, Union's pillow was still on the bed. Megumin, lying without one, made it obvious whose pillow Cecily had appropriated. Who's she? Shichen asked, the memory clicking. Ah, Shichen. Union explained, this is Cecily. Megumin and I met her before, she's a priestess of the Axis Church. The Axis CH. Yes, Union nodded awkwardly. Oh, Union. And this, whoa, what a super handsome guy. Hello, I'm Cecily. Care to join the Axis Church? Cecily's eyes sparkled at Shichen. Megumin, why is this Cecily person in your room? Shichen ignored her and spoke to Megumin. Ah, even his indifference is cool. Cecily squealed. I don't know. Megumin sat up, glaring at Shichen. I was sleeping fine till she barged in. It's your fault for not locking the door. Blaming us now. Shichen chuckled, walking over. What are you doing? The same as her, he said, pointing at Cecily. Ah. What do you? This. Shichen lifted Megumin, sat where she'd been, and set her on his lap. Hey. I'm not a cushion. Megumin protested, though she didn't really struggle. I need a hug pillow too. He wrapped his arms around her. I'm no pillow, let go. Behave, or I'll let her watch me educate you again. Ugh. Union, want to sit, too? Shichen asked. I am fine. Union shook her head furiously. Suit yourself. He finally turned to Cecily. So, priestess of the Axis Church, what brings you to Axel? You left me hanging for so long, just what I'd expect from a cool guy. I like you. Cecily wriggled with her pillow. Is she always like this? Shichen asked Megumin. Yeah. She adores Lolas and Shotas. Everyone in the Axis Church is a pervert. Megumin shuddered at the memory. So she's a hardcore lolicon. Shichen nodded. Don't say it like that. Lolas are soft, delicate treasures of the world. True. Shichen agreed. You are a lolicon. Megumin glared at him. I only agreed with her. I never claimed to be one. He flicked her forehead. Ow. Oh, you understand. You're my destined man, marry me. Cecily cried. No thanks. I'm not interested in Axis cultists. Why not? I'm gorgeous, I can let you play every day, any way you like. Just keep me, and I won't refuse anything. Cecily's cheeks flushed. Keep you? You mean be your sugar daddy? Aha. She nodded vigorously. In your dreams. If I'm keeping anyone, it'd be Union. Yeah. Union squeaked. What, unwilling? Shichen teased. That's not the point. I don't need keeping. Then how about you keep me? If you really wanted. Union mumbled, ears scarlet. What happened between you two? Megumin sensed something amiss, looking from one to the other. Nothing much, just a quest together. Shichen pushed Megumin's face straight. Was it on purpose? You beat me till I couldn't move so you could take Union alone. Megumin swatted his hand, glaring suspiciously. Come on, am I that bad? Humph. You bully me every day. Isn't that bad enough? What? You bully Megumin every day. She said you pounded her till she couldn't move, is that true? Cecily cut in angrily. None of your business, Shichen said coldly. I won't allow anyone to harm a lowly. Really? If I were bullying Megumin, would she be sitting quietly on my lap like this? That's true. Who's quiet? Let me go. Megumin squirmed. Don't move. Shichen gave a light smack to her side. Megumin instantly fell silent. Wow, how'd you do that? Can you teach me? Cecily's eyes lit up. No. It's our little understanding. Understanding. Megumin, you found a man behind my back. Traitor. How could you abandon me? Cecily pouted. Who found a man? Stop spouting nonsense. Megumin shouted. Then why do you let him hold you? Cecily-san, his name is Shichen, Union reminded her. Cecily's gaze turned sly. Don't tell me, you both. Union lowered her head bashfully. What are you trying to say? Megumin asked. You're quite something, Cecily murmured, giving Shichen a resentful look. Hehe, Shichen grinned proudly. So how about keeping me instead? Then I can stay with Megumin and the others forever. Dream on. What's wrong with me? Pretty face, great figure, willing to indulge your every whim. Forget it. I'm not a pervert, and we barely know each other, besides, you're with the Axis Church. What's wrong with the Axis Church? It's wonderful. So why did you come here? To ambush Megumin. No, I'm here to find Aquasama. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Please vote for more chapters. Chapter 133, looking for the poor Aquasama. You're saying, the goddess Aqua is in Axel? Shichen asked, face unreadable. I really don't know for sure, Cecily replied with a bright smile, but Aquasama herself guided me here. Wani-san, are you serious? Megumin looked at her in disbelief. Call me Cecily. Oh, Wani-san. It's Cecily, okay. Shichen, could you throw her out for me? Megumin pleaded. How could you be so cruel, Megumin? Cecily put on a pitiful act. I bet you're just making things up. There's no goddess Aqua here, at most there's a ditz who happens to share the name. Megumin pouted. Oh. Someone with the same name as Aquasama. Where is she? May I meet her? She's, MMPH. Shichen covered Megumin's mouth. Don't worry about her. She's only a faker using the goddess's name. Is that so? If she's an Axis follower she must adore Aquasama, right? Not necessarily. She could be faking an Axis affiliation to cause trouble and might actually be with the Eris Church. I suppose that's possible. Exactly, so you'd better track her down quickly, it would be bad if she tarnished the Axis Church's reputation. True. Cecily nodded gravely, then looked at Shichen with admiration. You care so much about the Axis Church, why not join us? Sorry, not interested. What a shame. The Axis Church offers excellent benefits, you know. Really? Then why are you looking for a sugar daddy? No, you've got it wrong. I only want a handsome sponsor. That's different. You're awfully proud of that. Anyway, won't you help me find that imposter using Aquasama's name? The reward is generous. No thanks. I can pay 10 million Eris. Cecily suddenly produced a bulging money bag. Whoa. Megumin's eyes sparkled. T10 million. Well. Want to help? Cecily smirked at Shichen. No. Shichen shook his head with a smile. Why not? Cecily asked, incredulous. We're not short on money, and who knows what you're really plotting. Plotting. This is official church funding, fully at my discretion. Church funding. Cecily's expression turned solemn. Archpriest Zesta heard Aquasama's divine voice. It said, I am Aqua, the goddess the Axis Church worships. My faithful one. She paused, features twisting, could you lend me some money? Shichen's lips twitched. That did sound exactly like something Aqua would say. In this world the gods are real, so hearing an oracle isn't strange, though an oracle like that is hard to swallow. Isn't that way too suspicious? Megumin muttered. The voice came from Axel, so I came to investigate, Cecily went on. Where did you travel from? From the holy city Alkenrisha, headquarters of the Axis Church. You should visit sometime, Cecily beamed. Yep, she was a true believer. I'll pass, Shichen said, shaking his head. If I had to choose, I'd rather follow Eris. The Eris Church is the state religion, much more reliable than the Axis Church. What? Convert to Eris? No way. Goddess Eris is totally flat, what's so great about her? Flat-chested, so what? Aren't you a lolicon? Shouldn't that be your thing? Shichen shot back. That's completely separate from my faith. Cecily sniffed. Whatever you say. I feel attacked. Megumin rolled her eyes at Shichen. When will you accept reality? Gore. Megumin glared at Union. Megumin. Union shrank back. Maybe I should just slice them off. Megumin, what are you talking about? Union smacked her lightly on the shoulders. Humph. That excess flesh is ruining our friendship. Is not. Spouting nonsense again. Shichen tugged at Megumin's cheeks. MMPH. See. You do like her excess flesh. Don't worry, Megumin, Cecily chimed in. There's still hope, I know a way to help you grow fast. What way? Megumin brushed off Shichen's hand, eager. Ever hear the rumor that with the right massage, they'll get bigger? You mean kneading. So you know. Want me to help? Heh. Cecily's eyes locked onto Megumin's chest, a drooling smile on her face. Keep dreaming. Shichen wrapped an arm around Megumin's upper body, blocking Cecily's gaze. Megumin tilted her head up at him and blinked. My, someone's possessive, Cecily laughed. Of course. Megumin's my party member. I have to protect her, especially from perverts like you. Hey, I'm not a pervert. No one believes that. Are you going to hunt the imposter or not? Night's coming, perfect time for her to act. Don't you care? Of course I care. No one defames the Axis Church on my watch. But Axel's huge, I might not find her alone. Relax, we definitely won't help you, Shichen said with a gentle smile. So heartless. Nothing to do with us. But here's a tip, if she's pretending to be Axis, stake out the Eris Church, she might show up there. Good idea. Off you go, then. So eager to kick me out. Fine. Cecily stood, took one last deep sniff of the pillow, set it down, and walked to the door. Megumin eyed her pillow with disgust. Ugh. Oh, this is for you. Cecily turned back and tossed over the huge money bag. Huh. Shichen caught it, puzzled. I heard on the way that a high-level demon appeared here. I thought Aquasama's oracle meant I was to slay it, but it seems you already did. So the money is yours. That generous? I'm Aqua's faithful servant, it's my duty to punish evil. Cecily grinned proudly. Impressive. You almost make the Axis Church sound appealing. All right, we'll accept it. Then why not join while you're at it? I'll pass. Che, heartless man. I'm leaving. Bye, Megumin. Cecily pouted and left the room. The door closed. After a brief silence, Megumin asked, Shichen, isn't Aqua exactly the one Cecily's looking for? Why did you lie to her? Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 134, no one believes the truth. Weren't you the one who told me to drive her away? If we let her know about Aqua she'd only stick around, wouldn't she? That's true. Megumin nodded, then added, but I still feel like you're hiding something from me. Fine, I'll tell you straight, Aqua really is that very same water goddess. Shichen looked at her solemnly. TCH, whatever, keep it if you don't want to talk. Megumin turned away with a pout. Shichen could only shake his head. These days telling the truth just makes people doubt you. After all, who would believe a goddess is right beside them, and acting so silly, no less? Okay, put me down already. How long are you planning to hug me? Hey, it's your fault for being as comfy as a body pillow. So you're calling me small, aren't you? Aren't you small? Ugh. Then stop hugging me and hug Union, she's bigger. Megumin. No problem. Shichen promptly set Megumin aside and pulled Union into his arms, loosely encircling her waist. Shichen. Union's face turned scarlet, she froze, unable to move. Megumin told me to hug you, so take it up with her. Shichen rested his chin on Union's shoulder, quietly taking in her scent. His warm breath on her neck made Union shrink back involuntarily. You too. Megumin glowered at them. What? I'm only doing what you asked. Shichen grinned. You can't do that right in front of me. Isn't this a bit, not for kids? Oh. So you admit you are a kid. Megumin choked, then glared. You two definitely did something today. And why do you think that? Isn't it obvious? Just look at you, Union can't stop smiling. I am not smiling. Union denied, lacking conviction. Megumin snorted. Union lowered her head, embarrassed. So even if something happened, what of it? Ugh. You beat me till I couldn't move and then snuck off to have fun. Keep this up and you'll lose me. Humph, I'd say you can't live without me. Who can't live without you? You've been here for days, by now you must realize the limits of your explosion magic. A normal party would never take you. That's what you meant. Megumin's cheeks burned. What else could I mean? Where did your mind go? Shichen winked. None of your business. Megumin turned her back. Seeing that, Shichen gave Union a quick peck on the cheek and released her. All right, time for dinner. Union sat on the bed, motionless. Megumin climbed down but instantly noticed Union's odd look. What's wrong? And nothing. Union shook her head and walked toward the door. Megumin shrugged. TCH, what's there to be shy about? Isn't this what you wanted? Union hurried out. Wow, one short hug and she's that embarrassed, Megumin sighed. Exactly, unlike you. I held you forever and you didn't react at all, Shichen teased. Megumin stayed silent, put on her shoes, and hurried out. Shichen smiled at their retreating backs. A shy girl really brightens your day. Outside, both girls had already gone downstairs. Shichen first returned to his room to wake Aqua. She was still dead drunk, no matter how he called, she didn't stir, so he lightly smacked her backside. Very different from Megumin's, Aqua's was half exposed, after all. Pretty soft, actually. Aqua finally opened her eyes, bleary-eyed. Shichen. What is it? Dinner time. You've slept the whole afternoon. Really? Huh. She sat up and let out an unladylike yawn, the smell of alcohol wafting out. Come on, get up. Megumin and the others will start without us. Oh. Huh. Why does my butt hurt? Sitting up, she felt a burning pain on her right side. I gave it a pat to wake you. Shichen started to scratch his nose but remembered it was the same hand and let it drop. Eh? Why'd you hit me? Aqua asked blankly. You wouldn't wake up, don't worry, it wasn't punishment. Really, but it still hurts. She pouted. Want me to rub it? Would that help? Won't touching make it worse? Aqua asked innocently. How about you just heal yourself? Her clueless look killed the mood. Okay. Heal. Let's go. Yeah, hurry. Megumin'll finish dinner without us. Pain gone, Aqua seized his hand and ran. Aren't you still drunk? I'm the water goddess. A little booze is nothing. Dinner's more important, I'm starving. At the dining hall, Megumin and Union had already ordered. Kazuma wasn't back yet, with a few minutes to spare, Shichen and Aqua waited, he insisted the whole party eat their 3 meals together. Kazuma was punctual, arriving in no time. Sorry to keep you waiting, big bro. No worries, perfect timing. Sit. I'm starving. Kazuma sat opposite and started wolfing food. The rest picked up their knives and forks. Dinner passed quietly. Afterward Shichen gathered everyone in his room. Aqua, true to form, dove onto his bed and yawned, full stomach, sleepy again. Megumin noticed the empty bottle. Shichen, were you drinking? He followed her gaze. Oh, just a little. Kazuma arched a brow, giving a knowing look, he'd guessed who really drank it. What? Nothing. Alcohol's nothing special. You should cut back, Megumin scolded. Fine, but no sneaking drinks. You're underage. Mind your own business. Union too. Oh okay. All right, down to business. You all remember Darkness? That blonde beauty? Kazuma asked. That's her. What about her? Megumin frowned. For various reasons she's joining our party. From now on she's one of us. Whoa. Big bro, you actually reeled in the blonde babe. Kazuma cheered. Various reasons. Megumin caught the phrase. Yes. That thief Chris taught me some skills on condition that Darkness join us. I see. So Chris herself isn't joining. She declined. Why? She just doesn't want to. Then why does Darkness want in? Aren't they always together? So many questions. Shichen rolled his eyes. I'm a member of this party, I have the right to know. Fair. Actually, I'm thinking of all of you. Shichen's face turned serious. Question mark. Think about it, a crusader like Darkness gives us the front line we lack, the rest of us are all rear line. Now that you mention it. Her defense is insane. With her up front, you can unleash explosion without fear. Explosion. Just hearing the word made Megumin's heart race. No more objections. Shichen smiled. Do whatever you like. Megumin looked away, cheeks flushed. Big bro, when do we meet her? Kazuma asked. Tomorrow morning at the guild. So everyone, up early. Okay, does that mean we can finally take harder quests tomorrow? Not yet. Your level's too low, you don't want to just watch from the sidelines, right? Darn it. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 135, doing quest in rainy day. The next day, the weather refused to cooperate, it was raining. The rain wasn't heavy, but it wasn't light either. The patter of raindrops drifted in from outside, making everyone feel even lazier. The damp air carried a trace of chill. When Shichen woke, he instinctively tightened his arms around Aqua. Aqua's sleepy murmur made Shichen open his eyes. The moment he did, her refined features dazzled him. For a split second he thought he was cradling a goddess. Well, she was a goddess. Asleep, Aqua looked truly beautiful. Because he was hugging her, she had to keep still, leaving her as alluring as a slumbering princess. But once he was fully awake, he couldn't keep treating her like sleeping beauty. With a soft sigh, Shichen let her go. Shichen. Aqua blinked drowsily. It's fine, go back to sleep. Oh, okay. She closed her eyes without hesitation. Shichen shook his head, climbed out of bed, and got dressed. When he finished, he glanced at Aqua, who was now hugging the blanket the way she had been hugging him. She lay on her side, back toward him, left leg draped over the quilt, her rear half exposed like a crescent moon. Curious, Shichen used steel on her. As expected, aside from her nightclothes she had nothing on. Well, she was sleeping, one garment was all she wore, proving she really wasn't wearing underwear. Shichen hadn't seen her take any off when changing, either. He wasn't interested in Aqua's underwear per se, he just wanted to know whether she wore any. At last, his long-standing mystery was solved. Leaving Aqua alone, Shichen went to the window, opened it, and glanced outside. A fine mist hung in the air, the sky gloomy, not a day for going out. He chose not to venture outside. Instead, he practiced magic in the room until it was time for everyone to wake up. Afterward he roused Aqua and took her downstairs for breakfast. Although the weather wasn't fit for quests, they still needed to meet with darkness. When they'd eaten, Shichen used teleport to bring everyone straight to the guild. Early in the morning, the guild was quiet. Besides Luna and the other staff at the counter, no one else was there. Oh, teleportation really is handy, big brother. Can I learn it too? Kazuma, having experienced it firsthand, couldn't help asking. Of course, Shichen replied, but it costs a lot of skill points. You're not ready yet. I know. I'll build up my stats first, then save the points. Smart. Hey, I've played games before, I know to do things in order. What game uses teleport? Megumin asked curiously. It's unrelated to teleport, Shichen explained. I just meant boosting basic strength first. In games, if you don't have some base power, you can't do anything, whether grinding levels or farming gear, so rushing to learn a flashy ability is pointless. But there were no online games in this world, Megumin didn't get it. I don't understand what you're talking about. Never mind. Shichen smiled and ruffled her hair. Today Megumin wasn't wearing her hat. Her short hair felt silky, making her look even more childlike. TCH. Shichen-san, what brings all of you here? Luna approached with a smile. Taking a quest. No, we're waiting for someone, Shichen answered cheerfully. Waiting. Who needs the whole party? Haha, no worries, Luna-san. Our party's getting a new member, so we all came. Oh, I see, congratulations, she said sincerely. Thank you. Don't mind us, we'll wait over there. All right. Would you like something to eat? No need, we just had breakfast. Really? You should try the guild's breakfast sometime, it's quite good. She sounded disappointed. Ahem, next time for sure. It's a promise, then. Well, I'll get back to work. Luna left smiling. Phew. Shichen exhaled and sat with the others at a side table. Kazuma took a seat by himself, while Megumin and Union sat on one side of Shichen and Aqua slumped on the other, instantly falling back asleep. Humph. Did you have to be that nice to that woman? Megumin grumbled as soon as she sat down. Megumin, what are you talking about? Union sighed. Isn't it obvious? That woman clearly has her eyes on Shichen. But she's a guild employee. So what, humph. Come on, Shichen laughed. She was just being polite, you can't glare at her for that. TCH, sounds like you don't mind at all. Of course not. Humph. You must be after the fat on her chest. What's so great about it? Megumin, you don't understand, that's a man's romance. Kazuma cut in. Did I ask you? Megumin stared at him expressionlessly. Sorry. Kazuma apologized at once. Hey, how can you treat a teammate like that? Shichen lightly swatted Megumin's head. Big brother. Kazuma looked touched. Then why do you treat me like this? Megumin glared at Shichen. Habit. Arg. Furious, she hammered his arm with her tiny fists. Quit it, Shichen quickly grabbed her wrists. Let me go. Nope. If I do, you'll keep hitting, unless you promise to stop. No way. I'm used to it, I'll feel awful if I don't hit you. Let me go. If we weren't in public, you'd already be flat on your stomach, Shichen warned, pulling Megumin onto his lap and pinning her arms so she couldn't move. Trying to hit me again. I haven't hit you, have I? Humph. At least you've still got some conscience. Anyway, stop, Darkness and the others are here. Where, HM? Just then, the guild's doors swung open. A valiant blonde knight and a stern white-haired thief stepped inside. The knight wore a faint smile, eyes shining with expectation, the thief looked serious, and a hint of fear flickered in her gaze. Spotting Shichen's group, both women headed straight over. Shichen, we're here. Darkness called. Morning. Shichen waved. Good morning, everyone. They stopped opposite him. Seeing them about to sit, Kazuma nervously slid to the far end of the bench. Chris, you came too, Shichen said with a smile. What are you planning? Chris clutched Darkness's arm, tense. What could I be planning? Shichen twitched a corner of his mouth, was he that scary? You tell me. Don't assume the worst of me. Yesterday was an accident, just a coincidence. I don't believe you. Chris kept her guard up. What happened yesterday? Megumin asked Yunyun. Well, Yunyun glanced at Shichen, hesitating. Keeping secrets from me now. I can't say. Ask Shichen. Gore. Shichen, what happened yesterday? Megumin craned up at him. Shichen glanced down, then tapped her forehead with his chin. Kids shouldn't ask so many questions. Why you? Enough about that. First, let's welcome Darkness to the party. Oh. Does everyone agree? Darkness asked excitedly. Of course. Who wouldn't welcome a crusader? Thank you, everyone. What about Chris? Want to join too? Shichen invited her. No. Chris shook her head at once. Shichen didn't mind. All right, then, if there's nothing else, we'll head back. Head back? Where to? Darkness blinked. The inn, of course. Why? Aren't we taking a quest? It's raining. Which makes it the perfect time. There'll be even more giant toads outside town in the rain, we're not going to hunt them. Who hunts toads in the... I think it's a great idea. Megumin suddenly chimed in, eyes shining. I'm in a bad mood, smashing giant toads will be perfect. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, Women just distract you from getting stronger. 10 minutes later, Shichen took the newly joined Darkness and teleported outside the city. Chris did not come along, she simply slipped away, paying Darkness no mind at all. Whoa, there really are so many giant toads. All those colors are making my eyes spin, Kazuma said in amazement, staring at the multicolored plane in the distance. Why are there so many of them? Yunyun asked curiously. Giant toads like rainy weather, so when it's like this they all come out, Darkness explained, gazing at the toads with excitement. In that case, it's the perfect time for an explosion spell. Megumin struck a dramatic pose with her staff. What do you think you're doing? Shichen rapped her lightly on the head, irritated. Why'd you hit me? Megumin glared at him. What are you up to? I said I was going to fire off an explosion spell. Aren't you in a hurry to get back? If we finish sooner, we can head home sooner. The toads are too spread out. How do you plan to wipe them out with a single blast of explosion magic? Ah. True. Then what do we do? In that case, leave it to me. Darkness said, brimming with enthusiasm. How are you going to help? I have the taunt skill. I can draw their attention. I'll lure them all together, okay. Can you really manage that? Think of it as my first contribution to the party. Leave it to me. Darkness slapped her breastplate, then charged straight into the rain toward the giant toads. What's with her? Couldn't she just stay put? Aqua yawned, bored. You think everyone's as lazy as you? Shichen, did you call me lazy? How could you? Didn't you just complain at the guild that you wanted to go back to sleep? It's broad daylight, you know. But, it's raining. Isn't rain perfect for sleeping? Rainy days are totally made for naps. Aqua pouted. Aren't you the goddess of water? Why does rain make you sleepy? Exactly because it's raining. Water and I are in sync. In weather this perfect for me, of course I feel comfy and drowsy. Fine, you have a point. Shichen, let's head back. I'm sleepy. Aqua clung to his arm, pleading. You just got up and even had breakfast. Forget it, complaining now is pointless. Let's finish the quest first, okay? How long will it take? Shouldn't be long. Okay then. Big bro, aren't you spoiling Aqua a bit too much? She looks good but is totally useless, Kazuma grumbled. Yeah, Shichen, you're doting on Aqua. We've known you longer than she has, so why the favoritism? Right, Union. Megumin joined in. I guess it's not that bad, Union said shyly. What's with you? Taking his side already. Traitor. What are you talking about? Arg. I don't dote on Aqua that much, do I? Shichen mused. Was he favoring Aqua? He only satisfied her craving for sparkling wine, went along with what she said, responded to her flirting. Maybe he did spoil her a bit. Well, whatever. Pampering her came with a price, he'd make sure she paid him back later. Shichen, don't tell me you like Aqua. Megumin asked. Not like that. Shichen shook his head with a smile. He did like her, but not in the way Megumin meant. Really? Why would I lie? Fine, I'll barely believe you. You're such a pain. He flicked her forehead. Ow, that hurts. Big bro, I think. No need to remind me, I understand her well enough, Shichen cut Kazuma off. No, I mean Darkness over there. What about her? Looking over, Shichen finally noticed Darkness seemed overly excited, her ecstatic shouts carried all the way to them. Come on, all of you. Lick my whole body with your huge tongues, cover me in slime. Whip me to your heart's content. A huge swarm of giant toads followed right behind her, and not only was she unafraid, her cheeks were flushed as she babbled deliriously. Anyone could see what was going on. Big bro, Darkness isn't. Kazuma asked, face twisting. Yeah, looks like you figured it out. How can this be? Kazuma cried in disbelief. Isn't she supposed to be the cool, sexy one-sen type? How can she be a masochist? That gap is insane. Gapmo is popular these days. Sorry, I can't handle masochists. No problem. She's maxed her defense stat. Paired with her masochism, she's perfect for the front line. Is that really okay? She's already in the party, what can you do? Just accept it. Shichen patted his shoulder. Damn it. Is there no normal person in this world? Union's perfectly normal. Shichen fondly looked at her. You Union fidgeted, embarrassed. But Union belongs to Big Bro. Kazuma, you're still too young. A man can't think only about women. Isn't leveling up and getting stronger better? Big Bro, that's not convincing coming from you. Why? Remember, I'm already strong. That's true. So women just distract you from getting stronger. Become strong first and romance will follow. I get it. I believe you, Big Bro. I'm going to help. Energized, Kazuma drew his dagger and charged the toads. What's with him? Megumin asked, puzzled. He's seen the light. So what do we do? Megumin, prep your explosion. Union, use intermediate magic to drive the other toads toward Darkness. Will that be okay? Relax. With Darkness's defense, even Megumin's explosion won't faze her. Plus we have Aqua. That's strong. Why else would I let her join? Just because she's pretty. Well, maybe a little. Shoo, Shichen flicked Megumin's forehead again. Ow, Megumin pouted. I'll blow on it later, okay. I'm not a kid. To me you are. Enough talk, I'm going to help those two. With that, Shichen blinked to Darkness's side. Wow. Darkness jumped. Shichen, why are you here? Megumin's almost ready. I'll pull you back in a sec. Really? Actually, you don't have to. I think I can tank Megumin's spell. That's explosion magic. X-explosion. Even better. You're hopeless. Never thought I'd try such an amazing attack right after joining. I really chose the right party. Right party? More like no other party would take you. How did you know? With that attitude, what normal party would? He. Anyway, I can't let you get blown up too. You're my teammate now, so do as I say. How can you? Darkness looked disappointed. Don't worry, I'll fulfill your wish later. Really? That depends on how you behave. I understand. I'll be good. You can do whatever you want, steal my panties or bra, whip me, anything. Enough. MMPH. Megumin's ready. Give me your hand. Oh okay. Suddenly demure, Darkness slowly offered her hand. Shichen grabbed it and instantly whisked her away, and the moment they left, a massive explosion erupted. Boom. The deafening blast shook the air, swallowing the surrounding toads in flames. Well, so much for toad meat, their payout was going to suffer. Take that. And that. Farther from the blast zone, Saekano was still awkwardly sparring with a lone giant toad. Ignoring him, Shichen and the others stared at the charred crater. So this is explosion magic. Incredible. Darkness marveled. Shichen nodded. At this rate, the whole of Axel will be ringed by craters. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Please vote for more chapters. Thank you for reading. For every 100 power stone equals 1 bonus chapter. Please vote for more chapters. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, Lalatina. After Saekano finished off the last of the giant toads, Shichen lifted Megumin onto his back, and the party carried the single remaining toad carcass back to town. One giant toad clearly wasn't enough to shield 6 people from the rain, so Shichen simply teleported everyone straight to the guild. Because Megumin had done almost all the work today, Luna only needed to inspect her adventurer's card and accept the toad's body. Once Shichen collected the reward, he politely declined Luna's invitation to join her for lunch, and the group headed out. A short distance from the guild, Shichen realized Darkness was still following them. Darkness, where are you off to? He asked. I'm going with you, of course, Darkness replied as though it were the most natural thing in the world. With us? Aren't you going home? We're just going back to the inn. It's fine. We're a party now, so naturally I should stay at the same inn. Isn't that a waste of money? I have plenty of money. I can even hand it all over to you, Shichen. Why would you do that? If I give you all my money, I'll have no choice but to follow your arrangements. Then, if you force me to do anything, I won't be able to refuse. I'm looking forward to it. Darkness suddenly writhed in excitement. Everyone stared at her, speechless. I thought Darkness had some terrible family situation, Kazuma muttered, twitching at the corner of his mouth. Turns out she just wants Big Bro to bully her. Don't worry, there's nothing wrong at home, Darkness said. I simply think teammates should stay together. No, it's fine if you don't, Megumin said, tightening her arms around Shichen's neck in obvious dislike. We can meet up tomorrow. But if something happens I won't know about it. We'll come tell you. You don't even know where I live. Then tell us. That's inconvenient. Darkness faltered. Darkness-san, do you really have some issue at home? Union asked gently. Just call me Darkness. Well, something like that, so I'd like to stay with you. May I? Darkness looked at Shichen with pleading eyes. I don't mind. It's your money, spend it how you want. Thank you. I'll submit myself completely to you, Shichen. Maybe you really should just go home, Shichen grumbled. What? You can't go back on your word. Then stop saying things that give people the wrong idea, especially in front of strangers. Megumin and the rest already knew Darkness's true nature, so Shichen wasn't worried about her babbling in front of them. But saying such things around the townsfolk would be bad. He'd just earned the nickname Lolicon, he didn't need sadist added on top. I'll try, Darkness said, cheeks flushing. If I fail, Shichen, you can punish me however you like, Back at the inn, Darkness rented the room next to Aqua's, and everyone retired to rest. No one pressed Darkness about her family, they feared they might hurt her feelings, kind souls, all of them. Unfortunately, her situation wasn't the tragic one they imagined, she just didn't want her friends to treat her like the aristocratic young lady she actually was. After all, nobles rarely became adventurers, and class differences in this world were stark. Shichen set Megumin on her bed and left at once. Sure enough, Aqua was already sprawled on his bed, hugging his blanket and fast asleep. It's not even noon and you're sleeping already? Shichen asked. But I'm so sleepy, Aqua said, peeking up innocently. So you won't eat lunch? Just wake me then, okay? I've still got an hour or so. Fine, sleep. Thanks. Wait, you won't spank me awake later, will you? Depends. If you won't wake up, I'll do it. That'll hurt. Aqua pouted. Nothing for it. You know how hard it is to wake you. Ugh, then at least do it lightly. If it's too light and you don't wake, you'll just get more swats, Shichen chuckled. That's true. Unless you skip lunch and sleep till you wake naturally. No way. Lunch is sacred. Then brace yourself. You can heal yourself anyway. Fine. Good. Sleep. Okay. Shichen, may I hold you for a bit? Huh? Why? Your aura. It's easier to sleep when I'm holding you. Wanting her to doze off quickly, Shichen lay down beside her. Hee hee. Aqua rolled over and hugged him, draping a leg across his. Snuggling against his shoulder, she promptly drifted off. Zzz. It took less than 30 seconds. Shichen was stunned. She'd shown no signs of drowsiness a moment ago, yet she could sleep on command. Maybe, goddess of water should be goddess of laziness. He gazed at the peaceful, smiling Aqua. She really was pretty and cute when quiet. Unsure how light her sleep was, he decided to wait until she was deeper before getting up. A beauty in his arms, in bed no less, and he felt nothing. Even he had to admire his self-control. Rain pattered outside. After lying there a while, Shichen started feeling drowsy himself. Just as he debated napping too, someone knocked. Knock, knock, knock. So soft, as though the person didn't want to be heard. Shichen slipped out of Aqua's embrace, pushed her toward the other side, ignoring the half-exposed butt, and went to the door. Who is it? It's me. Darkness. Darkness, what do you want? Is someone in your room? What are you planning? May I come in? Before he could refuse, Darkness pushed the door open. Shichen, let me just, why is Aqua in your room? Darkness gasped at the sight of Aqua on the bed. I told you to wait, Shichen sighed. What's so urgent? I just didn't want anyone to see me come here. Am I interrupting? What are you thinking? Aqua's only sleeping here. Only. Why do you care? What do you want? Since Aqua's here, maybe we could go to my room. Darkness asked shyly. Your room? What do you actually want? Did you forget what you said before? What? You promised, you'd, satisfy me. Darkness blushed furiously. You're really that eager? Shichen twitched. He had only been joking, who knew she'd take it seriously? Of course not. I just want you to keep your promise. Lucky me. So, should we go to my room? Going there is a pain. We'll stay here. Really? But Aqua's in, you want her to watch. That's a bit. Despite her words, Darkness looked ecstatic. Less talk, more action. Get over here, Shichen barked. Why yes. Darkness followed eagerly. Shichen sat on the bed's edge, Darkness stood before him. What are you going to do? Come at me, I won't submit. So much theatrics. Shichen had never understood masochists, playing these extreme games with women never appealed to him. Still, Darkness was so expectant, maybe he could try. In this world, normal wasn't required. Let me think. First, squat down. Squat. Don't you mean kneel? Darkness asked, kneeling as she spoke. Classic Darkness. So should I kneel? She asked hopefully. No need. Oh. She was visibly disappointed. Now bring your face closer. Yes, sir. Shichen cupped her cheek, feeling its softness, and smiled. Lalatina, why are you such a masochist? Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 138, knock. Knock. Darkness abs. Hearing the name Lalatina, Darkness's face turned ashen, the healthy flush on her cheeks vanished in an instant. She opened her mouth and asked nervously, Shichen, what are you talking about? How do you know that name? Take a guess. Shichen kept smiling and pinched her cheek. As expected of a noble lady, despite becoming an adventurer and dumping all her points into defense, her skin was still velvety smooth. Darkness really was stunning, blonde hair, blue eyes, long legs, her looks were only a hair behind Aqua's. On appearance alone any normal man would fall for her at first sight, had Shichen not known her true nature, even he might have been fooled by her frosty exterior. But the moment he remembered her masochistic streak, and the possibility that she had rock-hard abs, his interest evaporated. There's a reason people say beauty lies in distance and mystery. Haha. Who's Lalatina? I don't know anyone by that name. Shichen, why are you bringing it up? Thinking about someone else during all this, what kind of play is that? This time Darkness couldn't work herself into a frenzy, she only forced an awkward smile, her attempt at concealment painfully obvious. Really? You don't know her? Shichen asked cheerfully. Then have you heard of Dustiness Ford Lalatina? Ugh. Darkness lowered her head in defeat. How did you find out? Who can say? It wasn't Chris who told you, was it? She'd never, Hardly. Shichen tugged on her cheek, cutting her off. She can't even look me in the eye these days, why would she spill something like that? True, so how did you learn my real name? I just did. Why so many questions? It's not as if I'm going to do anything. What? You're not even going to blackmail me. That's actually what you're worried about. I'm a noble lady, you could threaten, extort, even force me. I wouldn't be able to resist. MMM. This noble lady sure is easy to threaten, Shichen muttered, hand still over her mouth. MMMMMM. Lalatina. Don't call me that. Just call me Darkness. Why? It sounds nice. Lalatina. No. Fine then, Lalatina. Shichen, are you a devil? Shichen shook his head. I honestly don't see what's so embarrassing about a name. Anyway, could you please not reveal my name and status to the others? They'll find out sooner or later. Then, let's worry about it when the time comes. Whatever you like. But if you want me to keep the secret, you know what you have to do, right? Ugh. So it's finally happening. Do I need to undress? Undress? Why? Shichen blinked as she immediately began removing her armor, half reluctant, half eager. Isn't that what you meant? Darkness shot back. When did I ever tell you to strip? I meant that from now on you have to do what I say. That's all. Darkness froze mid-motion, staring at him in utter disappointment. Aren't you even a man? What did you say? Shichen's eyebrow twitched. You're not actually a lolicon, are you, Shichen? Do you only like girls like Megumin? Darkness asked. Whether I'm a lolicon or not, if that's your theory, why are you trying to seduce me? I am not seducing you. Darkness protested shyly. I'm just having you honor your promise. What difference is that? You're tempting me to betray Megumin. Isn't that even better? Some noble lady you are, what kind of morals is that? Come on, nobles can have lots of women anyway. Shichen fell silent. Didn't you promise to satisfy me? Even if you've got something going with Megumin, or Union or Aqua, I won't tell them. Whoa, you're telling me to cheat. Cheating. That sounds wonderful. Darkness grew excited again. I don't mind, but a moment ago you questioned my manhood, didn't you? Shichen pinched her cheeks, forcing her mouth slightly open so tongue and teeth showed, while his other hand hooked the corner of her lips. Darkness sat there with her head tilted back, unable to speak, face burning red. Crimson lips, white teeth, a pink tongue, Shichen's mouth went dry at the sight. Do you want anyone to bully you like this? He withdrew one hand, wiping the saliva from his fingertip onto her clothes. I am not that kind of girl. We barely know each other, remember? I just feel, you're exactly the one who can satisfy me. Is that so? I can oblige, but you're not allowed to act this way with anyone else. I'm not that kind of girl. Good. Shichen let go with his other hand as well. Huff, huff. Darkness stared at him, puzzled. What are you spacing out for? Take off your armor, Shichen said coolly. Oh. Darkness began stripping again, eyes shining. Thunk. 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 The pieces hit the ground with soft but heavy thuds, the armor was clearly massive. In no time she stood in nothing but a black bodysuit, every curve accentuated. Ugh. Just being inspected by Shichen made Darkness tremble in excitement. Come here, across my lap, Shichen ordered, face impassive. On your lap. Are you going to make me? Her eyes darted to his trousers. As if. Shichen smacked her lightly on the head. I see. Darkness lay across his right thigh, disappointed. Shichen's mouth twitched. What are you going to do? She asked expectantly. Enough questions, don't move. Yes. Close your eyes. Yes. Seeing her so obedient, Shichen pressed his legs together, pinning her in place, looped his left arm around her neck, and drew her back against him. Hugh. Darkness panted, chest rising and falling violently. Shichen paid no heed to that proud pair, his attention was on her flat stomach. Through the bodysuit he couldn't see defined muscles. He glanced at Darkness, eyes shut, lashes trembling, lips curled up, face brimming with anticipation. Suppressing a laugh, he slid his free hand toward her abdomen. Shichen. What are you doing? Why aren't you making a move? What kind of play is this? Am I supposed to fill in the blanks myself? Patience. I am scared Aqua might wake up. What if Megumin and the others walk in? Relax. With that, Shichen spread his right hand and pressed it flat against her belly. Hard. Angular ridges beneath his palm. Good grief, she really does have abs. WH-. Darkness's eyes flew open and she looked down. What are you doing? Confirming whether you have abs. I don't have anything like that. Not convincing. NNN. How could you? Don't move. MM. Darkness froze. Satisfied, Shichen nodded, lifted the edge of her bodysuit, and pressed his palm directly to bare skin. He didn't need to look, he already knew the answer, and seeing it might just sour his mood. A woman with abs was still a bit odd to him, he'd heard about them, but never seen them up close. Wah wah wah, Darkness cried out nervously. Quiet. Ignoring her, Shichen savored the feel of her abdomen. The skin was extraordinarily smooth, no different from her cheek, though the angular ridges stood out clearly. With his palm pressed tight he could feel Darkness trembling, tense and shy. Abs or not, she was still a girl. He lowered his head, lifted his hand, and looked, fair skin, the lines of her abs sharply defined. Nice to the touch, less so to the eye, he simply couldn't appreciate them. Reasonable enough, he was a guy, abs hardly excited him, especially with those two mounds blocking the view that he'd much rather admire. Dropping the pretense of restraint, he moved his left hand down from her neck, his right hand upward. Darkness suddenly let out a muffled moan. Unfazed, Shichen set all 10 fingers to work. Darkness covered her mouth with one hand, refusing to let a sound escape. What? You don't like girls with abs? You losing a lot? Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 139, Saving Money to Buy a House. On the bed Aqua let out a sleepy murmur and turned over. Still half asleep, she didn't wake up, but the sudden movement startled Darkness, making her tense all over. Staring at Aqua's sleeping face, Darkness felt both frightened and nervous, mixed, of course, with a thrill of excitement. She bit her lip, eyes shining with anticipation. In truth, rather than fearing Aqua might wake, Darkness was almost hoping she would open her eyes and see what was happening. Shichen, even through the thin fabric separating him from her body, could feel Darkness's pounding heartbeat, strong and fast. His interest spiked. No longer satisfied with a single layer of cloth, he pulled the nicely textured bodysuit up, bunching it around Darkness's neck like a scarf, and placed his hand once more upon her generous curves. Unlike the firm muscles of her abdomen, this part of her body was as soft as anyone's, though two spots were almost as solid as her abs and pressed insistently against his palm. Since his hands were busy, his lips naturally wanted some action too. The order was a little backwards, but that hardly mattered. Shichen lowered his head, brushed Darkness's cheek, and searched for her lips. No, we can't. Just then Darkness turned her head away in refusal. What's wrong? Shichen asked, puzzled. It's not time yet, ha. Darkness's face was crimson and her breathing ragged. Not time yet. We only just met. This is a bit too soon. Her voice was embarrassed and uncertain. Aren't you being oddly conservative? Shichen chuckled and shook his head. He had already inspected her development, yet she was drawing the line at a kiss. In any case, that's how it is. For now, no kissing. Darkness squeezed her eyes shut and spoke quickly. Fine, then I'll just keep my 10 fingers occupied a while longer. At that moment Shichen suddenly remembered something. In the world he'd come from, kissing had long since lost its deeper meaning and become little more than foreplay. But in truth, a kiss represents affection. If you don't like someone, you won't want to kiss them, nor let them kiss you. Darkness's reaction made that clear. They had known each other only 2 days, although she'd already decided to indulge his peculiar tastes, she still didn't feel close enough for a kiss. Shichen respected her feelings. Since his hands were already busy, he had no intention of letting her go. Practicing with his hands was fine, and he could gather divine fragments at the same time. Skin-to-skin contact for 1 minute. Divine fragment acquired. Exactly 1 minute later, the voice in his head spoke, its tone faintly disgruntled. Ever since arriving in this world, she had acted like this, failing to warn him that both Aqua and Darkness carried divine fragments and even withholding mission info until he happened to enter that blank mental space while sleeping. Clearly, she was jealous. Shichen still didn't know who she was, and she wouldn't say. But as he collected more fragments she seemed to grow stronger, sooner or later he'd learn her identity. For now, though, the softness wrapped around his fingers was far more important, thinking about anything else at this moment would be an affront to his manhood. In the room only soft, low moans could be heard. Aqua lying on the bed remained sound asleep. Not until nearly noon did Shichen finish his finger exercises. Considerately, he even escorted Darkness back to her house. She hadn't brought a change of clothes, and after such a long session she really needed one. The two slipped in and out without disturbing anyone. Darkness's mansion was indeed luxurious, her room alone was almost the size of an inn. The sight made Shichen long for a home of his own. Staying in inns forever wasn't ideal, and their party was already sizable. They needed a base, and they still had the 10 million heiress Cecily had given them for free. Though Axel was just a starter town, it was perfectly livable. With teleport magic he could go anywhere. He even had a particular house in mind, but 10 million wouldn't cut it yet, he'd have to earn more. Back at the inn, Shichen left darkness at her door and returned to his own room. Right on time, he gave the sleeping Aqua, who was facing away from him, a sharp smack on the rear. Smack. The crisp sound echoed pleasantly. Half her pale, nearly translucent skin flushed red at once. Hiss, ah. That hurts. Aqua jerked awake, clutching her backside, eyes brimming with tears. Shichen, why did you hit me? Did you forget? It's almost lunchtime. Eh? Oh. Aqua remembered, but still pouted. You didn't have to hit me that hard. It's burning. Couldn't help it. I whacked you several times and you still wouldn't wake up, Shichen lied without batting an eye. Aqua didn't doubt him. Really? Well, okay. Come on, get up. Time to eat. Yay. Food, heal. A quick self-heal and Aqua was bursting with energy. But as soon as she stood, she frowned and sniffed the air. Sniff, what's this smell? What is it? Shichen looked at her curiously. Aqua didn't answer. She sniffed around, homing in on a spot on the floor beside the bed. Why is there water here? She asked, perplexed. Shichen now spotted the little puddle darkness had left, he'd been too focused to notice earlier. Shichen, what is this? Did you spill something? Never mind that. Let's go eat. He flicked a small ember of holy flame, burning the puddle away. Eh? Why'd you burn it? No point leaving it. Come on. Shichen grabbed Aqua's hand and hustled her out of the room. So suspicious. Want another smack? I'll keep quiet, okay. That's better. I'll buy you some sparkling wine later. Really? I swear. Great. You're the best, Shichen. Shichen took Aqua to the dining area. No one else had arrived yet, but before long everyone trickled in, first Saekano, then Megumin and Union, and finally Darkness. All were neatly dressed except Darkness, who had changed outfits, her golden hair was still damp, clearly she'd bathed. Her fair, delicate face was tinged with pink, whether from the bath or lingering excitement was anyone's guess, though the latter seemed likely since she couldn't meet Shichen's eyes. The others didn't notice. They sat down and ate. Over the meal Shichen proposed saving up to buy a house, and everyone agreed on the spot. After discussing preferred locations and styles for a while, they split up. Kazuma dashed out of the inn, Aqua ran back to Shichen's room to keep sleeping, and Darkness, still a bit worn out, returned to her room. Shichen, meanwhile, carried Megumin on his back and followed Union to their room. Megumin hadn't fully recovered and badgered him into carrying her, to avoid disturbing other guests he complied. Inside, Shichen sat on Megumin's bed and set her down, but didn't leave immediately. Union, any plans for the afternoon? I am not sure. Union grew flustered, remembering yesterday and thinking Shichen might invite her out again, possibly for something more. She couldn't help feeling a bit expectant. Is that so? Then. Hold it. Megumin suddenly draped herself over Shichen's back, cutting him off. What are you doing? What am I doing? More like what are you two planning? Trying to sneak off together again. Megumin demanded. I just finished saying we need to earn money, remember? I don't buy it. And why didn't you ask me? You haven't recovered yet. Lies. You just want a tryst with Union. Megumin, what are you talking about? Union protested shyly. Look how happy you are. I'm not. There's no way I'll let you two go off aloe. Stop right there. Catch that Axis cultist. Just then a commotion erupted outside the room. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 140, doing more quest. Damn Axis cultist, stop right there. Blast it. You actually smashed the windows of our Eris church with a rock. We won't let you get away with this. Ha ha ha. You Eris church people, catch me if you can. The names Axis church and Eris church were eye-catching enough, and the arrogant yelling even more so. Shichen and Megumin hurriedly flattened themselves against the window to see what was happening. Through the glass they saw several people chasing a young woman in a nun's habit, her exposed hair shining a brilliant gold. Shichen and Megumin recognized her at once, it was Cecily, the one who had given them 10 million for free the day before. Isn't that Cecily-san? Union crowded over as well. Shichen shot Union a warning glance, but his attention was immediately captured by the generous curves in front of her chest. It was all Darkness's fault, he still hadn't calmed down. He pulled Megumin into his arms and, with his free hand, clasped Union's. Union panicked at once. She stole a nervous look at Megumin. Seeing Megumin staring out the window and nod at them, she sighed in relief, then threw Shichen a coy glare. Shichen answered with a smile and gave her hand a gentle squeeze. Union's cheeks flushed, yet she did not pull away. That Cecily, what on earth is she doing? Megumin kept her eyes on the fleeing nun. Isn't it obvious? Resting his chin on Megumin's head, Shichen said, from what that crowd shouted, Cecily just pelted the heiress church windows with stones. Why would she do that? She's an Axis believer, do I really need to explain? Fair point. Eris was hailed as the state religion, while Axis devotees were notorious for their eccentricity. That they envied and harassed Eris followers was practically common knowledge in this world. Paying it no further heed, Shichen released Union's hand, sat back down with Megumin still in his lap, and used her as a human pillow. She was small enough to fit perfectly. Megumin stayed obediently seated, showing no reaction. Union, why is your face so red? Megumin finally noticed something was off. Is it? Union raised a hand to her cheek in fluster. Probably just the heat. Heat? In this season, and while it's raining. Highly suspicious. Megumin eyed her doubtfully. Don't mind me. Union turned away and changed the subject. You haven't fully recovered yet, please rest properly. Oh. Pushing me to rest so eagerly, because you're dying to share a little world of two with Shichen, right? No, and not at all. Union dared not meet her gaze. Humph. Forgetting your friend the moment you see a guy, unforgivable. I won't have it. A world of two. Impossible. You'll have to take me along. As she spoke, Megumin grabbed Shichen's hands and wrapped them round her own waist. Megumin was tiny, her waist absurdly slim. Shichen could almost encircle it with one hand. But why use one hand when two were better? He tightened his hold, hugging her close. Faced with Megumin's headstrong act, Union looked helplessly at Shichen for rescue. What's the problem? Shichen chuckled. If Megumin wants to come, we'll bring her. It's not as if we're doing anything improper. All right. Really? Megumin still sounded skeptical. Come along and see for yourself. Humph. If I come along, you wouldn't dare do anything at all. Please. If I wanted to do something, you think I'd be afraid of you watching? Megumin was at a loss, and Union's eyes went wide. Did that mean he'd even kiss her in front of Megumin? Why so shocked? Megumin frowned. It's nothing. Suspicious. You two definitely did something behind my back yesterday, out with it. We did nothing. I've decided. I'm sticking with you. Even if you try anything with me there you can't. I'll stop you. I told you, there really isn't anything. And if I feel like doing something, I'll do it even with you watching. I almost believe that. Then just come along. That afternoon Shichen took Megumin and Union out on a quest again. With his own strength alone he could handle almost anything, but he refused to carry the party. Missions had to match Union's current level. 2 high-paying quests were posted, one to subjugate a griffin and one a manticore. The 2 monsters were fighting over territory and causing a commotion, but they were still beyond Union, so Shichen passed. He could support and make it feasible, but he disliked forcing growth. There was no hurry to become stronger in this world, he preferred to enjoy life leisurely. He wasn't even keen on defeating the Demon King. After all, the fellow hadn't wrought much havoc, so it made little difference. Leave him be and one day he could bring other companions to experience a Demon King raid. An ice guy without a Demon King felt incomplete. He certainly didn't want to play the part himself. Neither Aqua nor Megumin motivated him to launch a crusade, and thanks to his interference Kazuma probably wouldn't defeat the Demon King either. Besides, under normal circumstances no more people would be sent here. In the end he chose a lizard runner extermination mission. Lizard runners, comparable in threat to giant frogs, swarmed the outskirts each breeding season, disrupting merchant traffic. Slightly smaller than the giant frogs, they looked like oversized lizards, cheek flaps spread like gills, sprinting on their hind legs, bodies mostly crimson, a sight that provoked the urge to kill. Reaching the fields outside town and spotting the creatures, Shichen immediately unleashed magic. Union joined in, their appearance gave her mild nausea. Megumin, able to do nothing else, clung to Shichen's back and watched them bombard the lizard runners. Lightning. Fireball. Bolts and fireballs alternated, the lizard runners dropped before they could even break into a run. Not bad, not bad, Union, you're getting better and better, Megumin said approvingly once the last monster fell. I don't need your praise. Union huffed. Heh. Megumin didn't mind. Though you're still far behind me. Not necessarily. Shichen grinned. Union will soon be able to learn advanced magic, then she'll catch up. What? Megumin froze. You leveled that fast. What happened? What did you two do yesterday? Forgot all those giant toads you mostly wiped out. And she helped a lot on the way here. Ugh. I'm actually about to be caught up. What's wrong with that? Union laughed. It won't do, people will think you're not under my command. I was never your underling. Don't be shy. I'm not shy. You're shameless. What? Union actually scolded me. Shichen, did you teach her that? You two get along so well, Shichen sighed, ignoring them. Time to head back and report in. So soon. Aren't you two going to do something? Megumin, what are you talking about? We'd never. Union denied loudly, but couldn't resist glancing at Shichen. Shichen nodded with a smile. There really wasn't anything. I almost believed that, Megumin muttered. Well, nothing to be done. Back at the guild, Shichen reported to Luna. After she verified their adventurer cards, they collected the reward. But he didn't hurry to leave. Luna-san, are there any easy quests left? Shichen-san, call me Luna, please. Are you in desperate need of quests? She asked curiously. Union is close to learning advanced magic, she needs to level up quickly. Is that so? Congratulations, Union-san. No, I haven't learned it yet, Union said shyly. So, any good quests? Shichen pressed. There's no need to rush, Luna replied with a gentle smile. You've just arrived, so perhaps you don't know, besides hordes of giant toads, Axel has another seasonal specialty. A specialty? Yes, the cabbage harvest season. For every 1k collections equals 1 bonus chapter. 100 collection more for bonus chapter. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 141, bonus chapter, Chapter 141, Cabbage Harvest Season. Cabbage Season. Hearing that name, especially in a fantasy world, makes you think you'll be fighting some monster that looks like a head of cabbage, or cabbages that have turned into monsters. But that's not the case at all. Food made with these cabbages can even raise an adventurer's level. In this world, leveling up isn't limited to slaying monsters. That's why many wealthy families gain levels simply by feasting every day, easily surpassing most ordinary adventurers. 3 days later, just after Shichen's party finished the giant toad subjugation quest and returned to the guild, loudspeakers rang out across the town. Emergency quest. Emergency quest. All adventurers currently in town, please report to the Adventurers Guild immediately. I repeat, emergency quest. Emergency quest. All adventurers currently in town, please report to the Adventurers Guild immediately. WA. That scared me. The broadcast near the guild was even louder, some sort of magic must have amplified it, making Saekano jump. What's going on? What kind of emergency quest? Are monsters attacking the town? It should be the cabbage harvest season Luna mentioned earlier. Let's go in and see, Shichen said, leading the way into the guild. Aqua yawned and followed him. Cabbages? You guys have been talking about that for 2 days now. What is it exactly? Don't tell me cabbages really turn into monsters. Nope. Darkness smiled as she explained. They're just vegetables. Then how's that an emergency quest? Because it's harvest time for cabbages, Darkness replied, excitement in her voice as she caught up with Shichen. Harvest? What's so great about harvesting cabbages? So many questions, just come along. Megumin scolded Kazuma and headed inside with Union. She hadn't fired her explosion magic yet today, so she was still bursting with energy. Well, fine, Kazuma muttered, trailing after them. Inside, the adventurers already present stood at the ready, every one of them looking fired up. Kazuma was baffled. Shichen-san, you're back. Luna greeted them with a bright smile. This must be what you were talking about. Shichen asked. Exactly. Luna nodded, still smiling. There's no rush yet, Shichen-san, please wait a little. No problem, Luna-san. You go on with your work. All right. May we settle your previous reward together with the cabbage payout a bit later? Works for me. Thank you, please wait just a moment. Also, you don't have to be so formal, just call me Luna. With that, she returned to the counter. TCH, that woman just won't give up, Megumin grumbled, glaring at Luna's back. What, you jealous? Shichen pulled Megumin onto his lap and hugged her. She wriggled a little, found a comfortable position, tossed her staff to Union, and stayed put. Humph. Don't get the wrong idea. She's trying to steal someone from our team, and we can't allow that, right, Union? Union answered nervously, eyeing Shichen. She wasn't bothered by him holding Megumin, she was just worried Megumin might be right. 2 days earlier, Shichen had tried the same lap seat maneuver with Union at the guild, but she'd blushed so hard she almost fainted after less than a minute. Shichen had no choice but to settle for the tiny Megumin. Maybe it was their small size that made him want to cuddle them. Ever since he'd carried Kana and Siri, he felt odd when he wasn't holding something. In any case, neither girl resisted. Before long, more and more adventurers poured in until the guild hall was packed. Practically every adventurer in town had shown up. Why is everyone here? Kazuma asked, still at a loss. You'll see, Shichen said with a grin. Can't you just tell me? Riddles are torture. It's different when you find out on the spot. Let me have my fun and watch you squirm for a bit. Shichen, that's so mean. Sorry to gather everyone on such short notice, a guild employee suddenly announced, cutting Kazuma off. She raised her voice so the entire hall could hear. Some of you already know what this is about. Yes, it's cabbages. The cabbage harvest season is upon us again this year. The staffer practically sparkled with excitement. She swallowed, then continued, the cabbages have grown exceptionally well this year. Each one you bring in will earn you 10,000 eris. We have asked the townsfolk to remain indoors for safety. Please capture as many cabbages as possible and bring them back here. Of course, watch out for counterattacks so you don't get hurt. Because so many people are involved and the total payout will be enormous, rewards will be distributed over the coming days. Oh. The moment she finished, every adventurer in the hall erupted with cheers. Kazuma stared at Shichen in disbelief. Shichen, did she just say, 10,000 eris? Each? Are you serious? Of course it's. A sudden shout outside interrupted him. Hey! Cabbages have appeared, let's go. Charge! Green objects swooped through the sky outside. In a heartbeat, the adventurers stampeded out of the guild, leaving only Shichen's group and a few staffers behind. What are those? Kazuma gawked at the green flyers. Reclining behind Shichen, Aqua lazily explained, in this world, cabbages can fly. When their flavor concentrates and harvest time comes, they refuse to be eaten. They zoom over towns, plains, continents, even oceans, then quietly die in some secret place so nothing can eat them. So we have to catch as many as we can while they're still delicious. What kind of nonsense is that? You've been here this long, how are you not used to how weird this world is? Shichen laughed. It's not that easy. Then take your time getting used to it, Shichen thought. Come on, let's catch cabbages, 10,000 eris each. We might be able to buy a house by the end of today. A house? Charge. Aqua bolted out first, the rest hot on her heels. Outside, cabbages filled the sky, green dots as far as the eye could see. They even had eyes, yet still looked very much like cabbages, so it wasn't particularly disturbing. 10,000. Here I come. Aqua lunged at a straggler and tried to wrap her arms around it. The cabbage, apparently sentient, accelerated and smacked into her chest, only to bounce off her surprisingly hard armor. Ow. You're dead meat. Aqua didn't even rub the spot, she just punched the cabbage. I caught one, easy. Everyone, hurry. Aqua waved excitedly. Leave it to me, I'll be your shield. You grab them. Darkness charged to the front, spread her arms, and stood firm. Cabbages slammed into her plate armor and knocked themselves senseless. Darkness, I'll help, fireball. Union cast a mid-tier spell. Shichen, take me outside the town walls, I'll blast them all. Megumin couldn't wait any longer. Got it. Kazuma, what are you doing? Don't freeze up, 10,000 eris each, remember. For the house. Fine. Kazuma drew his dagger and dashed into the cabbage swarm. Megumin, hold on tight. Okay. Shichen lifted Megumin in a front hug. Once her arms were hooked around his neck, he sped straight outside the town. Explosion. With her childish shout, concentric magic circles gathered in midair, power swelling. Boom. The deafening blast sent shockwaves through the skyborne cabbages, and a blanket of green rained down instantly. Heh. Megumin slumped, exhausted, in Shichen's arms. I'm amazing, right? Very amazing. All right, my turn. Shichen affectionately ruffled her hair, then raised his palm toward the horizon. Explosion. For collection bonus chapter. For every 1k collections equals 1 bonus chapter. Thank you. Chapter 142, Chapter 142, Lich. Noon. At midday, Shichen had lunch at the guild with everyone. The main dishes were all kinds of cuisine made from cabbage. To be fair, the guild's cooks were truly skilled, the food tasted amazing. Of course, the quality of the ingredients probably helped too. After all, those cabbages had been happily flapping around in the sky just moments ago. The guild was bustling now. Every adventurer had returned with a full haul, and many stuck around to celebrate. Sata Kazuma's good friend Dust and his party were here as well. A moment earlier Shichen had even spotted Chris, but unfortunately she had left and didn't stay to celebrate with them. Maybe she had something to take care of. Shichen didn't think she was afraid of him. Ah, beer is actually pretty good. Aqua downed a large mug in one gulp and sighed contentedly. It really is, Shichen agreed with a nod. A celebration naturally called for alcohol, and it turned out to be surprisingly tasty, rich with malt aroma. Truly an honest brew worthy of a fantasy world, nothing like the watered-down stuff mixed with who knows what back home. Is the beer really that good? Megumin, sipping fruit juice, stared at Shichen's mug. You can't drink yet. Shichen slid the mug out of her reach. Why not? You're not of age. What difference does that make? Just one sip, please. No amount of begging will work. No means no. Union, you can't drink either. And Darkness, don't get drunk. Darkness nodded vigorously. She was being very obedient, after all, she was thoroughly satisfied. A little earlier she had charged headfirst into the cabbage swarm and reveled in their impacts. She couldn't have been happier. Of course, a normal person could never understand that feeling. I know. Union shrank back shyly when Shichen addressed her. Ugh, why are you so strict? Megumin pouted. We're a party. Isn't it normal for me to look out for you? Or would you rather I didn't? Megumin huffed and didn't answer, but her attitude clearly meant she accepted it. Hehe, Shichen couldn't resist ruffling her hair. Her tsundere side was pretty cute. Kazuma took a swig of beer and sighed listlessly. Kazuma, what's wrong? Shichen asked curiously. Big bro, this isn't the other-world life I imagined. Kazuma complained. Wasn't I supposed to be fighting the Demon King? How did I end up battling cabbages? But weren't you fighting pretty fiercely just now? Well, I just got a little carried away. Those cabbages were infuriating, Kazuma admitted awkwardly. But they're worth 10,000 eris apiece. That's. Kazuma. Shichen's tone turned earnest. You have to remember, you're truly alive here, not playing a game. Life itself is necessary, there's a lot to consider. Even if we're going to challenge the Demon King, it won't happen in one go. We need to grow stronger bit by bit. And during that time, there are many other things you have to do. I know. I do, but... Kazuma trailed off. But what? What are you two talking about, other world, game? Megumin frowned. Nothing for you to worry about, Shichen brushed aside. You're not telling me. Then what's this defeat the Demon King talk? Don't tell me that's actually your goal. It is. Scared. Shichen grinned. Scared? You're joking. Me, scared. If anything, I can't wait. Megumin's eyes literally sparkled red. I'm going to defeat the Demon King too. I'll show him the power of my explosion magic. Big words. You probably can't even break the Demon King's castle barrier. Shichen pressed her head down. Well, isn't that what you're for? You secretly learned explosion magic. Why didn't you tell me? Megumin shoved his hand away, eyes shining with excitement. What's there to tell? Humph, embarrassed, are we? You finally felt the allure of explosion magic. Walk the path of explosions with me. Just eat your food. Shichen flicked her forehead. Ow, that hurt. Shichen, when are we going to defeat the Demon King? Aqua suddenly asked. You want to fight him too? Of course. I also want to go back to the Divine Realm. Isn't this world nice? They even have sparkling wine. It is nice, but I still want to return. I see. Well, there's no rush. We need to get stronger first. That's true. So, another round. Sure. Why is Aqua still deluding herself that she's a goddess? Megumin muttered. It's the same as you obsessing over explosion magic. How is that the same? It's a childhood dream, Shichen said with a straight face. I see. Understood. Megumin nodded solemnly. That convinced her. Kazuma looked shocked. Haha, don't overthink it. For now, just experience this world properly. Don't you want to grow strong and become adored by all? Well. So take it step by step. First, we should get ourselves a home. Alright, I'll follow your lead, big bro. That's more like it. Now eat up, this stuff even gives experience points. Got it. After lunch, Shichen planned to take Megumin and the others to look at houses around town. The cabbage harvest season had been lucrative, and with the 10 million from Cecily earlier, they could afford a pretty nice villa. Although he already had one in mind, it wouldn't hurt to look, there might be something better. Just as they were leaving, Luna ran over and called them back. Shichen-san, please wait. What is it, Luna-san? Just call me Luna. Alright, Luna, what's up? Shichen, reminded so many times, couldn't ignore her any longer. Hee hee, Luna laughed happily. Since that's settled, I'll just call you Shichen from now on. That's fine. Smack, from her perch on Shichen's back, Megumin clicked her tongue in irritation. Ignoring that, Luna explained why she'd stopped them. Shichen, I just received a quest perfectly suited to your party. Oh. What is it? Aqua-san is a high priestess, right? There's a zombie maker in the cemetery that needs to be dealt with. A zombie maker? Yes. It's an evil spirit that manipulates zombies. It possesses a high-quality corpse and controls several zombies as minions. Recently, people visiting graves keep getting harassed. It should be very easy for Aqua-san. I see. Aqua, what do you think? Need you ask? Exorcising evil spirits is my duty. Aqua answered seriously. Alright, we'll take the quest. Thank you very much. No, we should be the ones thanking you for keeping an eye out for quests for us. No, this is my job. No, really, we appreciate how much you look after us. No, Enough already. Can we leave now? Megumin interjected with a blank face. Leaving the guild, the party returned to the inn and rested in their rooms. The quest had to be done at night, the evil spirit wouldn't appear by day. Shichen cuddled Aqua and slept the entire afternoon. Darkness never came looking for him, she was probably still blissed out from being rammed by cabbages. When night fell and the moon rose, they headed to a hill outside town. The cemetery lay on that hill, a public graveyard for those who couldn't afford private burials or had no relatives. Burials in this world were usually in the ground, not cremations, which naturally made it easy for ghosts to appear. At night the cemetery was eerily silent and unsettling, nerves were on edge. Megumin and Yunyun couldn't help clutching Shichen's arms, one side flat, the other soft. Aqua, on the other hand, was utterly fearless. Before long, Shichen's thief skill, detect enemy, picked up several targets, but they didn't match the zombie maker's description. Just then, a blue-white glow suddenly erupted in the cemetery center, dreamlike yet eerie. The light formed a massive circular magic array, and next to it stood a figure in a black cloak. That's not a zombie maker, right? Yunyun asked uncertainly. I'm not sure. Should we charge in? Darkness was itching for action. Ack! Aqua suddenly let out a shout and sprinted toward the figure. Impudent lich. How dare you show yourself in a place like this? So arrogant. Watch how I deal with you. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 143, Whiz. Liches, alongside vampires, the undead monsters most people picture, stand at the very top of the undead hierarchy. They are archmages who have refined their magic to perfection, abandoning their human bodies through arcane secrets and becoming what people call kings of the undying. And no, they are not the well-known overlord who plays mind games with the air. Unlike monsters that turn undead naturally through overpowering regrets or hatred, liches bend the laws of nature by their own will and ultimately become beings that defy the gods. So when a monster straight out of a final boss fight suddenly showed up here, Darkness and the others understandably panicked. Aqua might look clueless and act clueless, but she really is an archpriest, so she could never mistake a lich. Still, this particular lich seemed a little different from the kind everyone fears. Q, quit it, what are you doing? Stop right now. Who are you? Never mind popping up out of nowhere, why are you wrecking my magic circle? Please stop, just stop. You're so noisy. Quiet, you undead thing. I can tell you're plotting something evil with this shady circle. What is it, huh? I'm stomping it, stomp, stomp. No, don't. Please stop. You can't just, MMPF. The so-called final boss figure had a woman's voice. Crying, she grabbed Aqua's right leg, trying to keep her from trampling the circle. Plenty of undead minions stood at the lich's side, yet none of them interfered. They simply stared blankly at the pair. Of course, on Shichen's side, everyone except him was just as dumbfounded. At that moment they even began to doubt whether that person really was a lich. She was clearly no zombie maker, and she hardly looked like a lich at all, more like an honest citizen being bullied by a thug. Please stop. I beg you, really, stop. This circle sends souls that haven't passed on, those still wandering this world, back to heaven. Look, see all those souls drifting up from it. Please stop. The lich was telling the truth. Countless bluish-white wisps, like ghost lights, floated into the circle, rode its blue glow, and soared up to the sky. Anyone could tell what was happening, but stone-hearted Aqua was unmoved by the lich's pleading. Heh. You, a lich, pretending to be kind. A deed like this is my job as a high priestess. Out of the way. Honestly, at your snail's pace, you'll never finish. Watch me purify you and this whole cemetery in one go. Eek, High Priestess. Please stop. The instant Aqua mentioned being a High Priestess, the Lich panicked, but Aqua ignored her, spread her arms wide, and shouted. Turn undead. A shocking scene erupted. Centered on Aqua, white light flooded the entire graveyard. Where it touched the zombies beside the Lich, they vanished without a trace. The ghost lights gathered in the circle were swallowed by the same light, and disappeared. And of course, the light washed over the Lich. Kaya. My body. It's disappearing. Stop, please stop, I'll be sent on. No. The Lich was terrified she would be purified on the spot. Aqua burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Foolish Lich. An existence that violates nature, an undead defying the gods, vanish. Vanish completely beneath my power. All right, that's enough. Shichen strolled over, smiling, and tapped Aqua on the head. Shichen, why? Aqua pouted. I'm about to purify this Lich. Quit it. Didn't you hear what she just said? But she's a Lich. Ask her what's going on first. I don't. Behave, and I'll buy you sparkling wine later. Fine, Aqua yielded at once. Heh. Shichen shook his head with a wry smile, then finally turned to the so-called Lich, who was already partly transparent. A so-called final boss really couldn't stand up to a goddess. She wasn't skeletal at all, in fact, she was strikingly pretty. Under the moonlight her features were clear. Chestnut brown hair, a young woman who looked barely into her 20s, a little timid, with delicate features that stirred pity. Shichen recognized her. He reached out and asked gently, "Are you all right?" I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. The Lich took his hand, voice soft. No, it was Aqua who was rude, Shichen said, helping her up. His divine body felt no resistance to her touch, so she was clearly harmless. Not at all. She's a Lich. Aqua retorted. 2 bottles, Shichen said calmly. Fine. Maybe I was a little rude. Sorry. Aqua folded her arms and looked away, clearly unrepentant. She might be ditzy, but as a goddess she clung hard to her professional pride. And no, it's fine. The Lich shook her head. She's right, I am a Lich. So she really is a Lich. Megumin and the others came closer. She doesn't look anything like I expected. Kazuma rubbed his chin, regarding the Lich. Final boss material, yet she seemed easy to bully, she might not even fight back. This world was truly bizarre. Are you really a Lich? Why are you here? You said you were sending souls to heaven, isn't that a priest's job? Darkness pressed. The Lich shrank back, clutching Shichen's hand and stepping half behind him. Because I'm a Lich, the so-called king of the undying. As the king, I can hear the voices of souls wandering the living world. Many souls in this public cemetery had no money, so even a decent funeral was beyond them, they couldn't return to heaven and just wander here every night. As the undead king, I come by occasionally and help the children who want to go home. So kind-hearted. Yun said, moved. Indeed. Kazuma nodded. Such a kind Lich deserved respect. I'll provisionally believe you, Megumin said, eyeing the joined hands suspiciously, but shouldn't priests handle this? Why not let them? Because. The Lich replied awkwardly, the priests in this town are rather money-minded. No, I mean they keep postponing cases when there's no money, so. No need to say more, everyone here gets it, Shichen interjected. Is that true? Yun asked Darkness. Embarrassing as it is, yes, Darkness admitted. Damn it. What's wrong with this world, where not a single Lich isn't kinder than people? Kazuma exploded. That's reality, not everyone is so kind, Shichen said. Don't tell me the Demon King is a good guy too, and the royal family are the villains. Kazuma asked. Hardly, Shichen answered. Good. Sorry for the trouble. We took a quest to eliminate a zombie maker and ended up here, Shichen apologized to the Lich. No, it's my fault. My mana probably woke the zombie maker. Still, thanks to Aqua everything's cleared up, the graveyard's completely empty now. Hehe, I'm amazing, right? Aqua planted her fists on her hips proudly. Yes, you're amazing, Shichen allowed. Hehe. By the way, what's your name? Megumin suddenly asked, serious. The Lich startled, then hurriedly answered, I'm Wiz. Wiz, huh? Megumin frowned, cutting her off. And how long do you plan on holding Shichen's hand? For every 100 power stone equals 1 bonus chapter. Please vote for more chapters. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 144, Drunk Aqua. Wiz-san, see you later. Be better if we don't meet again. After leaving the public cemetery, Shichen tried to say farewell to Wiz, only to be met with her refusal, and she immediately turned and ran off. He wasn't bothered. It wasn't that she didn't want to see him, she simply didn't want to see Aqua. A woman who had almost purified her, nearly killed her, couldn't realistically expect Wiz to keep coming around, especially when Aqua still seemed intent on finishing the job. Anyone who would willingly keep meeting someone like that would have to be rather thick-skinned, or have a death wish. Wiz, at least, wanted to stay alive. Until her safety was guaranteed, she had no intention of approaching Aqua. It was just too dangerous. She was a lich, only a step below a demon king in threat level, yet Aqua had almost purified her with ease. Wiz had never even heard Aqua's name before, much less met her. Did that mean Aqua was a newcomer? Were newbies this frightening nowadays? Shichen, why are you still staring? Megumin demanded when she noticed him smiling at Wiz's retreating back. The sight annoyed her. What is it? Shichen finally pulled his gaze away. So she's a bit fleshy. What's so great about that? Big bro isn't into lowly, nothing. Kazuma shut up as soon as Shichen shot him a glare, choosing instead to admire the gloomy scenery of the graveyard. I wasn't looking at that, Shichen sighed toward Megumin. Then why were you staring at her? Why do you care so much? He couldn't resist ruffling her short, silky hair. You're the one who said we're a team. That means I can care. Megumin retorted righteously. Wow, using my own words against me. Stop changing the subject and answer me. She slapped his hand away. All right. I was watching her because I found it interesting. Interesting. Megumin raised an adorable eyebrow. Think about it, Shichen said. Wiz-san is a lich, basically no different from a demon king's general. Yet she's here in the beginner's town, and she's kind and gentle on top of that. Now that you mention it. I think so too, big bro. Kazuma jumped in eagerly. Wiz-san is the kindest, most normal person I've met in this world. Liches don't count as people, do they? What's that supposed to mean, we're not normal? Aqua huffed. Ask Shichen, Kazuma sniffed, turning away. Shichen, do you think we're abnormal? Aqua demanded. I think you're perfectly normal. Why the pause? I was deciding whether to buy you 3 bottles of sparkling wine. Really? Shichen, you're the best. Aqua squealed, bouncing as she hugged his arm. A bit dim, but her figure really was top tier, classic, muscles for brains, he mused. Union, aren't you going to say anything? Megumin asked. Union blinked blankly. About what? You know, Aqua's behavior. It's fine, I guess. Sigh, guess it's up to me. Megumin faced Shichen again. Are you really not interested in Wiz-san's amazing figure? I think you care more about it than I do. Why so many questions? Don't worry, you're still young. How rude. I'm not worried. Then how do you know her figure is that great? She wears a robe, you can't even tell. That's a woman's intuition. Woman. More like a girl. Shichen, I'm seriously mad now. Okay. Anyway, I've never seen Wiz's figure, so how could I be interested? Really? Union, do you believe him? Me. I do. Wrong person to ask. Darkness, what do you think? Me. I think it's fine if Shichen cares about Wiz. A womanizer might abandon me at any moment, heh. Forget it. Aqua. I just want to get back and drink. Arg. Fine, let's go. Megumin stomped off toward the inn. Chuckling, Shichen and the others followed after her. Shichen planned to report today's quest results to Luna tomorrow, so once they returned to the inn they went straight to their rooms. He hadn't been in his room long when Aqua, dressed in blue 2-piece pajamas, fairly modest, walked in. Shichen, I'm here. Where's my sparkling wine? Give me a minute, I'll go buy it now. Okay, I'll wait on the bed. That line could be so misleading, Shichen thought, thankful he knew exactly what Aqua was like. He soon came back with 3 bottles, Aqua immediately hugged one and plopped onto the bed. Ah, so good. Take your time. I'm turning in. You're not drinking with me? Surprised you're willing to share today. Well, we do have 3 bottles. I'll pass. Just remember to get the smell out of your mouth afterward. What? Are you disgusted by me? Do you want sparkling wine again later or not? Fine, I'll clean it. Good girl. Shichen lay down and turned his back to her, drifting off despite the sound of her drinking. It wasn't long before she woke him. Shichen, hehe, Shichen, wake up. Aqua's shaking roused him. He rolled over to scold her, then saw her silly expression and realized she was drunk. Sparkling wine was barely stronger than juice. How did she even get drunk? Did she purify only the water and leave the alcohol behind? Why are you drunk? I'm not drunk. Aqua pouted. Purify the alcohol, now. He grabbed her shoulders and shook. Told you, I'm not drunk. Okay. Then just purify it for me, all right. Why purge alcohol when I'm not drunk? She could be sharp at the strangest times. Want another bottle? Purify the alcohol and I'll buy you more. Not now. Tea tomorrow's fine. Don't want another bottle. Just tomorrow. It's not that I don't want it. Fine. What'll make you purify it, then? I am not drunk. Don't push me, I'll spank you if you keep this up, Shichen grumbled. Hehe, go ahead. Aqua flopped face down, patted her own butt through her pajama pants, and added, here, I'll help. Completely covered, strangely unsatisfying. You think I won't? Shichen raised his hand. Do it, she grabbed his hand and pressed it onto her rear. Go on. Instead of spanking, Shichen's fingers reflexively squeezed. Shichen, what are you doing? Aqua asked, half-dazed. Ahem, not my fault, you moved my hand. Really? Do you like it? She asked innocently. Why do you ask? Because you haven't let go. If I'm honest, then yes, I do. He didn't even withdraw his hand. I see. You can keep going, Aqua smiled sweetly. Huh, what did you say? I said you can keep doing that, use the other hand too. Why? Why what? You know what this means, right? You're definitely drunk. I told you I'm not. I do know what it means. I like you, Shichen, you take such good care of me, spoil me more than the gods of heaven ever did. I'm a goddess, giving you a little benefit is normal, isn't it? You're serious? Shichen, you're so slow. He wasn't being slow, she was obviously drunk, and normally not the brightest to begin with. Was he really going to take advantage of a goddess in her cups? Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 145, Good Night Sleep. Early the next morning, the first thing Shichen saw when he woke up was soft, glossy, aqua-blue hair. A few strands had fallen across his face, but instead of a prickly sensation he felt only silk-like smoothness. As expected of the water goddess, even her hair feels different from ordinary people. One of Shichen's hands was pinned beneath Aqua, yet he had no intention of getting up quickly. He tightened his arm around her, savoring the softness in his right palm and unconsciously flexing his fingers. With Aqua in his arms from behind like this, it was inevitable that his hand would be holding something. Disturbed, Aqua murmured and woke up. Awake? Shichen asked softly, without releasing his grip. Shichen. What's your hand doing? Aqua's gaze dropped to her chest, but she asked quite calmly. I have no idea. I woke up like this, it won't listen to me and just moves on its own. Do you think I'm stupid? Aqua pouted. All right, you're very smart. I am smart, and you're still at it. Then get up first. What does me getting up have to do with you letting go? It's not about me, I already told you my hand won't obey. TCH, who knew you were such a pervert? Aqua sat up and turned to face him. Don't frame me like that, Shichen protested, sitting up too. Ha. He was about to cover a yawn, then remembered that his right hand, right by his mouth, had been on its own adventure, and he forced himself to stop. It wasn't that he disliked Aqua, he simply didn't want her to misunderstand. He wasn't a degenerate, after all. For the record, his hand did not smell of milk. How did I frame you? Wasn't what you just did a fact? Aqua asked. Who told you to come sleep here, in my bed? You know what can happen when a man and a woman share one. True. Aqua blinked blankly. You crawled into my arms yourself, in that position, what did you expect? And I didn't even do anything serious. That's already pretty good, right? All right, I blamed you wrongly. At once Aqua snuggled close and hugged his arm. Use this arm instead. Shichen pulled out his right arm, turned, and gave her the left. Why? Aqua hugged it anyway, puzzled. Just to be fair. Don't worry about it. Fair? Whatever. Shichen, you always say weird things. Better than doing weird things like you. I do not. Aqua huffed. Leaving other stuff aside, insisting on sleeping in my room isn't weird enough. We are a man and a woman, you know. What can I do? I can't help being drawn to the watery aura on you. You're the water goddess, shouldn't you be the one giving off the aura, not being lured by it? I'm not in the heavens now, my power's been weakened, That's why, so you can't blame me completely. Can't blame you for what? Shichen couldn't follow her logic. For the problems you just mentioned that come from us sleeping together. Since it's due to your aura, it's not entirely my fault. Aqua spoke in earnest. Fine, it's partly my fault too, all right. Hee, that's more like it. Aqua beamed like a child. It's about time we got up. Thanks to you we were up so late, we've overslept. No way, Shichen, you clearly had fun groping last night. Aqua's cheeks flushed as she timidly countered. Shichen coughed, a little embarrassed. Truth be told, he hadn't been able to resist this air-headed goddess last night. A beauty delivered to his doorstep, if he didn't act, what kind of man would he be? Anyone hearing he did nothing would call him a eunuch. He could stand being laughed at for making a move on a ditzy girl, but not for being called a eunuch. Since he'd already laid hands on the silly goddess, he could only treat her well from here on out. On second thought, having a goofy companion wasn't so bad. And anyway, he hadn't gone too far last night, just practiced a bit of dragonclaw butt grab through their sleepwear. Large as it was, it still didn't feel as good as getting a full handful right after waking up. Shichen, do you want to grab again? Aqua asked, face crimson. Not anymore. Eh? Why? Already bored? Or would you rather grab here? Aqua glanced down at her chest. Neither. It's just that everyone else will be getting up. I see. Then tonight. Aqua's eyes sparkled, voice dripping with allure. Gulp. Shichen swallowed. What's with you? I haven't even brought it up and you're volunteering. Because, well, it actually felt good, and you seemed to enjoy it. I did not enjoy it. Shichen denied righteously. You were totally into it last night and wouldn't even listen to me. Okay, stop. K. I'll buy you some sparkling wine later. Let's forget about last night. Really? Shichen, you're the best. I can hold out a bit longer tonight. I said stop talking about it. Okay. Hurry and get up, breakfast's waiting. We've got a quest later. Another one. I finished a quest solo last night, can't I skip today? Of course. Not. Meanie. Move it. I'll wait outside. Fine. Shichen dressed efficiently and headed for the door. As he grasped the handle, he suddenly turned back to the still idle Aqua. Oh, and what we did last night, you're not allowed to do that with anyone else. Not even girls. Do you think I'm an idiot? Aqua shot back, disgruntled. I didn't mean. I'll get mad. Careful or I won't let you touch tonight. Sigh. Shichen opened the door and stepped out. Shichen. Good morning. The moment he exited, he heard Yunyun's greeting and jumped, looking toward the voice. Thankfully she had just stepped out of her own room. Keeping a calm face, Shichen replied, Morning, Yunyun. What a coincidence, Yunyun hurried over. Indeed. Shichen smiled and took her hand. Ah. Yunyun glanced around nervously. What are you afraid of? Shichen asked with amusement. And not afraid. Just a little embarrassed. She whispered. Really? How about this, then? What, As soon as Yunyun looked up, Shichen lowered his head and kissed her, deeply, at that. Her eyes flew wide, she froze, staring at his handsome face inches away. Shichen didn't prolong it, parting after only a moment. Why so stunned? Seeing her blank, he waved his hand before her face. Yunyun finally came to, her snow-white cheeks burning scarlet. She glanced around again, terrified someone might have seen that shameful scene. Spotting no one, she dove into Shichen's chest, pouting as she feebly pummeled him with tiny fists. So sudden. What if someone had seen? Relax, I was watching, he chuckled, pulling her close. Still. I wasn't prepared. She stopped hitting, pressing her hot face to his chest. Can't help it, who told you to be so cute first thing in the morning? Shichen said shamelessly. Cute, Besides, my mouth was dry. What's a dry mouth got to do with, Realization dawned, she bit her lip, cheeks flaring hotter. Pretty smart, huh? Meanie. Okay, teasing aside, let's go downstairs. If Megumin sees us, do you really want that? It'd be too embarrassing. What's embarrassing about it? She teased me. So tease her back. I'm not like her. let's go already. Yun released him, grabbed his hand, and hurried toward the stairs. Sigh, when can I kiss you in front of Megumin? Shichen followed, teasing. And never. But Megumin clings to me every day, you know. She is her, I am me. All right, all right. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Magic Item Shop. After breakfast, Shichen and Megumin headed to the Adventurers Guild with the others. First they turned in last night's quest for eliminating the zombie maker, then immediately accepted another job, Giant Toad's subjugation. Those things are impossible to wipe out, new ones show up every single day. That may be bad news for ordinary townsfolk, but Shichen rather liked it, a steady paycheck tomorrow is guaranteed. The payment for the cabbage-catching crusade still hasn't been totaled. The haul was so large that the accountants need a few more days, so for now they still can't gauge what price range of house they can afford. He'd been concentrating too hard at the time and never noticed how many cabbages he actually grabbed. That's the downside of those smart adventurer cards, they make people lazy. Today's Toad subjugation quest felt easy, numbers these 2 days are already lower than before. Shichen and Megumin sat this one out, and Aqua didn't need to act either. The work was left to Yun, Darkness, and Kazuma. Darkness volunteered, and Yun and Kazuma both needed the EXP boost. Ah, come lick me. I won't move, just get me all sticky and slimy. Unlike Yun, who opened with spells, or Kazuma, who charged in with a dagger, Darkness sprinted up to a giant toad, spread her arms wide, and simply stood there, ready to be devoured. The toad didn't even glance at her, it hopped off sideways. How can this be? Darkness drooped for a split second, then perked up and chased another toad. Come on, lick me. I won't fight back, trust me. Ribbit. The giant toad bolted again, even faster than before. How could this happen? Darkness, what is she doing? Megumin asked, the corner of her mouth twitching. What do you think? Shichen sighed. Isn't she afraid the toad'll swallow her like it did Aqua before? Although, come to think of it, maybe she never saw that. See it or not, she'd probably enjoy it even more. True. Masochists are scary. Shichen, you don't like that sort, do you? Or do you have other kinks besides being a lolicon? I told you I'm not a lolicon. Shichen rubbed her short hair into a mess. Humph. Nobody believes that. Really? If I were, shouldn't you be frightened? Eh? Ah. Oh, alright. What's with that happy look on your face? And nothing. Megumin turned away in a hurry. Shichen chuckled and shook his head. Keep an eye on Aqua for me. I'll go handle Darkness. Okay. Megumin still didn't turn back. Shichen threw a glance at Aqua, who was squatting and drawing circles on the ground, then teleported beside Darkness. Shichen, why are you here? What's wrong with these giant toads? Why won't they, ow? They're ignoring you, that's what. Shichen flicked her forehead. It hurts, hit me again, hehehe. Darkness lowered her head, thrilled. You're beyond saving. Shichen did not indulge her. Not going to hit me. Sure, hit your head. Exactly, hit my head. Enough. What were you just doing? Shichen forced the topic change. Drawing aggro, Darkness said as though it were obvious. Drawing, aggro. Shichen frowned. Yep. Hands on hips, she explained proudly, once a giant toad's got someone in its mouth, it stops moving. My defense is sky high, so I won't take real damage, and Yun and the rest can finish it off safely. Heh, sounds airtight. Shichen's smile was paper thin. But of course, ow. Then what were you shouting about? Think I'd buy that? He rapped her head again. That was, just habit, trash talk. Hee hee, one more. Still cheeky. Shichen tugged her cheeks. Mmm. Darkness's words were mashed. Did you forget what I told you? He released her and asked coldly. Huh. Darkness blinked. I said you aren't allowed to act like that with anyone but me. Were you treating my words as wind? No. A giant toad isn't a person, it's only a monster. For once, Shichen had no comeback. So monsters don't count, right? Darkness asked. Whatever. As long as it's not goblins or tentacles, do what you like. Shichen answered wearily. Tentacles. What are those? Never mind. Carry on. With a shake of his head he teleported away. Eh? You haven't told me why you came. Ribbit. Only the toad's croak answered her, getting farther and farther away. Wait. Don't run. After finishing the toads, Shichen led everyone back to the guild for their reward. Instead of returning to the inn, they found an empty table and sat down. Shichen, aren't we going back? Aqua draped herself across the tabletop. In a bit. Important business today. Fine, then I'll nap. Big bro, what's up? Kazuma asked. Kazuma, what level are you now? Level 10 already. Kazuma announced, smug. Leveled up, huh? You've learned a bunch of skills then. Yep. One-handed sword and basic magic. Basic magic? What good is that? Megumin couldn't resist cutting in. Megumin, just because you can't use it doesn't mean Kazuma can't. Really? Still not as good as my explosion. Go to sleep. Shichen pushed her head onto the table. Gore. You learned explosion too. Sleep. He patted her head perfunctorily. Big bro, need me to demo basic magic? No. Today's business isn't that. Basic magic is just the simple summoning of earth, water, wind, or flame. To the locals, fixated on the Demon King War, it's useless, but to Kazuma, a modern guy, it leaves lots of room for creativity. Shichen never doubted Kazuma's ingenuity. Then what business? Why, of course. Shichen grinned at everyone. Buying gear. They left the guild and headed straight for a small specialty shop. This place is a magic item shop. Didn't expect one of these here. Come on, let's go in and pick out some suitable items. Shichen pushed the door. Woohoo. Kazuma followed, eyes sparkling. In this party, only he really needed gear, and the word item reminded him of old video games. He couldn't help fantasizing about a power jump. Ding-a-ling. The bell over the door chimed, alerting the owner. Welcome, eh? The owner started to greet them, then froze. Wiz-san, right? Long time no see. Shichen smiled. Truth be told, he'd come mainly to see her, he didn't need any items, and the stuff in Wiz's shop even less. For the record, Wiz carried no divine fragments, Shichen couldn't sense even a hint. What do you mean long time? We only parted yesterday, ah. Panic flashed across Wiz's face, because Aqua had just stepped inside. Ah. You damned undead monster. Running a shop here? How brazen. As a goddess I won't allow it. In the name of the gods, I'll smash this place. Aqua shrieked the instant she saw Wiz and marched toward a stool, ready to hurl it. What are you doing? Shichen caught her helplessly. Doing what? I'm a goddess, liches are my mortal foes. I spared her yesterday, but today I won't, ow. Shichen tapped her head. Quit it. We already know she's a good person. Liches can't be trusted. I really am a good lich. Wiz protested. A good lich wouldn't say she's a good lich. Aqua shot back. But I've never harmed any humans, please believe me, Wiz pleaded. Humph. I won't believe a word. Take this, turn undead. No. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 147, Weird Magic Item Shop. What's with this place? We've been sitting here forever and they haven't even brought us tea. Are they looking down on us or something? I'm terribly sorry. I'll bring the tea right away. Wiz, ignore her. And you, stop messing around. Shichen called out to Wiz and gave Aqua's cheeks a firm pinch. This guy really treated Wiz badly. It wasn't enough that he sprawled in his chair like a hoodlum, he even tried to bully her. Then again, the two of them were natural enemies, and Wiz certainly looked easy to pick on. Shichen, what's your problem? Why are you siding with an outsider? Do you have feelings for her or something? If you like her, I can help, let's take her down together. Take down your head. Shichen smacked her on the forehead. Ow. Pay no attention to her, Wiz. Really? You're not going to do anything to me? Wiz asked timidly, staring at Shichen. How did you reach that conclusion? He sighed. Because you seem so friendly toward me. But I'm a lich, you know. That's true, Megumin nodded solemnly beside Shichen. From the moment you two met, he's been unusually kind to you. It's only natural to suspect he's after something. But you're a lich, ordinary people avoid you. Therefore the only possible reason is, your figure. Megumin thrust a finger at the proud curves hidden beneath Wiz's robe, looking as though the mystery had been solved. Figure. Is that really it? Wiz blushed, glancing anxiously at Shichen. Sorry. It isn't. He answered with a blank face. Really? Wiz wilted in disappointment. Hey. Why the long face? Megumin shouted, annoyed. Even if I'm a lich, I'd still like someone to like me. And I'm not getting any younger, I've never even been in love. Wiz cupped her cheeks shyly. Ha! A mere lich daring to feel romantic. How bold. I'll purify you. Ouch. Shichen, why'd you hit me? Aqua puffed out her cheeks, looking aggrieved. Quit fooling around. We're here on business, remember? Shichen withdrew his hand, exhausted. Business? What business? This is a magic item shop. What else would we be doing? I already told you why we came, weren't you listening? You never let me listen. Whatever. Just keep quiet for a bit. Then what about this lich? She's not threatening anyone. Why do you care? Impossible. A lich is always a threat. And this is human territory, she's running a shop right here. Of course she has ulterior motives. Exactly. I agree with Aqua. Megumin chimed in. Shichen glanced over, Yun and the others were busy examining the merchandise and paid them no mind. So, Wiz, do you have some ulterior motive for opening a shop here? Huh? A motive? Does making money count? Wiz asked hesitantly. Why ask me? Because I just wanted to open a store, nothing special. She paused. I get it. You're trying to swindle money from humans to fund the Demon King. Unforgivable. I'll purify you right now. Without another thought, Aqua lunged at Wiz. No, please. That's not it, I'm not funding the Demon King, and I've never harmed humans. It's true I'm a Demon King general, but only in name. You're, what? Aqua froze. Wiz realized she had blurted it out. The shop fell silent, one could hear a pin drop. Yun and the others set aside their curiosity and turned to Wiz. A Demon King general, second only to the Demon King himself in threat level, humanity's sworn enemy. After a moment's hush, Aqua snapped back to her senses and dove at Wiz. Quick, someone grab her. Wait. Miss Aqua, Lady Aqua. Please hear me out first. Pinned beneath Aqua, Wiz could only beg, but Aqua ignored her, wiping imaginary sweat from her brow and looking triumphant at Shichen. Shichen, I caught a Demon King general. We'll get a hefty reward, right? We can buy a house with it, can't we? Nope. Shichen spread his hands, smiling. Eh? Why not? Because there's no bounty on Wiz. Catching her is worth nothing. What? Aqua turned to Darkness in disbelief. Is he telling the truth? It's true, Darkness nodded. None of the wanted Demon King generals are named Wiz, or described as a lich. How could that be? Aqua's strength drained away, she let go of Wiz and muttered, why are you so useless? Aren't you a lich? I can't help it. Wiz protested weakly. You're not lying about your name, are you? Maybe you're not actually Wiz. I really am Wiz. I'm a lich and a Demon King general, but it's just nominal. Aside from maintaining the castle barrier, I've never done anything for the Demon King. Wiz explained frantically. I don't get it, but you're still a lich. Maybe I should just finish you off first. No, please. All right, that's enough. You're scaring Miss Wiz, Shichen said, amused, and pulled Aqua back. Humph. I'm not scaring her. Let's get the facts straight, okay? Be good. Fine. Miss Wiz, you really haven't harmed humans. Never. Wiz shook her head vigorously. Then what's this barrier you mentioned? I know about that, Darkness broke in. Around the Demon King's castle, there's a protective barrier no human can breach. So you're protecting the castle? Kazuma asked. I am only doing it at the Demon King's request. Besides, other generals maintain the barrier now, I'm hardly involved anymore. Does that mean we can't defeat the Demon King unless we deal with Miss Wiz first? Kazuma continued. Is that so? Aqua-eyed Wiz, ready to pounce again. Wait. Please wait. Wiz cried. With Lady Aqua's power, if only 2 or 3 generals remain on the barrier, she can break through easily. There are 8 generals in total, just take out the others. I don't want to die, I still have things to do. You're really that afraid of dying? And you're telling us to take out your comrades? Aren't you on the same side? Aqua looked at her oddly. I don't want to be a general either, hoo-hoo-woo. Wiz actually squatted down and started to sob. Hey, why are you crying? I didn't lay a hand on her. You all saw that, she started crying by herself, Aqua said, distancing herself. Okay, don't cry. Relax, no one here wants to eliminate you, Shichen knelt in front of her, soothingly. Really? Wiz raised her teary eyes. Of course. Right, Aqua. Humph. Aqua turned away but didn't deny it. See. Mr. Shichen, you're such a good person. Wiz smiled through her tears. I'm good, but don't call me a good person. Just ignore him, Aqua explained. He likes to say weird things. Oh. Shichen let out a long breath and grinned. Good, everything's calmed down. Let's get back to business. Business. Wiz tilted her head in confusion. We came to a magic item shop. What else? Oh. Welcome, then. First, show us what interesting items you have. Of course. Right this way. Wiz led them to the shelves and enthusiastically introduced her stock. This potion bottle explodes when subjected to a strong impact, this bottle explodes as soon as it's opened, this one explodes on contact with water, and this one explodes when heated. Why does everything explode? That's way too dangerous. Kazuma couldn't help complaining. Because these are all from my explosion series. I'm kind of interested. Can I buy a few? Darkness asked Shichen excitedly. Heh, of course, not. Ah, come on. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 148, Learning Lich Skills. 10 minutes later, after Wiz had finished introducing all the magic items in her shop, everyone, apart from Shichen, sat down in awkward silence. Kazuma, what's with this place, anyway? Darkness, I think it's great. Union, forced smile, hee hee. Kazuma, great how? Every single thing in here has a side effect. Who would actually buy any of it? You'd have to be an idiot. Wiz, are really? Is that true? Kazuma, why did you even stock this stuff? They all have drawbacks. Do they ever sell? Wiz, well, not many people buy them, I suppose. Kazuma, then why keep ordering more? Wiz, but I think they're pretty good items. Kazuma, I get it now, Wiz-san, you're a business prodigy, huh? I'm amazed the shop hasn't gone under yet. Wiz, a prodigy. Kazuma, rolls eyes, it's a compliment. Wiz, really? Thank you, Sato-san. Kazuma suddenly feels embarrassed. Megumin, smug laugh, why bother with items at all? My explosion magic solves everything. External tools are meaningless, the world yearns only for my explosions. Shichen, patting her head, and what good is a spell you can cast only once per day? Megumin, isn't that what you are for? Last time you fired one and were totally fine. How much mana do you have, anyway? Shichen, well, why don't you guess? Megumin, tch, forget it. I already know you're amazing. Shichen keeps rubbing her head. Megumin pouts but doesn't pull away. Wiz, finally grasping the point, so, the items I sell are basically useless. Aqua, shrugging, obviously. Even I know no one would buy them. A lich is still a lich, no business sense at all. Wiz, how could that be? Aqua, from now on, stop bringing in such worthless junk, got it? Wiz, I understand. Thank you, Aqua-sama. Aqua, I'm not helping you, I just want to buy useful gear myself. You'll give me a discount, right? Don't get any ideas. Wiz, of course. Aqua-sama will always get a discount. Aqua, good girl. Kazuma, deadpan, why is her tsundere act straight out of a textbook? Shichen, smiling fondly at Aqua because Aqua's actually very kind-hearted. Aqua, embarrassed, turns away, and no I'm not. Wiz, curious, Aqua-sama, just who are you? Why are you so powerful? Normal exorcism magic shouldn't work on me. As a lich, Wiz's magical defense is extremely high, apart from enchanted weapons, nothing should harm her. Simply touching her usually inflicts abnormal status effects or drains mana and life, a bona fide legendary undead. Aqua, huh? Didn't I mention it? I'm a goddess. Wiz, startled, a goddess. Could Aqua-sama truly be a goddess? Aqua, hands on hips, chest out, absolutely, the genuine one. Wiz, no wonder your exorcism worked on me. So Aqua-sama really is a goddess. Aqua, that's right. Since you seem discreet, I'll tell you, I'm Aqua, goddess of water, the very deity the Axis Church worships. Shouldn't a mere lich like you fall to your knees and revere me? Wiz does not revere her, instead she backs away in fear. Aqua, hey. No need to be that scared. I know goddesses and the undead don't get along, but still. Wiz, and no, it's just. The followers of the Axis Church are generally, eccentric. Most people avoid them if they can. That's common sense in this world, so when I heard you were their goddess, I just. Aqua, what did you say? Wiz, sorry. Aqua, looks like peaceful coexistence with a lich is impossible. I should just smite you. Wiz, how could you? Shichen, intervening, now. It's not Wiz's fault, is it? Maybe blame your own followers instead. Aqua, impossible. How could I blame my believers? Shichen, that's our Aqua for you. Megumin whispers to Union, wait, are they saying Aqua's really that goddess? Union, wide-eyed, no way. Aqua, Shichen. Seeking confirmation. Shichen and Kazuma exchange a look and nod. Shichen, it's true. Aqua really is the goddess of water. Megumin and Union, huh? Seriously. Shichen, no lie. She's the real thing. Aqua tilts chin, basking in their shock, hehehe. Megumin, I always thought that was just bragging. Union, same here. Megumin, no wonder Aqua's so pretty and so strong. Aqua, hehe. So, how about joining the Axis Church and worshipping me? A goddess stands before you, I'll grant you my blessing. Megumin and Union, in unison, yeah, no thanks. Aqua, why not? Instantly flustered. Megumin, a goddess is a goddess, a church is a church. Don't mix them up. Union, sheepish, I feel the same way. Aqua, how could you? Darkness, what about you? Darkness, looking away, sorry. I worship Eris-sama. Aqua, what? What's so great about that padded bra nobody? Darkness, stern, Aqua, even if you are my teammate and a goddess, I won't allow you to insult Eris. Aqua, teary, dives into Shichen's arms, Shichen, they're bullying me. Sob. Shichen, stroking her head, there. Don't cry. We'll stay away from them. Aqua, nods vigorously against his chest. Megumin, I'm starting to doubt she's a goddess now. Union, me too. Shichen, you too, stop teasing her. Megumin, fine. No wonder you spoil her so much, you've known all along she's a goddess. Pouting. Shichen, don't act like I don't spoil you too. Megumin, do you? Shichen, don't I? Megumin, humph. Turns away. Kazuma, can't take it anymore, Shichen, could you quit flirting? Why are we here again? Shichen, to make you stronger, of course. Kazuma, huh? Stronger how? These items are useless. Shichen, the items are, but the skills aren't. Kazuma, what skills? Shichen, lich skills, naturally. Kazuma, Aqua, suddenly shouting, what? Shichen, you're not seriously planning to learn a lich's skills, are you? Shichen, sure I am. It's a rare opportunity, why waste it? Aqua, absolutely not. Shichen, why? Aqua, I'm a goddess, how can I let you learn an undead's abilities? Everything a lich knows is shady at best. Besides, liches love damp, gloomy places, they're practically slime's cousins. Wiz, offended, that's too harsh. Aqua, glaring, got a problem. Wiz, no. Aqua, humph. Shichen, it's fine. My heart belongs to you, doesn't it? Ruffles her hair again. Aqua, MMPH. Shichen, so, Wiz-san, would you teach us some lich skills? Wiz, smiles gently, of course. Kazuma, excited, really? If I can learn lich skills, that's a fast track to power. Wiz, yes. After all, I am still on humanity's side. Her voice trails off, as though reminding herself. Kazuma, then could you demonstrate the skills for us, Wiz-san? Wiz, hesitant, glancing at Aqua, well, my skills need a live target. Oh. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 149, different treatment. Pretty bold of you to try using a skill on me, huh? Aqua looked at Wiz with a vicious grin. I had no choice. Anybody else might not be able to take it. Aqua-sama, you're a goddess, you can withstand my skill. Wiz explained, flustered. Come on, Aqua, help us out. Do it for our sake, and we'll buy you some sparkling wine later, Shichen said. He could have offered himself as the test subject, he could even learn the skill without getting hurt, but there was no need to show off right now. If you put it that way, Shichen, fine, go ahead. Aqua glared at Wiz and threatened, you undead monster, what skill are you planning to use on me? You Drain touch, life absorption, maybe. I'll only take a tiny bit, Wiz stammered. A goddess and a lich, yet here the goddess was the scary one and the lich was the timid one, any outsider would surely mix up their roles. Drain touch. Whatever, drain away. Come on. Aqua offered her hand. Then, pardon me. Wiz gingerly took Aqua's hand and cast drain touch, life absorption, but nothing happened. That's strange. Why isn't it working? Wiz wondered. Hey, what's wrong? Weren't you going to sap my stamina or magic? Hurry up. Aren't you the undead boss? Can't even drain a little power, ow. Shichen, why'd you hit my head? Aqua looked at Shichen, aggrieved. Expressionless, Shichen withdrew his hand. All right, knock it off and let Wiz-san demonstrate. TCH, fine. Aqua gave up teasing. Wiz-san. Aqua was only joking, Shichen said. Heh. No need to explain, Shichen-san, I understand. I am a lich, after all, Wiz replied weakly. Just call me Shichen, he said. Then. Shichen, call me Wiz. Hey. Why are you two suddenly so friendly? Show the skill already so we can go home. Megumin cut in. Shichen shook his head, then turned back to Wiz. All right, please continue. All right, excuse me. Wiz took Aqua's hand again and cast Drain Touch. Drain Touch is an undead exclusive skill. Despite its name, it mainly siphons stamina or mana from the target, but it can also give one's own stamina or mana to someone else. The caster becomes a relay point and pays no cost. Shichen's mana is limitless, so he could supply it himself, meaning Megumin could theoretically fire Explosion forever, though setting it up would be more trouble. Still, Shichen prefers fun shared by everyone. Unless it's an emergency, a little hassle is fine if it makes Megumin happier. A man, he felt, should aim to satisfy women and erase the word can't from their dictionary. Maybe Drain Touch deserved a better name, Mana Replenish. This time the spell worked, and both Shichen's and Kazuma-Sata's adventurer cards gained Drain Touch, Life Absorption. Shichen spent skill points and learned it immediately, Kazuma couldn't. Big bro, looks like I'm short on skill points. Normal, it's a lich skill. Level up a bit more. Damn, so I can't use it yet. Was this trip a waste? No way. The card recorded the skill. Once you've got the points, you can learn it instantly, Shichen reassured him. Fine. Wiz, could you show another skill? No problem, but... Aqua-sama, could you let go of my hand? It's starting to sting for some reason. Aqua was now gripping Wiz's hand with both of hers, a mischievous grin on her face. Hey Aqua-sama. Excuse me, could you release me? It's getting hotter, no, it hurts. My body feels like it's being purified. I'm evaporating, disappearing. Wiz screamed. What are you doing? Shichen smacked Aqua on the head. Ow. Aqua let go. Wiz collapsed, sighing with relief as her body turned solid again. Aqua really is a goddess, Megumin murmured. Yeah, even a lich can't resist her purification, Union added. Wonder what Goddess Eris is like, Darkness mused. Probably, more normal than Aqua. Hey. I can hear you bad-mouthing me. Aqua glared. Heh. The others laughed awkwardly. Even knowing Aqua was a goddess, it was hard to treat her reverently. Wiz, ignore them, let's keep learning. Okay, but I still need a target. Wiz glanced at Aqua, then quickly away. Aqua, behave this time, or I'll get angry. Fine, I get it, Aqua pouted. They finished learning lich skills by midday. Shichen took Megumin and the rest back to the inn for lunch. He'd wanted to treat Wiz to thank her, but she refused, no meal was worth risking purification. Shichen could only find another chance later. After lunch, Kazuma went off on his own. Shichen and the others returned to their rooms. Soon after, Aqua slipped into Shichen's room. Shichen, where's my sparkling wine? I'll go buy it right now, okay? Heh, I knew you're the best. Since you know that, be obedient, okay? I am obedient, I just can't always control myself, Aqua pouted. I'm not mad. Just keep it up. Okay. I'll go buy the wine. Wait. Aqua ran in front of him. What is it? Aqua blushed, turned around, and bent forward slightly. Want to, give them a squeeze first. Shichen's eyes fell on the lifted hem of her skirt, revealing more of two round curves. He didn't hesitate, his hands clawed in and squeezed each side. They were wonderfully springy, silky, and cool. Aqua gasped and nearly lost her footing. That's enough for now, we'll continue tonight, Shichen said, then left the room. Aqua remained, cheeks flushed, savoring the memory. When Shichen returned, Aqua lay sprawled on the bed, looking nothing like the temptress from moments ago, a jarring contrast. I got the sparkling wine, 3 bottles. That many. Take your time. If you get drunk, just crash on the bed, don't go wandering. I'm heading out again. Where to, Shichen? Just looking around. Oh. Shichen left the room, stayed within the inn, and knocked on Darkness's door. Shichen. What brings you here? Darkness asked, surprised. Take a guess. Huff, huff, seriously. Darkness's breathing quickened with excitement. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 150, Explosion on the Ruined Castle. Take off your armor. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Shichen looked calmly at Darkness, who was kneeling in front of him, and gave the order. Yes. Darkness was visibly thrilled. In one smooth motion she stripped off her armor, revealing a proud figure wrapped in a black body-hugging suit that showed every curve. A narrow skirt reached her ankles, her long, powerful legs were still in boots. But Shichen wasn't interested in legs just now. Seeing Darkness's mounting excitement, and the hungry look on her delicate face, he bluntly reached out with both hands to locate her heartbeat. Darkness grew even more excited. Shichen, see, could you press harder? You really are beyond help, Shichen muttered, the corner of his mouth twitching. Goo hee hee ha. Darkness cupped her cheeks and giggled like a pervert. Fine, I'll indulge you. Shichen flexed his fingers. Why yes, just like that. Keep your voice down. What if someone hears? What if Yunyun and the others discover our affair? Darkness asked, face full of eager anticipation despite her words. Affair, my foot. Shichen tightened his grip. If you can't speak properly, don't spout nonsense, understood? But you already have Yunyun and the others. So what? Can't I want a few more? So fickle, but I like it. As expected of you. Hee-ha. Still, it's always me helping you. Don't you know how to help me? I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable right now. I sent it too early. I am not prepared for everything. I never said I'd eat you right away. Shichen smiled faintly. Then. Darkness looked at him, puzzled. How about using these? Shichen let go of her and patted the two soft mounds on her chest. This, how do I don't know. Darkness murmured, embarrassed. Relax. I can teach you. Training someone from zero is my specialty. Oh, okay. Good. First, help me take off my pants. Ha. In the room, muffled sounds rose and soon faded into silence, though a careful ear could still catch titillating noises, heavy breaths, faint friction, string-tightening sounds that stirred the heart. After a long while, Shichen stepped out of Darkness's room looking utterly relaxed. He'd been teased far too much lately. If he didn't vent, he'd explode, and after weighing his options, Darkness really was the best candidate. Water splashed inside as Darkness showered, diligently washing body and hair. Shichen closed the door for her and headed to Megumin and Yunyun's room. At the door he didn't bother knocking, he pushed it open and walked in. The room was quiet, only after entering did he realize both girls were asleep, though Megumin happened to wake. She sat up slowly, rubbing her eyes. Shichen. Why are you here? How did you two fall asleep? Shichen looked at Yunyun, sleeping soundly. She lay on her side like a young sleeping beauty, adorable for her age. We were tired, so we slept, Megumin yawned. Is that so? Then keep sleeping. Wait. Megumin stopped him. What? You haven't said why you came. You weren't planning to sneak Yunyun out for some alone time, were you? Megumin eyed him suspiciously. Of course not. I don't buy it. You totally want to take her out and do adult things. You love those mounds of hers. I like them flat too. Jerk. Who'd be happy to hear that? Don't wake Yunyun. You sure treat her nicely, Megumin pouted. Jealous? Haven't I treated you well? Shichen sat by her bed and pinched her smooth cheek. Spanking my butt counts as treating me well. You deserve that. You're playing favorites. Fine. How about I take you out alone today? Why you not planning to do anything, are you? Megumin crossed her arms over her chest. You lolicon. Forget it then. Shichen pretended to rise. Wait. Megumin grabbed his sleeve. What? He asked, teasing. You take me out, she whispered, head down. What? Too quiet. I said take me out. Megumin's face blazed red. Hee, let's go. Shichen scooped her into his arms. Wait, you're not teleporting straight there, are you? My shoes. Just keep holding on to me, okay? Are you a foot fetishist? Making me go barefoot. Another word and Shichen gave her but a light smack. Megumin fell silent. Hold tight. Okay. In an instant the two vanished. The room fell silent again. Union still slept, a faint smile on her lips, as though enjoying a pleasant dream. S.A. Shichen. Where is this? Megumin clung to his neck, looking around. They stood on a hill north of town. A gentle breeze blew, refreshing and pleasant. Holding her under the knees with one arm and around the waist with the other, Shichen smiled. We're in the northern outskirts. You brought me here to, what? Planning something naughty in an empty place. If I wanted to do something, it wouldn't require privacy. Besides, you're too young, he shot back. Why you? Enough chatter. Look over there. Is that a ruined castle? On a far-off hill stood an old, deserted castle that looked like a haunted house. Don't you need a daily explosion? Isn't that the perfect target? Oh, it is. Megumin's eyes lit up. No one will complain if I blow up a ruin. How'd you find it? I searched just for you. Touched? Like it. Humph, at least you have some conscience. Then what are you waiting for? Okay. Megumin's eyes glowed red. She raised her staff and excitedly began her incantation. The magic that begins all, and ends all, explosion. The chant, a stark contrast to the tranquil hilltop, echoed. An instant later, the distant castle erupted in a blast that seemed to pierce the heavens. Boom. Even from afar the ground shook under them, the dazzling blast lighting the sky. Not bad. Megumin admired her handiwork, weak with delight in Shichen's arms. Satisfied now? Then let's head back. Already. We'll come again tomorrow, okay. Then I'm good. Shichen brought her back. Union still slept, posture unchanged. Laying Megumin on the bed, Shichen chuckled, still think I treat you badly. So. You're insatiable. Humph, unless you tell me what you two did that day. We just learned a few thief skills. Think I'll believe that? What can I do if you don't? Easy, show me the skills. Otherwise I won't believe it. You sure? Shichen's look turned odd. What? Afraid? Lied. No, I'm afraid you'll regret it. Ha. Regret what? Megumin scoffed. Remember, you asked for it. I did. Show me. Very well. Smiling, Shichen extended a hand toward her, palm open. Steel. Golden light burst forth and his fingers closed. Huh? What did you, Before Megumin could finish, she froze, a blush spread to the tips of her ears, her face as red as an apple. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 151, New Habit. Do you regret it now? Shichen waved his fist in front of Megumin and asked with a smile. Well, can you give it back to me? Megumin lowered her head and begged weakly. Shichen couldn't see her face, but her red ears said it all. No matter how arrogant she was still a little girl. At this time, her truest appearance was revealed. But it was also normal. Any normal girl would not be able to remain calm if her panties were suddenly taken away. Shame is the most normal reaction. You can give it back to you, but you have to beg me. Shichen was in a playful mood. It was rare to see Megumin like this. Shichen, you are really a pervert. Lolita control. You actually took someone else's panties. Or a girl's panties. Oh, are you still being stubborn at this time? But did you just admit that you are a loli? Please give me back my panties. Megumin begged in a low voice. What did you say? Your voice is too soft, I can't hear you. No, don't go too far. Megumin finally couldn't help but raise her head, staring at Shichen in shame and anger, and her face was indeed red. The girl's blushing face said it all. Aren't you slandering me? Didn't you say you wanted to see my skills? What's going on now? How do I know that you learned this skill? You didn't learn it just to steal my panties. Wait. Could it be that Union's panties have been stolen by you? How is that possible? Shichen angrily chopped her head with his other hand. You hit me. Don't think I dare not move. Really? Then do you want to move? Be careful not to expose yourself. Well. Shichen, you are really a pervert. Everyone is deceived by your appearance. Whatever you say, I am a pervert, what's wrong with men being a little perverted? And it's nice to feel warm in your hands. What? Megumin's face turned even redder. Hurry, and give it back to me. Why isn't it wet? Shut up. Megumin finally couldn't listen anymore, she knelt up, rushed to Shichen, and tried to cover his mouth. Unfortunately, she was so small that she was easily blocked by Shichen. Shichen grabbed Megumin's wrists with one hand and lifted her up easily, so that she could only tiptoe on the bed. What are you doing? Oh, your legs are quite white. Shichen looked down at Megumin's thighs. Because she was hung up, Megumin's skirt was pulled up, and her white thighs were exposed. It was indeed the skin of a young girl, white and rosy, slender and delicate. No, don't look. Megumin couldn't cover her legs with her hands, so she could only twist her legs and put them together tightly. Such a beautiful scenery, wouldn't it be a pity not to look at it? Where is it beautiful? Obviously so thin. What's the matter? It's better to be thinner. I like it like this. Shichen confessed. Really? Really? Megumin asked in a daze. Why would I lie to you? Don't you think you look ugly because you are skinny due to malnutrition? Normally it shouldn't look good, but your proportions are perfect, and you are my type. This way. Megumin seemed a little happy. She pursed her lips and whispered, you are really a Lolita control. Since you said so, let me touch it. What to touch? Of course my legs. You dash. Megumin blushed. Then I touched it. Shichen's hand holding the thing slowly approached Megumin's legs. Wait a minute. Megumin shouted hurriedly. What? Shichen looked at her with a smile. Yes, I can let you touch it, but you have to give me my panties back. Megumin turned her head away, her ears red. You have no say in this. Now you can only let me do whatever I want. You can't do this. It's not good to force people. I don't force others. That's not okay either. I'll be unhappy too. But you seem happy. No. Megumin turned her head and faced Shichen with a serious face, but she didn't dare to look at him. Okay, I'll give you my panties back so I can touch them, right? Yes. Then I'll give it to you. Shichen put his hands horizontally in front of Megumin, and then spread them out, revealing a small ball of black cloth, small and cute. At first glance, it looks like Mame Nosuk. You let me go. Megumin twisted her hands. Wait a minute, what if you deny it later? How is it possible? Megumin panicked. So suspicious. Shichen approached and stared at her. It's no use for me to deny it. Megumin turned her head away. You are so powerful, I can't resist you, and I can't do anything to you. What if you tell everyone? Why should I tell everyone? Megumin asked inexplicably. Oh, you want to keep it as a secret between the two of us, right? Shichen laughed. What? No way. Megumin denied with a red face. He give it back to you. Shichen gently put Megumin down, and then threw the small black group to her. Megumin quickly caught it with both hands and hugged it. She breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had found a treasure. Yun is back. Is it time to fulfill the promise? Shichen asked. Well, just touch it. Megumin stretched out her legs hesitantly. Her short and slender legs were cute and small. The calves were white, thin and transparent, the knees were round and rosy, and the thighs were white and rosy, like a fine work of art. No matter how malnourished she was, it would not be bad if she was nourished by magic. Shichen stared at her with burning eyes, then slowly stretched out his right hand to explore. Megumin pursed her lips, put her legs together, and dared not move. She was a little nervous and her mind was a little confused. How did it suddenly become like this? Shichen was indeed a Lolita control. Fortunately she happened to be a Lolita. The room was particularly quiet at this time, as if a long time had passed, and as if it was just a moment, Shichen's right hand finally touched Megumin's legs. The delicate touch is not very soft, but it is icy and cool, and I want to keep pressing it. When Shichen was about to extend his other hand, an inappropriate question suddenly sounded. Shichen. Megumin, what are you doing? Shichen and Megumin turned their heads to look at the source of the sound at the same time, only to see Yun raising her upper body and looking at them in confusion. Her face was still a little sleepy, and it was obvious that she had just woken up, and her consciousness was probably not fully awake. No. This is that. Shichen. Megumin waved her hands in panic, and couldn't think of a suitable explanation in her mind, so she could only throw it to Shichen. Shichen's expression was serious, and his other hand was still on Megumin's leg. Ignoring her dull expression, he explained to Yun, if I say that I am massaging Megumin, do you believe it? Oh, so it's a massage. Yun nodded. Do you believe it? Shichen blinked and asked in disbelief. Of course. I don't believe it. Yun rolled her eyes. Yun is just naive, but not stupid. However, she did not have any other reaction. She was not angry at the two people doing such blushing and heart-pounding things while she was asleep. But as the price of waking her up, Shichen had to really give her a massage, not her legs, but her shoulders. Yunyun didn't want Megumin to be relaxed. She was a little heavy at a young age, and her shoulders were still quite sore from being supported. Shichen had no reason to refuse, and he also massaged Megumin by the way. She was really massaging her legs. The room soon rang with comfortable sounds one after another. If you didn't know, you would think something inappropriate for children was happening inside. After all, the two comfortable sounds were not the same, and it was obvious that they were two people. An entire afternoon slipped by quietly. When Shichen left, he had no particular thoughts in mind, not because Megumin or Yunyun lacked charm, but because he had already taken care of his urges with darkness. In that fleeting moment of post-release clarity, a simple massage wasn't enough to make him stand down. Over the next few days he fell into a routine, quests in the morning, escorting Megumin to blow up forts in the afternoon, and now and then giving the two girls a massage. He didn't visit darkness again, once was plenty. Even with plenty of pent-up energy, he found he didn't enjoy that sort of thing all that much. Having once been a dragon knight, such tastes had long since lost their novelty for him. Then there was the matter of sleeping while hugging Aqua at night. She'd corrupted him so thoroughly that he was on the verge of becoming a full-blown but fetishist. They used to sleep however they pleased, but in recent nights they had ended up face-to-face in each other's arms, making it all too easy for him to grope Aqua's extraordinary rear, firm yet yielding, her skin like polished jade, cool and silky to the touch, so delightful he couldn't keep his hands off her. Pleasant as it was, such a fetish was definitely not a good thing. He really needed to find a way to kick the habit. Thank you for reading. Please add this to your library. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, Demon King's General. Half a month later, the settlement for the Cabbage Infinity War finally came. That day, the guild had gathered almost every adventurer in Axel. The hall was so lively, and so crowded, that it was nearly impossible to move. Shichen's party had only just returned from their final giant toad subjugation, the very last task on the board for the season. Although we've worked ourselves ragged, we've just about wiped the monsters out. Of course, next year at this time they'll be back again, you can never be completely rid of them. Still, to adventurers, monsters that spawn every year are a blessing, an inexhaustible, reliable source of income. Seeing how packed the lobby was, Shichen suggested that they wait outside for a while. Outside the guild. Shichen, how much reward do you think we'll get? Megumin asked, eyes sparkling. She had lost track of how many cabbages she'd blown up, an endless sea of green that was still vivid in her mind. At 10,000 eris a head, she had easily blasted thousands. Add in Shichen's share, and they might reach what he once called a small target, 100 million. I'm not sure either, Shichen laughed, shaking his head. He had never bothered keeping count, nor had he separated out the lettuce that looked almost identical to cabbages, those were worth only a tenth as much. Either way, one explosion spell had swept them all up. Even if a few lettuces slipped in, today's payout would be enough to buy a house. Little by little, the number of adventurers inside dwindled. Each person who left wore a grin so wide it practically shone. Shichen, let's hurry in and get paid. Megumin could hardly wait. All right, let's go. The entire party hurried through the doors, no one could stay calm where money was concerned. Just as Shichen stepped inside, he spotted Chris jogging over, snow-white hair, the cool thief outfit, an adorable face, hard not to notice. She saw him too, skidded to a stop, and immediately turned away. Chris, won't you come with us? No way, she answered playfully, stuck her tongue out, and left. Guess she's still keeping her guard up, Shichen thought, shrugging as he walked to the counter where Megumin and the others were already waiting. Miss Megumin, here is your reward, 45,631,000 eris. Whoa, there's that much. Why the extra 1,000? Aqua asked, puzzled. I'm sorry, the clerk explained. Miss Megumin also caught some lettuce. What? There were lettuces too. Aqua went pale. Aqua, what's wrong? Yunyun asked. I think I messed up big time. Don't tell me you mixed up cabbages and lettuces. Yunyun ventured. Ugh. Aqua looked on the verge of tears. It is easy to confuse them, Darkness nodded, but surely you didn't mix up that many. They are different, after all. But. Aqua really did start crying. Yunyun had no idea how to comfort her. Shichen, what exactly is lettuce? Kazuma turned to him, baffled. It's basically ordinary leaf lettuce, Shichen explained. Looks a lot like cabbage and migrates with the cabbages to places no one knows. Its abilities are similar, but its value is completely different. Only 1,000 eris each. Right. Figures Aqua would be the one to mess it up, Kazuma sighed. Heh. Shichen, your reward is 56,403,000 eris, Luna said with a smile, handing him a surprisingly small pouch stuffed with banknotes. Thank you. He took it, still smiling. It's what you earned. I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Really? Of course. Then it's a promise. No problem. Shichen went back to the others, who were consoling Aqua. She hadn't even broken 100,000 heiress, mere pocket change compared to everyone else. Aqua, still crying. Shichen sighed. Bee boo-hoo. I earned the least, how can I show my face? Aqua lay on the table, wriggling in a spoiled child tantrum. What does it matter? We're one party. What's ours is yours. Huh? Really? I'm not lying. Right, everyone. Yep, what's ours is yours. Don't be sad, Aqua, Union added. You guys. Aqua said, moved. You're so good to me. How about joining the Axis Church? I give you my blessings. Let's not, Megumin declined first. Why not? Why won't you join? Heh. Everyone laughed awkwardly. All right, no biting the hand that feeds you. Let's head back, rest, and start house hunting tomorrow, Shichen said. Shichen, even you. The next morning. After breakfast, Shichen and the party returned to the guild. Looking for houses on your own isn't enough, you need someone who knows the town. Luna's the perfect guide. But inside, the atmosphere felt tense. I heard one of the Demon King's generals has occupied an old castle just up in the hills outside town. Seriously? Yeah, I heard it too. No idea what they're after. Whatever. As long as they don't raid our beginner's town, who cares? Exactly, nothing to do with us. Aqua, calm down, Shichen said as she bounced with excitement. Let's go defeat them. The reward could be huge. Idiot. We can't beat a general. Eh? You can't, Shichen. I can, but. Then it's fine. Not yet. House first. Oh, right. At Luna's counter, several staffers looked grim. Luna. Shichen. What brings you? Sorry. I probably can't help right now. Why? You might not know yet, a suspected Demon King general has shown up. Because of them, the weak monsters nearby have all gone into hiding, and almost every quest has dried up. So there really is a general. Not confirmed, but likely. The capital's night order will arrive next month to deal with them. Until then, no one can work outside town. I see. Hold on. Megumin cut in. Doesn't that mean you're less busy? Smack. Shichen rapped her on the head. Ow. What was that for? If adventurers can't take jobs, Luna and the staff have to find jobs for them or they'll starve. Eh? Adventurers have it that rough. Only now figuring that out. And you're an adventurer. So what do we do? Forget the house. We'll just have to wait. A shrill horn cut him off as a loudspeaker crackled to life. Emergency notice. Emergency notice. All adventurers, arm yourselves immediately and assemble at the town's main gate in battle formation. The announcement, only the second time since the cabbage alert, blared on loop. Without another word, Shichen and his friends rushed with the crowd to the gate. When they arrived, everyone fell silent. A single monster radiating suffocating pressure stood before them, a knight in pitch-black armor, without a head. The severed head was cradled under its left arm. A name instantly sprang to mind, Headless Horseman, a creature that half proclaims death and brings despair. A righteous knight turned undead now wielding strength and abilities far beyond his mortal flesh. Under the adventurer's collective gaze, the Headless Horseman raised the helmet-covered head, and a muffled voice emerged. I am a general of the Demon King's army. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, Headless Horseman. I'm a general in the Demon King's army. Not long ago I moved into the castle nearby. As he spoke, the head that the Headless Horseman carried under his arm began to quiver. Every day, every single day. Some lunatic keeps barging into my castle and casting explosion magic. Which idiot is it, who in the world is doing this? The Headless Horseman was clearly at his limit. His shout sounded stifled, as though he were about to explode. The once hoarse voice rang out sharp and clear. What on earth is he talking about? I don't get it. So that's a general of the Demon King's army. Terrifying. He really turned up in the beginner's town. We're doomed, we're doomed. Wait, did he just say, explosion magic? Huh. Everyone buzzed in confusion. Dragged here out of nowhere and told to face a Demon King's army general, no one had any idea what was going on, except that one word was perfectly clear, explosion magic. Instinctively, all eyes drifted to Megumin, who was standing beside Shichen. Although he always took her out on quests and let her fire her once-a-day spell where no one else could see, an explosion that big was impossible to keep secret. Besides, whenever they turned quests in at the guild, she would strike a pose and announce that she was an archwizard who wielded explosion magic. Plenty of adventurers had been present, by now the entire town knew who the explosion mage was. The sudden attention pricked like needles. Megumin froze, then looked at Shichen. Everyone else, for no obvious reason, looked at him too. Why are you staring at me? He thought. That headless horseman is talking about explosion magic, obviously that means you, right? Wait, you're the one who takes me out, MMPH. Before Megumin could finish, Shichen clamped a hand over her mouth, pulled her in front of him, and, while cradling her, gave the crowd an apologetic smile. Then he faced the headless horseman. That's right. We did it. What of it? Oh, so it was you. The headless horseman's tone settled into an eerie calm. The surrounding adventurers parted, opening a path. Shichen picked Megumin up and stepped out into the square opposite the knight. Aqua and the others followed close behind. Surprisingly, Kazuma came too, even though he looked scared stiff. Shichen nodded to him, gratified. Don't look down on me, big bro. Kazuma boasted, wiping his nose. All right, I underestimated you. Shichen, are we really going to fight that headless horseman? He looks terrifying. Megumin clung to Shichen's neck and whispered. What's to fear? A headless horseman is just undead. Did you forget we have Aqua? Shichen patted her pert little backside in reminder. Ah. Megumin's face reddened, but she twisted away shyly. We're outside. Then shall we go back? That won't help, actually, there's no time. That's okay, she squeaked. Sigh, still so bashful. Who's bashful? I say, you too. The headless horseman suddenly cut in. Are you pretending I'm not here? I can hear you, you know. Could you at least act nervous? I'm a general of the Demon King's army, a headless horseman. Yet you've got time to flirt. And that little girl, isn't she a loli? You, fellow, are you a lolicon? The knight sounded exasperated and contemptuous, obviously at Shichen. Who are you calling a loli? And who are you calling a lolicon? Megumin and Shichen yelled back in unison. Isn't it true? What do you people think? The knight asked the adventurers at the gate. They looked at one another but gave no answer, perhaps too scared, perhaps simply unsure how to respond. Why did you come here in the first place? Shichen snapped. Ah, I nearly forgot the main point. The headless horseman turned his helmet toward Megumin and the aura around him surged. Was it you, the blockhead who comes to my castle every day and blasts me with explosion magic? Why do you do it? Are you insane? If you know I'm a general and want to fight, come attack my castle openly. What's with the sneak attacks? If you don't want to fight, just stay holed up in town, no one's going to bother you. Air. He rattled on so fast Megumin couldn't squeeze in a response, yet he still wasn't finished. Tell me, why use such underhanded tactics? Too weak. Too cowardly. I know the adventurers here are low level. I figured I could ignore a backwater full of trash, but your broken brain shows up every day to fire your explosion. Bragging, are you? Showing off that a mere human can cast explosion. Clearly there's something wrong with your head. There is not something wrong with my head. Megumin thrust out her chin from the circle of Shichen's arms. I am Megumin, an archwizard and master of explosion magic. Megumin. What kind of ridiculous name is that? Are you lying to me? I'm not. I'm a proud member of the Crimson Demon Clan. Crimson Demon Clan. Ah, that explains it. No wonder you're defective. You're the defective one, your head doesn't even stay on your shoulders. I am a headless horseman, that's perfectly normal, the knight retorted smugly. Anyway, I'll overlook you this once. I'm here on real business, not to waste time on a bit part like you. I plan to keep using that castle for a while, so quit showing off your explosion magic there, will you? What? No way. Not casting explosion is the same as telling me to drop dead. A crimson demon must discharge explosion magic once a day or we die. Hey. How come I've never heard of that? Stop making things up. It's the truth. Like anyone believes that. Truth is truth. Do you think I'm stupid? I don't even have a head and I'm still smarter than you. Humph. Oi, are you mocking me? Think I won't make you suffer? Bring it on, I'm not scared. Blasted little loli. I am not a loli. Loli. Am not. Lee. Not. Their bickering blew the tension clean away. Big bro, I suddenly want to watch how this turns out, Kazuma whispered. Relax. Haven't you gotten used to this world yet? Maybe I still need some time. Keep at it. Ahem. Ahem. I've had enough. You little lowly, do you really want to die? The headless horseman shrieked, losing control. You insist on troubling me. I may have fallen to darkness, but I was once a knight. I don't enjoy cutting down the weak, yet if you keep pestering me, I'll have to teach you a lesson. Megumin fired back without flinching. We're the ones being troubled. Because you're squatting in that castle, we've lost all our work. We were about to buy a house, and now you've ruined everything. Heh. Like I care. Time you had a taste of pain. The headless horseman chuckled coldly, then thrust out his left hand, pointing his index finger at Megumin. I pronounce your death. 1 week from now, you will die. A ball of ghost purple energy shot toward Megumin, but darkness jumped between them. And Megumin, watch you. Before darkness could spread her arms to shield her, Shichen yanked her ponytail and pulled her back. No need for you to take this one. Smiling faintly, Shichen released her and reached out. The cursed energy touched his palm, and, like a candle flame in the wind, sputtered and vanished with a weak pop. What? What just happened? The headless horseman was aghast. Who are you? Why doesn't my curse work? Who am I? The real person who's been interfering with you, of course. Thank you for reading. Please add this to your library. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, Lulicon Hero. What do you mean? The headless horseman asked, puzzled. You probably won't believe it, but I'm the one who took Megumin to blow up your castle. What? The headless horseman froze for a second, then asked blankly, why? Take a guess. The clatter-clatter of armor rang out as the headless horseman's body shook in anger. Guess. Do they think I came here to play with them? What is wrong with you people? Is there anyone normal in this beginner's town? Why are you all so cheeky in front of a demon king's army general like me? Do you really think I won't kill you? Then why haven't you killed us? Darkness asked matter-of-factly. Why you don't have some hidden agenda, do you? Yun asked uncertainly. Shichen, what is his purpose? Megumin turned to Shichen. How do you know I know? Weren't you the one who took me to bomb Sky Fortress? You had to know he lived there. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Well, more or less. Whoa, Big Bro is amazing, he even knows what a Demon King General is up to. Kazuma Sata said excitedly. With Shichen acting so confident, plus Aqua at his side, Kazuma felt perfectly safe. Shichen, what does he want? Aqua leaned in. Isn't it because of you? Because of me. He's actually here to investigate the sudden surge of divine power a while back, and that surge happened when you descended. What? So that's it. A mere undead dare investigate me. Does he want a second death? He's technically dead already, Kazuma quipped. True. Then let's finish him for good. Aqua marched up to the headless horseman, brimming with menace. And who are you? And how do you know why I'm here? The headless horseman demanded of Shichen. Isn't it obvious? The only thing that threatens you lot is a goddess. There was that huge commotion before. Why else would you come? So sharp, and that face is way too handsome. It's not fair. Luckily you're a lolicon. Say that again and you're begging to die, Shichen said, face darkening. Oh. Bold words. I don't know how you blocked my curse just now, but you surely don't think you can beat me. The headless horseman sounded supremely confident. After all, this was only a beginner's town and he was a general. How strong could this motley crew be? Hey. Did you forget about me? Aqua butted in. You. And who might you be? The headless horseman finally gave Aqua a proper look. Humph. I'm a high priest, specialized in dealing with undead like you. Aqua announced proudly, though she kept quiet about her true identity as a goddess. A high priest. That's a bit troublesome, but I'm still a general of the Demon King's army. I'm not so weak that some low-level priest stuck in this town could purify me. And I have countermeasures for priests. Hold on, what did you mean earlier about you and a goddess? The headless horseman remained at ease. You talk too much. For an undead, you sure are arrogant. Begone, turn undead. Sacred exorcism. Aqua couldn't be bothered to continue the chatter. Holy light burst from her and surged toward the headless horseman. Yet he stood calmly, making no effort to dodge. As a general, his confidence was absolute. Heh. Did you think a Demon King General would take the field without preparations against priests? I am blessed by His Majesty the Demon King, giving me exceptional resis, AAAAH. Before he finished, the gentle light engulfed him and a scream tore out. What's going on? He trembled, staring at the smoke curling off his armor. Ah. Weird, why didn't it work? Aqua scratched her head, confused. It is working, Shichen reminded her with a smile. See? He's already smoking. Just do it again. No, normally he should disappear outright. Why is he only smoking? He is a Demon King General. A few more blasts will do. That makes sense. Then I'll dream on. The Headless Horseman thrust out a hand, cutting off her chant. I admit you're strong, but you can't beat me. By the way, do you people have no manners? When facing an enemy, don't you start by introducing yourselves? Who wants to chat with you? Just die already. Take th. Wait. He interrupted Aqua again. Since you refuse introductions, I'll start. I was a knight in life, basic courtesy must be observed. His warhorse took a few steps back while he introduced himself. I am Beldia, General of the Demon King's army, the Headless Horseman Beldia. My armor bears the Demon King's special blessing, and with my power, ordinary priest's exorcisms can't touch me. That's how it should be. Say, what level are you? Are you really a newbie? This town is for newbies, right? Who cares, eat another turn undead, sacred exorcism. Af. See, can't you fight fair? Ah. Still no effect. Aqua frowned. I told you, holy magic doesn't. Ah. He's running away. Megumin shouted. Her cry drew everyone's eyes, the Headless Horseman was already retreating. He's afraid of Aqua's magic, he's trying to flee. Darkness yelled. I am not running. I merely refuse to stoop to your level. Yeah, right. Almost believed you. Curse you. Don't push me. If I truly strike, I'll annihilate this entire town. I'm undead, tireless and unkillable, rookie adventurers like you can't harm me. Then why run? As a leader I mustn't fight on the front lines. Oh, you're going to fetch reinforcements. We can't let you go. Fine, take another turn undead. A magic circle bloomed under the Headless Horseman's feet, a pillar of white light swallowed him. Af. He clutched his head and screamed, black smoke billowing, but that was all, the horse vanished, though. What do we do? Shichen, my spell really isn't finishing him, it's so strange. Aqua panicked, running to Shichen. Exorcism could only go so far, stacking it wouldn't delete him like chipping away HP. Shichen knew the best method was flooding him with water, but Aqua might overdo it and drown the whole town, creating new problems. Alright, I'll handle it. You have a way. Plenty, but let's keep it simple. Union, feel free to toss any spell, grab some EXP, Kazuma, throw a few daggers. Got it. What about me? Darkness asked hopefully. Stay right here. So domineering. Darkness shivered in delight. Ignoring her, Shichen gathered golden flames in his palm and flung them at the Headless Horseman. Before the knight could react, the fire landed, it surged, wrapping him in an instant. What is this? No, NOOO. Amid the wailing, the Headless Horseman was burned away entirely, not even armor left, no scorch marks on the ground, nothing. That's it. Kazuma asked, stunned. What more did you want? Shichen chuckled. It feels unreal. Shichen, you were amazing. Union's cheeks flushed. Humph, acceptable, Megumin sniffed. Is it over? A Demon King General, defeated just like that. We're saved. Shichen is that strong. He just wiped out a general, worthy of a Lulicon hero. Our starter town Lulicon hero. Lulicon hero. Lulicon hero. Only now did everyone process that the Headless Horseman had been erased, and they began to chant their savior's title. Who are you calling a Lulicon? Shichen roared. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, Home. Shichen, congratulations on defeating a general of the Demon King's army, the Headless Horseman Beldia. Here is the guild's reward, 300 million Eris. Luna beamed at Shichen, her tone full of pride. The day after the Headless Horseman was vanquished, Shichen and Megumin's party came to the guild to pick up their payment. Hiss. How much? Did I mishear? We're rich. We can finally buy a new house. One after another, Megumin and the others erupted in excitement, looking ready to jump for joy at the staggering sum. Thank you, Shichen said with a smile, accepting the 3 bulging money bags. No, we should be thanking you, Luna replied. If not for you, many adventurers would have been out of work and gone hungry. You're exaggerating. Are you sure this reward isn't too much? The guild added a special bonus for you. By eliminating that Demon King General so quickly, you saved us all a great deal of trouble. In that case, I'll accept it with a clear conscience. Hero. Shichen, you're the pride of Axel. That's right, way better than that so-called hero, Kyuya Mitsurugi. Earned this much and not treating us. The adventurers who had been lounging in the guild since early morning all began to cheer and tease at once. Shichen laughed loudly. All right. Today's tab is on me. Yeah. That's our hero, so generous. No surprise from a lolicon. Apart from that, no complaints. Hey, lolis are cute, you know. Adorable. Don't tell me you're into them too. Hee hee. Shirchen's face darkened. Whoever called me a lolicon, pay your own bill today. Eh? Why? Ha ha ha. The guild hall bustled from early morning and Shirchen's group joined right in. After all, defeating a general of the Demon King's army called for a celebration. The revelry lasted the entire day, laughter and cheers filled the guild without pause. The next day, Shichen and the others slept in until nearly noon. After brunch they went to view a house Luna had recommended. With so much money on hand, they could afford property in any part of Axel, well, anywhere except the estates of the city lord or Darkness's family. As luck would have it, Luna's recommendation was the very mansion Shichen had been eyeing, the same luxurious villa Aqua and company would one day occupy. The mansion sat on the outskirts of town. From the outside it looked magnificent, several times larger than a modern standalone villa. According to Luna, it had belonged to a noble who had recently put it up for sale. Fortune smiled on them again, the property had become haunted by evil spirits. That might not sound lucky, but Luna wouldn't have steered them toward a problem mansion without a reason, namely Aqua. As an archpriestess, Aqua could banish evil spirits with a wave of her hand. Because of the haunting the price had plummeted, and thanks to Shirchen's growing hero fame they received an additional discount, they could buy the entire estate for a mere small goal of 100 million heiress. That was why Luna had recommended it. This place is amazing. I love it. It's perfect for me. In front of the gate, Aqua sized up the mansion and couldn't hold back a shout of excitement. I think it's great too. Megumin was equally tempted. Big bro, let's just take it, okay. Kazuma could hardly wait to move in. Don't rush. Shichen chuckled, turning to the quiet Union. Union, what do you think? I like it too. Union answered shyly, cheeks slightly red. Good. Then it's settled. Aqua, the exorcism tonight is your job. Leave it to me. But, can we really exorcise the place? Darkness asked worriedly. I heard that lately, no matter how many spirits are driven away, new ones appear immediately. What's causing the spirits? No idea. Otherwise the guild would have posted a subjugation quest long ago. True. Still, with Aqua here we'll be fine. And I can put a barrier around our new home so no spirits can enter. A barrier? Big bro, you can do that. Wouldn't be much of a big brother if I couldn't, right? As expected of big bro. Flatter me all you like, Aqua, go handle the exorcism. We'll wait outside. Hold on, I'll use enhanced vision to check the situation first. Aqua raised a hand to shade her eyes and examined the mansion. Enhanced vision can do that? Megumin asked, surprised. Not sure, Union said, but Aqua's a goddess, so maybe it's easy for her. I still can't believe Aqua is a goddess, Kazuma muttered. Same here. Oh, I see it. Aqua suddenly cried. According to my enhanced vision, this mansion used to confine a noble's illegitimate daughter. Seriously? Absolutely. The noble assaulted a maid on a whim, the child she bore was locked up here. That detailed, huh? Speaking as though she'd witnessed it herself, Aqua had everyone half convinced. Oh, she went on, the noble's health was frail, and he died soon after. The maid vanished, and the girl left alone in this mansion succumbed to the same illness before ever meeting her parents. Her name was Anna Falante Estroid. She loved plush toys, dolls, and stories of adventurers. So that's the spirit's true nature. Should we exorcise her? No need to worry, she isn't malicious. She shouldn't harm us. Wait, though she's still a child, she likes pretending to be an adult and enjoys sweet alcoholic drinks. Let's prepare some liquor as an offering. You made that last bit up, didn't you? Shichen eyed her suspiciously. Of course not. Aqua denied instantly. Is that so? I'll take your word for it, for now. You don't believe me, Shichen. I'm hurt. Aqua pouted. I'll buy you 2 bottles of sparkling wine later, okay? Hee hee, now we're talking. All right, it's decided. I'll find the agent and pay. You guys head back to the inn and pack. Let's all go, after all, you can teleport, Megumin suggested. I think so too, Union agreed. Fine. Together it is. Shichen led them to purchase the mansion. Even 100 million was pocket change by now, and the moment he held the deed in this world's equivalent, it all felt worthwhile. At last, they had a place to call their own. After returning to the inn and packing, they moved straight into the mansion. Because of the haunting, it hadn't been cleaned for ages, but Shichen had learned housekeeping magic from Frieren. A few spells later, the entire place sparkled. The magic was practically conceptual. He didn't even need to specify what was trash and what wasn't, it all matched his intentions perfectly. The spell's creator must have had very definite ideas about clutter, likely someone who hated cleaning. With the mansion spotless, the next issue was room selection. Naturally, Shichen took the largest room, the master bedroom. Conveniently, it sat in the middle of the second floor, 2 rooms on one side, the staircase on the other, and more rooms beyond. Kazuma took one of the 2 rooms, Aqua and the girls occupied the rooms across the hall, which naturally became the girls' wing. After everyone finished settling in, dusk fell. Shichen treated Megumin and the others to a celebratory feast in town. By the time they returned, night had fully descended. He wasn't sure when the spirits would appear, but with Aqua on duty he didn't worry and went straight to bed. A soft mattress and warm blankets, Shichen hadn't slept this well in ages. He drifted off almost immediately. But he didn't sleep through the night. In the middle of the night someone's weight pressed him awake. Opening his eyes, he found Megumin's delicate face inches from his, looking on the verge of tears. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, Exorcism in the Middle of the Night. Megumin, why are you in my room? It's so scary. Megumin clung to Shichen, trembling all over. What's wrong? Shichen sat up and pulled her into his arms. She was so small that holding her felt like cradling a harmless little animal. I just saw a doll in my room. It wasn't there before. It kept staring at me, so creepy and scary. Megumin shrank into Shichen's embrace, her voice trembling. A doll. Where did it come from? Shichen gently patted her back to comfort her. I don't know. Then I'll go with you to check. Before Shichen could finish speaking, he suddenly noticed in the corner of his own room, within the shadows, a Western-style doll that had mysteriously appeared out of nowhere. It sat there quietly, staring calmly at him. Thank goodness Megumin was here with him, or that sight alone would have given him quite a scare. The Western-style doll was extremely elaborate. But in the middle of the night, in near total darkness, those bright, wide eyes were downright terrifying. It wasn't like he had a special fascination with dolls anyway. Figures, collectible figurines, don't really count as dolls, right? Perhaps for those who love dolls, dolls are like figures to an otaku, something precious, like a wife or a lifeline. But the two groups probably can't understand each other. What's so great about dolls? What's so amazing about figurines? It's a cultural gap. Shichen, what's wrong? Megumin noticed the change in his tone. Don't be scared when I tell you this, but there's also a doll in my room. Eek. Megumin clung to him even tighter. Maybe it was because she was only wearing pajamas, but Shichen felt a bit of softness pressing against his chest. Seems like this little girl does have something going on, just the faintest budding curves. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. It doesn't look like it wants to harm us, Shichen comforted. But it's still creepy. Then let's go find Aqua. She can get rid of these dolls. Why, you'll carry me there. Sure, aren't you a bit old to be afraid of dolls? Shichen teased, shaking his head with a smile. Who's afraid of normal dolls? The problem is how it just appeared out of nowhere. There must be an evil spirit messing around. Heh. Don't laugh at me. Megumin pouted and hit his chest in protest. All right, I won't laugh. Let's go find Aqua. Just as Shichen was about to get out of bed with Megumin in his arms, the door suddenly opened. A soft figure slipped quietly into the room. Sure, Shichen. Yunyun's voice sounded on the verge of tears. Yunyun. Why are you here too? Shichen had thought maybe an evil spirit was bold enough to come looking for him. In my room, a doll appeared out of nowhere. There's a doll in your room, too. Yeah. Huh. Too. Yunyun froze, then noticed that someone was in Shichen's arms. Megumin. Why are you here? Ugh. Megumin didn't answer. Heh, same as you. A doll showed up in her room, Shichen explained for her. I see. So Megumin got here before I did. It's not because I was scared. At that, Megumin pulled away from Shichen's arms, stood confidently on the bed, hands on her hips. I just anticipated you'd come, so I got here first to prepare. As expected, I was right. Megumin, just admit you're scared, Yunyun said, her face expressionless. And no way, I'm not scared. Shichen, what should we do? Yunyun ignored Megumin and turned to him. Hey. Let's go find Aqua. Her exorcism is pretty powerful. Shichen had learned Aqua's exorcism techniques as well, but without her divine power, his effectiveness was limited. Even though Aqua's divine power was weakened, she still had some. Her exorcism was possibly the most effective in this entire world. Okay. You're ignoring me too, Shichen. Seeing the two of them walk off without her, Megumin shouted angrily, "Humph, Yun, you learned advanced magic and now you think you're so great." She quickly climbed off the bed and chased after them. Shichen, I'm not wearing shoes. Shichen sighed and stopped, waiting for her to catch up before picking her up again. Humph. Megumin, now in his arms, raised her chin smugly at Yun, though Yun didn't even look her way. Once they reached the girls' area, Shichen asked, "What about darkness?" "I don't know. She's probably fine, right?" "Never mind, she can handle herself. Let's find Aqua first." Shichen focused for a moment, sensing Darkness's location. He realized she was in her room, playing with the doll, apparently hoping it would do something to her. She was beyond saving. At least Kazuma was still sound asleep, like a normal person would be. Aqua's room is over here. Following Yun's lead, Shichen, still carrying Megumin, walked into the innermost room, which Aqua had chosen. He opened the door without hesitation, but Aqua wasn't inside. "Ah. Where's Aqua?" Yun looked around but saw no one. "Downstairs," Shichen said, having picked up on her presence. "Downstairs? Why would she go down there? There must be more dolls on the ground floor. She's probably exorcising them first. Surprisingly diligent of her. Should we go down, then?" "W would rather not." Megumin whispered. "Hey Megumin, you're scared, aren't you?" Yun teased. I am not. Let's just wait here for a while. We wouldn't be much help down there anyway," Shichen said. "In that case, let's do what Shichen says." I agree." After a long wait, Aqua finally returned. "Phew. I'm exhausted." "Eh? Why are all of you in my room?" Aqua asked as she walked in, noticing the three of them sitting on her bed. Well, two of them were on the bed. Megumin was sitting on Shichen's lap, practically like a plush doll in his arms. "You're back. All done?" Shichen asked with a smile. "All done, yeah, I've exorcised them all." "It was tough work," Aqua replied, wiping imaginary sweat from her forehead as if she wanted some praise. "Really? I thought exorcisms were easy for you." But they were scattered everywhere, each one possessing a different doll. "Getting rid of them one by one was pretty annoying," she complained. "I see. Well, there's no helping it. It's kind of your fault to begin with." "Right. My fault." Aqua paused. She blinked at Shichen, looking anxious. "Why, you know about it?" "Of course. I deliberately didn't put up a barrier because I wanted to see where all these evil spirits were coming from. Turns out they came from the public cemetery." "Aha, so you figured it out." Aqua scratched the back of her head awkwardly. "Huh? Evil spirits came from the public cemetery?" Yun asked in surprise. "Yeah. Because some of Aqua's exorcism energy remained there, most of the spirits didn't dare stay. They ended up homeless and came to the town instead." "What? So this is all your fault, Aqua?" Megumin growled in anger. "Well, it's not entirely my fault, right? Thanks to me, we got this mansion cheaper, didn't we? We saved so much money. Don't you feel at least a bit guilty? That's basically tricking people." "Some goddess you are," Megumin said, looking at her with scorn. "Ugh." Aqua fell silent. All right, Aqua may not have done it perfectly, but she still put in the effort." "Don't be too hard on her," Shichen intervened. "Shichen." Aqua looked at him with tears of gratitude in her eyes. "TCH, you always spoil her. As if I don't spoil you, too." "Ugh. Anyway, since Aqua's finished exorcising, let's head back to bed. It's late, and we have to buy more things for the house tomorrow." "Fine. Aqua, get to bed soon. You'd better not oversleep tomorrow." "I know, I have a ton of stuff I want to buy. No way I'd let you leave me behind." "All right, let's go." Shichen got up to leave. "Wait." When Megumin reached the door, she suddenly turned and asked Aqua, "Aqua, you really got rid of every single spirit, right? Not a single one left? Are you doubting me?" "Of course I exorcised them all." "Well, except for one special spirit." Except one." Megumin looked nervously at her. "Don't worry." Aqua smiled reassuringly. "That's the spirit I mentioned before, the noble's illegitimate child. She's not harmful. The ones causing trouble were those wandering spirits, and I've already taken care of them." "Ah, really?" Relax. Or are you afraid? Me? Afraid? Of what? Humph. I'm going back. Without hesitation, Megumin left Aqua's room and marched ahead of Shichen and Yunyun, heading back to her own room in an exaggeratedly confident manner. Shichen and Yunyun exchanged glances and shook their heads in amusement. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 157, Chapter 157, Aqua's Blood. Morning came, and Shichen opened his eyes. Staring at the somewhat familiar ceiling, he couldn't help stretching out on the bed in a shape reminiscent of the Chinese character. After sleeping for a week in this large bed with a soft comforter, he could never go back to the hard beds in the inn. Disturbed by Shichen's stretching, Aqua mumbled something, then turned over, back to him, and continued sleeping. She was wearing a set of conservative blue pajamas that revealed no fair skin, but because they were form-fitting, the curves they traced were still quite appealing. It had been a week since he started living in this mansion, and Shichen had completely adapted to his new home. After all, it's easy to go from frugal to lavish. Aqua arrived on the second night. Who knows whether she was used to sleeping together before or if she was still drawn to the water element radiating from Shichen. On the first day, because they had to perform exorcisms, Aqua didn't come to his room to sleep. At that time, Shichen thought he might have to get used to sleeping alone from then on. But it turns out he was overthinking it. On the second night, Aqua came running over. And starting from the third night, he even went to pick her up. Being able to move through space truly is convenient. Actually, the main reason was his worry that Megumin and the others might notice. It wasn't that he was afraid of them discovering he and Aqua slept in the same room, but rather that once they found out, there would be so much ruckus that he might not be able to sleep at all. With Megumin's personality these days, she would definitely make a huge fuss. I'm getting up, you keep sleeping. Shichen gave Aqua a light slap on her round bottom and got out of bed. Okay. Aqua responded vaguely, not moving at all. Shichen changed his clothes and left the room. The mansion was quiet, not a sound anywhere. Everyone was still sleeping, even though it was already pretty late. Sure enough, once you start living in luxury, people become lazier. Shichen had no intention of making breakfast. He wasn't sure why, but he just didn't feel like cooking for Aqua and the others. In other words, this home still needed someone who could cook. It was a shame there weren't really any good candidates. However, it didn't matter too much. Being adventurers, it's usually more fitting to have all 3 meals outside anyway. Shichen headed to Darkness's room, opened the door, and locked it behind him. Shichen, why are you here? Darkness was already up and fully dressed. Shichen paused. Why are you so dressed up this early in the morning? Darkness blushed in embarrassment. Because it's really heavy. TSK. Take it off. Yes. Darkness immediately, excitedly, took off her armor, leaving only her snug black bodysuit and a tight skirt. Because of her tall stature, Darkness had the best figure. Although Yunyun was larger in a certain area, she was petite overall, more of a baby-faced, big-bust type. Darkness, on the other hand, had a mature kind of physique. Come here, Shichen said, unabashedly looking her up and down. Darkness let out a low moan, then walked slowly toward him. When she reached him, Darkness stopped, and her breathing became heavy. What are you going to do? Satisfy me first thing in the morning. You really do have amazing stamina. The way you put it, it's like I actually did something last night. Shichen reached out with one hand, grabbing hold, then flexing his fingers. Megumin and Yunyun didn't go to your room. No, and those 2 are still kids. What could I possibly do? With his other hand, Shichen grabbed hold of her as well. Both palms were filled with generous softness, and that sensation of fullness also made his heart feel content. Why do men love these so much? Whoever created women was a true genius. They're not that young anymore. An Yunyun is so big, she could do like I did before. Darkness stood up straighter, speaking in a halting voice. You think everyone's as easy as you are? Shichen said, exerting a bit of force in his grip. Ah. Darkness's body tensed. You're actually enjoying this? Does it feel that good? Ha. Darkness could only answer with ragged breathing. You're gonna need a bath after this, right? It's fine. Even if Aqua or the others see me, I'll just say I was training. You've even figured out your excuse already. As expected of you. Heh. He. Go more intensely. Darkness laughed in a way that made her seem almost possessed. Oh, yeah. That's not really convenient like this. Turn around, face away from me. Shouldn't we go to the bed? What if the sheets get wet? It's okay. Then let's go. Shichen put his arms around Darkness from behind, the two moving in step toward the bed, left foot, right foot, together. When they reached the bed, Shichen sat down, and darkness settled onto his lap, letting him hold her from behind. The room was very quiet, so quiet that their heavy breathing sounded incredibly loud, and even the rustling of their clothes was drowned out. No one knew how long it lasted. Darkness was exhausted, leaning against Shichen's chest, her face filled with bliss. Luckily you're not worried about it. Otherwise, my pants would have been soaked, Shichen said, still flexing his fingers with one hand. He just couldn't bear to take his hands off her. Darkness didn't have the strength to respond. Right, I have something to tell you. I plan to leave for a while. Where to? Darkness asked casually. To somewhere you wouldn't know. It'll probably take 1 or 2 months, maybe even 3 or 4. Huh. Darkness stiffened and turned to face him. Why, so suddenly? Well, I've been here almost 3 months already. What do you mean? Why ask so many questions? Anyway, I won't be gone that long, and it's not like I won't come back. All right. You're not planning to abandon me, are you? Ha. Ha. You look even more excited by that thought. Shichen regarded her speechlessly. No, I'm not. Fine, you masochist. Once I get back, I'll finally devour you. Shichen let go and gripped her chin. Devour me. Darkness trembled with excitement. As for right now, let's just consider this an appetizer. What are you? MMPH. Shichen silenced her by pressing his lips against hers, looking directly into her wide eyes as their tongues intertwined passionately. Darkness could only passively, awkwardly, let herself be toyed with. Around noon, Shichen took everyone out to eat. While they were there, he told them he would be leaving for a while. He didn't specify where, only that he needed to investigate something that would take a fair amount of time. Kazuma didn't take it too seriously. Even Megumin and Yunyun accepted it fairly easily, but Aqua was a bit reluctant. Without him, who would she sleep with at night? Shichen could only keep comforting her. After all, he wasn't leaving immediately, so there was time to reassure her. After that, it was the usual routine of going on quests with everyone. Sometimes there were days off if there weren't any suitable quests. He also had to plan for what would happen in his absence. Shichen handed over all his money to Yunyun. Aside from her, he didn't really trust anyone else with it. Although Kazuma was an option, he felt less at ease with him, especially since Kazuma had recently become obsessed with a certain succubus cafe. There were still more than enough funds to last them comfortably for a while, even without doing missions. However, Shichen reminded Kazuma to keep doing quests to level up. And he left Megumin's daily explosion practice in Yunyun's care. In fact, as long as Darkness was around, Shichen felt secure enough. Apart from her masochistic tendencies, she was quite reliable. She and Yunyun complemented each other, so the household would run smoothly. Just like that, after exploring another unknown dungeon, Shichen had already been in this world for over 3 months. Megumin's divine fragment was finally attainable. He could only leave this world after acquiring that fragment. Getting the fragment from her wasn't too difficult. There was plenty of contact time, simply taking her out to practice explosion every day was enough. After all, he had to carry her back home each day. Even if he teleported them back, there was enough time, but he hadn't been in a rush to claim it. That night, Shichen lay behind Aqua, holding her. One hand was busy flexing its fingers, so he wasn't feeling sleepy at all. Shichen. If you keep that up, I can't really sleep. Aqua pouted. Oh. You haven't gotten used to it yet. Your, technique is a little too. All right. Shichen paused his hand but didn't remove it. That's better. Aqua, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Sure. You haven't even heard what it is yet. Whatever it is, I'll do it. Heh, so if I wanted to suck your blood. Why would you suck my blood? You're not a vampire. And who says I'm not? Shichen blinked, and his pupils glowed crimson. Oh, that's so cool. Aqua said in surprise. She didn't sense any actual vampire aura that she disliked, so she didn't resist. Check this out. Shichen opened his mouth, revealing long fangs. After all, Aqua's charm was immense. Ignoring her usual silly behavior, it was hard not to be tempted, especially holding her so closely in the quiet of night. Wow, amazing. Aqua said curiously, reaching out with a finger to touch one of the fangs. Hey, don't mess around. He. So, can I drink some of your blood? If you really want to, I guess it's fine. But don't hurt me. Don't worry. It'll feel really good. For real. Would I lie to you? Right. Hey, close your eyes. Okay. Once Aqua closed her eyes, Shichen leaned in. A fragrant, girlish scent filled his senses, stirring something in him. Without hesitation, he pressed a soft kiss to her neck, then sank his fangs in. Instantly, he tasted an indescribable flavor that shook him to the core, different from Toru's rich taste, different from Chisato's pure one, different from Siri's mellow flavor. Aqua's blood was holy and gentle. It was the blood of the water goddess, after all. Shichen drank greedily, swallowing again and again as if trying to drain Aqua dry. MNGH. Aqua moaned vacantly. Her expression was somewhat dazed. Just as Shichen said, it didn't hurt much at all, there had only been a slight sting when he first bit in. Mostly, it felt strangely comfortable. She could clearly feel her blood being drawn out, feeding Shichen's thirst. She couldn't help but cradle his head, her own face hazy. For a fleeting moment, she truly had the aura of a goddess, though it only lasted a second. Soon, Aqua felt something off, her heart fluttering, her body flushing hot. Desire, passion, they were being teased out of her. Shichen. Aqua called his name. That made Shichen snap back to reality, and he immediately withdrew his fangs. The skin of her neck still bore the fresh bite, its bright redness stark against the paleness around it, oddly enticing. Licking his lips, Shichen felt new power stirring within him, another piece of divine in him glowed, and within that light, a crimson symbol appeared. The symbol was clear, Alpha. Alpha, the beginning, the origin. It carried a domineering power, one that sought to take over any surface, to transform everything into a boundless sea. So that's the power's owner. Just as Shichen wanted to focus on it, Aqua hugged him. Shichen. Aqua's eyes glimmered, lips slightly parted, looking at him in a dreamy way. Shichen swallowed hard. Seeing Aqua like this, her innocent look tinged with vulnerability, he found it both heart-wrenching and all too tempting. She herself wasn't fully aware of what she was doing and moved closer, her lovely face nearly touching his. Shichen didn't hold back any longer. He wrapped his arms around her and kissed her roughly, reminiscent of how he'd kissed Celia. It was fervent. Aqua didn't resist or pull away, she was gentle and yielding, like water embracing him. Early the next morning, Shichen stood by the bed, gazing down at Aqua. She slept with her mouth open, snoring lightly. Her gorgeous face was in direct contrast to her goofy sleeping posture. He'd apparently gotten used to it, but to anyone else, it would be quite a shock. The bed was still tidy, just a bit rumpled. Things hadn't gone all the way last night. In the end, when Aqua finally came back to her senses, she nearly burst into tears because he had been too rough. Shichen had to console her, and after that, he couldn't muster the energy to go visit darkness. He just cuddled with Aqua until she fell asleep. He would have to wait for another time. Shichen leaned down and kissed Aqua gently on the forehead, then vanished from the room. He still wasn't leaving this world just yet. He first went to Megumin's room. Megumin was curled up with a pillow, sleeping on her side. Beside the bed lay the black cat, KonoSuba. It had been ages since he last noticed the cat. Where had it been? Probably he just hadn't paid attention. While cats are cute, he preferred catgirls. Now that there might be a chance of meeting one, a normal cat simply didn't interest him, even if it was part of Wolbach. Shichen walked to the bed, sat down, and watched Megumin's sleeping face for a moment before gently nudging her. Megumin. MMPH. Megumin turned over, back facing him, and continued sleeping. Shichen smiled, then simply lifted her up and placed her on his lap. Huh. Megumin, bleary-eyed, looked around. From this angle, she could see the doorway. Something seemed off. She quickly became more awake. Looking left and right, she realized she was on Shichen's lap. Ugh, what are you doing? It's so early. Megumin grumbled. What, can't I say goodbye? You mean like a normal goodbye? Wait, goodbye. Megumin turned around, staring at him. Yeah, I'll be leaving soon. This early? No choice, I'm in a hurry. Oh. Megumin pursed her lips, not sure what to say. After a moment, she followed her heart and asked, when will you be back? You know, it might be a month or two. Maybe 2 or 3. That's so long. It's only a quarter of a year. But that's basically the whole time we've known you, around 3 months. Megumin looked unhappy. When you put it that way, it does seem long. Megumin didn't respond, just looked down, uncertain. Not wanting to drag it out, Shichen said, let's do it this way. Next time I have something to do, I'll definitely take you along. Sounds good. Really? I'm not lying. Humph, fine. That's at least acceptable. Heh. Shichen couldn't help but hug Megumin tighter, feeling how petite she was. She didn't resist, letting him hold her. Neither of them spoke for a while. Eventually, Megumin asked quietly, so, when exactly are you leaving? Pretty soon. All right. Shichen stood, placing Megumin back on the bed. He smiled at her. I guess this is it, then. Megumin looked at him silently, unsure. Oh, come on, you're not going to give me a proper send-off. Shichen teased. What do you mean? You know how girls sometimes have a little ritual when sending a guy off. Huh. Well, like this. Shichen tapped his lips with a finger. Not interested. It's not that I don't want to, but... Megumin was suddenly flustered, hugging her legs shyly. I wasn't prepared, this is too sudden. Fair enough. Then let me take the initiative. Moi. Just as Megumin looked up, Shichen leaned in and kissed her on the forehead. She froze, reaching up unconsciously to touch the spot he'd just kissed. All right, that's good enough. I'm off. Shichen chuckled at her dazed expression and disappeared from her room. Megumin remained motionless, still in a bit of a daze. Finally, Shichen headed to Yunyun's room. This time, he didn't bother with innocence, things had progressed further between them. He went in, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her thoroughly before he left. That was a proper farewell kiss. Leaving Yunyun's room, Shichen then departed this world entirely, without going to say goodbye to darkness. She was better suited to a forgotten play scenario anyway, and she'd probably be even more thrilled in the end. Originally, he'd planned to return to the cafe. But given how slow Kasumiga Kakayutaha was with her writing, it might be better to make her wait a little longer. If she got anxious, she'd stop dragging her feet. After that, where are we going? Finally, she spoke up. Of course, to a new world. Shichen answered. That's so. The next world is Date Alive. What? That's the one. But you still seem unhappy. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 158, Chapter 158, April 10th. The sky was a clear blue, white clouds drifted leisurely, the city was beautiful, and pedestrians bustled about. Standing suspended in midair, Shichen took in this harmonious sight at first glance and almost thought he had returned to the cafe. After all, at a quick look, the cityscape seemed similar, both in a modern style. He still couldn't fly at will, and on closer inspection, one would notice a transparent barrier under his feet, serving as a foothold. Otherwise, he would have fallen. The moment he arrived in this world, he appeared in midair. If he hadn't reacted quickly and used a barrier to block his fall, he might have been smashed into pulp. He still hadn't tested his true ancestor powers and wasn't sure if he could fully recover from a fall, but he didn't want to try. Shichen couldn't help suspecting that she had done this on purpose, letting him appear in midair. From her tone, it seemed she didn't particularly like this world. But he found himself very fond of this world, fond of those who were both strong and vulnerable, and wanted to meet them as soon as possible. However, just arriving here, he was unfamiliar with the situation. There was a lot he needed to do, a lot he needed to confirm. It felt chaotic, complicated, but he was inexplicably excited. Right now, the most important thing was time itself. Shichen glanced at the empty sky, unsure if his sudden appearance had been noticed by any hidden behemoth. There was a good chance it had. He hoped there wouldn't be any misunderstanding. Retracting his gaze, Shichen looked down, planning to land in a deserted alley. But at that moment, a shrill, air raid-like siren suddenly blared. The wailing echoed through the entire city, and the once peaceful scene turned chaotic. Pedestrians ran in all directions, flocks of birds took to the sky, and the clamor almost drowned out the siren. In what felt like the blink of an eye, the streets became deserted. Apart from the siren, not a sound could be heard. People in this world evacuated at an impressively fast pace. No way. Shichen frowned, unsure. He wasn't certain if it was just his luck to run into such an incident right away, or if it was merely a citywide drill. But given her history with teleportation, it was very likely real. Though calling this good luck didn't seem appropriate. Before he could think further, a spherical purple object suddenly appeared beneath his feet. It grew rapidly in size, stirring up a storm around it. It was as though a typhoon had struck. The city was devastated, shop windows shattered instantly, and railing fences were swept up and flung aside. By now, that purple sphere had expanded into something colossal, and it suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Boom. It exploded in an ear-splitting blast, and a massive shockwave rippled outward, destroying buildings in an instant. It really is a space quake. The shockwave surged toward Shichen as well. He could only teleport, moving to distant ground in the blink of an eye to evade. Fortunately, the spacequake didn't prevent him from using spatial movement, otherwise, the moment he arrived in this world, he would have had to test his true ancestor powers. The spacequake Shichen spoke of ended quickly, but the destruction it left behind was breathtaking. Right before his eyes, the street he had just seen was completely gone, and further ahead was a scene resembling a meteor impact. A giant crater had been gouged into the earth, and the surrounding area lay in ruins, nothing but rubble. There wasn't even the smell of burning. Suddenly, he recalled the moment he'd been forced into the dimensional world, struck by a meteor. Could that place have looked like this afterward? But now wasn't the time for such thoughts. He noticed something unusual in the crater and blinked, appearing at its edge. From there, he had a clear view of what lay within, and he also confirmed this world's time frame. In the center of the giant crater stood an earthen object resembling a throne, and beside it stood a young girl in something akin to armor, a bizarre outfit. She placed a foot on the throne's armrest, her entire presence emanating an imposing majesty. Ha! The girl noticed Shichen, turned her head toward him, and at that moment, Shichen got a good look at her face. She had long, knee-length hair in a shade of purple-black. Her face was youthful, around 16 or 17, both cute and regal. Her eyes were exceptionally beautiful, glowing with an otherworldly light like crystal glass. Her attire was lavish, it seemed part cloth, part metal, forming a princess-like armored gown. Sections of the skirt, lining, and hem were composed of shimmering, mysterious layers. Her beauty was almost violent in its intensity. Her name was on the tip of one's tongue, but at this point, she still had no name at all. Detected target hosting a divine fragment. Right then, her voice sounded in Shichen's mind. It no longer seemed mechanical but carried a hint of displeasure. Target individual. Mission, give her a name, spend time with her, earn her trust and dependence, and then claim the divine fragment. Once the mission is complete, you may head to other worlds to continue searching for more divine fragments. Mission privileges, immunity to all spiritual power damage, immunity to all angelic damage, limited to 1 month. Once the divine fragment is claimed, the privilege is permanently retained. A mission target without a name, understandable, in a way. But it wasn't the right moment to dwell on this. You too. The girl made her move. She gently and carefully grasped the handle jutting out from the throne's back and slowly drew it out. It was a giant sword with a broad blade, radiating a dreamlike, rainbow-like brilliance that dazzled the eye. She lifted the sword over her head, tracing a hazy, luminous arc in midair. Then, in one swift leap, she appeared before Shichen, sword in hand, pointing it at him. You too. Her cold tone betrayed her fatigue. Wait, whoa. Before Shichen could ask what she meant, she suddenly swung her sword sideways at him, but not with great speed. Instinctively, he ducked, bending low to evade. Crack, an arc of sword light sliced through the air, and everything behind Shichen, houses, storefronts, roadside trees, traffic signs, was instantly cut clean in half. Then came the thunderous collapse of buildings and structures. What are you doing? Shichen glanced back, then snapped irritably. Huh. The girl seemed momentarily stunned. Are you out of your mind? Shichen stood up, walked right over, and unceremoniously chopped her lightly on the head with a hand blade. What are you doing? She didn't move, just stared blankly at him. Isn't it obvious? Teaching you a lesson. Teaching me a lesson. Why? Why? You just swung a sword at me, what do you think? But, aren't you here to kill me? I had no choice. Who said I want to kill you? I wouldn't do such a thing. Shichen cut her off, speaking gently. Wah. The girl looked at Shichen, frowning in confusion and suspicion. There's no need to doubt me. I'm telling the truth, Shichen said with a soft smile. I can't understand, and also why, you have my, The girl's words trailed off as she suddenly looked up at the sky. Shichen, frowning, followed her gaze. Whoosh, several humans clad in high-tech gear came flying in. Without hesitation, they fired what looked like missiles from their weapons, straight toward Shichen and the girl. They sure know how to interrupt. Shichen turned, positioning himself in front of the girl, and raised a hand to release a stream of water. It swept over the incoming missiles. Instead of detonating, they fell, crashing to the ground like duds. What are you? The girl's lips parted slightly in astonishment as she stared at him. Shichen turned back and smiled at her. Now do you believe I'm not here to kill you? The girl pursed her lips, appearing momentarily dazed. The person before her had just protected her. Clearly, he wasn't here to take her life. It was the first time she had ever encountered such a situation. You were about to say something, but maybe now isn't the best time. More missiles came hurtling toward them. Shichen sighed, raised a barrier, and blocked them, also cutting off the enemy's line of sight. You and I, are we the same? The girl, eyeing the barrier that deflected the attacks, asked in puzzlement. Pretty much. Then you're my ally. Her tone held a trace of hope. You could say that, but now's not the time to talk about it. You should leave for now. I'll find you later. This bunch isn't going to give up easily. Can I come find you? Of course. Just try not to cause such a commotion next time. Shichen grinned and reminded her. Got it, wait for me. The girl took a deep look at Shichen, then turned and left. Shichen withdrew the barrier, watching her fly off into the distance. The high-tech troops immediately followed in pursuit. Concealing his presence really was effective, none of them noticed him. Among that group, however, Shichen spotted a white-haired girl. He wasn't worried about the purple-haired girl's safety. With her power, if she wanted to, that group wouldn't stand a chance. She really was too kind-hearted. Had he not just arrived in a new world and been unfamiliar with it, he wouldn't have let the girl leave on her own. For now, though, he needed to find himself a place to stay. Just as that thought crossed his mind, he sensed a spatial fluctuation around him. He didn't resist, and in the next instant, he vanished into thin air. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, Itsuka Kotori. I finally. A voice echoed by his ears. Shichen opened his eyes and saw a woman who looked as though she desperately needed sleep, standing in a corridor with mechanical walls. The woman in front of him was dressed in what appeared to be a military-style uniform, looking to be in her 20s. Her hair was casually tied up, her eyes were rimmed with pronounced dark circles, and peeking from the pocket on her chest was a tattered little black cat plush toy. It looked like it had seen better days. She radiated a completely listless air and spoke in a tired tone. Hello. Hello. Shichen nodded slightly, then asked, pretending not to know the answer. And you are? I'm Murasame Rain, working here as an analyst. Murasame Rain seemed stunned for a moment, then responded softly. Murasame-san. Hello. Shichen smiled slightly. MHM. Murasame Rain stared at Shichen for a moment as if in a daze, then snapped back to reality, turned around, and said, come with me. I'll take you to meet someone. I'm not very good at explanations. As she spoke, Murasame Rain began walking. Shichen quickly followed alongside her. Where is this place? Right now, he was in a narrow corridor. The surrounding walls and floor were mechanical, mainly in pale colors, like something from a spaceship corridor in a movie. In truth, it wasn't far off. This is the Fraxinus. Ah. Murasame Rain got halfway through her sentence before suddenly stumbling, about to collapse. Shichen hurriedly caught her. Are you okay? Murasame Rain leaned feebly against Shichen's chest. For a moment, a hint of bliss flickered across her face before disappearing. She replied in a soft voice, ah. Sorry, probably just sleep deprivation. In that case, how long have you gone without sleep? Murasame Rain tilted her head as if trying to remember, then raised 3 fingers. 3 days. Shichen asked for confirmation. No. It should be 30 years, I think. You can't be serious. I don't really remember the last time I slept. I just have a bit of an insomnia problem, that's all. I see. But getting enough sleep is important for staying healthy. I know. But, you don't seem to doubt what I'm saying. Do you believe I haven't slept in 30 years? Murasame Rain suddenly looked at him inquisitively. Huh? Oh, I thought you were just joking. Shichen laughed as he explained. I see. Oh, I almost forgot, I have to take my medicine. She suddenly took out a bottle of pills from inside her coat. Opening it, she tilted her head back, apparently intending to swallow them all at once. Hey! What are you doing? Startled, Shichen grabbed her mouth. The pills struck the back of his hand and scattered onto the floor. Clink, clatter. What are you doing? Murasame Rain countered. Feeling the warmth of her breath on his palm, Shichen pulled his hand back and, in a scolding tone, asked, what were you doing just now? I was taking my medicine. She answered as if it were the most natural thing in the world. And why so many? What kind of medicine is that? Just some sleeping pills. Just sleeping pills. That many at once would kill you. Relax. They don't work on me. This isn't about whether they work or not. There's no way you should be downing that many pills at once. Shichen knew that Murasame Rain was special and that she wouldn't actually be harmed, but her attitude just now was too concerning for him to ignore. It's really fine. Plus, they're sweet and taste pretty good. You do know that's not candy. Shichen couldn't hold back and gave her a light tap on the head. Wow. Murasame Rain stared blankly at Shichen, as though lost in thought. What's wrong? He asked. No, it's nothing. Fine, I won't take them. We've already been delayed. Please follow me. She abruptly pulled away from Shichen's arms, swayed unsteadily to her feet, put the empty pill bottle away, and wobbled onward. Shichen frowned at her back, then started walking again to catch up with her. They said nothing more, only the light sound of their footsteps echoing through the corridor. After walking for a while, they finally reached their destination. This is it. They'd arrived at the end of the corridor. Murasame Rain stopped in front of a door with a small electronic panel to the side. The panel emitted a gentle beep, and the door automatically slid open. Go on in. Without a backward glance, Murasame Rain walked in. Shichen followed after her. Wow. This is amazing. The interior had a strong sci-fi feel, like a starship's bridge. From the door Shichen just entered, the floor curved into a semi-oval shape, with a chair in the center that you might call the captain's seat. On both sides of the captain's chair were gently sloping steps leading down to the lower level, where several crew members were operating precision instruments. For some reason, the sight made Shichen feel a surge of excitement. Perhaps it was simply that starships are part of a man's romantic dreams. I've brought him here, Murasame Rain said to a man standing next to the captain's seat. Thank you for your hard work. The tall man turned around and gave a slight bow, reminiscent of a butler. He was strikingly handsome, with long blonde hair. He didn't look Japanese at all. Pleased to meet you for the first time. I'm Kanazuki Kyuhei, the vice commander here. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Shichen-san. Oh, you know me. Shichen raised an eyebrow. Yes. Kanazuki Kyuhei gave a mild smile. I see. It looked like things were as he had suspected. His future self must have come back to the past and done something here. Commander, Analyst Murasame is back. Kanazuki Kyuhei turned politely toward the captain's seat and spoke. MHM. A youthful, serious-sounding female voice rang out. The previously back-facing captain's seat emitted a low whir and slowly turned around. I offer you a hearty welcome to Ratatoskr. Now Shichen could see the commander clearly, a cute girl draped in a deep red military uniform, one leg crossed over the other. She had long red hair tied into twin tails with a big black ribbon. Her figure was petite, and her round eyes gleamed slyly, exuding a striking aura. Yet her face was so adorably youthful, and she had a lollipop in her mouth. It was hard to feel any sense of authority from her. She removed the lollipop from her mouth, stood up with a sweet smile, and dove into Shichen's arms. Long time no see, Shichen and I. Huh. Shichen caught her, feeling confused. Kotori. It's me. Kotori Itsuka cheerfully rubbed her head against his chest. With the example of Chisato fresh in his mind, Shichen was less rattled this time, but it was still a bit abrupt. How long has it been since we last met? 5 years already. I've missed you, Shichen and I. 5 years, huh? What's wrong, Shichen and I? Kotori peered up at him curiously. I'd like to explain, but this probably isn't the right moment. Shichen glanced around. Kotori paused, then followed his gaze. Finally realizing everyone was watching her with indulgent smiles, she blushed deeply. Quickly letting go of Shichen, she hurried back to the captain's seat. Heh. Shichen couldn't help chuckling. Although he and Kotori had just met, he wasn't the Shichen and I she spoke of, he already knew a lot about her, so it didn't feel too unfamiliar. Ahem. Kotori cleared her throat twice to hide her embarrassment, then spoke in a serious tone. Once again, welcome, Shichen and I, to Ratatoskr. This place is called Ratatoskr. That's right. It's an organization created specifically for you, Shichen and I. Created for me. What about Itsuka Shido? Itsuka Shido? Who's that? And why does he share my last name? Kotori frowned, puzzled. You don't know. Then. Shichen looked at Murasame Rain. Huh. Murasame Rain also tilted her head, equally lost. This is really. Shichen and I, you still like to say strange things. Don't worry about that. More importantly, let's begin our Ratatoskr operation. By operation, you mean. You might not know about the AST yet, but that's okay. All you need to know is that the spirit you must protect is in danger, and every one of us here at Ratatoskr will help you protect her. You mean the spirit I'm supposed to protect? Spirits, like the girl he had just encountered, didn't originally belong to this world. The moment they appeared here, even if they didn't mean any harm, they would trigger a spacequake that destroyed the surrounding area. Spirits posed a threat to this world and to humanity. Protecting them was essentially standing in opposition to mankind. And yet, Ratatoskr claimed they would help him protect the spirits. That was a far cry from what he remembered. Currently you can read 120 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 160, Living with Kotori. Spacequake refers to a widespread vibration phenomenon akin to an earthquake occurring in space. It is a general term encompassing explosions, tremors, disappearances, and many other phenomena of unknown origin, without a fixed time of occurrence, and for which disaster scale cannot be confirmed. This phenomenon is extremely bizarre, as though a monster appeared out of nowhere to wreak havoc on the streets. It first emerged around 30 years ago, when the central area of a continent mysteriously vanished overnight, as if carved away. In this world, even now, you can see photographs related to it in textbooks. After all, about 150 million people were killed or injured during that disaster, making it the largest catastrophe in human history. For nearly half a year afterward, similar events, though on a smaller scale, occurred around the globe. However, no further spacequakes occurred or were discovered after that. But about 5 years ago, a spacequake occurred in a corner of the newly redeveloped Tengu City. Starting from that incident, a series of strange phenomena of unknown cause took place one after another. Of course, during these 25 years, humanity did not simply do nothing. Firstly, underground shelters were constructed in nearly every city. There were also methods to detect early signs of spacequakes, and organizations like disaster recovery units within the self-defense forces were formed. These units were tasked with heading to disaster-stricken areas to repair damaged facilities and roads, and remarkably, their abilities could be described as magical. In merely a short amount of time, just one night, they could restore completely destroyed streets to their original state. However, their methods have never been disclosed. It is treated as top secret. Although the streets can be repaired quickly, that does not diminish the threat of spacequakes. Many still end up in accidents whenever these quakes occur. He did not care about the lives of strangers in this world. Compared to them, these girls were indeed more important. Shichen and I, how could you not trust me? Besides, these are orders from above. Kotori Itsuka popped a lollipop into her mouth and gave a mischievous grin. Someone higher up. They already know about me. Shichen frowned. That, I'm not sure about. All right, I'll figure it out on my own. In the meantime, I'll be counting on your support. Shichen didn't stand on ceremony and declared this to everyone present. Since people were willing to help freely, there was no need to hold back. He already had a vague idea of the situation, and his future self certainly wouldn't sabotage him. He had things to do, and he also needed the power of this world's inhabitants, so it was only sensible to accept their assistance. Besides, he still had mysteries to unravel. Oh, leave it to us. Kotori answered with a smile. After leaving the Fraxinus, Shichen followed Kotori and was transported to the foot of a red building. Shichen and I, follow me. Kotori bounded into the building with light steps, leading Shichen inside. What is this place? Shichen asked in confusion. This is our home, of course. Our home. You're not telling me you have nowhere to live, right? So obviously, you'll stay with me. What about your parents? They're on a business trip in America. No one else here. It's just you and me, Shichen and I excited. Kotori teased him as they entered the elevator. You little brat. What's there to get excited about? Shichen chuckled and ruffled her hair. Hee hee. Kotori squinted her eyes, quite enjoying the head rub. I haven't felt Shichen and I's head pats in so long, I really miss them. Head pats? Who refers to them like that themselves? Shichen shook his head and ruffled her hair again. You're the one who taught me that, Shichen and I. Really? We're here. Come on. When the elevator reached the top floor and the doors opened, Kotori excitedly pulled Shichen's hand and got off. This building has a one-apartment per floor layout. Past a short hallway from the elevator was the entrance door. Kotori walked up to it. After a quick beep, the door opened. Come on in. Sure. Inside was extremely spacious, fully furnished, though it clearly bore signs of only one person living there. However, near the entrance was a pair of men's slippers perfectly matching Shichen's shoe size. After changing into the slippers, Shichen entered and looked around. It was obviously far better than his cafe. Shichen and I, sit wherever you like. This is your home from now on. I'm going to go change. Go ahead. Watching Kotori head to an inner room, Shichen went over to the sofa in the living room and sat down. He still wasn't used to how casually intimate Kotori was with him. Just how long had his future self known her? What had he changed? Most importantly, was Kotori still a spirit? Kotori also possessed a divine fragment, but it couldn't be directly obtained through any mission. For now, it was inaccessible. It was the same situation as with Chisato Nishikiji. Initially, he hadn't known how to obtain the divine fragment from Chisato, but seeing Kotori's circumstances had given him a clue. Apparently, he'd need to go back to the past to acquire it. He didn't know when that familiar would awaken, so he had to rely on a spirit's power. It wasn't all that different from how this world originally dealt with spirits, his task was still to make them fall in love. Even though Ratatoskr had been established for his sake, the plan to deal with the spirits had been decided long ago. It was also possible that his future self had proposed this plan in the past. After all, it perfectly matched his intentions. In this world, not going on dates and making them blush just wouldn't be right. They had to fall in love to discover the world's beauty, and the reason it was his job was because he was unique. So said Kotori, and so said those above her in Ratatoskr. Shichen also knew he was special. He could neutralize spirit power and angel attacks. There was no one more suited to this mission. But did those above know of his abilities? Maybe there was something else special about him, but he had to find the answer himself. Although they wanted to protect the spirits, Ratatoskr was not diametrically opposed to humanity, and it was necessary to address the spacequake issue as well. Because they still weren't sure if the spirits could freely control the occurrence of spacequakes, conversing with them and persuading them was part of the mission. Unfortunately, due to the AST, the spirits harbored hostility toward humans, which made communication difficult. The AST, Anti-Spirit Team, were a group of modern magicians equipped with mechanical armor to hunt, capture, or kill spirits, more powerful than ordinary humans but not quite monsters. Ratatoskr is the opposite of the AST. While the AST tries to solve the issue at its root, Ratatoskr aims to turn the spirits into allies. Ultimately, the idea is to make them fall in love. Once they truly like you and are utterly devoted, they become one of your own, and you can communicate with them properly. Love truly is incredible. The Shichen who hadn't been hit by a meteor would never have believed in such a thing, but after coming to this dimensional world, it's hard not to. Shichen and I'm done changing, how do I look? Kotori ran up to Shichen after changing, proudly twirling around. She was wearing a school uniform, a white blouse and pleated skirt, exuding a fresh youthfulness. The ribbon in her hair had also become white, lending a pure and adorable air. You look really cute. Shichen gave her a thumbs up. Really? Why would I need to lie to you? Shichen retorted. Hee I believe you, Shichen and I. Kotori happily jumped into Shichen's arms. You sure are quick too. Shichen and I've missed you so much. Kotori suddenly said, burying her face in his chest. That's so. Shichen gently put his arms around her. Her voice was tinged with sadness, as if she'd been lonely for ages, waiting for him for ages, and it made his heart ache. Shichen and you won't leave me again, will you? Kotori tilted her head up, gazing at him with longing. From now on, I'll stay with you, Shichen said, raising his hand to pat her head. You promise, okay. Hee, that's good. Kotori snuggled against Shichen's chest again. Why are you suddenly so clingy? I'm in clingy mode right now. You can change modes. How is that different from earlier? I was in commander mode earlier, I had to look authoritative. Yet you still jumped into my arms right in front of everyone. Shichen teased. That's because I hadn't seen you in so long, and I couldn't hold back. I see. That's exactly it. All right, back on topic, why the school uniform? Don't tell me you changed just to show me. Shichen and I likes uniforms, right? Then you can see them every day from now on. I never said that, Shichen denied self-righteously. Actually, I have to go to school this afternoon. Huh? Didn't a spacequake just happen? The school wasn't affected, everyone's used to it. Plus, today is the opening ceremony. Oh. I really don't feel like going, I only just managed to see you again, Shichen and I. It's fine, I'm not going anywhere. I'll wait for you at home, all right. You'll see me as soon as you're back. Really? If I'm lying, I'm a dog, deal. Great. Chapter 161, Being a Teacher Again. In the afternoon, Shichen spent a little time getting used to his new home. The place not only had a room set aside for him but also all sorts of personal items, right down to clothes and underwear, and even the boxers were exactly the kind he liked. He had no idea who had prepared everything. Shichen rather hoped it had been Atsuka Kotori, Murasame Rain would be acceptable too. Anyone but Kanazuki Kyuhei. Kotori was only 14 now, still in middle school. Shichen hadn't been home long before she came back. Shichen and I'm home. Welcome back. Oh, that's just what I wanted to hear. Kotori launched herself straight into Shichen's arms. Why do you like jumping on me so much? Shichen asked with a laugh. Because 5 years ago Shichen and I always held me like this, Kotori answered, her smile dazzling. So, did I do anything weird back then? Weird? Kotori blinked, then giggled. What exactly do you mean by weird, Oni-chan? Ahem. I didn't do anything to you, right? What do you think? I'd rather trust myself. You didn't, of course. You only hugged me. If you'd done anything else, you'd have been a lolicon, and I wouldn't be this close to you now. Good. Shichen let out a breath of relief. Kotori's current age was already the lowest he could accept, he had no wish to cross that line. Apparently his future self hadn't turned into an even bigger pervert. Oni-chan, now that I'm older, you can do things to me, you know. Kotori's face turned crimson, she spoke in a tiny, embarrassed voice. What nonsense. Shichen gave her a light chop on the head. You. Am I not cute? Don't you have any feelings for me? Kotori puffed her cheeks, rubbing her head. Who calls themselves cute? You did, at lunchtime. All right, but there's something I need to make clear first. What is it? I'm not yet the Oni-chan you know. Oh, I've known that for ages, Kotori said smugly. You knew. That stopped Shichen short. Sure. 5 years ago you told me you were my brother from the future. I didn't get it at all back then. Ah, right. So someday you'll travel back to save me, won't you? So it really was like that. I know nothing, Kotori pressed a finger to his lips. When the time comes you need to act on your own feelings, not on what you already know. Otherwise you'll have an agenda. You're talking in riddles now. Shichen shook his head helplessly. He just looking out for my past self. Fine, I won't ask any more. As expected of my Oni-chan. Kotori snuggled closer, rubbing her head against his chest. You're all sweaty, how about a bath? Shichen said in mock disgust. I am not. I came straight back via Fraxinus teleport. And even if I did sweat, it would still smell nice. Kotori protested. Is Fraxinus really for that? And aren't you a bit too confident? Isn't that how it is? All right, Kotori, you smell nice. Satisfied. Then how about you sniff some more? You little imp. Shichen wrapped her head again, this time not so lightly. Ouch. Kotori let go, holding her head and glaring. Oni-chan, how can you hit me that hard? Who told you to tempt me? I'm just happy we finally met again. That's no reason to seduce me. What if I lose control? Wouldn't that be great? I said I'm not yet that Oni-chan. Technically we've only just met. Oni-chan, you're way too pure. How are you supposed to capture spirits and have them wrapped around your little finger like that? Starting tomorrow, I'll give you special training. Special training. Shichen's eyebrow twitched. He felt uneasy. Of course, training to make you a romance master. Kotori said excitedly. Are you serious? All for world peace. You're making me feel guilty here. Ha, then it's settled. Training. Aren't you jealous? No problem, I'm your little sister. There's only one of me in the world. Your mindset is really. Anyway, for the sake of world peace, do your best, Oni-chan. With you asking, how can I refuse? Hee. After Kotori's guidance, Shichen decided he really did need to train himself. No other reason, just to do his part for world peace. Some sacrifices were necessary. That night Shichen cooked Kotori a lavish dinner. She'd said she hadn't tasted his cooking in ages. How could he refuse? Kotori ate happily, a radiant smile never leaving her face. Shichen didn't need to ask, clearly she hadn't shared a meal with anyone in a long while. After dinner they watched TV in the living room for a bit, then each retired to their rooms. He had to turn in early. Tomorrow he had to report for work. Through some miracle he'd been appointed a PE teacher at Metropolitan Raisin High. Raisin was no ordinary school, top-tier facilities rare in a public high, a campus only a few years old so everything looked brand new, and, because the site lay in a former disaster zone, an ultra-modern underground shelter. Getting him a post there must have taken a lot of strings. Luckily he'd taught PE before, so he wasn't fazed. Night passed peacefully, no midnight raid from Kotori. At daybreak they had breakfast together and left for school, she to class, he to his first day. Outside their building they found a drowsy figure with long bangs and dark circles visible even behind her glasses. Morning, Shichen-kun, Kotori, ha. Murasame Rain couldn't finish greeting before she yawned. Oh, morning, Rain. Kotori replied brightly. Shichen-kun. Shichen blinked. I heard Kotori call you Shichen and I yesterday, Rain explained. Should I call you that too? No need. But Murasame-san, why are you here? Just call me Rain. I'm accompanying you to report in today. Accompanying me? Yep, Kotori chimed in, hands on her hips. Since you might not know the ropes, Rain's coming along. She's on staff at Raisin too, as a physics teacher. Seriously? Rain stood straighter, the little black cat plushie in her pocket poked its head out. Could have fooled me, Shichen muttered. Really? That hurts a bit, Rain sighed. All right, enough of that, let's head out. Can't we just use the Fraxinus teleport? I want to try it, Shichen asked. Forget it, Oni-chan, everyone's still asleep, Kotori said. Fine. The school wasn't far. Following Kotori and Rain, Shichen soon arrived. Oni-chan, I'm off to the middle school wing. If you've got questions, ask Rain, Kotori urged. Can't you have a little faith in me? Shichen smiled wryly. He show me after you capture your first spirit, Onii-chan. Bye-bye, see you at noon. Noon. You're coming then? Of course. What about that special training? All right. I'm off. Kotori skipped away, her light steps brimming with youthful energy. Shichen-kun, stop staring. Let's go, Rain reminded him in her calm voice. Right. He followed Rain, left, right, past several buildings, to the administration block. To his surprise, the formalities were ridiculously easy. The principal checked his papers and accepted him on the spot. Kotori had even taken care of his credentials. Shichen-kun, next you just need to introduce yourself to Class 2-4, Rain explained as they left. There's a PE period today as well, will that be okay? Even you doubt me? Shichen sighed. I have faith in you, Rain replied evenly. Thanks. I'll take you to the staff room so you can meet everyone. Okay, What is it? Following his gaze, Rain looked toward the school gate. Students were filing in now, and among them strolled a girl with snowy white short hair, moving at a leisurely pace. Chapter 162, Tobiichi Origami. The white-haired girl seemed to sense something and looked toward Shichen's group. When her gaze met Shichen's, she froze, then her calm eyes appeared to brighten for an instant. Without any hesitation, she started walking toward them. She was slender, with short white hair that almost brushed her shoulders, and a doll-like face that made her instantly striking. Anyone with normal taste would find their heart skip a beat at first sight of her. In fact, nearly every man nearby was staring at her. Shichen-kun, do you know her? Murasame Rain asked in a flat tone. No, is a stretch. This is only the second time I've seen her, and our total conversation time isn't even a full minute. Question mark. Rain tilted her head, puzzled. Before Shichen could explain further, the white-haired girl had already stopped in front of him. Are you Shichen and I? She asked anxiously, not entirely sure. Origami. Shichen blinked. It's me. Wonderful, I finally found you. Tobiichi Origami grabbed Shichen's hand excitedly, squeezing hard as if to confirm he was real. Although her voice and actions were full of excitement, her face remained expressionless, like a classic 3-no girl, not by nature but by numbness. Ah, have we met before? Shichen asked, a bit overwhelmed by what felt like borderline harassment. Shichen and I, have you forgotten? You're my lifesaver. Lifesaver. Don't tell me this was 5 years ago. So you do remember. Origami finally smiled. How exactly did I save you? Shichen asked curiously. Are you pretending not to know? You saved me and my parents back then. I'll never forget that debt. I'll spend my whole life repaying you. Origami tightened her grip on his hand. That's too much. It's enough that you and your parents are safe. Shichen frowned slightly. If he'd saved her parents, why had she still joined AST? Something felt off. Origami's expression suddenly turned sad. Seeing this, Shichen's frown deepened. Did something happen? Don't tell me your parents. My mom and dad are missing. Origami admitted. Missing? How? You haven't seen them at all these 5 years. That's right. No matter what, I have to find them. Origami looked at Shichen with steely determination. So, Shichen and I can't devote myself to repaying you yet. Once I find my parents, then I will. Whoa. Shichen cut her off. Forget about repaying me. I didn't save you for payback. Shichen and I. Our first priority is finding any lead on your parents. I'll help too. Really? Origami's exquisite, doll-like face lit up. You call me Onii-chan, of course I'll help. Shichen smiled lightly and lifted his hand, about to pat her head. Halfway there he paused. Why did he always want to pat girls' heads? To his surprise, Origami took his hand and placed it on her own head. A hint of longing appeared on her normally blank face. I missed this. Shichen tugged at the corner of his mouth. Looks like this bad habit of his can't be fixed. He'd even head-patted her when she was little. Not his fault, his hand had a mind of its own. One day he'd have to chop it off. Anyway, do you have any clues about your parents? Noticing many students staring, he quickly withdrew his hand. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Origami's face. I'm not certain, but it definitely involves her. When she said, her, Origami's face turned grave, not with hatred, which reassured Shichen somewhat. He still didn't know why he hadn't completely saved Origami's parents, but at least there was no deep grudge. Who is she? He asked. Origami shook her head. Sorry, Shichen and I I can't tell you. If you don't tell me, how can I help? Still keeping secrets from me. I'm sorry. It's enough that you care. I'll find the lead myself. Sigh. Shichen sighed and didn't press her. These 5 years must have been rough. An 11-year-old girl, alone for 5 years searching for her parents, just thinking about it was heartbreaking. For Mom and Dad, it's not hard, Origami said softly. Good girl. Shichen sincerely patted her head again. Her white hair was incredibly smooth and silky, addictive at first touch. Origami closed her eyes and quietly enjoyed it. The two of them radiated a warm, faintly ambiguous atmosphere, but it didn't last long before Rain spoke up. Shichen-kun, you may not like this, but I have to interrupt. What is it? Look around you. Around, oh. Shichen glanced past Origami and realized a large group of students had gathered sometime during their talk. Everyone was staring at them. Who's that guy? Why is he so close to Kobayashi? He's hot. A third-year senpai. Am I seeing things? The permafrost maiden is making that face. Who is he? Ugh, in the end Kobayashi still judges by looks. Never seen him before. Transfer student. The top spot on the most dateable boys chart might change. What chart? I've never heard of it. You don't know. There's also a most dateable girls best 13. Tabichi's third. What the, why do I know nothing? You must be the transfer student. Shichen nearly forgot, Origami was wildly popular at school. Anyone close to her would draw attention. This was bad, he was a teacher now. What if rumors started? A ruined reputation was one thing, but getting fired would be awkward. Ahem, Origami. He withdrew his hand and spoke earnestly, since you don't want to tell me, I won't force you. If you ever need help, come to me, I'll do my best. Shichen and I. Besides, I'm a teacher here now. You can find me anytime on campus. Really? You're a teacher? Origami was overjoyed. Would I lie? That's great. Remember to come to me if you need anything. I can look out for you. I will. Origami nodded firmly. Okay, then head to your class. I still have to report in. We'll talk later. Got it. Origami obediently turned and left. As she walked away, most of the crowd dispersed and the staring eyes vanished. Phew, Shichen let out a breath. Shichen-kun, didn't you say you didn't know that girl? Rain asked. I thought I didn't, but apparently I do. I don't get it. Rain stared blankly. Not important. Let's check in at the office. All right. Following Rain, Shichen reached the second-year building and then the faculty office. Several teachers were already present, none familiar except one. Ah. You must be the new PE teacher, Mr. Shichen, right? Hello, I'm Okamine Tamaki. Pleased to meet you. A petite woman approached politely. She didn't look like a teacher at all, youthful face, tiny frame, even with glasses she could pass for a student. But she was indeed a teacher, and even older than Shichen. Shichen bowed slightly. Okamine-san, nice to meet you. I'm Shichen. Please take care of me. Chapter 163, Origami's bold statement. Tamie-sensei. Ah. Good morning, Tamie-sensei. Tamie-sensei, it's only been a day, but I've missed you so much. All right, enough kidding around. I have something to announce, so please settle down. Yes, ma'am. Although everyone in class 2-4 liked to tease Okamine Tamie, they all respected her. Times had changed, her baby-faced looks, petite build, and slightly airheaded personality made her seem the same age as her students, and that only boosted the young teacher's popularity. Class, our new PE teacher has arrived today. Shall I introduce him? Yes. Shichen-sensei, please come in. All right. Shichen walked in slowly. Ah. Isn't that him? What? He's our PE teacher. He looks about our age. Did you forget about Tamie-sensei? Fair point. Say, he and Kobayashi. Most of the students couldn't help glancing to the back of the room at the always expressionless girl. Today was different, the face that was usually calm now showed surprise and delight. Everyone, let's give Shichen-sensei a warm welcome. Clap clap clap. Led by Okamine Tamie, the class obediently applauded. Sparse clapping quickly grew into enthusiastic applause. The most fervent clapper was the normally aloof Kobayashi Origami. She was beaming as if she'd just seen someone she adored. Hello, everyone. My name is Shichen. From today on, I'll be your PE teacher. I look forward to working with you. He greeted them with a smile. Good afternoon, Shichen-sensei, the students chorused, half out of respect, half out of awe. Good. We have PE this afternoon, so we'll get to know each other better then. Shichen was ready to leave, but curiosity and gossip wouldn't let the students stop him. Shichen-sensei, wait a moment. Shichen-sensei, please. A boy and a girl called out together. Yes. Shichen paused and looked at them. You. I. The two exchanged looks, each urging the other to go first. Haha, ladies first, Shichen decided for them. Okay. The girl nodded, eyes shining. Shichen-sensei, do you have a girlfriend? Shichen blinked. He'd expected a question about Kobayashi, instead they asked about his private life. What are they up to? Already plotting something. Girls these days really are bold. Shichen-sensei, don't want to answer, the girl pressed. No, I'm just a bit surprised. I don't have a girlfriend, he answered with a smile. No girlfriend, but a few fiancés reserved, he thought. Come to think of it, he'd never officially dated anyone here. Even Toru probably didn't grasp the concept of girlfriend. So in this world, he really didn't have one. Really? Kaya. Several girls squealed with excitement. Any more questions? That's all from me, the girl said, motioning to the boy. Shichen-sensei, my turn. The boy raised his hand, thrilled. Go ahead, equal treatment. Heh. The boy rubbed his palms together, glanced at Kobayashi staring at Shichen, then shared a look with another boy. Shichen-sensei, what's your relationship with Kobayashi? Oh, the boys nearby whooped. Our relationship. Of course, teacher and student. Come on, Shichen-sensei, you can't fool us. We saw how friendly you two were just now. Yeah. Shichen-sensei, no lying. What? Shichen-sensei and Kobayashi have something. Already taken the initiative, huh? Is that true? Even Tamie-sensei couldn't help asking. Tamie-sensei, it's a misunderstanding, don't listen to their nonsense. Phew, that's good. Teacher-student romance isn't proper, you know. Isn't it prohibited? Our school doesn't ban it exactly, but it's best avoided, it looks bad. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Origami-san, tell everyone what our relationship is. Shichen winked at Kobayashi. Shichen-sensei, please call me Origami. She stood and calmly corrected him. You. Origami. She gazed at him impassively. All right, Origami. Would you explain our relationship to the class? Very well. Facing her classmates, Origami stated evenly, Shichen-sensei is the person I will serve for the rest of my life. I would do anything to satisfy him. Amazing. This is serious. The declaration shocked everyone, heads shook in disbelief. Wow, Tamie-sensei was stunned again. Shichen-sensei, you. Shichen shrugged helplessly. He never should have asked Origami. He knew her personality, yet after so little contact he'd assumed she wouldn't say something like that. Big mistake. Shichen beat a quick retreat from class 2-4 without further explanation. The students had already taken it as fact, anything he said was pointless, after all, people believe what they want to believe. Especially with Origami as their witness. Saying nothing was best. As long as nothing else happened with Origami in front of them, the rumor would die down eventually. He would have to clarify things with Tamie-sensei later, but she was so guileless that she'd probably believe him easily. He'd wait until her class ended. Shichen headed for the staff room to wait. As he reached the door, but before he could knock, it opened by itself. School doors weren't automatic, someone was coming out. Someone he knew. Rain, what are you doing here? Shichen asked, noting the severe dark circles under Murasame Rain's eyes. I am the biology teacher, you know, she murmured. Ahem, right, I forgot. Shichen felt awkward. No matter. Shichen-kun, come with me. Rain slipped past him and headed toward a classroom. Where are we going? He asked, following. The physics prep room. ? Inside, Shichen discovered that the room was nothing like the chemical-filled workspace he'd imagined. It housed rows of computers, large monitors, and all sorts of high-tech equipment that clearly didn't belong in an ordinary school. What is all this? Don't mind it. No, I do mind. Also, where's the teacher who uses this room? Rain began to nod off. Hey, quit pretending. Fine, just ignore it for now, we have business. What business? Waiting. Waiting for what? It's here. Hello. Suddenly, a chirpy voice, Itsuka Kotori, rang out. Kotori. Shichen looked toward the source, Rain's phone. Long time no see, Oni-chan. You're behind this, aren't you? This isn't a prank. Didn't I tell you about special training? Then why drag me here? Surely you don't expect me and... He glanced at Rain. Rain tilted her head. Shichen-kun wants me to be his partner. I don't mind. Let's not. Oh. She seemed a little disappointed. Oni-chan, do you like Rain? Of course not. Just tell me what this is about. Fine, fine. No need to rush, girls don't like impatient guys, you know. If you keep stalling, no tasty dinner tonight. Eep, that's unacceptable. Okay, look at the screens, Oni-chan. As Kotori finished speaking, several monitors lit up, each displaying dossiers and photos of various women, including Kobayashi Origami and Tamie-sensei, with birthdays, measurements, even relationship histories. And these are... Shichen had a bad feeling. Heh. These are your special training targets. Kotori announced proudly. Training targets. Practice makes perfect, right? If you're going to become a master of romance, it's better to train with real people. These are top-grade women carefully selected by Ratatoskr. Shichen's mouth twitched. You really are, the best Emoto ever. Chapter 164, Yatagami Toka. Leaving the physics prep room, Shichen returned to the office and bumped into Tamie-sensei, who had just finished class. The moment she saw him she grew tense, frightened and flustered, averting her gaze. Fortunately Tamie-sensei was easy to talk to, so Shichen managed to clear things up without much effort. She was a veteran teacher after all and was used to students teasing her. Though, to be honest, her naivete may have been the real reason. As a PE teacher Shichen had plenty of free time and didn't need much lesson planning. He spent the entire morning scrolling on the phone Kotori had given him, which already held 3 contacts, Kotori, Rain Murasame, and the newly added Tamie-sensei. At noon Shichen and Rain headed to the staff cafeteria for lunch, with Tamie-sensei joining them. Because she was there, Shichen and Rain kept their conversation light. After lunch, instead of going back to the staff office, Shichen and Rain went to the physics prep room again. Someone was already waiting inside. Shichen and you're here. As soon as the door opened Kotori came flying over, leaping into Shichen's arms. Kotori. What are you doing here? Shichen asked, puzzled, looking down at her twin tails and the white hairbands. I'm here to keep an eye on you, of course. You still came anyway. Who told you to turn down our special training this morning? Kotori and the others had suggested special training earlier, which Shichen had flatly refused. The targets you picked just don't work for me, he said. Your standards are way too high. We already chose the very best girls in this school. They had selected the top candidates, beautiful, talented, and from excellent families, but Shichen wasn't interested. He only cared about girls he already knew. Among those he knew, only Origami Tobiichi and Tamie-sensei were on the list, and neither presented any challenge. Not to brag, but Tamie-sensei was practically no challenge at all. She was too innocent, already thinking about marriage at her age. If someone even vaguely pleasing came along she would probably agree immediately. Shichen had plenty of confidence in himself. As for Origami, she was basically a freebie. Future him was going to jump back 5 years and win from the starting line. Training without difficulty wasn't training. So what can I do? I can't force myself to fall for someone, right? I'm not going to turn into some playboy for the sake of practice, Shichen retorted, smiling at Kotori. Well, that's true, Kotori nodded. So what type of girl do you like? I already like you, don't I? Shichen ruffled her hair. Hehe, I like you too, but that won't work. The challenge would be 0. It doesn't have to start from scratch. We could jump straight into date practice, couldn't we? Still no. Any date with you would satisfy me completely. It wouldn't train you at all. Talking big, huh? I'll cook something nice for you tonight. He. So, what do we do about the special training? Rain, half asleep from listening to their flirting, finally asked. Well, how about you help out, Rain? I think you'd be a great candidate. Dark circles aside, you're pretty, and you've got a nice figure. Rain is indeed an excellent woman, Shichen agreed. Moo. Rain made a tiny sound. Oh ho. Rain, don't tell me you're interested. Kotori teased. A little, Rain admitted honestly. Seriously? You're interested in Shichen? Well, can't blame you, it is Shichen. What's that supposed to mean? He, nobody knows how amazing Shichen is better than I do. It's normal for Rain to notice. But you might not know, Shichen, Rain has never dated anyone before, ordinary guys don't even make her radar. I see. Sounds challenging, doesn't it? A bit. So are you interested now? I am, but not today. I already have a date. You've got a date already. With that origami girl? No, you'll find out this afternoon. Hiding things from me? You don't love me anymore, Kotori pouted. As if, Shichen said, hugging her. You're the one I love most. Wow, you're starting to smell like a scumbag. He setting up a date yet holding me like this, if that's not scummy, what is? Quit talking nonsense. He flicked her forehead. Ow, that hurt. Serves you right. Anyway, Rain, sorry about that, he turned to her. It's fine, Rain replied lazily, a faint smile tugging at her lips. During the afternoon PE class, Shichen didn't teach anything serious, first period was for introductions and a game to break the ice. Still, a few students couldn't resist asking about his relationship with Origami Tobiichi, nosy little gossipmongers. The ones asking about origami were the boys, the girls pestered him for his age and home address. He could understand curiosity about his age, but his address? Were they planning to drop by? Bold, much. Thankfully he was tight-lipped and revealed nothing, not even about origami. It wasn't like they had anything going on anyway. Origami herself never approached him, but those calm eyes of hers kept staring his way, making him uncomfortable. And besides her, another pair of eyes watched from afar. After school, Shichen clocked off on time. Instead of leaving with Rain, he walked alone. A short distance from the school he turned into a narrow alley. Before he could say a word, a figure shimmering like a dream dropped in behind him. Clang. Armored skirts clinking, a girl clad in a spirit-like battle dress landed behind him. We meet again, Shichen said, turning around with a smile at the girl he'd met yesterday. Nothing about her had changed, still that breathtaking, almost violent beauty. She nodded lightly, staring straight at him. I came to find you. What do you have to say? Wariness and suspicion glinted in her eyes. Unbothered, Shichen said gently, first, you haven't left this world since yesterday, have you? How did you know? Remember? When you slip into this world, you trigger a spatial quake. Oh. I didn't mean to. Guilt flashed across her face. Relax, I'm not blaming you. Really? But those people keep attacking me. I'm not one of them, and I don't have what they carry. That's true. Will you trust me? Trust you about what? She asked, puzzled. Trust that I won't hurt you. Her cherry petal lips pressed together, she didn't answer. I know it's hard, we barely know each other. But we could start by getting to know each other. Get to know. Become friends. What is a friend? She asked blankly. Simply put, someone who'll protect you and never be your enemy. Are you serious? She stared in disbelief. I don't expect you to believe me right away. We can take it slow. Take it slow. Why don't you stay? I can show you around this world properly. Can I really stay? She asked uneasily. Of course. But. Did you forget what I just said? If we're friends, I'll protect you. I won't let them hurt you. Really? Really? Really, she confirmed again. Really. Shichen answered patiently, smiling gently. Really. Really. Fine, I'll believe you, for now. She suddenly went sundara, folding her arms and looking away. Great. Shichen gazed at her dotingly. What's your name? She began, but he cut in. I'm Shichen. Come to think of it, I don't know yours. What's your name? I don't have such a thing, she shook her head. Is that so? What would you like to call me? She asked all of a sudden. Shichen froze. You're the first person willing to talk to me, who carries a familiar aura, and who's willing to be my friend, so I'll make a special allowance and let you give me a name, she explained awkwardly, pretending to be haughty. Really? You want me to name you? Shichen laughed. Forget it if you don't want to. No, I'm thinking. Grinning, Shichen savored her bashful awkwardness, feigning deep thought. After a moment he said, do you know what day we met yesterday? What? Yesterday was April 10th. How about the name, Toka? Toka? She murmured. Yeah, Yatagami Toka. That'll be your name. Chapter 165, Date Alive. Shichen still couldn't help giving her the name, Yatagami Toka. He could have been a little more possessive and picked an entirely new name, one that belonged to her alone because he had coined it. But after thinking about it for a moment, he gave up the idea. If she didn't bear this name, it felt as though something would be missing, his recognition of her, the name he had always remembered. Either way, the name she had now was still one he had bestowed. To H.K. Yatagami Toka, I guess it'll do, Toka said with typical tsundere pride, though her face clearly showed how much she liked it. Heh, as long as you like it, Shichen chuckled. How do you write Toka? She asked shyly, stepping in front of him. I'll show you. Facing the wall, Shichen traced the characters with golden flame. So that's how it's written. Toka went to the wall and, with her index finger, carefully carved the two characters herself, though they came out a bit crooked. Yep, just like that, Shichen nodded, smiling. Ah, really? Lost in thought, Toka stared at the characters, then nodded in satisfaction and turned back to him. Shichen, should I call you that? Whatever you like. She nodded vigorously, her smile dazzling. Shichen, Toka, my name sounds nice, doesn't it? Very nice, he answered from the heart. I finally have a name. Humph. Toka gave a little pout, turned her head aside, glanced at him and said in a tsundere mumble, fine, I'll reluctantly be your friend. Then we're good friends. Shichen held out his hand. What are you doing? A handshake, something only people who get along really well do. Really? Are we that close? She stared at his hand, her own hand twitched. Of course. We're friends now. I see. She took his hand, because she was wearing armor and gauntlets, her hand was larger and wrapped right around his. Ah, could you take off that armor? Shichen asked. Take it off. What are you planning? She watched him warily. No, that's not what I mean. Your armor stands out too much, could you change into something like what I'm wearing? This is my astral dress. Then what should I wear? The same as you. My clothes wouldn't suit you. You were looking at me all day, how about a girl student uniform? Ha. You noticed me staring. How could I not? Your gaze was practically poking me. Ugh. So, could you change? In that astral dress the AST will spot you in an instant. AST, she asked, puzzled. The people who attacked you before. See, wear that armor and they'll attack again. You don't want that, right? All right. I can change it with spirit power. Turn around. What's there to hide? No need to be shy with a friend. Do you take me for an idiot? Shichen, you pervert. Pervert, fine. Shichen turned away. In less than 3 seconds she was done. Okay. He turned back. Toka was now in Raisin High School's uniform, self-conjured, perfectly fitted, radiating youthful charm. To him, though, it still wasn't as stunning as her astral dress, that gallant knight princess bearing fascinated him. How is it? She asked bashfully. Very cute. Is that so? She suppressed the upward curl of her lips. All right, since you've changed, I'll take you on a date. Date? What's that? It's when a boy and girl who are close go out and have fun. That's all. Well, you can eat good food, too. Nothing else. She still looked dissatisfied. Nothing else. The point is that the boy and girl are together, everything else is secondary. Is that so? Fine. She pursed her lips and headed outside. Where are you going? Didn't you say we're dating? Let's go. Right. Shichen shook his head and followed. Out of the alley, Shichen took out his phone and sent Kotori a message. Shichen, what's that? Toka asked. Oh, it's a cell phone. With it we can talk without being face to face. Amazing. Her eyes sparkled. Want one? Don't worry, I'll get you one later. Really? Cross my heart. Great. Then let's go. Where to? Where people go on dates. And where's that? You'll know when we get there. By the way, Shichen, that place you were at today, why were there so many people? That's a school, a place where people your age study. I'm a teacher now, the one who teaches you. I see, but why are there so many people? Well, it is a bit crowded, he admitted, frowning slightly. He suddenly remembered, every time Toka appeared she caused a spacequake, everyone evacuated, and the AST attacked. The only humans she'd really seen were AST soldiers. Toka, would you like to study? She stared blankly. I can go to a place like that. Relax. He gently rubbed her head. Didn't I say not everyone will attack you? I want to go. Okay. I'll arrange it, but you'll have to wait a little. No problem. As long as I can go. Haha, there aren't many who volunteer for school. What's that supposed to mean? You'll find out. Shichen, your hand. Oh, sorry. He withdrew his hand. No. I don't really mind. she murmured, turning away in embarrassment. Really? He smiled and rubbed her head again. Her night-colored hair was wonderfully silky. You Not for now. Didn't you say we're going on a date? Let's go. She slapped his hand away in flustered annoyance and strode ahead. Okay, date it is. Shichen caught up, slipping on the wireless earpiece Kotori had prepared. Kotori, hey, Shichen and I, can you hear me? Shichen, loud and clear. Kotori, as expected of you, dating a spirit. Shichen, still underestimate me. Kotori giggled, lollipop clacking against her teeth. Kotori, careful jumping straight into live action, don't mess it up. Shichen, keep doubting me and I won't cook your favorite dishes. And cut back on the candy. Kotori, Roger, we've got the top team here, we can back you up. Shichen, no need, just set up a fun place. Kotori, leave it to us. Shichen, what are you doing? Why so slow? Toka, walking ahead, called back. Coming. He ended the call and caught up. Which way? This way. He took her wrist and led her toward the road. She stared at their joined hands and followed. Before long she yanked him back, scanning the crowd in alarm. A purple-black orb formed in her other hand. Why are there so many people? Could it be? What are you doing? Shichen lightly smacked her head. You. Why'd you hit me? She pouted. Didn't I tell you? Aside from the AST, no one will attack you. What if they do? There's no what if. Trust me. Don't you want to live peacefully in this world? All right. And you hate it when the AST attacks you, right? They're the same, they don't want to be attacked either. I get it. Good girl. Don't treat me like a kid. Okay. Time for the date spot. Where is it? Come with me, almost there. Shichen led her to the mouth of a narrow alley. A rich, delicious aroma drifted out. What's this place? Toka sniffed the fragrant air. Want to go in and see? Shichen asked, smiling. She swallowed unconsciously, then nodded. Let's go. Then let's. Chapter 166, Foodie. Oh, where is this? Toka Yatagami stared into the narrow alley, her mouth hanging open. The cramped passage hid an unexpectedly lively scene. Snack stalls lined both sides, looking for all the world like a row of summer festival stands, stretching so far she could not see the end. And every vendor behind those stalls was someone Shichen had already met aboard the Fraxinus, which could only mean that Ratatoskr had prepared this whole place. If you want a spirit to fall in love, you have to plan for every eventuality. And when it comes to romance, nothing matters more than the date itself, especially the venue. Tengu City had no shortage of date spots, of course, but with the spirit's instability you really couldn't risk involving ordinary civilians. Which left only one option: arrange everything yourself. Shichen, can we go in? Toka swallowed, unable to hide her eagerness. Her eyes were practically shining. Heh, of course. Jigurargle. Suddenly Toka's stomach growled. Did you hear something? She asked, cheeks faintly pink, staring at Shichen. Nope, nothing at all. Good. So, do you want to go in? If you really insist, I suppose I could accompany you, she added with a haughty tilt of her chin. Oh. I'm actually not that interested, Shichen teased. Toka froze, then blurted, but aren't we on a date? You said a date means wandering around and eating delicious things, right? That does sound familiar. What should we do? Shichen pretended to ponder. Shichen and I, what are you doing? Hurry up and take her inside. Kotori Itsuka's anxious voice crackled in his earpiece. Her mood's dropping fast. Is Shichen-san trying to play hard to get? That's not a good tactic for a first date. Given the spirit's tsundere tendencies, I think it's fine. Who are you people? Shichen muttered, covering his mouth. A whole chorus of smug voices had barged into the channel. Oni-chan, let me introduce. Never mind, that won't be necessary. What? You can't just. Kotori, I'm sure they mean well, but the ultimate secret weapon is sincerity. A supporting chorus only cheapens the effect. Whoa, that actually makes sense. Just handle the venue logistics, leave the rest to me. Well, if you insist. Oh, by the way, how did you know Toka's mood was slipping? Heh. Don't forget, Rain is Ratatoskr's chief analyst, Kotori said proudly. With her custom projection gear, she can read subtle emotional shifts from body temperature maps and brainwave data, and even infer latent abilities and traits. That advanced. So she could analyze my powers, too. Sorry, Shichen, your abilities are still a mystery, Rain Murasame interjected. I see. Still, that's impressive. Thank you. Right, then, get everything ready. Toka, what are you doing? Have you decided yet? Are we going in or not? Toka huffed, hands on hips. Fine, fine. Yes, I've decided, I want to go in. Humph, that's more like it. Let's go. Toka, I'm a bit hungry. How about we duck into this place first and grab a bite? What? You're hungry already? Honestly. Very well, I suppose I can accompany you, she said, feigning reluctance. Shichen chuckled at her tsundere act and led her inside. They found a corner table, and he casually ordered 2 rice bowl sets. Shichen, that's all you're ordering? Toka asked the moment the waitress left. Gotta pace ourselves, there's a lot more good food ahead. We should save some room, right? He replied with a smile. I guess that makes sense. Not that I care, I was only asking because you said you were hungry and then ordered so little, she insisted. Sure, sure. Just a casual question, I didn't read anything into it. Why are you smiling like that? Toka glared at him, cheeks reddening. How obnoxious, she thought, unable to find the right word. I'm not laughing, Shichen said, still smiling. I'm not blind, you know. Don't disturb the other customers. Toka shot him one last glare but quieted down. In truth there was no need to worry, every customer here was a ratatosk actor. A moment later the waitress brought out their food, long before any of the other tables had been served. Toka didn't notice. Eyes glued to the steaming, fragrant dish, she swallowed audibly. Shichen, what is this? It smells amazing. Beef curry. It's delicious but a little spicy. Take it slow, he warned. See, can I really eat it? She never took her eyes off the plate. Of course. But I don't have any mon. So you do know what money is? Shichen chuckled. Don't worry, I'm treating. We're good friends, my wallet is your wallet. Really? Trust me. Then. Itadakamasu. Go ahead. Toka nodded vigorously, scooped up a spoonful, blew on it twice, and popped it into her mouth. 2 chews later her eyes went wide. So good. Spicy, but so good. Haha, no talking, just eat. While she devoured hers, Shichen tasted his own. Not bad, though whoever cooked it wasn't quite on his level. The heat, at least, was perfect. Shichen, I'm finished. He looked up in surprise, her plate was spotless. Already? You're fast. Fast. You're just slow. Fair enough. He lifted a second spoonful, only to feel her gaze drilling into him. Do you want more? Me. I'm fine. Unless you can't finish, then I could help. But I've already eaten from it, doesn't that bother you? Toka blinked. Aren't we good friends? I don't mind. All right, it's yours. He slid the plate over. Really? Her eyes sparkled again. Yep. I'm full. Thank you, Shichen. You really are the best. Compliments are fine, just don't call me a nice guy. Don't get it, but itadakamasu again. In only a few bites she polished it off, leaving Shichen with a renewed respect for her appetite. Still hungry? I'll take you to try other things. There's more. Everything you saw out there is edible. Then let's go. She grabbed his arm and pulled him toward the exit. At the register Shichen was surprised to see a drowsy-eyed woman appear, dark circles heavy under her eyes, as though she hadn't slept in days. Hello. That'll be. Is something wrong? Rain asked calmly. No, nothing. He glanced at her cute uniform. It looks nice. Does it? Rain's expression didn't change. Shichen, what's cute? Toka demanded, eyes narrowing at Rain. Her outfit. Cuter than me. Of course you're the cutest. That's better. Shall we? Yup. Without paying a cent, they left the restaurant. Once back in the alley, they wandered from stall to stall, buying one of everything: fried rice, grilled squid, yakisoba, candied hawthorn. Each earned Toka's delighted praise, unsurprising, given that until today she had never tasted any of it. What did surprise Shichen was her capacity. After eating from one end of the alley to the other, her stomach didn't seem to change at all. Shichen, so this is a date? I'm so satisfied. I love dating. I want to do it again, she said, still licking her lips as they left the alley. A date isn't something you do lightly. Why not? It's for 2 people who share a special bond. Then I'll keep dating you, Shichen. That's fine. Whenever I have time, I'll accompany you. Promise. Cross my heart, if I lie, I'm a puppy. So what's next? Is the date over? Not yet, one last stop. Shichen led her into a bakery. This shop, unlike the others, did not belong to Ratatoskr. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, Mastermind Behind the Scene. Where is this place? Yatagami Toka stepped into the bakery and looked around curiously. This shop felt different from the ones they had visited before, the customers and clerks here were all real. When the two of them entered, they drew almost no attention, the other patrons were still focused on choosing their bread. A bakery, Shichen answered. Bread? What's that? Toka asked in confusion. It's these yellowish things you see here. Oh. So this is bread. It smells wonderful here. Are these things edible? Absolutely. I guarantee you'll like them. If you say so, I'll look forward to it. Welcome, can I help you? A young saleswoman came over, but stopped mid-sentence, her eyes fixed on Shichen, staring without blinking. Is something the matter? Shichen asked with a smile. No, nothing at all. The clerk waved her hands nervously. Whoa, look at that guy. Huh. Wow. He's so handsome. Never seen anyone like him. Even better looking than those idols. But he seems to have a girlfriend already. What are you after? Toka suddenly stepped in front of Shichen, displeased, and glared at the clerk. Sorry. Is there anything you'd like? The clerk bowed in apology. Humph, Toka still looked annoyed. What's wrong with you? Shichen asked, amused. They're all staring at you. I don't like it. They're only looking. Do you want them looking at you? Toka turned and glared at him. No, I want you to look at me, Shichen replied. Ugh, why you? Stop teasing me. Toka turned away, blushing and flustered. Heh. Shichen dropped the banter and told the clerk, sorry, she means no harm. No, it's my fault, the clerk said, shaking her head. Let's move on. This is our first visit, what do you recommend? One of everything, please. Oh, and an extra kanako pan. Certainly. Leave it to me. The clerk bustled off enthusiastically to pack their order. The other customers had stopped choosing bread and were now stealing glances at Shichen. Once you noticed him, he was hard to ignore. Shichen paid them no mind and browsed the shelves with Toka. Every loaf looked enticing, glossy, fragrant, delicious. Even though she had eaten a great deal earlier, she couldn't help pursing her lips, almost swallowing. Shichen, what did you buy? Toka asked, trying to distract herself. You'll find out soon. Is it all for me? Of course. Is it tasty? You'll see. You. Toka puffed her cheeks, glaring. Don't rush, it's specially prepared for you. Really? Then I'll wait a bit. She glanced back at the shelves and finally swallowed hard. Shichen chuckled quietly. So cute, simple and a total foodie. Before long the clerk returned with a large bag. Here's your order. Thanks. How much? The total is. Shichen still had plenty of cash, Kotori Itsuka had planned ahead. He paid and led Toka out. Please come again. I can give you a discount next time, the clerk called. Not only she but even the customers looked reluctant to see him go. They decided they would visit more often, just in case they ran into him again. Outside, the glow of sunset washed over Shichen, he realized dusk was falling. Shichen, when can I eat? Toka cared nothing for the hour, her eyes clung to the paper bag. Patience. Let's go home first. Home. Toka blinked in surprise. What's wrong? Did you forget? You're staying in this world to enjoy its beauty. Can I really stay? Gloom returned to her eyes, just like when he first met her. It's not whether you can stay, Shichen said gently. It's whether you want to. Will it really be all right if I do? She looked at him timidly, sadness leaking through. I think I understand why AST attacks me. If not for me, people here would live better, right? And you? Don't you want a good life? Shichen asked back. Honestly, how those people live has nothing to do with me. Compared with them, what matters more is your happiness. Shichen gazed into her eyes. Sure, Chen. She returned the gaze, mesmerized. Shichen and there are some things you shouldn't say out loud, Kotori's voice chimed in at just the right moment. Shichen ignored her. You don't have to put others first. You're alive too, think of yourself. But. I ruined their lives. Can I really live here? Together with them? It's simple, just don't cause any more damage, Shichen said with a small smile. Remember the last 2 days? You didn't cause any trouble at all. But I can't guarantee. How will you know if you don't try? Besides, I'll help you. You'll help me. Will you trust me? Toka stared blankly at him, her lips moved, but no words came out. Just say you want to live here, and I'll help, whether the whole world turns against us. So speak your mind. His tone was gentle, guiding rather than urging. I want to live in this world. Tears glimmered at the corners of her eyes, but her voice was firm. Then, let's go home. Shichen offered his hand. Toka clasped it. My, Shichen and I really dares to say anything. Kotori laughed inside the Fraxinus, lollipop between her teeth. Commander, are we sure Shichen-san is safe? Kanazuki Kyuhei asked nervously. Relax. As long as I'm here, he won't do anything anti-human. He dotes on me, and without him we can't do a thing, Kotori replied without looking away. Her gaze lingered on the screen, on the two figures hand in hand. She bit down, crushing the lollipop with a loud crunch. Forgive my bluntness, but what's so special about Shichen-san? Kanazuki pressed. You'll find out soon enough. The brass ordered it, can you refuse? I suppose not. And Onii-chan isn't some fool driven by lust. Just listen. Kotori signaled everyone to watch the screen. Shichen was asking Toka crucial questions. Toka, how did you leave before? I don't know, I just vanished naturally. Naturally vanished? I moved from this world into another space. What kind of place was it? I'm not sure. The moment I arrive there, I automatically go dormant. All I remember is floating in darkness, weightless, like sleeping. And when you wake up, you appear in this world. No. Coming here isn't my choice. I'm drawn here at irregular times and can't leave on my own. It's like someone forces me awake. Her words plunged everyone on the ship into silence. People who know spirits believe a space quake always accompanies a spirit's appearance, devastating the city. But if Toka was telling the truth, their arrival has nothing to do with their own will. If so, space quakes are truly accidents, and Ratatosker's policy of persuading spirits is correct, it was a heartening discovery. Yet Toka's account also raised another doubt, her words hinted at a mastermind manipulating everything behind the scenes. Chapter 168, Living with Yatagami Toka. Shichen brought Yatagami Toka back to the apartment building. While riding the elevator, he suddenly remembered there was someone else at home. Ah, right, Toka, I forgot to tell you, I have a younger sister. She lives with me. Really? Toka didn't seem to mind the fact that he had a sister, what she was concerned about was something else. Your sister? Will she mind me? Will she not like me? She asked anxiously. Don't worry, she won't mind at all, Shichen replied with a smile to reassure her. Really? Toka still looked uncertain. I'm the one responsible for destroying the city, she. Trust me. You can just tell her you're a spirit, she might even like you more because of that. Shichen, you're not fooling me, are you? Toka narrowed her eyes and stared at him. I'm not an idiot, you know. Why are you always doubting me? Because you always say. Ow. Why do you hit me? Toka covered her forehead, clearly annoyed after Shichen flicked it. Just trust me, or I'll flick you again, Shichen said with mock threat. I'm not afraid of you. If you're not afraid of me, then why worry about my sister? That's different. You'll have to meet her sooner or later, nothing to be afraid of. Just trust me. We're here. The elevator stopped and the doors opened. Shichen stepped out first, with Toka following him cautiously like something terrifying was waiting behind the door. When they reached the entrance, Shichen scanned his face and the door unlocked automatically, his information had been registered yesterday. What are you standing around for? Come in already. Shichen entered the room and saw that Toka was still hesitating far behind, as if something scary was inside. Toka hesitantly stepped in. Here, change into slippers. Shichen handed her the third pair of slippers Kotoha had already prepared and left on the rack. What are these? Indoor shoes, for wearing at home. At home. Hee, Toka giggled foolishly. I already told Kotori about you. These were prepared for you. Still scared? Really? Kotori. Your sister prepared these for me. Toka's eyes widened in disbelief. Why would I lie? But when did you tell her? You don't mean, you used telepathy or something. Did you forget I told you about cell phones? I used it to send her a message. Wow, it's that advanced. Alright, now go ahead and put on the slippers Kotori picked out for you. Okay. A flash of light appeared around Toka's little leather shoes as they turned into glowing particles and vanished, revealing a pair of pure, white feet. Her toes were delicate and plump, especially her big toe, which twitched nervously. For some reason, Shichen felt a strong urge to hold and play with them. He was pretty sure he didn't have a foot fetish, so it must be that her feet were just too cute. After all, it's hard to suppress your natural instinct when faced with something adorable. The slippers Kotori prepared were ordinary, but their color matched Toka's hair. After putting them on and taking a couple of steps to get used to them, Toka remarked, "So these are slippers. What a strange feeling. Yeah, most of your foot is exposed. Anyway, come on in." Shichen reluctantly pulled his gaze away. Okay. Toka entered the house and the door closed automatically. Shichen led her into the living room. She was still cautiously observing her surroundings, like someone entering an unfamiliar place full of uncertainty and nerves. Which, to be fair, she was. "Where's your sister?" Toka asked, not seeing anyone in the living room. She seemed a bit more relaxed. Shichen placed the bread on the table and glanced toward the other room. "She's probably doing homework. I'll call her." "Kotori." "Wait." Toka tried to stop him, but it was too late. "Big bro, you're back," came Kotori's cheerful voice, followed by the sound of a door opening. Toka, what's wrong?" Shichen looked at her, puzzled. "It's nothing." Toka pursed her lips and looked toward the room. Soon, a red figure came into view. "Big bro, what is it?" "Oh, this must be the Toka you told me about." "Hello, Toka Wani-chan." Kotori played her part enthusiastically, grabbing Toka's hands with excitement. Toka looked helplessly at Shichen. "That's Kotori Itsuka, my sister." "Oh, I see." "Just call me Kotori," she interrupted with a grin. Then, "Kotori, nice to meet you. I'm Yatagami Toka. I'm Shichen's good friend." "So good friends get to live together now, huh?" Kotori teased. "Eh? And no, it's not like that. It's just..." Toka stammered, unsure how to respond. "It's fine, I totally welcome you, Toka Wani-chan. From now on, the three of us can live together." Are you sure it's okay?" I've destroyed so many places." "Don't worry about that, Toka Wani-chan. I know you're a spirit, the one who causes space quakes." "Huh?" Toka froze in surprise, momentarily at a loss. "It's so cool." Kotori exclaimed. "Huh? Cool? Why? Well, when you cause a space quake, school gets cancelled. Isn't that awesome?" "Huh? Isn't school a good thing?" Toka looked at Shichen. "Of course it is." "Ow, what was that for?" Kotori cried as Shichen flicked her head. "What do you think? Stop spouting nonsense. School's great, you get to be with friends and hang out with lots of people. Isn't that better than staying home all day?" Says the guy who doesn't have to go to school. "Don't mislead Toka." Shichen mockingly raised his hand like he'd hit her again. "You've changed, big bro, abandoning your sister as soon as a girl comes along." Kotori darted behind Toka, sticking her tongue out playfully. "Cut it out. Don't say weird stuff, you'll make Toka misunderstand." "Shichen, what does abandoning your sister for a girl mean?" Toka asked innocently. "Ignore her, it doesn't mean anything." "Really? Why do I feel like you're lying again?" Toka eyed him suspiciously. "How could I lie? I'm not that kind of person. Anyway, didn't I tell you? Kotori couldn't possibly dislike you." Toka glanced at Kotori, just as she flashed her a pure, innocent smile. Toka couldn't help but smile too. "Thank you, Kotori." "Why are you thanking me?" "I should be thanking you, now I don't have to go to school." "You want to try me again?" Shichen raised his hand. All right, I won't say it anymore, geez." Kotori pouted. "Are you really sure it's okay? I did a lot of damage." "It's fine, no one got hurt. You can relax, Toka Wani-chan. I really don't mind." "Thank you, Kotori." Toka looked at her gratefully. Hee, you're welcome. From now on, we're family, so no need to thank me." "Family. Got it." Toka nodded firmly. Kotori smugly looked at Shichen as if waiting for praise. Shichen smiled and shook his head. He decided to thank her later. If it weren't for her, Toka would still be extremely anxious. She might still be a little uneasy now, but she was much better than before. "Kotori, you must be hungry. I'll go make something for you." "Yay, big bro, hurry. I'm starving." "Cooking." "Shichen, you can cook?" Toka asked, surprised. Didn't expect that, huh? And I'm actually really good. Just wait and see. Alright, I'm looking forward to it. Okay, I'm heading to the kitchen. Kotori, take Toka to see her room. I assume it's ready. Of course. Who do you think I am? Come on, Toka Wani-chan, I'll show you your room, see if you like it. My room. Toka followed her expectantly. Don't forget the bread. Shichen reminded them. Eat it while it's still warm, tastes better that way. Huh? Aren't we having a meal? Why eat bread now? I meant for Toka to eat it, not you. Ah. Kotori suddenly remembered, Toka's known for her huge appetite. Let me know if you'd like this cleaned up even more, or turned into novel-style prose. Shichen escorted Yatagami Toka back to the apartment building. Only when they were in the elevator did he remember that there was someone else at home. By the way, Toka, I forgot to tell you, I have a younger sister. She lives with me. Is that so? Toka didn't care much about the sister part, what worried her was something else. Your sister, will she mind me? Will she, not like me? She asked uneasily. Don't worry, she won't mind at all, Shichen said with a soothing smile. Really? Toka was still unsure. I'm the one who destroyed the city, after all, she. Trust me. You can even tell her straight up that you're a spirit, she might end up liking you, he chuckled. You're not tricking me, are you? Toka narrowed her eyes at him. I'm not stupid. Why are you always suspicious of me? It's because you're, ouch. Why'd you hit me? She covered her forehead where he'd flicked her. Just trust me, or I'll flick you again, Shichen threatened lightly. Humph, I'm not afraid of you. If you're not afraid of me, why be afraid of my sister? Ugh. That's different. You'll have to meet her sooner or later. Nothing to be scared of. Believe me. Ah, the elevator's here, let's go. The elevator stopped, the doors opened. Shichen walked out first, and Toka followed nervously, as if something terrifying were waiting beyond the corridor. At the door, Shichen's face was scanned and the lock clicked open, he had registered her biometric data yesterday as well. What are you standing there for? Come in, he called when he noticed Toka lingering at a distance as though the apartment held some dreadful creature. After a moment's hesitation, she stepped across the threshold. Here, change into these slippers. Shichen handed her the third pair Kotori had set out on the shoe rack. What are these? Indoor shoes. In the house. Heh. Toka smiled blankly, amused by the concept. I already told Kotori about you. She prepared those for you. Still scared? Really? Kotori, your sister, got these for me. Toka's eyes widened in disbelief. Why would I lie? But when did you tell her? You can telepathically transmit messages or something. Did you forget about the cell phone I told you about? You can send messages with it. That's amazing. All right, put on Kotori's slippers. Okay. A flash of light shimmered over Toka's little leather shoes, they dissolved into motes, revealing her delicate white feet, so flawless and dainty her big toe even twitched anxiously. Shichen found himself fighting the impulse to cup them in his hands. It wasn't a fetish, he told himself, her feet were simply too cute. Kotori's slippers were ordinary save that their color matched Toka's violet hair. After sliding them on, Toka took a couple of test steps. So these are slippers. What a strange feeling. Most of your foot's exposed, after all. All right, come inside. Shichen reluctantly tore his gaze away. Okay. The door shut behind them and Shichen led her into the living room. Toka still eyed her surroundings warily, as though entering unfamiliar territory filled her with tension. Your sister. Seeing no one in the living room, she relaxed a little but remained curious. Shichen set the bread he was carrying on the table and called toward an inner room. She's probably doing homework. I'll get her. Kotori. Toka tried to stop him, but it was too late. Oni-chan, you're back. Kotori's cheerful voice answered, followed by a door opening. Toka, what's wrong? Shichen looked at Toka in confusion. And nothing. Toka pressed her lips together and watched the hallway. Soon a flash of red appeared, Kotori in her crimson ribbons and clothes. She bounded up to Toka and seized her hands enthusiastically. Toka shot Shichen a pleading look. This is Itsuka Kotori, my sister, he introduced. Oh, it's. Just call me Kotori, she cut in. Then. Kotori, hello. I'm Yatagami Toka, a good friend of Shichen's. Oh, good friend means you'll be living with us, huh? Kotori teased. What? And no, it's just. Toka fumbled, flustered. It's all right. From now on the three of us can live together. Kodori declared. Ah. Are you sure? I caused so much destruction. Don't worry, Tokane. I know you're a spirit, the one who causes space quakes. Huh. Toka froze, at a loss. It's super cool. Kodori grinned. See cool. Why? Toka was dumbfounded. See, whenever a spacequake hits, school's cancelled. Isn't that great? Eh? Isn't school a good thing? Toka looked at Shichen. Of course not, ow. Oniai-chan, why do you hit me? Kodori rubbed her head. What do you think? Stop spouting nonsense. School's good, you get to be with lots of friends instead of sitting at home, Shichen scolded. Humph, easy for you to say, you don't have to go, Kodori muttered. Quit misleading Toka, Shichen warned, raising a hand as though to smack her again. Oniai-chan, you've changed, abandoning your sister for a pretty face already, she pouted, hiding behind Toka and sticking out her tongue. Quit it. You'll make Toka misunderstand. Shichen, what does abandoning your sister for a pretty face mean? Toka asked innocently. Don't mind her. It doesn't mean anything. Really? I feel like you're tricking me again. She eyed him skeptically. How could I? See, I told you, Kodori likes you just fine. Toka glanced at Kodori, who responded with a pure smile. Toka couldn't help but smile back. Thank you, Kodori. Why thank me? I should be thanking you, no more school for me. You keep it up. Shichen raised his hand. Fine, I'll stop, Kodori grumbled, puffing her cheeks. Are you sure it's okay? I've destroyed so many places. No one was hurt, so relax, Tokane. I really don't mind, Kodori said earnestly. Thank you, Kodori. Toka's eyes shone with gratitude. Hehe, you're welcome. From now on we're family, so no more thank yous. Family. Got it. Toka nodded vigorously. Kodori shot Shichen a triumphant look, clearly fishing for praise. Shichen shook his head with a smile, he'd have to thank her properly later. Without Kodori, Toka would still be terribly uneasy, though she still had a few nerves, she was much calmer now. Kodori, you must be hungry. I'll make something tasty. Yay. Hurry, Oniai-chan, I'm starving. Cooking. Shichen, you can cook. Toka exclaimed in surprise. Didn't expect that, did you? I'm pretty good, too. Look forward to it. I will. I'll look forward to it. I'll be in the kitchen then. Kodori, show Toka her room, will you? You got it ready, right? Of course, who do you think I am? Come on, Tokane, let's see if you like your room. My room. Toka let Kodori pull her along in great anticipation. Don't forget the bread, Shichen called. After you see the room, come eat it while it's still warm. Huh? Aren't we having dinner? Why bread now? It's for Toka, not you. Ah. Kodori smacked her forehead, how could she forget? Toka was famous for her huge appetite. Chapter 169, Chapter 169, Surprised at Night. Shichen and I, come look at Toka, quick. Shichen was midway through cooking when Itsuka Kodori suddenly dragged Yatagami Toka into the kitchen. Turning around, he saw that Toka had changed into a blue and white set of loungewear. The fabric looked incredibly soft and showed off her youthful figure to perfection. The words, sweet and fragrant, seemed to materialize right before Shichen's eyes. Toka's usual ponytail was undone, her night violet hair flowed freely down her back, and paired with her bashful expression she looked gentle and lovely. The outfit was a one-piece house dress. Apart from her neck and ankles, no other skin was visible, yet she was captivating all the same. Well, how do I look? Toka asked shyly, cheeks flushed. Very cute, Shichen replied with a smile and a nod. Really? Why would I lie to you? She blushed even harder. Hee, Shichen and I eyes totally stunned, right? Tokane is just that adorable, Kodori chimed in. True. I can't even bring myself to look away, Shichen admitted outright. Don't tease me. Toka whined in protest. I'm only telling the truth. Exactly. Tokane, you have no idea how charming you are. You too. Toka lowered her head in embarrassment. Shichen and I, Tokane's skin is super smooth, like milk, and it practically glows, MMPH. Kodori's words were cut off as Toka slapped a hand over her mouth. Toka glared at Shichen, her fair cheeks bright red. Kodori's talking nonsense, don't believe her. You heard nothing, understand? Shichen refused to play dumb. Oh. Kodori, you actually saw Toka's body. What was it like? Tell me the details, come on, let me lease. Before he could finish, Toka drew her massive sword. Though the tip rested on the floor, Shichen felt an icy chill. Face scarlet, Toka spoke sternly. Shichen, try saying one more lewd word. Threatened by Toka, evidence of how mortified she was, Shichen decided the joke had gone far enough. There'd be plenty of time for teasing later. Okay, I'll quit, he surrendered, hands up. Whoa, what's that sword? So cool. Kodori exclaimed, staring at the weapon. It's called Sandalphon, my weapon, Toka explained, dismissing the blade. That's awesome. Kodori praised without reservation. Really? Thank you. Toka murmured shyly. You two, could you chat in the living room? I'm still cooking here, Shichen reminded them. Fine. Tokane, let's head to the living room. I haven't eaten the bread Shichen bought me yet, he said it's delicious. Let's go try it. What's so great about bread? Just taste it. After they left, Shichen smiled and went on preparing dinner. Because there was an extra person, he made several more dishes. That might be too much for 3 normal people, but with Yatagami Toka it could still be too little. Expenses at home had suddenly shot up, but fortunately they were public servants, so money wasn't tight, only Shichen's own pocket money might run short. When everything was ready, he asked the girls to help bring the dishes over. They obliged enthusiastically. Carrying a plate into the living room, Shichen noticed the bread on the table had vanished. Looking at Toka, he saw crumbs at the corner of her mouth. Shichen, why are you staring at me? She asked, oblivious. Shichen set the plate down and reached toward her face. Toka stared, unmoving, until he wiped the crumbs away with his thumb. When did you finish the bread? Just now. Tokane finished it ages ago. Kodori blurted. She's amazing, she can eat so much. Only now, seeing it in person, did Kodori realize Toka's appetite, yet her loungewear still lay flat around her stomach. It's not like that. Toka mumbled, embarrassed. Haha, it's fine, being able to eat is a blessing. Eat as much as you like, Shichen said indulgently. Shichen, you're the best. Toka beamed. Let's eat dinner before it gets cold. Okay. With Toka around, the meal was all the livelier. Since she didn't hold back, Shichen and Kodori ate more too. Every one of the 7 or 8 dishes disappeared. Toka even licked her lips, clearly wanting more. No need to hand wash, the dishwasher handled the plates. When Shichen finished tidying up, he joined the girls for television. By coincidence, a bread segment was airing, and Toka began reminiscing about the Kanako bread. Shichen, I want more bread, especially the Kanako one. It's so good. What, my cooking isn't tasty? Yours is delicious, really. But Kanako pan is different. Heh, I told you, didn't I? The bread's great. Toka nodded hard. I think it's just okay, only average, Kodori said. No, Kanako pan is super tasty. Toka argued. All right. If you like it, Shichen and I can buy more tomorrow. Chen. Toka looked at him expectantly. I'll buy it, so long as you behave. I'll be good, she promised immediately. Really? We'll see tomorrow. Relax, I'm not a kid. Heh. Shichen chuckled, he doubted she'd sit still tomorrow. He had a PE class, meaning he'd leave her home alone. She'd never stay quiet. He needed to think of how to keep her calm. By the way, Kodori, can you arrange Toka's school transfer? No problem, give me a day or 2. Toka, hear that? In a day or 2 you can go to school. School, the place where lots of people study together. Exactly. I want to go. Toka cheered. You have to wait a day or 2. A day or 2, got it. Tokane, why do you like school? Studying isn't fun at all. But, there are lots of people to talk to, and Shichen's there too. True, I wish I were in high school already. Finish junior high first, Shichen laughed. TCH. Okay, it's late. You two should go take a bath. Bath. Toka tilted her head. Just follow Kodori. Kodori, show her what to do. Leave it to me. Tokane, let's bathe. Kodori stood and led her away. A bath. Is it fun? Toka asked innocently. You'll know soon. Why are you as secretive as Shichen? Because we're siblings. Oh, right. Watching them head to the bathroom, Shichen had no intention of peeking, far too low level. After all, he was already a dragon rider, even darkness had helped him flank opponents. peeping had long been deleted from his dictionary. Ooh, hot water, so comfy. Right. So many bubbles. I'll teach you how to wash your hair. Thanks. Soon laughter and splashing came from the bathroom. While watching TV, Shichen listened with pricked ears. Running water, skin being scrubbed, he could hear it all. Yes, peeping had been deleted, but openly listening certainly hadn't. The bath took nearly an hour before the girls emerged. Shichen, bathing feels wonderful. Toka exclaimed, plopping beside him. Inhaling the pleasant scent, Shichen smiled. Doesn't it? Do we bathe again tomorrow? Girls certainly can. Great, then I want to bathe tomorrow too. Haha, whatever makes you happy. Aren't you going, Shichen? I'll go now. You two can head to your rooms and sleep. What are you saying, Shichen and I? Our hair's still wet, we need you to dry it. Dry our hair. Shichen, me too. Toka chimed in. Let me bathe first. 10 minutes later Shichen returned and spent another 10 minutes blow-drying their hair before heading to bed. Lying down, he wasn't sleepy. Everything had gone smoothly, Toka's problem was basically solved. No berserk incident yet. But the AST was still a nuisance, he had to deal with them. He didn't know their base, but he could ask Tobiichi Origami. Whether she'd tell him was another matter. He wasn't sure what had happened in the past, events that lay in his future, but he was confident he'd handle it perfectly. Origami shouldn't be an issue. He wouldn't let the cute girls be bullied. Click. The doorknob suddenly turned. Shichen looked over just as a violet shadow slipped in. Shichen. Chapter 170, Chapter 170, Toka's Blood. Toka. What are you doing here? Shichen sat up, looking at her in puzzlement. Yatagami Toka shut the door behind her and remained standing there, hesitant to come in. Shichen chuckled softly and waved. Come over. Oh okay. Only then did Toka shuffle over to the bedside in tiny steps. She didn't sit down right away, instead, she looked curiously around Shichen's room. Shichen, your room is almost the same as mine. Really? Have a seat. Shichen patted the spot beside him. Ah. Toka sat down obediently, but her whole body looked stiff. Shichen shook his head in amusement. Why are you so tense? Afraid I'll do something to you. Would you do something to me? Toka asked blankly. When you say it like that, you make me feel guilty. Toka tilted her head, not understanding. It's nothing. Shichen reached out and ruffled her hair. Can't sleep. Toka closed her eyes, clearly enjoying his gentle head patting. Is it anxiety, or does everything still feel unreal? A little unreal. She admitted in a small voice. It's fine. You'll get used to it. There are plenty of even better things waiting for you. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid. I'll accidentally destroy a city again. Toka's eyes showed her fear. It's just a city. No big deal. Didn't you see they rebuilt it already? Shichen comforted her. But. Relax. As long as you don't go back, you won't trigger a spacequake, so there's nothing to worry about. If. Why overthink everything? Can't you keep it simple? He rubbed her head harder. Today was so wonderful for me, I can't help. In that case, you should have a little confidence in yourself. Confidence in myself? Toka blinked. Yes. Believe you can control yourself and won't set off a spacequake. Can I really? Didn't you stay in this world yesterday by your own will? Nothing happened, right? But luck doesn't always. Stop. Shichen pressed a finger to her lips. Question mark. Don't be so pessimistic. How old are you? If you can't trust yourself, then trust me. Trust you. I believe you'll be fine, so all you have to do is believe in me. Shichen. Besides, I have another way. His eyes fell on Toka's smooth, fair neck. What way? Toka asked quickly. Basically, spacequakes are tied to the spirit power inside you. If we seal that power, you won't have to worry. But. I don't know how. I do. You do. Her face lit up. Yeah, but think it through. If your spirit power is sealed, your strength will drop a lot. You might not even handle AST. It's fine. If I can live here normally, I'm willing. You really don't have to mind it so much. Shichen sighed. All right. Since you insist, I'll help you. Shichen, let's do it now. What's the rush? Aren't you afraid I'm tricking you? Shichen would never trick me. She beamed. Such sweet talk, huh? Sweet talk. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Then hurry up, Toka urged. I need a bit of preparation, otherwise I can't seal your power. Shichen looked conflicted. What preparation? Can I help? Actually, yes. What do I do? Ahem, make me feel desired. Guilt washed over Shichen. Toka was so pure. Make you feel desire, she repeated, still confused. Put simply, you need to make me think something indecent. He forced himself to explain. The seal he meant involved sucking Toka's blood to draw out her spirit power. To trigger the urge to bite, he needed her to tempt him a little. Indecent. Realization hit Toka, she stiffened, nearly standing up. You mean, you're going to do indecent things to me? She asked uneasily. No, don't misunderstand. I'm not doing anything indecent right now. My ability just needs a little stimulus. Right now. Ignore that detail. Toka frowned suspiciously. Is there really an ability that needs something like this? Don't you trust me? Shichen feigned injury. Oh, of course I trust you. Then keep trusting me, okay? You can resist if you want, and if Kotori hears, she'll rush over. I couldn't possibly do something indecent in front of her, right? That makes sense. All right. Toka seemed to steel herself, still embarrassed. What do I do? Let me hug you first. Just that. What do you mean, just that? I don't mind if you hug me. Is that so? Then. Shichen took her cool hand, pulled her onto the bed facing him, and hugged her. Soft warmth filled his arms. He inhaled deeply. She smelled of the same shower gel as Kotori, yet with her own unique scent. Toka froze, motionless. She thought a hug was nothing, but being held like this made her heart race and her cheeks burn. A feeling she'd never experienced. Shichen didn't notice. Unable to hold back, he tightened his embrace and buried his face against her neck, breathing her in. It tickles. Toka, you're too tempting. What nonsense. Her face went crimson. Is this the indecent thing you meant? It's not that bad. Not that bad. Don't let anyone else do this to you, Shichen warned. Of course I won't. That's better. Since you say it's nothing, can I go a bit further? For the sake of living peacefully here, go ahead. She closed her eyes. You really are. Then I won't hold back. He pressed a kiss to her neck. When she instinctively shrank, he lightly licked her skin. Ah. Toka's eyes flew open, her body went rigid. Scared. There's nothing to be scared of. She insisted. Then I'll keep going. Taking her silence as consent, Shichen kissed her neck deeply. Her skin was smooth like pudding, without a trace of fuzz. Ph. This time Toka didn't shrink, she tilted her head back, exposing her throat. Perfect timing. Shichen's eyes glowed crimson and fangs extended. Toka, I'm starting. He opened his mouth, fangs piercing her flawless neck with ease. It hurts. She winced, whispering, but the pain lasted only an instant. Soon an odd restlessness welled inside her. She clutched Shichen as if to pull him into herself. After taking only a little blood, he located her spirit power and began absorbing it. Though spirit power differed from mana, it mysteriously merged into his blood yet stayed incompatible with his own mana. Compared to his mana, Toka's spirit power was tiny, within moments he drained it to a tenth, just enough for her self-defense. Now she no longer had to fear triggering spacequakes in this world, even if her emotions ran wild. As for Toka, she wasn't thinking about any of that. Her dazed eyes rested on Shichen's lips. Instinctively, she leaned in and pressed her own lips to his. Shichen blinked and was about to respond when suddenly a voice echoed inside him. What are you doing to Toka? Chapter 171, Yatagami Tenka. Shichen jumped in surprise and pushed Yatagami Toka away. A sharp female voice echoed inside his body. No ordinary man could stay calm after that. Shichen. Toka still hadn't come to her senses, she stared at him in a dreamy, puzzled daze. Wake up. Ignoring the voice within, Shichen grabbed Toka's cheeks and tugged them outward. Ow. 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 Toka's eyes cleared instantly. She slapped his hands away and scolded, What are you doing? What do you think? What were you just doing? Shichen asked with a teasing smile. What was I doing? The moment she recalled her actions, her cheeks flushed scarlet. Her gaze drifted to Shichen's lips, reliving the sensation from seconds ago. A little fluttery, a little excited, a little shy. It felt even sweeter than their daytime date. Hey, where did you learn that? Why would you do something like that? Shichen teased. I. Head lowered in embarrassment, she mumbled, I don't know. I just suddenly couldn't help it. Really? Do you know what it's called? See, called what? Toka looked up at him. It's called a kiss. Kiss. She raised a hand in a daze, brushing her lips as if the feeling still lingered. That's not something you do lightly, Shichen said. What? Only a man and woman who are very close can do that. Very close. Then do we count? We're close, but not that close. Really? She felt a pang of disappointment. Sorry. Huh? Why are you apologizing? Because we aren't supposed to do that, right? Toka retorted. But sooner or later we will be able to. Why? What, don't you want us to get even closer? Of course I do, she blurted. Then it's fine. But right now. Just treat it as borrowing from the future. I don't mind, Shichen said, acting indifferent. Shichen. But remember, this is something you can only do with one man, for your whole life, he lectured solemnly. It sounded like he was tricking a gullible child, but his possessiveness was that strong. I know that already. Toka shot back. You know, yet you didn't even know what a kiss was. Shichen raised an eyebrow. Ugh. I just felt it in my heart. Impressive. Hee. Feeling proud now. All right, silly girl, check your body, how do you feel? Getting used to it. I'm not silly. She pouted, then focused on her body. She exclaimed. My spirit power, it's almost gone. Told you I wasn't lying. Shichen, you're amazing. Now I never have to worry again. Toka hugged him excitedly. He laughed and hugged her back. After the first embrace, the second comes naturally, another reason she threw herself at him without hesitation. Just keep believing in me. I'll grant any wish you have. I believe you. Toka nodded vigorously in his arms. By the way, any discomfort? None. Aside from not being able to control spirit power, everything's fine. Really? Then can your astral dress still appear? I'll try. Toka stepped back and tested it. A purple glow flashed only at her waist, the cool night-like armor gown didn't show, just a lotus-shaped frill. This is all I can manage. She wasn't disappointed, in fact, she looked thrilled. That doesn't feel safe, Shichen muttered, stroking his chin. It's fine, this is enough, she said breezily. Can't you be more cautious? The AST won't hold back. Forget it, no one'll hurt you while I'm here. You're the best, Shichen. Your Sandalphon still works. It's still here. A silver greatsword appeared in her hand, in the moonlight its blade gleamed dazzlingly. Then we're set, Shichen nodded. Thank you, Shichen. She stored Sandalphon and hugged him again. Why do you keep hugging me? Because I feel like it. All right, since we're such good friends. Such good friends, then, can I kiss you again? Toka looked up, eyes sparkling. What did you say? Shichen wondered if he'd misheard. I want to kiss you again, she said shyly, cheeks glowing. Why? It feels wonderful. That's not a valid reason. But I'm only allowed to kiss you, right? I want to feel it again. Still not enough. Then, another advance. Her eyes lit up. That I can allow, Shichen nodded gravely. Then. Toka leaned in, eyes slowly closing, anticipation on her delicate face. Her lovely face, those cherry-colored lips. Shichen lowered his head to meet hers. Just then the sharp voice rang out inside him again. What are you trying to do to Toka this time? Shichen. The voice was identical to the girl before him, less playful, more severe. He instantly guessed. He hadn't expected her to run right into his body. He'd only absorbed a little spirit power, was that reason enough? It made no sense. Weren't the two of them one? No, it wasn't strange, he should have realized earlier. While absorbing Toka's spirit power he'd sensed a power similar to his own, his ability. No wonder she'd said he carried a familiar aura, it wasn't some fragment resonance. Toka had his ability. What had he done in the future to change the past? He couldn't imagine, this world had drifted far from what he knew. But at least they were both still here. Shichen ignored the voice, for Toka was already kissing him. He held her tight but didn't deepen it, just pressed his lips to hers quietly. With others nearby tonight, it wasn't time to teach her anything more advanced, there would be plenty of time later. The presence inside him fell silent. Time felt both long and short, finally, short of breath, Toka released him. Big eyes blinking, cheeks flushed and alluring, shy yet staring boldly. Happy now? Shichen smiled. She nodded. Then off to sleep. It's late. I'm not going back. Toka flopped onto the bed, pulling the quilt over herself. Wait, you're sleeping here. It's the same, came the muffled reply. It's very different. But I want to sleep with you. You. Fine. Just tonight. Tomorrow your own room. Okay. She peeked from under the quilt, beaming. Sleep. Shichen lay beside her. Can I hold you while I sleep? She asked suddenly. Don't push it. But. I feel safe holding you. All right, just this once. She hugged his arm happily. Feeling her softness, Shichen was pleased too. Good night, Shichen. Good night. Watching her close her eyes, he smiled indulgently. He planned to deal with the presence inside him after she slept, but she nodded off quickly. Shaking his head, he closed his eyes and addressed the other presence. Why are you inside me? How should I know? She replied frostily. So hostile. You dared do that to Toka. The voice seethed. Get it straight, it was she who did it to me, Shichen retorted. Shameless. Let's drop that. He changed the topic. What's your relationship with Toka? Why should I tell you? Then what's your name? Silence. No name, like Toka. Want me to give you one? Unfazed, he continued, you're in Toka's body, essentially one with her, probably her little sister, so. Older sister. Fine, older sister. How about Tenka? Yatagami Tenka. Chapter 172, Tenka is my daughter. Tenka, what exactly is your relationship with Toka? Shichen asked, even though he already knew, using the conversation as an excuse to get familiar with her. Unfortunately, she didn't appreciate it. Haven't I already said I'm her older sister? And I never agreed to be called Tenka. Isn't that a nice-sounding name? That's only your opinion. What are you laughing at? As expected of sisters, you're both such tsunderas. Tsundere. What does that mean? Are you insulting me? No, tsundere is a personality everyone likes. I don't believe you. Why not? If we really trace things back, I could even say I'm your father. You must have noticed it already, right? Yatagami Tenka doesn't possess a divine fragment, yet she can live inside the blood like a familia. In the end it's because she carries Shichen's power. In other words, she isn't just a spirit born from someone creating a sapphire crystal, she has also fused with his power. That was the main reason Toka felt a familiar aura from him the first time they met. Shichen still couldn't guess exactly what had happened, surely he didn't travel back in time and devour the origin, did he? Given the chance, he wasn't the type to hesitate. So, does that make Toka his daughter too? No way. He didn't want to become a man overflowing with fatherly love. Then again, Toka and the others were really more like his avatars, so technically there was no blood relation, right? Still feels off, and why does it feel weirdly exciting? Scram. Tenka likewise refused to accept the implication. Is that how you talk to your dad? Are you looking to die? Her tone was dangerous. But Shichen wasn't afraid. Seems to me there's nothing you can do to me. In fact, it's the other way around now. Call me Dad and I can let you out, let you exist separately from Toka. With his mana he could easily give Tenka a brand new body, freeing her from the two souls, one body, state. Yatagami Tenka wasn't Toka's inverted persona, she was a completely independent personality. I don't need it. Don't you want to talk to Toka? She doesn't even know I. A trace of loneliness slipped into her voice. Don't you want her to? She'd be thrilled if she knew she had an older sister, Shichen said. No. She's fine the way she is. You really are. Anyway, I'm fine like this. Stop running your mouth. You can't stop me. Why you? If you want me to agree, just call me Dad. Shichen joked. Tenka was usually ice cold, but now that he could toy with her, he felt like teasing. Tenka wasn't having it, though, get lost. In your dreams. Sigh, what a rebellious daughter. Go away. What's your relationship with that woman, anyway? That woman. Oh, she's your mom and I'm your dad. What else could it be? Get out. Why are you so naughty? Tenka, you really don't want to come out? Tenka. No matter how many times he called, she didn't answer. Clearly she was ignoring him. Still, Shichen could sense Toka's presence more clearly than his three familiars. He could summon her like one if he wanted. But after joking that she was his daughter, he decided to respect her wishes. His consciousness returned. Beside him, Toka was sleeping with her arm wrapped around him. He turned onto his side and hugged her back. Toka looked tall at first glance, but at only 155 centimeters she felt very petite in his arms. No doing weird things to Toka. Tenka suddenly warned. Shichen chuckled, shook his head, and soon fell asleep holding Toka. Knock, knock, knock. Shichen and I, time to get up and make breakfast. Do you know what ti, Early the next morning, Shichen was jolted awake by Kotori Itsuka's shriek. He opened his eyes and looked toward the doorway. She was glaring furiously. What's wrong? Toka woke up too. Shichen and I. Tokane, you two didn't, last night. Does it look like we did? Shichen replied calmly. But Shichen and I, your hand. Shichen looked down. His hand was clutching something soft, namely, Toka's chest. You Toka realized too, her face went crimson. Shichen, what are you doing? Oh, I have no idea. Shichen calmly withdrew his hand. His palm was still warm. The familiar, delicate softness made his fingers reflexively flex. Must be because he'd slept beside Aqua for so long, he was used to having someone in his arms at night. Honestly, one day he'd have to chop that hand off. Shichen. Toka squealed. Anyway, let's get up. Toka crossed her arms over her chest, eyes downcast. Shichen and why'd you bring Toka into your room? Isn't that way too fast? Kotori complained. What are you talking about? Toka was uneasy and came looking for me herself, Shichen explained. Really? Kotori asked Toka. Toka nodded shyly. Oh, so in the end Tokane made the first move. I did not. And he even groped your chest, didn't he? I don't know. It's all Shichen's fault, he's too lecherous. Lecherous. Shichen's mouth twitched. Toka, could you not use that word? Isn't it true? You can't blame me. You were in my arms, my hand had a mind of its own. Because you're too lewd, Shichen. Toka puffed her cheeks. At least pick another word. Then what should I use? Tokane, obviously it's H. Shichen and I's behavior is totally H. Kotori said. H? Got it, Shichen, you're H. Toka pouted. Whatever. Shichen wondered if something was wrong with him. Being called H by Toka actually made him oddly happy. He had to be sick. You really are H, sneaking that on Toka. Tenka chimed in. Still not my fault. If you do that even in your sleep, you must be even filthier deep down. Shichen ignored her, rolled out of bed, and left to wash up. Kotori, teach Toka how to brush her teeth. I'll make breakfast once I'm done. Got it. Kotori, what's brushing teeth? You'll see in a minute, sniff sniff. Kotori inched closer to the bed, nose twitching. Kotori. What are you sniffing? Toka tilted her head, puzzled. Checking if there's any weird smell. What weird smell? Doesn't seem like there is one. Forget it. Kotori plopped onto the bed, grabbed Toka's hand excitedly, and asked, Tokane, did you two do anything else last night? What do you mean, anything else? Toka blinked. I don't believe a man and a woman share a bed and do nothing. Shichen and I isn't that dense, right? We really didn't do much. Toka lowered her head bashfully. Oh you sure don't look like you did nothing. Well, Shichen drank my blood and then kissed me twice. What? He sucked your blood and kissed you? Unfair. I haven't even gotten that far. Kotori. Nothing. Kotori shook her head, then changed the topic. So, Tokane, what does a kiss feel like? Come on, tell me. It's nothing, really. Your heart races a bit, you get a little excited, sort of happy, kind of. And you call that nothing? Did Shichen and I ask you to be his girlfriend? Girlfriend? How's that different from just a friend? Of course it's different, girlfriends mean you're a couple. Only girlfriends get to kiss. But Shichen said you can do that with someone you're really close to. Shichen and I said that. Doesn't his conscience hurt? Chapter 173, Chapter 173, Toka meets Origami Tobiichi. Shichen and I. While Shichen was halfway through making breakfast, Kotori Itsuka suddenly came into the kitchen. What's wrong, are you hungry? It's the same kind of hunger. No, that's not why I'm here. Then what did you want to say? Shichen stopped what he was doing and looked at her. Shichen and I, you've really impressed me, you know. Kotori put her hands on her hips and nodded with satisfaction. What nonsense are you talking about? Who'd have thought you'd already kissed Tokane last night? Moving pretty fast, aren't you? Toka told you. Shichen asked back. Oh. Feeling guilty. What's there to feel guilty about? Shichen replied openly. You girls told me to do this, I'm just carrying out the mission. Even so. Shichen and are you turning into a playboy? Of course not, I'm teasing you. I really do like Toka and I'm not the type to dump someone for the next new thing. What about the other spirits, then? Obviously, I'll take all of them. Shichen and you're so shameless. What are you talking about? It's all for world peace, all right. You don't like me being this way. It's not that. I just didn't expect your resolve to be so high. Kotori pursed her lips. I can't keep letting you coach me on romance forever, can I? Looks like the special training's over before it even started. Kotori puffed out her cheeks in displeasure. And you're unhappy about that? Of course, my favorite student is graduating early. Shoo, Shichen flicked her forehead lightly. Okay, stop bothering me, I have to finish breakfast. Where's Toka? She's still brushing her teeth. She seems fascinated by it. Well, she doesn't know much of anything yet. Tokane is so pure. Don't you feel the slightest shame, Shichen and Of course I feel ashamed. I've just buried it deep inside my heart. After breakfast, Shichen and Kotori headed to school, leaving Yatagami Toka alone at home. He'd explained things to her yesterday, so she didn't need comforting. She happily stayed by herself watching TV. He taught her how to use the TV and the remote, so there was no worry she wouldn't understand. What intrigued Shichen was that Toka could read the characters on the remote, even though he'd had to teach her how to write her own name the day before. By rights, she shouldn't be literate. Shichen decided not to overthink it, being able to read was a plus, fewer hassles. Arranging Toka's transfer into Raisin High had been left to Kanazuki Kyohei and the others, they'd handle notifying the people upstairs. They'd made Shichen a teacher without even needing a resume, so adding one more transfer student should be easy. Considering they controlled all intel on spirits, their influence was obvious, getting a few people into a school was nothing. Shichen never doubted the folks above, he knew exactly who he was. The whole morning was uneventful. Shichen stayed in the office half the day, bored and playing on his phone. Being a PE teacher was great, basically nothing to do. A job like this wasn't something just anyone could land. After lunch, Shichen and Rain Murasame went to the physics prep room so he could play a bit of Gal game. Some theories in those games were still worth learning. Even if Gal game plots were unrealistic, he was in a dimensional world now, some of it might actually come in handy. His class was 2-5 in the second period of the afternoon, no familiar faces, and it was the first period for them, so no prep needed. With plenty of time left in the lunch break, not gaming would just be letting himself down. Blame it on the PE teacher position being too idle. As soon as the break ended, Shichen had just finished one heroine's route and was getting drowsy. Shichen-kun, didn't you sleep well last night? Rain, who had been quietly watching from the side, asked. And Kotori woke me up at the crack of dawn. I don't know how you pull off all-nighters. Maybe I'm used to it. Why did Kotori wake you so early? Mainly because we stayed up too late and overslept in the morning. I see, must have been Toka-chan keeping you busy. It wasn't too bad, just didn't expect her to come to my room in the middle of the night. Rain froze for a moment, staring quietly at him. Toka went on a night raid. A night raid? Of course not. She was just uneasy and wanted to talk. Really? And she stayed all night. Cough, yes, that's what happened. So the two of you didn't do anything? Nothing at all. Shichen lied. That's not like you, you'd never sit still and do nothing. Oh. Rain, you seem to know me well. He blinked at her. Expressionless, Rain replied, Kotori told me about your past. I see. She didn't exaggerate, did she? What exactly do you mean? Kotori was only 11 5 years ago, just a kid. There's no way I'd do anything improper to her. Don't let her fool you. Aren't you a lolicon? Who says so? Shichen straightened, looking serious. Aren't you? Rain tilted her head innocently. Absolutely not. Shichen declared righteously. I'm not that kind of person. But isn't it true that lolicons never admit to being lolicons? And who said that? Who knows? Rain dodged. Forget it, Rain. Just don't believe anyone who slanders me. Unless it comes from my own mouth, it's unreliable. All right, I understand. Cough, well then, I'll get back to my game. So what did you and Toka actually do? Really, nothing. Rying. Just then, his phone rang. Like a lifeline, Shichen hurried to answer. Hello, what is it? Is this Shichen-san? Tama-chan. What's wrong? Shichen-san, why are you calling me Tama-chan too? Isn't it friendlier? If you mind, I can call you Okamine-san instead. It's not that I mind, but... Then Tama-chan it is. No, that's not why I called. There's a girl here looking for you. She says she knows you. Could you come over? A girl. What does she look like? She's very pretty, and her long purple hair is gorgeous. I know who that is, definitely an acquaintance. I'll be right there. Okay, we're outside class 2-4. Tobiichi, what are you doing? Click. The call ended abruptly. Question mark. Shichen frowned at his screen. Tobiichi Origami had met Yatagami Toka. Bad feeling incoming. What's wrong? Don't tell me Toka came to find you. Rain asked. It's her, Shichen laughed. Guess she couldn't stand being cooped up at home. You don't seem surprised. I kind of expected it. I'll go take a look. Want to come, Rain? I'll pass. All right, see you later. Rain watched his back as he left. Oh, right. At the doorway, Shichen turned back, smiling gently. If you have time, why not come over to my and Kotori's place? You can try my cooking. I will. Rain nodded softly. Great. I'll be waiting. Shichen left the room, leaving Rain alone. The physics prep room wasn't far from the classroom block. In no time, he arrived, only to see Toka and Tobiichi Origami already facing off at the door of class 2-4. Tamie Okamine stood helplessly nearby. Students crowded the doorway and windows, each more excited than the last, as though watching a live drama. Shichen had assumed Tobiichi had discovered Toka's spirit identity, but after hearing their exchange, he realized why he'd felt uneasy. What's your relationship with Shichen and I? Tobiichi asked expressionlessly. Who are you? Toka frowned. For some reason, this girl felt like an enemy. I'm Tobiichi Origami, the one who will serve Shichen and I for the rest of my life, Origami replied calmly. Tobiichi, serve? What does that mean? It means I'll satisfy anything Shichen and I desires, including H things. Ooh, the onlookers buzzed with excitement. What did you say? Danger flashed in Toka's eyes. Chapter 174, Toka who's addicted to kisses. I'm saying I'm willing to do anything for Shichen and I, even H things. Origami Tobiichi replied unflinchingly, her face utterly calm. And no you may not. Toka Yatagami shot back at once. Why not? Origami countered. The one who's going to do H things with Shichen is me. Toka blurted, cheeks crimson. A ripple of excitement ran through the onlooking students. Oh. The crowd gaped, eager to watch the drama. And what entitles you to that? Origami pressed. Because only I can do H things with Chen. And we already did it last night. Either out of stubborn pride or sheer panic, Toka began spilling everything. Oh. And what exactly did you two do? Origami asked, still icy cool. Last night we slept in the same bed. Toka admitted shyly. That's it. Origami sniffed. What? Oh of course there was more. Then what else? We also MMPH. Just then Shichen appeared behind Toka, wrapped an arm around her, and clamped a hand over her mouth. Ooh. The leading man's here. Fight. Bro, what's your deal? Man, I'm so jealous. It's bad enough Shichen-sensei's good looking, now he's stealing all the girls. Bro, don't flatter yourself. Who's he stealing from you? And who's this super cute girl who just popped up? Isn't she our age? Is Shichen-sensei running a harem? Either way, none of this concerns you. Quit raining on my parade. I'm doing you the favor of reminding you what reality looks like. Ignoring the peanut gallery, Origami bowed slightly. Shichen-sensei. Origami, what are you all doing out here? Shichen asked, though he clearly knew. Shichen. Toka shook off his hand, pointed at Origami, and frowned. Who is she? One of my students, of course. Who else would she be? Don't lie. That's not what she said. She said she wanted to do H things with you. You sure you didn't get the wording wrong? Shichen twitched. Did I? Toka tilted her head cutely. Forget it. She was joking, don't take it seriously. Really? You're not tricking me? Toka stared at him suspiciously. Why do you never believe me? He laughed, rubbing her head. Origami's brow creased ever so slightly as she eyed the hand on Toka's hair. It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that she makes me uneasy. Toka admitted. What's wrong with Origami? I don't know. Something just feels off. That's not very polite. Who knows? You two might end up classmates. Class-mates. People who take lessons together in the same room. Oh. Toka looked conflicted as she glanced at Origami. Speaking of which, you really don't recognize her? Shichen asked. Toka should have met Origami during the AST attack, though Origami's lack of reaction made sense. Toka's current appearance bore no trace of a spirit. Should I? Toka blinked. Never mind, then. No big deal. So she'd simply forgotten. Or chose not to remember the one who attacked her. Shichen, you're weird. You're calling me weird? I haven't even asked why you came here. Didn't we agree? He ruffled her hair harder. MMPH. I was bored at home, so I couldn't help coming to find you. Toka mumbled, poking her index fingers together. That fast. Who was it last night who said she'd be fine? MMPH. All right, all right. Since you're here, stay. But how did you even get in? I told the guard at the gate I was looking for you and he let me in. That easy. Am I that famous? Toka wasn't even wearing Raisin High's uniform, just a pink and white sundress with a little vest, bursting with youthful charm. The guard likely saw a harmless, adorable girl and waved her through. Shichen took her hand, ready to escort her away, but Origami called out. Shichen-sensei. Yes, Origami. She, what exactly is she to you? Origami asked without a flicker of emotion. Her name's Toka Yatagami. She's someone very important to me. He answered with a smile. Important. Shichen. Toka happily hugged his arm. She'd clung to his left arm while sleeping last night. Today she switched to the right, perfectly fair. Anything else, Origami? Origami's tone suddenly turned solemn. Whatever relationship she has with you, I won't let it bother me. Ooh. Whoa, she's bold. I'm so jealous I could die. Huh. Shichen hadn't expected that and was momentarily speechless. But Origami didn't need a reply. That's all. That's my resolve. With a slight bow, Origami strode into the classroom. She left briskly, the onlookers trading silent glances. At last Tamachan broke the hush. Shichen-sensei, I think this sort of thing is unacceptable. What thing? A harem. She blushed bright red. Tamachan, I'll explain later. Toka, let's go. Eh? Go where? Just come with me. Shichen grabbed Toka's hand and fled, their figures vanishing down the corridor before the crowd could ask more questions, leaving them stewing in gossip. Naturally, he led Toka to the physics prep room. After ushering her inside and locking the door, he finally relaxed. The student's boundless curiosity would have given him a splitting headache. You're back, Shichen-kun. Rain Murasame's calm voice greeted them. I'm glad you're still here, Rain. He exhaled in relief, pulling Toka over. Shichen, who's she? Toka eyed Rain warily. She's my colleague, Rain Murasame. Mind your manners. He tapped her head lightly. MMPH. Toka rubbed the spot and composed herself. Hello, I'm Toka Yatagami. Jen gave me this name, nice, isn't it? It is indeed pleasant. Rain nodded. Right. Rain's gaze softened behind her glasses. Shichen, why did you bring me here? Toka asked, peering around in curiosity. No one will bother you here. You can stay as long as you like. And you'll be here too. Of course, though I have one period coming up. I'll need to be out for a few dozen minutes. Can you behave and wait here? A few dozen minutes is acceptable. Only acceptable. You've lasted a whole morning already. I've endured all morning. Toka pouted, sounding a bit wronged. Knew it. He shook his head helplessly. Hee. Just 2 more days, soon you can come to school with me. Then you won't be bored. Really. You'll make friends and learn things. I can't wait. So please stay put till I get back, okay? MMPH. What, didn't you just agree? Changed your mind already? It's not impossible, if you'll do me a favor. Toka suddenly grew bashful. What favor? If Shichen lets me give him a kiss, then I'll wait without complaining. Shichen glanced at Rain, meeting her steady eyes. Chapter 175, Feeding. After school, Shichen walked home with Murasame Rain on his left and Yatagami Toka by the hand on his right. The fact that he and Toka had shared a kiss the previous night had already come to light, but he felt no need to be guilty. He candidly admitted everything to Rain. As Ratatasker's chief analyst, Rain was entitled to know how things were progressing between him and Toka. Still, Shichen had felt an odd urge to tell her himself, just to watch her reaction, yet, to his mild disappointment, she showed none. Their eyes had clearly met, but he could detect no disturbance at all. He did not believe she had no thoughts about it. She was simply too used to keeping her emotions steady, seldom allowing her real feelings to leak out. Perhaps she needed a bit more provocation. Why did the idea excite him the more he thought about it? During PE that afternoon, Shichen deliberately refused Toka's little request for a kiss. He couldn't let her become too absorbed in such things. What if she truly got addicted? Toka, however, behaved herself. With Rain accompanying her, she caused no trouble. As thanks, Shichen invited them both home for dinner. Junior high classes let out earlier, so Itsuka Kotori had already returned. By the time Shichen arrived with the two girls, Kotori had changed into loungewear and was chewing on a lollipop. Seeing her sprawled lazily on the sofa, Shichen could not resist teasing her. He strode over, and while she was off guard he whisked the lollipop right out of her mouth. Ah. Shichen and why did you steal my lollipop? Kotori sat up and immediately pounced into his arms. One of Shichen's arms circled her waist while the other held the lollipop high overhead. Haven't I told you to stop eating candy all day long? You'll ruin your teeth. My teeth will be fine. Kotori's legs locked around his waist. One hand gripped his collar while the other reached for the lollipop, far out of reach. Even so, you shouldn't keep eating them. But this is only my 5th one today. That's plenty, confiscated. No, give it back. I'll eat it for you. Shichen popped the lollipop into his own mouth and bit down with a crisp crack. Before Kotori's despairing eyes, he crunched it to pieces and swallowed them. It was unexpectedly tasty, strawberry plus a faint special flavor, an imported brand, apparently. For the record, he did not like imported candy, he just disliked wasting food. Kotori couldn't have it, and Toka wouldn't eat it either. Better he finish it than throw it away. My lollipop. Kotori's lips quivered, on the verge of tears. You've already had plenty today, still not satisfied. Oni-chan, I won't let this slide. She grabbed his collar in righteous fury. All right, how about I make you something delicious for dinner? Be good. You always cook something good. That's not compensation. Compensation? Since when do we talk compensation between us two? Come on, get down, everyone's watching. Everyone. Kotori looked toward the doorway and finally noticed Toka and Rain quietly observing them. Air. Her cheeks reddened and she slid silkily off Shichen, still barefoot. Rain, why are you here? Mem, Shichen invited me, Rain answered calmly. Really? Kotori looked questioningly at Shichen. Because Rain helped watch over Toka for me today, I invited her to dinner. The more the merrier, right? I see. So Tokane went to school. I got home first and thought she was napping. Shichen twitched his mouth. Of all people, Kotori should know Toka's movements best. Hehe, sorry, Kotori, Toka scratched her head sheepishly. It's fine, Oni-chan must have been delighted you went to see him. Really? Toka blinked and looked to Shichen. You three chat, I'll start dinner. Shichen set Kotori on the sofa and headed for the kitchen. Oni-chan, isn't it still early? Not really, Toka eats a lot, remember. True enough. I don't eat that much. Toka protested weakly. Does Toka have a big appetite? Rain asked. No. Toka shook her head frantically. Hee, you'll see soon, Rain, Kotori laughed. Kotori. Tokane, so you won't eat later? Should I help? Rain asked. Better ask Oni-chan first. All right. Rain walked toward the kitchen. Shichen. Rain. What's up? Need a hand? No, I'm fine alone. He smiled, declining. It's fine, let me at least wash the vegetables. Without waiting for a reply, Rain stepped up and began rinsing produce. All right. While they worked, not a word was exchanged. Once everything was washed, Rain left the kitchen. Shichen set to cooking. He planned to make extra tonight. Toka hadn't been quite satisfied yesterday. Halfway through, however, the aroma lured Toka into the kitchen. Shichen, how much longer? She clutched her stomach, eyes pleading. Still a while. What? Why so long? I'm making more tonight. You didn't get enough yesterday, did you? That's not true. Go watch TV with Kotori and Rain for a bit. Can I taste just a little? Trying to sneak a bite. Just one taste. Toka raised a finger shyly. Really just one? Just one. She nodded vigorously. All right. He picked up a pair of chopsticks, snagged a piece of meat, and held it out. Open up. Okay. Toka tilted her head back happily and opened wide, white teeth, pink tongue, a faint sweet breath. Shichen steadied himself and placed the morsel in her mouth. So good. Now go back, okay. Wait, what are you two doing? At that moment Kotori appeared at the doorway, Rain behind her. Ah. Toka grinned sheepishly. Caught sneaking food, huh? Oni-chan, you spoil Tokane too much. Do you two want a bite? Shichen waved the chopsticks, smiling. Of course. Kotori marched right in. May I as well? Rain asked quietly. If you don't mind sharing. No problem, I can have the same treatment as Toka. Oni-chan, hurry, I want to eat. Kotori tugged his sleeve, face upturned. Her features were exquisitely delicate, pale and flawless as if they would break at a touch. Shichen pinched her cheek with his free hand, then picked up another piece of meat for her. Delicious. As expected of Oni-chan. Hehe, sweet talk won't get you more. TSK, playing favorites. Hey, I do not. When have I ever? If Tokane asked for more you'd give it, right? Really? Toka looked at him hopefully. I would not. All right, you two, step aside. Rain's turn. Oh. Rain walked up, Kamai's meeting his, then she tilted her head back and opened her mouth. At close range Shichen realized how beautiful she really was, only the dark circles under her eyes distracted from her looks. Her tongue was just as pink, he had to swallow before feeding her a morsel. She chewed, opened her eyes, and nodded serenely. It's good. Your reaction so mild I almost don't believe you, Shichen said. It really is very good, she repeated. All right, I trust you. Now all of you out. With you three distracting me I'm losing time. He shooed them away. Okay. Once they left, Shichen finished cooking. Dinner for four was certainly livelier, even if Rain spoke little. Chapter 176, Chaotic First Day of Toka. Friday finally saw the end of Toka Yatagami's lengthy enrollment process, she was officially a student. Hello, everyone. My name is Toka Yatagami. Starting today I'm transferring into this class and will be your classmate. I look forward to studying with you. During homeroom, Toka stood at the lectern in her raisin-high uniform and flashed a dazzling smile. That smile was almost lethal, especially for the boys in this room. Just looking at her left them breathless, hearts racing, and minds blank. It was an overwhelming, almost violent beauty. Whoa. She's gorgeous. Isn't she the girl from the other day? Excited murmurs rippled through the classroom. Many curious eyes also drifted to the calm boy standing beside her, Shichen. Unfazed by the attention, Toka picked up a piece of chalk and scrawled her name on the blackboard in wobbly strokes. Writing the two characters for Toka was already tricky, let alone the three for Yatagami. Shichen had spent all of yesterday coaching her. Satisfied, she nodded at the finished result. Origami Tobiichi suddenly stood. Shichen-sensei, is this the transfer student you mentioned might become our classmate? Shichen nodded with a smile. I'm impressed you remembered. Yes. From now on, Toka will be in the same class. I hope you'll all get along. I have no intention of getting along with her. Toka shot back at once. Toka, have you forgotten what you promised me yesterday? But I think she seems up to no good. How is Origami up to no good? You two are classmates now, try to get along. That's so unfair. I don't mind, Origami said flatly. What did you say? Toka frowned at her. With an expressionless face Origami continued, I told you before, your presence doesn't bother me. I only need to serve Shichen-sensei. Shichen doesn't need your serving. That's not for you to decide. Can you make decisions for Shichen-sensei? Of course I can. And why is that? Because our relationship advanced last night. Toka declared triumphantly. Last night. You mean? Jealous whispers spread among the boys as they stared at Shichen. Shichen forced a smile, walked over, and rapped Toka lightly on the head. Ouch. Shichen, why'd you hit me? What did I tell you last night? Did you already forget? I didn't say anything specific. And that makes it different, how? Really? Toka blinked innocently. Sigh. Whatever. No more talking. And be nice to origami. I refuse. Then no sweet bean pan for you. No way. Your choice, pick one. Shichen, you're so cruel. Fine, I'll behave. Toka pouted but relented. Good. Find a seat. Sit next to origami. What? I have to sit with her. How else will you learn to get along? Grumbling, Toka slumped into the empty seat beside origami, pointedly ignoring her new neighbor as if they'd had a fight already, which wasn't far from the truth. Soft gossip filled the room again. Not only were the two prettiest girls now desk partners, their tangled ties to Shichen made for prime classroom drama, one male teacher, two girls, mutual jealousy, irresistible gossip fodder. Origami gave her a calm sideways glance. Toka, why did you transfer here? How should I know? It's not my decision. And why are you calling me so familiarly? Fine, I'll call you origami then. Call me whatever you like. What exactly is your relationship with Shichen-sensei? Why do you care? Because it affects my decision. Huh. Toka blinked. If you two are already together, I'll have to coexist peacefully. But if you're not, I'll treat you as a rival, origami explained. You're weird. Why can't we be peaceful even if I'm not with Shichen? Not that I'd be peaceful with you anyway. I don't mind Shichen-sensei having both arms full, but I'd rather not share him if possible, origami said calmly, yet shockingly. Their voices weren't low, the entire class heard every word. Classmates stared wide-eyed. They'd thought origami was merely aloof, who knew her thoughts were this outrageous. And enviable. I don't want to share Shichen either. Toka declared loudly. Then what is your relationship with him? Humph. We're already. Toka. Shichen cut her off just in time. She's provoking me. Origami, don't tease Toka. She's new, be nice, okay. If you insist, Shichen-sensei. But I'm not teasing, I'm serious. Could you not discuss this at school? If the rumors get out and I'm fired, what then? It would be troublesome if Shichen-sensei weren't here. Understood. Good. Toka, you too. Behave and I'll cook something nice tonight. Fine. I'll try. At this point Tama-chan chimed in, Shichen-sensei, do you live with Miss Yatagami? Well, yes, but my sister lives with us too. Oh, a younger sister. Just make sure you don't set a bad example, Tama-chan teased. I think there's been a misunderstanding, Tama-chan, Shichen began. No need to explain, Shichen-sensei, we get it, a student interrupted. Exactly. Living together and nothing happening. That'd be stranger, unless you're not a man, sir. Shichen let out a cold laugh. Since you're so sure, next week in PE I'd like to witness just how manly you are. Seriously. Are we getting punished? Please don't. Ignoring the students' groans, Shichen gave Toka and origami a worried glance before leaving the classroom. Where's Shichen going? Toka asked. To the faculty office, origami replied. He isn't teaching us. Shichen-sensei is the PE teacher. He only teaches us during PE. Oh. Origami eyed her curiously. You don't know any of this. What's your background? This is my first time in school, Toka said cheerfully. Your first time? And before that? Before. Wait, Shichen told me not to say. Realizing, Toka clapped a hand over her mouth and glared warily at origami. You're scary, almost made me spill everything. Maybe I don't need to treat you as an enemy after all, origami muttered. What? Are you looking down on me? Toka rose angrily. Quiet, Okamine-sensei about to start class, origami reminded her. Oh. Toka glanced at the teacher and sat obediently. Tamie Okamine smiled at Toka, then addressed the class about upcoming school events, typical homeroom fare. Toka soon grew bored, slumping over her desk. So this is studying. Kinda dull. This isn't studying, next period is, origami answered without looking away from the front. Really? Why isn't Shichen teaching? I'm bored without him. Don't tell me you enrolled just because of Shichen-sensei. That's right. I like being with Shichen, day or night, I want to be together. Night. You're together at night too. Sure. I sleep with Shichen, Toka said casually. Her voice was anything but quiet. The classroom fell silent, including Tamie Okamine. Every pair of eyes fixed on her. What's wrong? Toka looked around, puzzled. Sleep. Together. Every night. Gasps and whispers spread in amazement. Chapter 177, Chapter 177, Rainy Girl. Thus did Toka Yatagami begin her life on campus. Perhaps it was her beauty, perhaps her innocent exuberance, but within a single week she had won the affection of every student in the class. Every student except one particular white-haired girl. Because the danger of her spirit power running wild had been removed, Toka now had nothing at all to worry about. The reason her enrollment paperwork had dragged on so long was that the people above in Ratatoskra had insisted on confirming her condition. Even if Toka herself wanted to return to the neighboring world now, she no longer could. Naturally, the one who made this possible was Shichen. His ability finally let Kyuhei Kanazuki and the others understand why Ratatoskra had been built around him. From everything they knew, no ordinary human could achieve what he had, though they still did not know how he had done it. They were curious, and the higher UPS in Ratatoskra were curious as well, yet no one questioned Shichen directly, nor did they try to pry answers from Kotori Itsuka. Humankind rarely leaves the unknown unchecked, especially when that unknown looks so much like a spirit's power. And yet, nobody came to investigate. From this Shichen inferred that the future him who had traveled back in time must already have done quite a lot. There would be plenty to keep him busy later. For now, though, he might as well enjoy the fruits of those future labors. After all, the future self could worry about the consequences, the present self had nothing to fear. Shichen. I made a food called cookies, want to try them? 1 month after Shichen arrived in this world, on a Wednesday, he had just finished a PE class when Toka came bounding toward him, a plate of pitch-black lumps held proudly in both hands. Her waist-length, deep violet hair swayed as she ran, and heart skipped in time with its movement. More than a few nearby students were left staring blankly. By now the entire school knew Toka Yatagami. Her looks were simply too extraordinary, in this hormone-charged environment it was impossible not to become famous. Yet, though many wanted to get close to her, not one student had dared confess, because everyone also knew about her relationship with Shichen. Between periods she would seek him out, corridor, courtyard, or faculty office, and fling herself into his arms without restraint. Most teachers already knew her by sight. The natural aura of authority teachers possess kept confessions at bay, not to mention a universal lack of self-confidence. Toka's beauty was almost violent, a flawless face, crystal-bright eyes, a perpetual smile, she looked like a fairy tale elf. Her school nickname was Princess, matching her spirit code name. And who has the courage to confess to a princess, especially when the teacher she clings to never denies their special relationship? Shichen glanced at the charred objects. Homie, see just now, right? I just learned how to make cookies, and I made these especially for you. Try one. Ah, well, it's almost lunchtime. Maybe I'll pass. The things on her plate were more charcoal than cookie, odorless save for the nose-stinging smell of burnt dough. Yet she seemed blissfully unaware. You don't like them? Toka's mood sank at once. A serious dilemma, protect his taste buds and stomach, or keep the girl before him from looking dejected. Was there even any hesitation? Divine body existed for moments like this. I'll eat them, he said, taking the plate. It's only a few cookies, no problem. Yay. Toka's radiant smile confirmed he had chosen correctly. Here, let me feed you. She pinched a misshapen lump and brought it to his lips. Just then, a whoosh. Like the whistle of a thrown dart. The cookie vanished from both Toka's fingers and Shichen's mouth to be. Origami Tobiichi. What are you doing? Toka wheeled toward the classroom. Sure enough, Origami approached at an unhurried pace, a proper plate of cookies in her hands and her other arm still extended from the throw. How could you give that to Shichen-sensei, she said, glaring at Toka. To match Toka's informality, she too had started using Shichen's given name, without asking. What's wrong with my cookies? Toka planted her fists on her hips. Those aren't cookies. These are cookies. Origami tilted her plate. Golden brown, fragrant, worlds apart. What difference does it make? Yours could kill someone. Mine are edible. Don't talk nonsense. Ask Shichen-sensei if you don't believe me. Shichen coughed. I don't see the problem. Sensei, you spoil her too much, Origami grumbled. Very well, will you actually eat them? Of course he will. Toka answered for him. Want a taste off? Surrounded by gossip-hungry students, Shichen decided in for a penny, in for a pound, he appended Toka's black cookies straight into his mouth. The texture was indescribable, astonishingly not inedible, though thoroughly unpalatable. Next he sampled Origami's. The burnt taste vanished under genuine flavor, delicious, in fact. Well. Whose are better? Do you really have to ask? Yes. Maintaining a teacher's solemn face, Shichen declared, both are quite good. Keep practicing. What? The same as hers? Toka pouted. Sensei, forget it. As long as you ate them. Origami sighed. Class is about to start, he reminded them. Back to your rooms. Got it. Next time they'll be even better, you'll see. Toka called over her shoulder. Shichen watched their departing backs and shook his head. Hard to say whether they got along or not. Ignoring the envious stares of the surrounding students, he walked away. Kids these days know nothing of hardship. After school, Shichen, Rain Murasame, and Toka headed home together. Rain had suddenly asked to taste his cooking. He had no reason to refuse. Halfway there the sky broke without warning, rain pouring down in sheets. Ah. It's raining. But the forecast said sunny. Toka complained. Weather reports aren't to be trusted, Rain replied. Eh? Why? Live through a few forecasts and you'll understand. Ugh. Why do you sound just like Shichen, Shichen? She noticed him staring off into the distance. Toka, take Rain and go home first. I need to buy something. What are you buying? Your favorite, pan. Go on ahead. Okay. Rain. Understood. Without questions, Rain led Toka away. Once they were out of sight, Shichen turned toward the direction he had been watching. He walked only a short distance before stopping at a crossroads. Ahead stood a girl. He could see only part of her profile, but she was clearly young. She wore an adorably designed green coat shaped like a rabbit, and her petite figure was almost swallowed by it. A hood with rabbit ears and a large cape concealed her face entirely. The most striking detail was her left hand. She wore a comical rabbit-shaped hand puppet. The girl seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. She hopped merrily, avoiding each puddle, utterly carefree, paying no heed to the rain or to Shichen, until she slipped. Smack. She fell flat, face down in the water. Chapter 178, Chapter 178, Yoshino and Yashinon. Smack. The girl hit the ground hard, sending up a splash of water. The rabbit hand puppet on her left hand flew off as she fell. She lay there face down, motionless. Shichen found the sight almost funny. Shaking his head, he walked over, knelt beside her, and lifted her so she could rest in his arms. Are you all right? Only now did Shichen get a good look at the girl. She seemed about the same age as Itsuka Kotori, perhaps even younger. Wisps of ocean blue hair peeked from beneath her hat. Her soft lips were the pink of cherry blossoms, and her delicate, doll-like face was as fair as porcelain. She was, in a word, adorable. The girl murmured, opened her eyes, and fluttered long lashes. Her sapphire blue eyes were beautiful beyond words. Then, as though startled, her small body went rigid. Are you hurt anywhere? Shichen asked gently. His words had no effect. Her face went deathly pale, her gaze unsettled, her lips trembling. She tried to get up, as if to escape his embrace, but fear had robbed her of all strength. She could only shake and stare at him in terror. Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person, Shichen said. He already knew who she was and why she was frightened, yet being feared like this still stung. Let me help you sit up, okay? And no, please, don't come closer. The girl's voice was barely a whisper. Huh. Shichen froze. Please, don't hurt me. She repeated, sounding on the verge of tears. In that instant, anger flared in Shichen's chest. He suddenly realized he had misjudged something. What was insignificant to him was of grave importance to her. He had known the facts, but only now did he see her helplessness with his own eyes, and he had actually found it amusing. Sensing his anger, the girl trembled even more and dared not look at him. Sorry, did I scare you? I didn't mean to. Shichen forced himself calm and apologized. Her eyes flicked toward the puppet lying nearby. You want that? I'll get it for you. He started to set her down, hesitated, then simply lifted her in his arms and walked over to the puppet. Startled, she clutched the front of his shirt and squeezed her eyes shut. Relax, I won't hurt you, he soothed, stopping beside the rabbit puppet. Frowning at its comical face, he squatted and picked it up. Here's your puppet. Her shoulders shook. She kept her eyes shut for a long moment before finally opening them, and saw the puppet right in front of her. Blinking in shock, she looked up at Shichen. He gave her a gentle smile. Really, I won't hurt you. The girl pressed her lips together, sensing his sincerity. She nodded timidly and accepted the puppet. She slipped it onto her left hand with practiced ease, and then something miraculous happened. The puppet's mouth moved, and a sharp little voice rang out. Hello, thanks a lot for helping us. The girl's own lips hadn't moved, the voice truly seemed to come from the puppet. Hello there, Shichen greeted it with a smile. Oh. The puppet stared at him in surprise. The girl, too, looked up in disbelief. Oni-chan, are you talking to me? What else? Shichen chuckled. You don't think I'm weird? What's weird about it? Ho ho, you're quite the remarkable Oni-chan, the puppet said approvingly. The girl, apparently agreeing, nodded lightly. Then, could you tell me your names? Names, plural. Haha, that's nice. The puppet shook with laughter. All right, Oni-chan, she is Yoshino, and I am Yashinon. Yoshino and Yashinon, got it. I'm Shichen. Pleased to meet you both. Shichen and I. Nice to meet you. Yashinon said excitedly. I'm glad to meet you, too. By the way, Yashinon teased, how long do you plan on holding Yoshino? Ah, sorry, I forgot. Shichen moved to set the girl down. No. Yashinon stopped him. Shichen looked puzzled, and so did Yoshino. Yoshino, isn't this nice? This Oni-chan is truly kind. I can feel it. He even helped us just now. Why not entrust your whole life to him? Yoshino blushed deep red. Yashinon, what are you saying? Shichen shook his head. Don't play dumb. You can't bear to let go of Yoshino's soft, petite body, can you? You lecher, acting all innocent. You've got it wrong. I'm only worried she hurt herself in the fall. She's so young, how could I think that way? Who knows? What if you're a lolicon? Yoshino is awfully cute. Oh. Did I hit the mark? Not at all. I'm just hurt. Shichen feigned sorrow. Huh. Yoshino and Yashinon tilted their heads adorably. All I wanted was to help you, yet you slander me, it breaks my heart. Oh, that's true, I guess. Yashinon looked guilty. Yoshino flailed in panic. Haha, just teasing. Shichen burst out laughing. Ah. Yoshino blinked in confusion. Oh. Oni-chan, you're really something. Yashinon rocked with laughter. Right. So how about we be friends? Friends, huh? Yashinon glanced at Yoshino, then nodded. Sure. You're a good guy. From now on, we're friends. Wonderful. Since we're friends, I'll allow you to hold Yoshino a bit longer, consider it a perk. Yoshino's face went crimson, she curled up in embarrassment. You're awfully mischievous, Shichen sighed. Don't you like it, Oni-chan? Yashinon shot back. Well, fine, I admit I do. Yoshino's very cute. If you insist, I'll respectfully accept. Yoshino shrank into a ball of shyness. Ha ha ha. Yashinon laughed uproariously. Oni-chan, you're so much fun, if only we'd met you earlier. It's not too late now, is it? True, meeting you now is still wonderful. Yoshino, still curled up, nodded. Flattery won't get you much, at best I'll play with you a little longer. You're really fun, Oni-chan, but we have to go. It's getting late, shall I see you home? No. Yashinon's voice turned serious. Oni-chan, keep your distance from us. Getting involved will only bring trouble, lots of it. Is that so? Shichen seemed unconcerned. Trouble is the thing I fear least. Oh dear, don't you believe us? Let us go, or something bad will happen. I do believe you. I'm just not afraid of something bad. Oni-chan, you. Yashinon, you can sense it, can't you? Sense what? Don't play dumb. The aura inside me, doesn't it feel familiar? Yashinon fell silent. Yoshino looked back and forth between them, puzzled. After a long pause, Yashinon sighed. So you knew all along, Oni-chan? Of course. If you can sense a familiar aura in me, I can sense the one in you. That's why I found you so easily. I see. Then you're here to hurt us. Shichen shook his head. No. Then. I'm here to protect you. Chapter 179, giving Yoshino and Yashinon home. Oni-chan, did I hear you wrong? Yashinon stared blankly at Shichen, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Not that a puppet has an expression you can read. Yoshino also gazed at Shichen, her large eyes seeming to sparkle. If I'd come to hurt you, why would I have helped you just now? Shichen asked with a smile. When you put it that way, that's true. Yashinon nodded, then added, unless your plan is to give us hope first, and then plunge us into despair. You're making me sound way too evil. Try not to think so darkly. But we don't even know you, why protect us? Who says we don't know each other? The identical aura in our body says plenty, doesn't it? And what does that prove? That we're the same kind. The same kind. Oni-chan, you're the same sort of being as we are. More or less. I see. So we have kin after all. Yoshino, that's great, we aren't alone. Yoshino nodded, smiling. For the first time Shichen heard her voice for real, soft and sweet, like a puff of cotton candy. Hearing it in person was different, before only his ears caught it, now even his soul did. Can you trust me now? Shichen asked. Still not yet, Yashinan replied. Why? Shichen twitched. Not enough reason, Oni-chan. We're already the same kind, still not enough. Humans like to kill their own kind, don't they? Touché. Hard to argue with that. So you need one decisive reason to convince us. Then I'll trust you completely. A decisive reason. Don't blame us for being picky, we just want someone we can really rely on. I understand. Shichen nodded, eyeing the girl and the puppet while he pondered what decisive proof he could give. Winning trust is both simple and hard, it all depends on the other person. If she wants to trust you, she will, no matter what you do. If she doesn't, nothing will work. He sensed that Yashinan actually trusted him already, she probably just wanted to tease, or test, him. A decisive reason. Shichen looked at Yoshino, her exquisitely delicate face, flawless skin, and the hopeful light in her eyes. Fine, I know what reason to give. Oh, let's hear it, Oni-chan. Actually. Shichen straightened his face and declared, I'm a lolicon. Yashinan froze. Yoshino stared, bewildered. How's that for a reason? Shichen asked solemnly. Oni-chan, you, PFF, ha ha ha. Yashinan suddenly burst into laughter, her small body rocking as though it might fall from Yoshino's hand. Yoshino looked on, utterly lost. Oni-chan, you're too funny. Right. Lots of people say so. Ha ha. All right, we believe you. Yashinan doubled over, laughing so hard she couldn't straighten up. Phew, had to pull out the big guns, Shichen exhaled. What does lolicon mean? Yoshino asked in her soft little voice. Yoshino, your voice is lovely, Shichen said. Yoshino shrank shyly. Ha ha ha. Yoshino, lolicon means Oni-chan just confessed his love to you. Yoshino blinked at Shichen, when the words sank in, her fair cheeks turned visibly pink. She glanced at Yashinan, then at Shichen, and finally ducked her head. Yashinan, stop making things up. Oh my am I. Isn't Oni-chan saying he likes Yoshino? And isn't Yoshino a loli? True, fine, I do like Yoshino. Love at first sight. Shichen admitted cheerfully. Yoshino trembled in his arms. She's just never dealt with this before, doesn't know how to react. I almost thought I'd be rejected, Shichen joked. Bwahaha. All right, since you're willing to trust me, will you come with me? Oh. Oni-chan can't wait to take Yoshino home and do this and that. TSK, you only just met, such impatience. Your mind is way too dirty, Yashinan. I just want to take you home. Home. Yashinan blinked. Yoshino raised her still flushed face toward him. You two have nowhere to go, right? Then come to my place. Shichen smiled gently. Didn't I say I came to protect you? With me around, no one will hurt you again. Oh Oni-chan. This time the Oni-chan came from Yoshino, not Yashinan. She looked at Shichen as though afraid she'd misheard. What is it? He asked softly. Can we really go to your house? Yoshino asked timidly. At that moment Yashinan went utterly silent, the puppet drooped as if asleep. Of course, and from now on, my house will be your home too. Really? She could scarcely believe it. I know it's hard to trust right away, but will you give me a chance? Time will prove it to you. I want to trust Oni-chan. Then, come home with me. Oh my Oni-chan is so eager. Yashinan chimed in. Yes, because you're both adorable. Yoshino bowed her head, blushing. Enough, I don't need your permission anymore. You're in my arms already, you can't run. Shichen turned and started walking. Yoshino likes that too, Yashinan teased. Is that so? Then I know how to treat you, Shichen smiled. And no, don't listen to Yashinan's nonsense. Yoshino mumbled. Ha ha ha. Okay, I'll stop teasing. And I'll show you what I can do, otherwise you won't believe I can protect you. Oni-chan, what are you going to? Before Yashinan could finish, she and Shichen vanished. They reappeared beside a bakery. Pedestrians walked past, none of them noticing. At the sight of strangers, Yoshino shrank against Shichen in fright, while Yashinan looked around in curiosity. Oni-chan, you're amazing. Otherwise, how could I protect you? Shichen patted Yoshino's back to calm her. But why come here? Your house isn't a bakery, is it? Of course not. I'm just buying bread, can't go home this late empty-handed. Oh, right, forgot to mention. As he walked toward the shop, Shichen added, there are 2 other people at my place. They're the same kind as us, so don't be scared when you meet them, okay, Yoshino? I'll do my best. Yoshino lifted her head and said earnestly. Good girl. They. Yashinon picked up on the key word. 2 girls. Oh my Onii-chan, don't tell me you're a playboy too. Ah, you caught me. What now? Shichen didn't deny it. Onii-chan doesn't even deny it. Looks like we're the latecomers, Yoshino, what do we do? I don't know. Yoshino shook her head helplessly. Relax. I'll treat you all fairly, no one will feel neglected. And they're good girls, they won't bully you. I'm sure you'll get along. If Onii-chan says so. Yoshino, what do you think? Then. Oh my Yoshino doesn't seem to mind you being a playboy, Onii-chan. Really? Yoshino, you're so thoughtful. Shichen praised her. But, Yashinon moved close, giving a mock-serious warning, Onii-chan mustn't ignore us. Never. From now on, we're family, how could I ignore you? And if anything upsets you, promise you'll tell me, not bottle it up. Of course. Chapter 180, Meeting of the New Family Members. I'm back. Shichen, you're finally home, why so slow? I'm starved. Yatagami Toka had run out to greet him, but stopped dead when she saw a girl cradled in his arms. She's, who? Oh. This is Yoshino, and on her hand is Yashinon. From today they'll be living with us. Yoshino. Yashinon. Toka stared blankly first at the shy girl who dared not meet her gaze, then at the talking hand puppet. Come on, take the pan for me. Don't just stand there. Shichen handed her the bag of bread. Okay. Still dazed, Toka took the bag and watched him change his shoes. Only when he knelt to help Yoshino out of hers did Toka snap out of it. Hold on, who exactly is she? Toka demanded. Startled, Yoshino shrank against Shichen's chest. Don't shout, you scared her. Sorry, Toka apologized at once. See, Yoshino, Yashinon. She's nice, isn't she? Shichen soothed. She really does seem easy to get along with, Yashinon agreed, nodding earnestly. The puppet talks. Toka gasped. Wani-san, I'm not a puppet, I'm Yashinon. Yashinon, got it. I'm Yatagami Toka. Shichen picked the name for me, pretty, right? Very pretty. Right. Toka beamed. Oh my, Onii-chan, she really is easy to get along with. Believe me now. Shichen laughed. Toka, can we be friends? Yashinon asked. Friends? Of course. Toka nodded. Yoshino, say hello to Toka, Yashinon urged. Just call me Toka, she added. Oh okay. Toka. At last Yoshino turned, eyes lowered. Toka. Wani-san, hello. I'm Yoshino. Nice to meet you, Yoshino. I'm Yatagami Toka, Toka replied brightly. Her smile seemed contagious, Yoshino gathered her courage and looked straight at her. Hehe, Toka grinned goofily. Yoshino couldn't help answering with a small smile of her own. Well, now that you've met, get along, okay. And Toka, no bullying, Shichen said. I never bully. I know. Yoshino, let's get your wet shoes off. He crouched, ready to set her down, but she clung to him, unwilling. Oh my Yoshino, do you love Onii-chan's arms that much? They are warm, Yashinon teased. It's fine, Shichen whispered, patting her back. If you like, there'll be plenty of chances for hugs later. But we need to change those soaked shoes. Only then did Yoshino, flushing, loosen her grip. Here, let me, Shichen said, reaching for her foot. She flinched and shuffled back, embarrassed. Don't want to. And no, it's just. I can do it myself. It's nothing, Shichen insisted. Right, the Onii-chan's being nice. How could you turn him down? Yashinon chimed in. Blushing harder, Yoshino edged forward again and lifted one foot. At that moment her shoe glowed, dissolved into motes of light, and vanished, leaving a bare, delicate, snow-white foot. Her foot looked like a work of art, milk-pale skin, soft and flawless, tiny toes curled in unease. Shichen, that. Toka exclaimed. She was reacting to the burst of spiritual energy, not the foot itself. Resisting the urge to stare, Shichen explained, yes, the same thing you're thinking. Yoshino's like me. Delighted, Toka looked at the girl. So I'm not alone after all. Still need to ask how they're connected to me. Shichen smiled, while one hand gently closed around Yoshino's little foot as though afraid it might flee. The moment his large hand enclosed it, her foot trembled, but she let him, cheeks burning. The sensation was exquisite, smooth, petite, fitting perfectly in his palm, a faint scent like warm milk seemed to rise from it. He almost didn't want to let go. So you were helping Yoshino all along? Toka said, suddenly enlightened. Smart girl. Heh, but why are you stroking her foot? She asked, tilting her head. Shichen glanced down, his hand had begun absent-mindedly caressing the tiny foot. Looking up, he saw Yoshino's face so red it might steam. Oh my, Oni-chan, do you like Yoshino's little feet? Are they fun to play with? Yashinon teased. Ahem. Shichen coughed to cover the awkwardness. Don't be absurd, Yashinon. Toka, I'm not doing anything improper, her foot's wet, I'm drying it. Really? Toka frowned, unconvinced. Really? Trust me. Then why are you changing her shoes? Can't she do it? It's her first time here, she's nervous. Then why didn't you change my shoes when I first came? Ah. You were plenty big enough to do it yourself, Shichen shot back. Shichen, you're biased. You are into her feet. You're doing lewd things. Oh my, Oni-chan's a foot fetishist. Yoshino's feet are all yours to play with, Yashinon giggled. Yashinon. Yoshino scolded, half whining. Humph, am I wrong? You didn't pull your foot away. That's not. Ahem, Yoshino, ignore her. I'm not doing anything indecent. Shichen quickly slid the indoor slipper, blue with a bunny motif, one coterie had prepared, onto her foot. I believe you, Oni-chan, but, if you really do like them, I wouldn't mind. Completely crimson, she shyly extended the other foot. This time Shichen merely gave it a brief squeeze before slipping on the matching slipper. All done. Come on, I'll show you our home. He took Yoshino's hand and led her inside. Shichen. I want you to put my shoes on too. Toka protested, trailing after them. Next time, I promise. You mean it? Cross my heart. Hee, good. Where's Kotori? She said she and Rain had something to do and went out. Clack. The door opened before Toka finished. Itsuka Kotori and Murakami Rain had just returned. Shichen and I. Are these the new little sisters you mentioned? Kotori dashed to Yoshino, eyes sparkling. Yoshino squeaked and hid behind Shichen. She's Yoshino, and that's Yashinon. Yoshino and Yashinon. Hi. I'm Itsuka Kotori, Shichen and I's sister. Just call me Kotori. Kotori. Thanks to Toka's example, Yoshino summoned her courage and greeted her softly. Hello, Kotori-chan. Yashinon wobbled a wave. Hi, you too. Yoshino, Yashinon, welcome. Murakami Rain stepped forward and greeted them gently. Hello. Wani-san, those dark circles under your eyes are huge, are you okay? Yashinon observed bluntly. Don't worry, just a little problem. Is that so? Kotori, could you show them their room? I should start dinner, Shichen said. Leave it to me. Kotori replied with a thumbs up. Chapter 181, Possibility of Traveling with Others. That night, after dinner, Yoshino sat back on the sofa with a thoroughly satisfied look on her face. Beside her, Toka Yatagami wore the same blissful expression, gently rubbing a stomach that, despite everything she had eaten, showed no sign of change. Surprisingly, Yoshino was every bit the foodie that Toka was, though in a slightly different way. She loved delicious food, but she was no bottomless pit. Most of the dishes had still ended up in Toka's stomach. Yoshino, how was it? Pretty tasty, right? Shichen's cooking is the best. Yoshino nodded hard. She had loosened up a little, thanks largely to Toka. The two of them had just become partners in food. If Toka hadn't been there, Yoshino would have felt too shy even to lift her chopsticks. He. Toka grinned in triumph. Toka, what are you laughing at? You look awfully pleased with yourself, Yashinon asked. But of course. Oh. Is it because you like Oni-chan? What do you mean by like? It's. Ahem. Would you girls like some dessert? I made pudding too, Shichen cut in before Yashinon could finish. Oh yeah. I want some. Toka shot her hand into the air. How about you, Yoshino? I'd like some too. Yoshino raised her small hand, head bowed in embarrassment. Haha, just say it boldly, no need to be so formal. I'll try. Kotori, do you want any? Kotori Itsuka puffed out her cheeks. What do you think, Shichen and I? You won't let me have lollipops and you're planning to withhold dessert. See, Yoshino. Be straightforward like her. Alright. I understand. Rain, would yo? Yes. Shichen hadn't even finished before Rain Murasame answered in haste. Wow. It was the first time he'd seen her like that. Behind her glasses her eyes were brimming with anticipation. Got it. He nodded, went to the kitchen fridge, and brought out the pudding. The puddings were a simple mix of eggs, milk, sugar and a few extras. Shichen had made a lot, but with Toka around there was no such thing as enough. He'd set aside a bit and now placed 2 servings per person, including himself, on the coffee table. Pudding is served. The moment the bowls touched the tabletop, Toka lunged for them. Toka, no snatching, 2 each, that's it. Only this much. No matter how much I make it'll never be enough for you. Just enjoy what you have. Okay. Don't be shy, Yoshino, give it a try. MMH. Kotori didn't stand on ceremony, she scooped up a spoonful, popped it into her mouth, and her delicate little face broke into a radiant smile. Delicious. Tastes just the way I remember. The way she remembers. Shichen glanced at Rain, curious about her reaction. Rain didn't rush. She lifted a small spoonful, placed it on her tongue, closed her eyes, and seemed to savor it carefully. How is it, Rain? Shichen couldn't help asking. Rain opened her eyes and, for once, actually smiled. It's very good. Is it? Great. Shichen tried his own, to him it tasted simply nice, maybe a tad better because he'd made it himself. After dessert the group watched TV for a while. Eventually Rain left, since she lived on the Fraxinus, the moment she stepped out the door she was teleported away. Shichen returned to the living room to accompany the other 3. Yoshino was utterly fascinated by television. The Fraxinus really is an amazing thing, practically the perfect travel tool, food, clothing, shelter, transport, all handled. If only I could take it with me, preferably with an AI so it could fly itself. Then again, I can't even take people with me right now, let alone a whole airship. Wait a second. Shichen suddenly remembered, maybe he could take people. After all, Tenka Yatagami was residing inside him right now. She'd become no different from a familiar. He could still feel her presence clearly, even though she'd been quiet for a long time, especially at night, when he slept hugging Toka. Sometimes Tenka's presence became so intense it woke him up. More than once he'd opened his eyes to find his hand measuring Toka's heartbeat. Did that mean Tenka could sense what was happening outside? Maybe, but not important. If Tenka had become a spirit core dwelling within him, then when he eventually left this world he should be able to take her along. Could he do the same to someone else, turn them into a similar state? Absorb them somehow? He'd never tried. Tenka's situation was unique, everyone else had a physical body. But if Tenka could, then perhaps Toka could too. In essence she was a pure spirit born from a core, she might be able to be converted into spirit energy and drawn into him, just like Tenka. Right then, she, inside his mind suddenly snorted in displeasure. Ever since they'd entered this world she had only spoken once, when warning him that Toka carried a shard of divinity, then fallen completely silent, even though Kotori, Origami, Yoshino, and Rain all had divine fragments as well. It was as if she were sulking. Shichen had gained several fragments from Megumin, making her even livelier, but here she'd clammed up. What's wrong? He asked. Asleep. No reaction. He stopped pressing, but he thought he understood, this world's situation had made her jealous. Given her sudden outburst just now, it must have been triggered by his thought of bringing others along inside him. If more people moved into her space, of course she'd be annoyed. Which meant, his idea was feasible. Maybe he should test it with Toka first. But now he found himself more concerned with her identity. Knowing himself, he'd only be interested in girls he already knew from familiar worlds, he wouldn't get that close to complete strangers. So who was she? Someone he knew in the future, or the past. He doubted he could pry it out of her now, he'd just have to wait and see, maybe once he'd collected all the divine fragments. Just you wait, I'll figure out who you are, and when I do, I'll give you a good scolding. Around 10 that night Shichen urged the girls to take their baths. Saturday was tomorrow, but he doubted they could stay up much longer. Oya Oniai-chan, are you going to help Yoshino bathe? Yashinan suddenly asked. Yoshino blushed and looked at Shur. What? Shichen, you're going to bathe Yoshino? You really are a lecher. Toka declared. Why would you think that? Shichen rubbed his temples and turned to Yashinon. The puppet was forever saying outrageous things. He was starting to suspect it really was Yoshino's alternate personality. Come on, Oni-chan, you put her shoes on for her and played with her tiny feet. There's no way you aren't interested in her body. Ugh. Yoshino's face went crimson. Can you not make me sound so desperate? Oh. So you will want to do it later. That depends on when Yoshino is willing, Shichen answered honestly. I see. Well then, Yoshino's willing right now. And no, I'm not. Yoshino squeaked. Haha, I know. Shichen patted her head. MNGH. Shichen, you can wash me instead. Toka announced solemnly. Don't make trouble. I'm serious. We sleep together every night anyway, you've already touched my whole body. What? Shichen and you still sleep with Toka? Kotori gasped. I thought you said it was just that one night. Oh yeah, Oni-chan, looks like a love triangle. It was your fault to begin with. Heh. Anyone who wants everything has to pay a price. What do you mean, everything? Toka tilted her head. Never mind. Go take your baths. Toka, you can show Yoshino how to use the hot water. Oh. Toka perked up. Yoshino, Yashinon, let's bathe together. I'll teach you how to use the shower. Toka-san, I actually know how. Yoshino whispered. What? How come? I don't remember. Is that so? Then we'll bathe together. Okay. Let's go. Toka eagerly pulled Yoshino toward the bathroom. Shichen and Kotori remained behind, glaring unhappily at him. Don't blame me, Toka keeps sneaking into my room. Excuses. Couldn't you stop her? I'm upset. So what do you want? I'm sleeping with you tonight too. Chapter 182, Good night everyone. That night, Shichen's bed was a little crowded. His mattress was packed with bodies, besides the ever-present Yatagami Toka, even Itsuka Kotori and Yoshino had climbed in. Yoshino looked especially embarrassed. Curled up on the very edge, she tugged the hood of her pajamas completely over her head, leaving only a pale little chin and the blue hair draped across her shoulders exposed. This was already her absolute limit. Toka and Kotori were hugging Shichen from left and right. The bed wasn't small, but there was no longer a way to lie down and sleep normally. Kotori really was a girl of her word. The moment she finished her bath and Shichen finished blow-drying her hair, she marched straight into his room. Even though Toka had already staked her claim first. Toka and Yoshino had bathed earlier, and thanks to Yashinon's coaxing, Yoshino also wound up asking Shichen to dry her hair. Originally, Yoshino planned to stay in the living room and keep watching TV, but after Kotori bolted for Shichen's room she couldn't withstand Yashinon's encouragement and, mustering her courage, followed after her. Terribly shy, yet she still resolutely crawled onto the bed. Whether that was really Yashinon's prodding or simply a wish to blend into everyone's atmosphere, who could say? New to this house, unfamiliar with the people in place, uneasy at heart, sometimes all you can do is go with the flow. Yoshino, you don't have to let those two drag you into their nonsense, you know. Shichen peered past Toka, chuckling at the girl now balled up into a dumpling. Aiya Oni-chan, you're misunderstanding. Yoshino came of her own free will, you know, Yashinon chimed. Really? Shichen raised an eyebrow. Yoshino murmured, then finally shook her head. So which is it, Yoshino, forced or willing? Don't push yourself, okay? I'm here voluntarily, she whispered. Truly. I want to be together with everyone, and, with Oni-chan too. See? Yashinon said triumphantly. I have no idea what you're so proud of, Shichen sighed. Stop bullying Yoshino, got it? I'm not bullying her, I'm encouraging her to act, Yashinon answered meaningfully. Fine, I'll pretend to believe you. Hee Oni-chan, you're all talk. You're obviously thrilled right now. Yashinon pointed at Toka and Kotori, both clinging tightly to Shichen's arms. I admit I'm happy, but it's also uncomfortable. He answered helplessly. That's the price of having it all, you know. Plenty of people would kill to trade places with you. Fair, but Toka, Kotori, could you two let go? I can't sleep like this, and I'm not going to run away. No. Toka rejected instantly. Why not? Half of you is already taken. I won't let the other half escape. Kotori, then. Could you maybe move? Shichen turned to Kotori, who had her eyes shut, feigning sleep. Absolutely not. Kotori popped her eyes open and pouted. Reason. You spoil Toka far too much. If I let go you'll just hug her. As if. Don't care. I refuse to let you turn your back on me. Then how am I supposed to sleep? Figure it out. What's to figure? The bed's too small. I get it. Tomorrow I'll have Ratatoskr bring in a bigger one. That's not what wait. You're planning to do this again tomorrow? Humph. Got a problem. Oni-chan, you sleep with Toka every single night while leaving me out. Who knows what inappropriate things you two are doing? Every night. Am I really that bad? Oh yes, Toka suddenly chimed in. Toka. Shichen twitched. Ah, forgot you told me not to tell, she said, sticking out her tongue playfully. She's doing this on purpose. When did she get so cheeky? Shichen thought. Spill it. What have you two been up to? Don't tell me Tokane is already fully grown. Kotori asked in disbelief. Fully grown? I was never a child to begin with, Toka answered blankly. Looks like not yet. Oni-chan's pretty tame, huh? Do you want me to be tame or not? Shichen glared. Of course I don't, but I do, Kotori grinned. How does that work? Simple, start with me. Kotori smiled smugly. Yeah, right. You're still missing some parts. Bet you'll be begging for mercy. How do you know I'm missing anything? Have you looked? You're how old, exactly? I don't need to look. Words are wind, Oni-chan. See for yourself if you're so sure. Quit corrupting Yoshino. She's right here. No problem, Yoshino's curious too, Yashinon butted in. I am not. Yoshino shot up, face scarlet. Oh. You're not wondering if Kotori's a fellow late bloomer? Yashinon teased. Fellow. The penny dropped and Yoshino froze. I. Haha, planning to claim you've already grown. You. Yoshino glanced at Shichen and buried her head again in shame. Ahem. Yashinon, stop bullying Yoshino. Shichen coughed twice, putting on a stern face. Oni-chan's curious too, you know. I am not. Don't pin that on me. He added quickly, Yoshino's still young. It's perfectly normal she hasn't developed yet. You, Yoshino squeaked as if mortally wounded. Ha, Oni-chan, you're obviously interested. Toka, do you even know what we're talking about? Shichen asked. Don't mind it. You're the same as them, he muttered to her. Oh. So Tokane doesn't have it either. Oni-chan, do you actually like that? How would you even know? Kotori eyed him suspiciously. As a pure spirit, of course Toka lacked such fluff. Kotori and Yoshino had been spirits since early, so odds were they'd be the same. That meant Tenka too. What are you imagining? Tenka's voice rang inside him, sharp and mortified. He ignored her and told Kotori, just a wild guess. Kotori, what on earth are you two talking about now? Toka asked again. Kotori propped herself up, resting her head on Shichen's chest, and whispered an explanation into Toka's ear. Oh there. Wait, people grow hair there. Normal humans do. Really? Does Shichen have any? Toka peered curiously at his stomach. Kotori, what on earth are you teaching her? Why hide something so trivial? Guilty conscience much, Oni-chan. I suppose. But didn't you girls bathe together? Don't you already know? It's not like we stare at everything. That'd be embarrassing. Fair enough. So, Shichen, you still haven't answered, do you have any? Toka leaned closer, gaze drifting downward. Why do you need to know? Sleep, all of you. Early to bed, early to rise. Saturday I'll take you all out to play. Really? Toka brightened. If you don't go to sleep right now, it won't happen. I'm asleep. Toka instantly lay flat and closed her eyes. Wow, Tokane is too easy, Kotori snickered. Meaning you don't want to come tomorrow? Shichen asked. Kotori's eyes snapped shut as well. Finally the room quieted. Shichen shook his head and exhaled long and hard. Turns out sharing a blanket with everyone isn't all fun and games, it's exhausting. Yoshino, Yashinon, you two okay on the edge? Want to sleep in my arms? Oh Oni-chan, what sneaky thoughts are you having? Planning to take advantage of Yoshino again? Cut it out. I just don't want you sleeping badly, he said righteously. Fo. Oh Oni-chan, no, I'm fine right here, Yoshino answered softly. All right. Another time then, you can nap on top of me. You. Good night. Good night. Shichen closed his eyes at last. Being hugged from both sides was awkward, but he'd get used to it. After all, something like this was bound to happen often from now on.